Now we can start with all of the horrible noise that accompanies my moving the microphone around and just general shuffling that happens as I try to maintain some sense of something. We're late, of course, by a few minutes, and as my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, used to say, better late than never. So everybody who's in the chat room, participate. I need feedback on quality of sound, which I fear is going to change as soon as I get Our Lady on the phone here. And we'll try with Brain Dancer. And we'll start with Viviana Sanchez as well. I'm going to explain to Brain Dancer why. I'm going to try some other people first when I get her on. So we're going to try some people here, and I don't expect them to answer, after which I'll turn to Brain Dancer. Nathan Brooks says, greetings, DDD. Greetings, sir. Yes. T. Tankberry says, loud and clear, brother. Thank you. Tell me that in a minute, or tell me how things change when we get Our Lady Diana Fraser on. Deanna Fraser on, because she has something horrible with her system. Okay, hey, I'm off work tomorrow, so I can come on tonight. I'll have some things put together. Okay, great. So we'll start with him, Frank Black, and we'll ride the call on him a little bit. Okay. Let's turn off Viviana. Hang her up here. And first thing I'll do is acknowledge Frank Black. All right. Let me give him an acknowledge. Tell him I'm calling. Call. All right, and let's see if he responds. All right, so that would be Ian West. And of course, I'm trying to remember whether he's on as Ian West. No, he's Frank Black within the Skype. Oh my God. I just noticed something about the picture that's on his little thing there. Okay, he says cool, and he's not responding. Okay. Okay, so says not online. Okay. All right, let's start with Our Lady Diana. Okay, and we'll see how this goes. All right. Okay, honey, can you
already?
Can you hear me, darling?
No.
All right, let's start with Our Lady. Okay, turn.
I know. I like being a ball buster.
Okay. No worries. All right. Okay. There we are. So, honey, can you hear me now?
No.
Okay. Now, honey.
Don't say it's cute because it's obnoxious.
Yes, honey. I'm sorry I called 7 minutes late, but there's a reason why. I noticed that when I replayed the audio of our last show, that when I'm writing the call on you, the sound quality is horrible. There's something with your machine where you sound okay, but nobody can hear me. So I need everybody to tell me now whether that's the case. So I need you to say a few sentences. And otherwise I would ask you to be my executrix producer, but we've got to figure out what's going on with your technology first. Why is it that when I get on the Skype call with you, then my voice completely drops? And and that may be something that you're powerless to do anything about.
It might be so because the unit that I'm borrowing is not the unit that I own, because my brother has his own software company. He said I can loan you a loaner, but
okay.
I won't promise it's of any good quality.
Okay. So that
So
uh,
there might be
uh-huh.
the
Okay,
cause.
why aren't we appearing on the live stream? Okay, people see us. Oh, hi Vicky Johnson. Love you dearly, honey. She says I hear DDD just fine. Goddess bless you, honey. So long as that's the case, that's all that matters. Now, what I'm wondering is, okay, this was so weird because it wasn't uploading on the other time I tried that. Okay, so it's uploading now. We know it's uploading. And if everybody hears me okay, let me know. I need a lot of cross-reference on this because some person might be able to hear me okay and another person cannot. So, and we also need to know if you can hear Deanna. So, Deanna, say something, introduce yourself briefly, or as long as you want. And, okay? All right.
Hello, all listeners. Thank you for joining the Douglas Dietrich Wonderama of things known and unknown.
That's beautiful.
So,
I mean, that's wonderful. That's almost professional. So Vicky Johnson says both of you actually. Good. Thank you, honey. And DJ
thank you,
says
Vicky.
yes. And DJ says loud and clear. Say thank you to DJ as well, honey.
Thank you, DJ.
Mwah. Thank you, both of you. Yeah.
The irony, a disc jockey.
Yes, yes. All you lovely ladies. Vicky Johnson, mwah. DJ, mwah. And of course, Deanna Fraser herself. Mwah. Okay, and T-Tank Barry says, good recording so far. Shining Shadows, who is our man Chris, says, loud and clear, both of you. By the other way, the other day, I want to apologize, Chris Collins. I said that it looked like your photo, the way the light was shining. I thought you had a nose ring. I meant to say nose piercing, which he's not. Yeah, there's a big difference between a nose ring and a nose piercing. So I'm sure you don't have a nose piercing, but it was just the way the light shined. It made me wonder if that was the case or not. Also with Frank Black, it says he's not online, so let's see if we can pick him up. Maybe Sammy Romero. See who else we can bring on this opening hour and just kind of experiment a little bit. Now, what I'll do is I'm going to go screen share, and I don't know if are you on your PC or what are you on, honey?
Should I open the
screen?
Let's see if that works. Like I said, this is all relatively new to me.
Oh, honey, no worries.
Right.
We'll just take our time with all
Okay,
of this.
where would I find it on the...
Well, do you have... What are you on? Are you on a cell phone or a PC?
PC.
You're on a PC. Okay, just look at your screen and open up your Skype. Your Skype is open, right? Can you see your Skype?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
That's all you need. Then stay looking at your Skype. I'm going to share a screen. Here. Can you see this?
Oh.
Okay. See.
Ooh.
Oh yeah. So you see the cursor moving around. We know that. Okay. Gonna open up the chat here. We're gonna open up this. This way, if somebody tries to contact us, then and you already wrote in the text box. Goddess bless you. So we're gonna add participants. See this little button here says add participants, honey?
On the bottom left.
Where my cursor is. See the hand?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's says add participants. Little person's head and a plus. Okay. Like he's HIV positive or something. Okay.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So we push that, and then we see different people in a selection. And someday you can do something like this when you friend all these people. And then we can bring on different people. We can try different people. We can try Anne Fontaine, Brandon Young. We can try Real Tech. We can try Vivian again, just, in case. Sammy Romero, Joe Ty. Everybody that I click on, you see they're kind of at it up here.
I did. I see.
Okay, I'm going to sneeze soon, and I'll have to change into my sweatshirt soon. And then Frank Black would be the other one. Noreen Helphand, maybe? Okay, and then we're going to press the add button. All right.
And they say multitasking is a skill that's best by women. Ha!
Yes, it still is. Still is. Believe me, I know from personal experience. So
right.
Let's see who you see. A lot of people here. Only a few of them, if any, will come on, and we'll see. We'll find out soon enough who that is. No.
Sammy Romero.
Hello.
There we
Hey,
are.
how you doing?
Hello, Savvy. So glad to have you with us.
Good. Sorry for the background noise. Screw it. I'm feeding Andy. So yeah.
Yes, yes, no worries. And we understand. He's babysitting people. He's babysitting. And
Aw.
yeah.
How old is Andy?
He's 9 months.
The
Yeah.
child. Yeah, the child he's
The
babysitting.
child.
Yes.
The child.
Yes. Yes. Andy is the name of his
Anyways,
ventriloquist dummy. He's got a Charlie
there
McDuffie
you
doll.
go.
He calls that, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And
Anyways, go right ahead. Go ahead.
yes, and he practices the magic trick where he spoon feeds it, and the material in the spoon disappears.
Yes.
Yes, he's got it
Yes.
down. So you can see it's only Sammy and us because everyone else, including Frank Black, who has to come on, is dealing with some equipment issues. So I'm going to ask the two of you to save my ass as always. Talk to each other while I go blow my nose, and I am going to change into my sweatshirt because it's getting quite chill here. And then I can sit down
Yes.
and relax and kind of get into the groove of things because right now I'm just finalized all the stuff that I do before preparing, and this is the moment that I'm exhausted. And when I come back, we're all in for a treat because I'll be answering a question asked by a lady who left some constructive criticism, and I will read that constructive criticism out and I will respond to it. Also, I want to thank, if he's with us, our dear friend David Fitzsimons. And anyhow, Frank Black, who's Ian West, is going to create a new account. We'll let him do that, take care of that. And here we are. Here our friend's answering the question. He says, I think there was a speck of dander from Lucky on my nose that kind of looks like a tiny stud. Okay, there we are. So that makes sense. That's his cat. It's his cat. This is why I do not live with cats. This is because, I would choke to death on fur balls before I woke up, and I would wake up dead. Besides, they sit on your face, and, they do all kinds of horrible things like hump it. They're just wretched creatures. But, we love them. You can't help but love them, even though they're horrible and they eat all the birds. So aside from all of that.
I mean, that's not funny, but
Yes, it's horrible. Yes, I know we've got to stop breeding so many of them. Okay, that being said, I am going to blow my nose soon. I'm going to, by the way, that's an incredibly unprofessional thing to say. Nobody in a normal professional transmission would say anything like that. And this is what that lady was leaving comments about, constructive criticism about how, oh, wow, I'm sure you'd get millions more listeners if you just were more professional, and when, I will answer that when I come back. I take everything she's saying as being positive, except that what people are very naive about this, and they really just don't understand, this is not a professional program. This is basically someone like myself as a sedentary fugitive, and I'm basically doing this as kind of like a way to let everyone know I'm alive, and it's my big fuck you to the universe that does everything it can to sabotage that. That being said, we're going to, if now, for whatever reason, our audio with Deanna Fraser and the call is riding on her, our audio seems to be good. And since our audio is good, I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to propose something very similar to marriage to her. I'm going to ask her if she'll be my executrix producer. I'll do that later on. Bended knee. We'll take care of that later. In the meantime, I want to give a shout out to two people who helped financially so far. One was David Fitzsimons, who donated 10 United States dollars. I would like to ask him, this is still a mystery to me, if anyone can use the Douglas D. Dietrich PayPal account. That's a personal account where they won't take money out of it. They took 30 cents out of his $10, so I get $9.70 from him. But it was just what I needed, and T-Tank Barry dropped by my home while I was gone, and he dropped in $116. So I need to call him and speak to him personally. And he's going out on a limb, and he's basically, I'm not going to share any personal issues of his or conditions of his, but there is something he was public about. He did say he purchased some recreational land, and what's so puzzling to me is he's been waiting for something concerning that. So since he said that publicly about that, I will bring that up because I'd like to talk to him personally and suggest that he might want to talk to somebody and follow up on that, because they seem to be taking a long time with something having to do with that. And I'm not quite sure what all of that is. Now, that's not my area of specialty. I've never dealt with anything like that in my life. But it sounds to me like he's been waiting a long time on this, something to be processed. So I do want to talk to him about that and other things as well. So all of this helps, and I was able to buy a lot of supplies to keep myself alive, which is extraordinarily important. Well, important to me at least. It does. So with that, I am going to go take care of the snot issue where people can't hear it, because that's just gross. And you will be left with the wonderful company of Sonny Rivera and Deanna Fraser. Potentially our next Executrix producer. At this point, my love to both of them and to all of you who have joined us. We need your upvotes to make certain that we overwhelm all of the downvotes that are instantly. Oh yes, people are asking about the image in the thumbnail. Okay, before I go, just a brief outline of the photographic image embedded in thumbnail. Now, this is all a very... Okay, let's put it this way. People on estates with children can do this. Now, if you own a private school, do you know? I don't know if you know this, but people with private schools do have a permission that is provided by the state. And in this case, all of the process was gone through by the state of California. And David Fitzsimon says, greetings from Atlantic City. Thank you, David.
Oh.
And thanks for the $10. And I just went over the fact that they took 30 cents out of your contribution and left me with $9.70. But, see if you can, let me know, did you try putting that through the personal account? I have a personal account now, paypal.me. It's on the screen. /Douglas D. Dietrich. I'm going to try and change the name on that because I think that that's too clumsy for people to remember. But aside from that, that way, if you go through that account, they won't take that pound of flesh out of it. That blood money won't be extracted. So if you go through the process of opening a private school in the state of California or in any other state, and you go through all of the permissions and you allow inspections by the state of California, you are allowed detention rooms. You are allowed detention rooms in a private school because kids are living at these schools. And there are, facilities for when kids are misbehaving or bad, where they kind of are put in a room alone to sleep overnight. Now, my son was testing one of these rooms. He was test napping in the bed in the detention room. Now, you might note that the wall is very thick. You can tell that by the inlaid window. And if you take a look at the architecture of the window, you will know that that window is not really looking onto anything real. There was a photograph embedded. In other words, that solid wall behind that window. There is, of course, a fire escape facility. It's a terror. There's all the safeties taken care of. But the point is that that is a photograph of the devastation in Armenia, where my son is very connected to genetically from the latest war. So he put that up there in that window to reflect upon. And he was testing out the bed in the detention room. He wasn't necessarily sleeping in that overnight. He was just taking a nap. But when he woke up, of course, I was basically cleaning my samurai sword. Now, of course, he looks at that with the kind of respect that you would when you've seen it in action. He's seen what I can do with that thing. Now, this is considered in poor taste, perhaps, because recently there was some poor young lady whose psychotic boyfriend beheaded her with a samurai sword on the street. He ran up, and I think that was in California. People can look this up. Some young lady beheaded by some psychotic. You would be surprised how many assaults take place in the United States with samurai swords. It's extraordinarily common, much more common than you would think. People charge into churches and start lopping off people's arms with samurai swords. This is actually something that happens quite commonly. The kind of, it's amazing that they're that available, and most of them, what always astounds me is most of the samurai swords that you order from these television, online, etc., they're just crap. They can't cut through butter. They're not live blades. So I don't understand where the majority of these people are getting live bladed samurai swords. That's what puzzles me. It's not something to come across. Also, this is a modern samurai sword. It is not the kind of samurai sword Japanese would carry in World War II even. It is far too long. That is, your average samurai sword was made for your average Japanese. It was made so you could point it down and the tip wouldn't dig into the ground. So your average samurai sword would be at the absolute most, on average, about 2 feet long, something. Most people don't have no idea about this. They think of samurai swords like this, really long. No, this is specially made for me. And this is not your average samurai sword. It is, it's something that in the old days would be used to cut a horse's legs off. It's something...
Ew.
Yeah, so that you would dismount the rider. Yeah, that's so just so people understand that much. And so that being said, okay, Chris Collins says they probably just get shit once and sharpen it themselves. I don't, you know what? That would be physically impossible with most of them because the metal is so cheap that if you tried to do that, you would just fuck over the sharpener and the metal would not sharpen. They're just true duds. I mean, they're like an unloaded, they're like a gun that fires only blanks.
Douglas,
Yes, honey.
I imagine it's only a guess, but pawn shops, perhaps.
It'd have to be. It would have to be. It would have to be like World War II souvenirs, pawn shops, something the Japanese really carried into World War II that was mass produced. Because obviously, yeah. If I'm sorry, Sammy.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Doug. Now that you mentioned a samurai sword, it reminds me of the sacred regalia that you talked about, the Japanese, where that sword that if anybody gets a hold of it, you have to kill somebody. In other words,
Yes.
it thirsts for blood, that blade. And if you don't kill somebody, it pretty much turns on you. If
Yeah.
I'm not mistaken, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. That's a famous curse that was associated with a particular, shall we say, brand. There's no other word for it. A particular brand of samurai swords that was produced by a particular maker who was a mad swordsmith who was involved with the occult. And he made these extraordinary blades that unfortunately had to be blooded constantly. And if they were not blooded constantly, they would drive the owner towards mass murder, where they would do the equivalent of a mass shooting, but basically charge into public places and start killing people randomly until they were put down or kill themselves. So it was these are very real, and they are a part of Japanese history. And they are kept in, say, for instance, in this day and age, in museums where they are locked away from everyone. Those who have them in private collections make certain that they're kept in a storage facility that is off of premises and away from everyone, that sort of thing. It's so there you have that. And thank you. You have a good memory about that, and I'll bring up more about that in the future.
If you could see the appalled look on my face right now.
So sorry, honey. Oh, but you have a good heart, and it's understandable that you respond well to these things. Meanwhile, Frank Black is creating a new account. He may not be with us until maybe 9 p.m. for a while, something like that. We will bring Peter Moon on at the top of the hour, and I think everybody's got kind of a good idea of what's in the image. Oh, and yes, by the way, the person has written again, what about your eyes? Okay, yes. For those of you who are familiar with me, at times my eyes manifest red in the irises because of Kawasaki syndrome that I inherited from my mother. And oh, by the way, my son's hair is not naturally that color. He colored it like that so he could basically emulate me on Respect for the Aged Day, which is tomorrow. This is Respect for the Aged Day in Japan. This is the Eve Day thereof. And yeah, he inspired me to go natural. And my promotional banner for tonight, as published on my Facebook timeline, is my natural hair. But that was probably the last few hours while my hair was dyed black. And with the red eyes, I guess that's another reason why he was staring at me with the samurai sword I was polishing when he woke up. That's, yeah. I shouldn't have done that, and it's something I apologized for. And obviously, he knows I would never hurt him, but still, it's disconcerting to wake up next to somebody who's polishing a samurai sword and their eyes are blood red. All of that being said, my love to all of you who are here to support me. T Tank Berry says, "I'm at Swordsmith, Lightning Bolt." Again, we need your upvotes. Everybody, throw them in there so that we can beat off the downvotes that are unleashed by the cults of chaos and their mad cultists. And there was some further reflection upon that recently. No need for me to maintain screen share anymore, and I will go off screen share for now. And we will leave both these wonderful people, our lovely lady Deanna Fraser and this wonderful gentleman Sami Romero, to carry the show until I'm back in about 10 minutes. So my love to both of you, and thank you. The stage is yours.
Da-da-da. All right, Sammy, are you taking care of the youngster?
Yes, I am. Yes. Just feeding him.
Would it be too personal to ask his age?
Yeah, if you want to know, we can talk privately.
Okay, I'm just curious, because
I know
we're tasked to hold the stage while Douglas takes care of whatever he needs to take care of. So
yes. How's your week been?
Well, I generally answer a general question with the good, the bad, the ugly, and the smugly, and so like most people, a mixed bag. And I'm looking to do an upvote, but I'm going to do that later. I mean, later.
Oh, okay.
But,
did you listen to the rest of the monologue Doug did?
No, I fell sound asleep. I even fell asleep to the point where the call ended. And,
oh wow!
Yeah. So,
okay. No, it was a good monologue. I did enjoy his. I always enjoy the subjects with Donald Trump. I mean, he does a great way of kind of putting everything in this technical form, as far as the subpoena that was done to his home, and all with that subject in mind, and what's going on with with the whole litigation regarding that ordeal with the records keeping of those documents he illegally took to his home.
Right. Yeah, because he didn't have the authority to do it as it said.
Right. So, I like the fact that he clarifies that in the technical form, because I think a lot of Americans, a lot of Americans don't, they because we're very controlled with, people's opinions online. I think it's always healthy to kind of just get the technical aspect of it, because I mean, you can always be over-informed, but the technicality of it is that he illegally took those documents. So it was very interesting, among other things. That's not the only thing he spoke of, but in the future, I might have to write down what he talked about, just for a little review,
right.
with anybody, because I think that's a good way. And obviously it's not always in that format, but especially just breaking the ice, because it's better. But anyways, is this your first time doing a podcast like this, or have you done something like this in the past?
I've joined some live calls on YouTube and whatnot, so those are also considered podcasts, I imagine.
Right. Yeah.
Like, for instance, there's an individual called, come on, mind, don't go blank. Oh, Dr. Phil Valentine, not the one on television. This one is teaches about comedic sciences, the comedic arts. So he has call-in shows, and I called in, and we were talking about hip hop and nutrition, a myriad of topics. So my call was selected because it's random. And for a time, I was attempting to go vegan, vegetarian. I didn't succeed, but for a time I was. And I'd like to go back to it for a time. I vacillate. I don't adhere to anything other than creating with material items. That's the only thing I really adhere to. So we were talking about that, and it was really delightful, really exciting. And also Dr. Mitchell and Kathy Gibson, they have their company called KEIRŌ, which is orbit backwards. And they're into the, not so much the occult on the dark side, because most people assume that when one says the occult, they mean something malevolent. Occult simply means hidden. So I found Dr. Mitchell Gibson's show on YouTube, his material on YouTube. I went to Facebook, friended them, found out about the show, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the first time in a long time I've been vocally, verbally on air. Full stop. Sammy?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's great. Do you like hip hop? You said hip hop. That strikes me kind of interesting. I wouldn't think you like hip hop.
For the most part, I don't. Well, it's not that I don't like it. I haven't found much that I care for because I enjoy complex, fast-moving works of art. Like, for instance, even if it's sports, I cannot tolerate. I mean, I could tolerate, but the slow-moving ones like baseball and softball, snore. Music has to be fast-paced too, because I'm a casual, slow-paced person, so I need contrast.
Oh, okay.
So there is some hip-hop I enjoy, but for the most part, I didn't select the topic. It was his show, but I called in when it was about the fact that the consuming of meats is an addiction, as per the Dr. Bill Valentine. He said that humans are not designed to eat meat. We don't have the digestion for it. We don't have the teeth for it. So.
Okay. I mean, I'm sure there's some truth to that. I like meat. I'm not gonna deny that. But I try to keep at least chicken, fish. Don't get me wrong, I love a steak, but I try to if I do eat red meat, it's it's not always just pure red meat. I think just a balance of types of protein I think is good. But I like meat.
Yeah, I'm not saying that that anyone needs to justify what they do or don't eat, as long as it's not horrific. But it depends on the culture too. Some deem the canine and the feline as types of food. The dolphin slaughters of different cultures. It all depends on who you are and what you are. So it's not a matter of judgment, but that's why I was on the show to talk about different.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Because I never heard before prior to his conversations and the conversations and shows that led me to find Dr. Phil Valentine. So
have you ever been to the West Coast?
I have not in this incarnation.
Oh, you haven't?
Not yet.
Okay. Oh, okay. So, are you mostly East Coast?
Yes.
Oh, you're on the East Coast, right? Okay.
The furthest I've ever gotten to was near the Ohio border. Because there was a Ukrainian Orthodox camp at the far end of Pennsylvania. I didn't know Pennsylvania was that far. I'm not great on geography. Last week we talked about history and such, and how I was bored out of my mind. So when it came to geography and history, I was like, oh my gosh, can this be any more boring? If it can, please don't. So I didn't know Pennsylvania was that far, but when I looked at the map upon return, I was like, goodness, we're, a stone's throw from Ohio. Golly. But I was created in Venezuela. There's a lot of cultures from all over the world periodically move en masse and relocate. And I believe it's a call from divinity to just mix the DNA so that, we don't have genetic, what's the word? I can think of it, but right now we need genetic diversity.
Cool.
And
But by the way, I got a phone call as soon as you started talking about going to the West Coast. I got a phone call, so if I didn't
I can
respond,
hold the stage by
that's one of the
myself. Go
reasons.
ahead.
No, go ahead. I just pretty much ended the call. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, is that what the clickety clack was about?
Yes, I got a phone call. Yes.
All right. So okay.
Yeah.
So, do you want me to repeat anything, or
Do you mind?
not at
Do you
all?
mind?
Where did you get caught?
When I told you as far as you've been pretty much in the East Coast, and you said as far as the West Coast you've gone as far as, and then that's when I got the call.
Oh, okay. I got as far as the tail end of Pennsylvania, as close to the Ohio border that I ever knew of.
Oh, okay.
When it came to history and geography in school, the presentations were so boring, in my opinion, that I never really paid much attention. I mean, I know Texas is at the bottom. I know California is over to the west, and also Oregon and California. I know New Jersey because I spent the majority of my life in New Jersey, commonly known as New Jersey. And let's see, I'm in Florida now on the Gulf side. My belongings are in North Carolina. Somebody once said that you don't live anywhere. Your belongings are housed somewhere. You live in your body. I was like, I love that answer. Intriguing answer, in my opinion.
Right. That's great. You know what? If you ever do come out here, I recommend also San Francisco. San Francisco is pretty much the West Coast version of New York. That's the best way I can describe it. Because when I was there a couple months ago, I actually visited Doug, which is a great experience. But when I was there, it does feel to me more like an East Coast city, which is great. I've never been to the East Coast, so I'm looking forward to, visiting New York and maybe Boston or Niagara Falls. Just obviously kind of touristy areas, but yeah.
You'll enjoy Niagara Falls. Well, I don't know anyone who hasn't enjoyed Niagara Falls because we had.
I actually want to go to the Canadian side, so that's one of the things I want.
Because we had family in Canada, but they've since relocated to who knows where. Sammy, I tell you, I grew up with family all over the world. So when my friends would say, "Oh, we went to visit family, cousins, uncles, what have you," and they would say it frequently. I'm like, "Where are these people?" They said, "Oh, the town next over." I'm like, "What?"
Wow.
Since when? To me, it was strange. When you have a vast difference from someone else, and you just have that bewildered thought in your mind, like, really?
I have a question. Were you in you're Ukrainian, correct?
Ukrainian background, yes, but never been.
By the way, I just got back, and I do want people to know there's a very large Ukrainian community in Canada. But go on, honey. Answer Sammy's question about going there, right, Sammy? You said...
Yeah.
Yes. I was going to ask her if she was in Chernobyl in '86 if she was there, but She don't live there, so yeah.
Well,
Okay.
but by the way, honey, was there anyone you knew who might have been in that area of Chernobyl during that time, or not?
Not personally,
Okay.
because um, I remember, well, I read an article of a scientist from Ukraine who was livid. He said, I was furious beyond description. All they had to do was dispense iodine, and that would have bound the isotopes
Hmm.
and greatly diminished the danger, the harm, the radiation. But there was I'm not downplaying it, but when decades go by, it doesn't hit you as emotionally as it did at the time. And I'm going to take a sip of something. Mm. So it was horrific, and those who were aware and watched the news or saw images in the newspapers, we would see the elephant foot meltdown shape, and there was comments about that. There was comments about how it was a spirited attack that was done deliberately to poison the people there, to do the best to depopulate that as much of that area as possible, of the country as possible, in order for expanse, land grab as it's called today. I don't know how old that term is, but
Right. Just to put
that's
that in perspective, when she uses that term, the elephant's foot, what Deanna is talking about is that when the meltdown occurred, there was a big slab of radioactive goo that formed a blob that was kind of like molten lead or silver, just molten metal. That is one of the most radioactive relics in the world. The individual who photographed that elephant's foot, which you can look up, elephant's foot Chernobyl. You can look that up online. The person who photographed that died within minutes. And also it's so radioactive that it actually charges the film. So most of the time you'll see pictures of it where there's like kind of like an aura around it, and that's because the radioactivity was so intensive that you actually kind of see it in shaping itself on the film and impacting the film. And in the old days, when they would process film, this is what would happen to Kodak colored film. You'd see little black dots all over the film that would appear in pictures that people took, and that's the radiation was so intense from the bomb blasts of the nuclear weapons they were testing in Nevada that it would blow all across the United States and literally poison the Kodak chemical company's film supply, so that the film that they would produce people's pictures on would have these little black dots on it that would appear, and that's radiation manifesting. The horror story goes on and on about how irresponsible and self-destructive both the Russians and the Americans were with their bombs, and it's part of their truly their dedication to the anti-gods. There's no other reason, because there was no scientific reason for what any of them were doing. As for what might have been a conspiracy concerning the Ukraine, in that case, it's more like a incompetence, just a lot of incompetence. By the way, I'm getting a warning: free up storage space. Your computer's running low on storage space. Visit storage settings to free up some. So that means this show might get shut down tonight. We're going to figure this out as best as I can right now. So let me see if this will take me there to storage space where I can do this. And I see there's no warning about this. What happens is that I can't. Again, this is why this is not a professional production. This is just something where I do the best I can, knowing absolutely nothing, effectively speaking. So what happens is that every few months they load up so much videos. I can't stop this. Whenever I produce these videos, then it throws them into the computer, and there's nothing I can do to prevent that. So there's no way that I've had actually people look at it. There's no way I can say, computer, don't do this. And so what'll happen is it loads itself up, and then it becomes too full, and then it shuts down. So now I noticed that we've got maybe enough to go a while longer tonight, but it's hard to tell. I'll try and find this and empty something, but in the meantime, both of you go on, continue talking. Basically, what I can tell people is that when Chernobyl melted down, it didn't depopulate the Ukraine, because all the wind, just like when they did all of these tests in Nevada in the United States, it didn't do anything to harm California at all, because all the wind blew it towards the east. So the rest of the United States got totally radiated, as opposed to California. California is totally free of radiation, but everybody downwind, which means Utah and then everything beyond, everybody else got enormously higher rates of cancer. If you have anyone you know who's died of cancer in your family, the chances are extraordinarily high that they were impacted by radiation from the American nuclear tests. And that it's responsible for the overwhelming majority of cancers in the U.S. And as for the Russians, the wind blew it all towards Belarus and into Europe. Ukraine remained completely free of radiation. The only place where the radiation is extraordinarily intense is an area of Chernobyl, where they have what's called the Red Forest, for instance, and all the mutated trees. But in general, the nature has really made a comeback, and so it's amazing how nature is resilient. As I said, the animals breed enormous litters because they have much shorter lifespans, and so they make up for that by breeding much greater litters. So that's how nature's adapted. And it's incredible. So it's become a giant nature preserve now. But so all that being said, it's been taken over by the Russians at some point, and then now they've got a much larger nuclear facility that they're threatening to put in the meltdown. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sammy.
Well,
no, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I wasn't.
There is the largest airplane built by Ukraine.
Yes.
By the Ukrainian. Maria.
Yeah.
And there was it was brought to America, and myself, my daughters, my father, and my mother went to this display. I know it's a simple word, but I can't think of it right now. So the plane was brought there, and there was paintings by the children who suffered from radiation. And I tell you, I'm getting goose flesh right now just thinking about it. Entering the plane and seeing the paintings that the children did and the teenagers. And my mom and dad purchased a few because it was for fundraising.
Sure. Yeah.
Fundraising. But I tell you, the feeling, the eeriness, the fact that it brings it home, that it's not a concept, it's a reality.
Yes.
It's difficult to describe. It's something that, you could read it, you can watch it on television, etc., whatever form of presentation it comes in, but to actually experience and look at the paintings and to feel, they would emanate the feeling of what these individuals went through, going through the treatments, dying eventually, and not eventually like a natural lifespan, but within months, and pleading for funds for medical treatment. So it's a very haunting and disturbing event.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. The largest plane in the world was built by the Ukrainians, and it was called the Mriya. The Maria. It was spelled Mriya, which in Ukrainian means the dream. So it had 6 jet engines and a wingspan as long as a football field. And anyhow, the Russians destroyed it, I'm sorry to report. So it no longer exists. So you were very lucky to enter it while it still existed. That was an Antonov AN-225.
Was this larger than a Qantas Airbus?
Yes. Yeah, it was the largest plane in the world. Yeah, it was meant to carry a Russian space shuttle. And So as she said, it was like a flying museum. They could put all the children's paintings in it and the like.
Wow.
So go on, honey. Anything else that you remember? It's all very important.
As far as Chernobyl,
Or anything, yeah.
well, anything relevant or any topic that's relevant to your show?
Oh, honey, don't even question, honestly. Unless I specify something, really, you can just go off on any tangent you want. The important thing is to burn bandwidth. But you're on a roll. I think you're on a pretty good roll. I mean, you're recalling things that you otherwise wouldn't recall. And by the way, Sammy, I barely caught when I got back on. I caught that you were going to take a trip to the East Coast. When is this happening?
Oh no, that's just something I want to do.
Oh,
probably Philly,
okay.
like
Yeah.
Philly, Boston, New York. That's where I'm planning to go. Just to see. Definitely Philly. I want to go, but travel a little bit. But what I told Deanna is, when I went to San Francisco to see you, I really did get a feeling San Francisco is pretty much an East Coast. It's like an East Coast city in the West Coast.
Yeah.
At least where I was at.
Right.
That's how I felt.
Perhaps we'll pass each other traveling to the other side.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, you have plans on coming west, honey?
I plan to visit the entire world. I just need to get organized. I used to believe that I was organized and mature. Ha! I have evidence to the contrary. I want to go to the topic of where you're leery about accepting a friend request, because I know exactly what you're talking about. People believe that they're entitled to have an individual entertain them. I would accept a friend request, then automatically, not everyone, but an individual would automatically go to Messenger, DM. I don't know why it's called DM. Why is it called DM?
Mm-hmm. DM, direct message. Yeah. Good. That's what
okay. So automatically, hi, how are you? I'm like, how am I what? Yeah. And question after question, I'm like, look, I know you're gonna consider this rude, but we're not at a bus station, we're not at a train station. You didn't ask if I have the free time or the desire to entertain you. I'm not obligated to entertain you. It's a social media platform. However, it's not strictly social. Just because you see that you see someone's active on the account doesn't entitle you.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the real physical world, yeah, you can strike up a conversation at a cafe, whatever the venue. But to assume that on the internet, because you're there, that it's the same condition, I don't believe it is.
Okay. Yeah.
It's interesting you say that. I don't really request a lot of people. I don't accept a lot of people on Facebook either. One, I really don't use Facebook. The only reason why I use Facebook really is Doug. But even the few people that I have there, I don't even interact with them. But the very few people that have seen my account, which is very outdated, when they see Doug's post there, I've had especially people in church like, oh, your Facebook very interesting. Especially with Doug. Doug has his it could be interpreted as erotic. With some of the, his escort, the escorts that he has, or maybe sometimes the stuff that he wears at his mom, the costumes and stuff, it can be a little skimpy because, I totally forget because one, Doug is not like that. When I met Doug, that's pretty much the last thing I can picture Doug is cross-dressing, which is healthy for me. Because he doesn't give off that vibe. It's just, at least when I was around him. So anyways, so when I explain to them, I just pretty much say I'm into manga or anime. And they just pretty much, oh okay. They look at me like, wow, I didn't know that. Because, Doug, to get into a subject of, well, who's this guy you follow? It's like a loaded question. Like, I don't, it's just not. Some people are not even worth the time. That's what I'm saying. It's just,
Thank you.
it's almost like, you're not gonna care, and if I tell you, you're just not gonna believe it. Yes, Doug is a escort screen vampire, not son of Hitler, samurai sword swinging, beer drinking, scholar. Come on, it's like I'm also telling him, Doug is Guai Kang Chung, that guy from Kung Fu. He's pretty much there. That's just a joke, but no, it's interesting that sometimes people look at myself, and I have to kind of remind myself, like, these people don't, not that they don't matter, but social media, it's just that it's people do get immersed in it, and they forget the real world, and I think that's one of the reasons why I actually wanted to meet Doug, because if his former executive producer was very protective of him, but at the same time, he's very selfish. He was very selfish in the sense of not giving back to Doug. Really just taking. So, I really care for Doug. So it was very important for me to meet Doug, shake his hand, present myself as somewhat normal, because, a lot of his work, he's encountered people are really not, in the sense of everybody has issues, but in their particular case, they just were lame, so, it is what it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, definitely. Thank you. Go on, honey. What was your...
Well, yeah, I've become more, not screen. I've been more cautious about accepting new friends, whether it's on the internet or in physical life, because I am so gullible. Oh my gosh. Like I said, I thought I was mature. Ha ha ha. I thought I was organized. Ha 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 ha. I thought I was a good judge of character. On all those three, the stories I have to tell you. As far as maturity goes, I pulled a duh. I found myself on the inside because I was thinking with the wrong brain. I found a friend with benefits, but it was no benefit to me because I started doing really stupid things in order to arrange this derangement. And I agreed to purchase alcohol, some beer, for two 16-year-olds in order to borrow the garage.
Right. Oh, yeah, honey, let's talk about that when we come back on, which will be about, of course, stay with us, but go mute. Sammy, of course, get ready to drop off for now. And we'll all re-rendezvous around, midnight Eastern Daylight Time, around 9 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. But at least both of you say hi to Peter Moon. I'll be bringing him on, and I'll be explaining to him.
Peter.
To that was just our friend, Mr. Oh gosh, I got to put him now on the favorites so that I have him there and ask him to give it a name. That's Frank Black. So do me a favor, Frank Black, and give yourself a name so I can recognize you on your new account. And right now, let's add Peter Moon to the call by my returning to call. I'm trying to multitask here and do several things at once. And okay, we don't want to share screen. We're trying to add a participant. And okay, here we are. And then put in the P, and our man Peter will come up. And here we are. And with that, then I can tell him about what I'll do. Okay, Peter, both these people just will say hi to you before they check out for the next several hours.
Good evening. Good evening, Peter, and I bid you aloha.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and hello, and good night for the time being.
Yes. Thank you, honey, Deanna, and Sammy. Yes.
Hi, Peter. I'm looking forward to your monologue. Yes. I'll go off now.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. And so, Peter, I'm always, how would I say it, stressed by something. And what happened was earlier I had forgot to put up the the channel link. So what happened was when I did the promotional banner, the link was actually to the last episode. So I'm going to change that now, and then I will put the hyperlink up and put that in your private message box so that you can give that.
I sent out the proper link to my
Okay.
to my audience.
Okay, you did, to the Douglas Dietrich channel then. Okay.
Not on Facebook, but
Okay. Okay.
I would hope that most of the regular listeners would have figured all this out by now.
Hopefully so, but there's always new listeners, and you never know. So I'll give you the other hyperlink, and let me right now just take care of this and get that to you. So okay, with that, of course, we welcome yourself on. Check your private messages in just a few minutes, and then share that with your listeners, letting them know that this is the link to where we're on right now. And in the interim, give me just a few seconds to get that published. Tell us a bit about what's been going on with yourself, sir, and how things are going.
Well, I will just fill right now with my Friday adventure to Westbury High School's football game.
Fabulous.
With my friend Thomas.
Mm-hmm.
He played like a champion. God, he's good. But the team blew it.
Oh, sorry.
The team didn't. They blew it, and they had an 8-0 lead. And I said, if one thing they screw up one thing, they're going to lose. And sure enough, on the next play, they muffed a punt, and the other team, Fort Washington, got it and scored. The game was tied. Fort Washington was going down for the touchdown on the final minute, and Thomas, my friend, intercepted it, forced overtime. In overtime, he threw a 20-yard touchdown pass. It was remarkable. And then his team proceeded to lose the game by not living up to his standards. So it was very disappointing. And to watch the players just be so dejected, they put their heart and souls into this game.
Yeah.
God, as I said, it was very interesting to see, and I'm vicariously, disappointed as well, because I'm rooting for him every step of the way. But it's like, and he let us all know by WhatsApp. He says, I'm too beat up. I can't play. Sure enough, he was out here Sunday morning playing with us this morning. So that was the latest. It was very disappointing, but it was fun to see this guy play. He's such a great. And the quarterback got hurt, so he's out for the season. So Thomas will replace him, and I think Thomas is better. And of course, Thomas threw the touchdown pass. So very looking forward to watching some more games with him. That's just filler for the beginning. We have much more deep stuff to go into, but that's what's been occupying me. Plus whatever activities I've been involved in.
Yes.
Which is finishing my newsletter is a primary one, which I hope to have done in a few days. But
excellent. And your private message is where the hyperlink is right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I want everyone to know that Peter Moon is, of course, got a lot of things going on. And I was just thinking the other day about when we spoke about Selena Khan and all that went down with what's essentially my last manageress, because I'm not going to be taking on another one with the kinds of experiences that I've had in the past. All I can say is that when it comes to those people kind of conducting a break-in, basically a home invasion, Lena Shea and Miguel Andahar into her home to which she responded to positively because of this extraordinarily vulnerable state of mind that she was in. It's just really creepy because she's really right next door, not necessarily next door, but she's pretty much within a few minutes driving distance of Peter Moon himself. So it's just hopefully he makes certain that he's in secure grounds, and I have a feeling that he takes care of himself well in that regard.
Well, I'm fine, but was there any kickback from what you exposed there?
Not in the sense of anything immediate, thank you. I think that, as I said, I'm probably more secure now that I've been in a long time. And so the only kickback was I think that she pretty much blocked me, which she had already done in a number of venues, and I unsubscribed from her channel. There was really no point in our communicating after what had happened. She was attempting to do extraordinary damage, and therefore, there's nothing to be said after that. Nothing more needs to be said from that point forward. And it's rather astonishing in the sense that I thought that she'd be one of these people they would never approach simply because she's too ethnic. And but that's obviously not the case. And that was silly on my part anyway. It's obviously not really ethnicity, which is so much a barrier. It's how would I say it? It's just any number of different factors that might factor into what would make a person unapproachable to them. Say for instance, Deanna Fraser, who's currently essentially becoming my next Executrix producer, and hopefully we'll work with that as the time progresses. She's Ukrainian, and they probably wouldn't approach her because they're all very pro-Russian. The entire movement now is married to Dugin's movement, so the Cults of Chaos would likely leave her alone. So there we have that. She doesn't seem to be bothered by them, and it's probably that very reason. That being said, returning to Peter now, and of course anything he wishes to speak about.
Well, yeah, I have a lot to go into, so I'm glad to hear that any fallout from that was basically either non-existent.
Thank you. I mean, one more thing to say about that.
Critical.
Yeah. One more thing to say about that. It's basically they messed with the best and they felt like the rest. It's just. They all wound up paying the price. The GERN, the Global Entertainment Radio Network, was taken down because of the Daryl Neely using that as a platform to project threats against my life. And this was while Penny Bradley was busy insulting both Peter Moon and myself, claiming that we were criminals. All of this factored in GERN Radio Network being taken down. So you've got an entire group of people with their platform missing now, including Penny Bradley herself for the paths that she chose. And Daryl Neely facing jail time. So aside from that, these other people are under investigation for various things they've done to their own families, because these are people who are true predators and they prey on their own families. Jameson Reese and Salman Sheikh for basically torturing and juicing their own parents for income that they were exploiting them for. And of course, Lena Shea for basically child predation and being a threat to her community. She was thrown out of her own home and family by her husband, and now is running loose with Miguel Andahar in New York City, which was how they wound up visiting Selena Khan, or rather breaking into her home. When I reflect back on how they did that too, basically when she had told me about it, because she was like living essentially alone as far as she was concerned, even though her family was upstairs, she had nothing to do with them. They used spray paint and they blackened out all the security cameras before they started picking at her lock. I mean, this is almost like professional grade criminality, but then of course that's what they are. So the fact that she responded positively to that shows that she's obviously not in a state of mind that is that of any competent adult. So the end result was they've all been deprived of basically what platforms they've had by their own criminality to a great extent. Again, I'm always the last man standing, even when I'm wearing a dress. So things have come around, and now they're stable. So more stable than they've been in a long time. The biggest problem we might have tonight is that I just got the warning from my computer, and there's nothing I can do about this. I basically have all of the shows load into the storage space, and there's no way I can get the computer to stop loading them. I had experts look at it. It's just what the computer does. Now it's full of these older videos, and every few months it'll shut the show down if the information is loaded up. So I'm going to try and delete some of the shows while Peter's talking. So hopefully that doesn't interfere with anything. I'm going to delete some of these old shows from the computer. They're going to be up on the channel, so don't worry about that for your future reference. Peter's got the new hyperlink up, so everybody's got a direct link to tonight's show. as opposed to the transmission before tonight's, and we should be going smoothly. I guess the only other thing that comes to mind was one woman trying to provide some constructive criticism said, oh, you'd get so many more followers if you just handled the show more professionally. And please understand, I'm not a professional. I'm a public informant who's essentially subsisting as a sedentary fugitive. The reason I'm doing what I'm doing, and Peter is helping me, is because this is how we keep me alive and how we keep the public aware that I'm alive. And this is, please, people are very spoiled by professional presentation. I would love to give professional presentation, but we work with what we have. And fortunately, one of the things we have as an asset is Peter Moon. And so back to Peter.
Well, yes, and I understand people ask that. I myself would like to, but people have no idea of what is required. We're not talking about just doing a professional show. That's easy. It's about delineating and organizing the content in such a manner. And this is what I intend to be working on more from a literary aspect. We've got some noise, some ambient noise.
Okay,
let me
see if I can. Okay, let me go mute.
Yeah. So people don't realize what an enormous undertaking this is of processing the information. Because people come on and, I'd like to hear it this way. I'd like to hear it that way. I'd like to hear it this way. My first experience before I got into this business was listening to a lecture by Preston Nichols and saying, is there a book? Is there a book? No, there's no book. Well, a couple of years later, I had written the book, and I had to sit there and process a lot of information. And we're not just talking about information. There was stuff connected to that information. There was actual live energy, which repelled people. The energetic repulsion of the information that Preston Nichols carried with him. It's not like we're talking about, giving a lecture on biology or chemistry, which is, as far as academia treats it, it's a canned subject. We're not dealing with a canned subject here. We're dealing with opening a can of giant sandworms. And, so this is what we're doing. And of course, these sandworms have been live and aggravating. And this is what Douglas was talking about. So you're getting a live current here. Just as back in the days of psychotronics, Preston would come in and say, Duncan's disappeared. I don't know what happened. All this drama. And sure enough, he had disappeared. He was abducted. I think he went to what is it? It was a Blockbuster video store. So I don't know. He got abducted and he didn't remember what happened. This stuff would go on. So we're not here, doing the Joe Rogan show or the, Tonight Show. It's a live current. It's a battle zone. So welcome to the battle zone. It's what it is. And we're making progress, just like the Ukrainians have been making tremendous progress and reversed the flow against Vladimir Putin, who is very nonchalant as he loses ground. The question is, how much ground can one lose? Now, I truly believe that if Michael Aquino were alive, and of course, for those of you who are new, Michael Aquino was a hardcore enemy of myself, who was known for his child predation and predation of others. Very influential, deputy director of the National Security Agency at one point, Colonel Michael Aquino. I believe if he were still alive, he would be able to get these people off the hook of their legal problems. But he's not alive. And his replacement or replacements do not have that power.
Excellent point.
Yeah. So these people don't get the protection they could have had. And, it's one really questions why they would take arms against Douglas, somebody who they've, seemingly been passionate about arguing on his behalf. And I think they're just complete, as Douglas has said, losers in the most sincere sense of the word. But anyway, I just wanted to address that point with this lady's suggestion.
Thank you.
So I want to ask you, Douglas, I have some interesting places to go tonight.
Yes.
I just wanted to get, we've talked the last couple of nights, we've been on a particular direction of, ferreting out the negativity and moving. I wanted to see if I have any feedback from you before I start on based upon my, discussions of the last couple of broadcasts.
Oh, I just think that it's been wonderful. We've been making a lot of progress. I certainly feel that we've certainly been, as I said, stabilizing. It's one of these things where I would just say that we'll keep going in the direction that we're going in, not necessarily in the topical sense, but certainly in the direction where Peter has been sharing so much. He himself has been kind of recovering to America because these trips to Romania are literally out of this world. They literally take people into a different space. It's you're going through a different dimension at that point, and you're entering a different kind of atmosphere. You're really decompressing, and then you do that again when you come back. So I think it's just recently with Peter's participation in his sports, getting his feel for his team again, and some of the encounters he's been having with the sports that his friends have been involved with, or their children and their affiliates. It's been pretty incredible. It's given him just a lot to relate to us, and now that we're back into a kind of shall we say groove, we'll just keep going in that direction.
Well, yes. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And so much of what's going on is live. As they say, we're talking about the battle. Well, there's more that's live than just the battle. There's live, it's the journey, it's the adventure. Now, I'm, as I said, I'm writing my newsletter, which is about the trip I took to Romania in August, which is just 1 month ago. I'm now recovered officially from the trip, physiologically, psychologically, administratively, and so on. We got to stop this ambient noise. It's
Okay,
really,
I'll go mute again.
I don't know why it's so aggressive, but it is. Or maybe I just hear it, but whatever. So I think everybody hears it. So in any case, what I was going to say was that I'm preparing for 2023. 2023, August, which is there's an annual biorhythm. They call it the Lion's Gate every mid-August, August 10th to 14th, also known as the Montauk biorhythm. And it's stronger every 10 years, which is like 2013 was the last 10-year biorhythm, but the next 20-year biorhythm is 2023. The entire Mayan calendar begins with this biorhythm. In fact, the Mayans understood they used a base 20 instead of a base 10. And they used a lunar calendar of a 28-day lunar cycle. So this is the timeline we want to get back onto, and the perspective of time, the measurement of time. However, this 20-year is coming up next August. It's very propitious with regards to the astrology for it, which I've talked about and analyzed in my newsletters, and I've discussed it in the past. But so I'm I went to Romania this year, and I reserved the scout camp near Choclavina Cave, which is said to have the most significant proof and phenomena concerning time travel on Earth, according to Dr. David Anderson. And I was there with his wife this last August, preparing to go back and to do a workshop on dreams, galactic dreams, based upon the actual impetus of Dr. Jose Arguelles, the author of The Mayan Factor and the founder or co-founder of the original Whole Earth Week, Earth Day. All of that was his group, his wife. But so I'm going to be reinventing this on a microcosmic scale in terms of numbers, but a macrocosmic scale in terms of the location of where I am going to do it, which is in the vicinity of Choclavina Cave. Now, so I'm preparing for this. I'm preparing for it. I will get the, what do you call it, the official approval next week to make it an approved function of the World Genesis Foundation, founded by Dr. David Anderson, presidented by his wife. I'm a board member, and it's going to be, as long as I get the votes, which I don't anticipate any difficulty with, of making this an official sanctioned action of the World Genesis Foundation, which is designed to play a pivotal role in the future. It would seem like, you know, it seems like a relatively small organization that organizes a youth camp in Romania, or feeds or helps organize it, and also does work with UNESCO, primarily in Maryland every year, and does other activities. It's, you know, got a lot of official characteristics and qualities, but David founded it. It could provide a pivotal role in the future. So anyway, I think this will be a key activity for not only for it, but for what just the dynamic function it's going to engender. So I'll be preparing this entire year for that adventure next August. I'm sure everybody will be hearing about it here and there. But in that context of astrology, and in the context of what we've been discussing in the last two transmissions, at least, I was recapitulating my life in the context of all the things I've done right, ranging from my foray into Scientology, my foray out of Scientology, my adventures into the mind control time travel world of Preston Nichols, which has carried me into many occult corridors, as well as my adventures with Dr. David Anderson, the medicine man of the Montauk Indians, Qigong Grandmaster Roosevelt Gainey, and many other adventures which are in my various books and newsletters. Now, and of course, all of these have led me to the door of Douglas Dietrich and all of the phenomena surrounding him. And just to recap very briefly, last week I said, when you get to the event horizon of academics, when you've studied all the academics there are to study, and it's really kind of hard to do that in this day and age, there are so many, but you basically, or let's say one particular subject, then you move into the realm of spirit, and you have to deal with spirit. Because if you don't deal with spirit, well, that's what you have to deal with. If you do not, the spirits will deal with you and sideline you or short circuit you into a situation like we've had with these unfortunate characters who besieged us and fought Douglas to the last inch of their lives and even humiliated themselves on every level, to no advantage of their own. To no advantage of their own. So what I'm going to discuss tonight, okay, so I talk about these things. And often I talk about them from the perspective, always I talk about them from the perspective of myself, my adventures, my career, what I'm doing, because this is what I'm doing. One of which is working with Douglas. But in this discussion, I'm going to widen the horizon as it will apply to you, the listener. And as I was recapitulating what I had done right over my lifetime and what Douglas has done right over his lifetime, so we could reemphasize these. These is the function of review. And I had discussed how in Scientology, I was the review chief. And the main characteristic of which is humility. You have to be humble. Now, of course, it's very easy to be humble when you're dealing with other people's mistakes. They're not your own mistakes. Of course, you do have to self-correct and be humble about your own mistakes. But when you're dealing with other people's mistakes, it's, you don't have emotional attachment to their mistakes. And Scientology's mistakes were severe. Of course, I learned this from L. Ron Hubbard. You might say directly, because it was his direct advices. Although it wasn't personal, him whispering it into my ear or conversationally telling me, didn't really matter. But so in that spirit, I was reviewing, my career, my activity, my life, and Douglas's as well. Now, it so happens that during the time period I choose to do this, the planet Uranus is going retrograde. Now, Uranus goes retrograde every year, and it does it for a long time because it's a slow-moving planet. But this retrograde of Uranus, which I'm going to discuss, and which I listened to this morning, I think the lady's name was Molly McCord, if I'm not mistaken. Great, almost 2-hour lecture on Uranus retrograde. I recommend people listen to it. But what I'm going to say about it is that Uranus, it's not just Uranus, it's where it is. It's in the sign of Taurus. And of course, when it hits this new moon coming up the end of September, it's going to be opposing Scorpio. Now, all of these signs of the zodiac are intriguingly analyzed and figured out. There's such an interrelationship between these signs of the zodiac that only an astrologer can truly appreciate it. Some of them are water signs, some of them are air signs, some of them are fire signs, some of them are earth signs. And they all have distinct capabilities. And the interconnectedness of all of these things is utterly fascinating, and you can see it play out in life. But right now, when we're talking about the planet Uranus, Uranus is the natural ruler, or the modern ruler, of Aquarius. It is called the modern ruler because Aquarius was ruled by Saturn, and Saturn ruled Capricorn and Aquarius. But that's because they hadn't discovered Uranus yet. So when they discovered Uranus, they say, wow, Saturn still influences Aquarius, but Uranus is even more, is even a bigger factor. Now, mythologically, to the Greeks, Saturn castrated Uranus. He took over, it was his father. And the reason he castrated Uranus was because Uranus was a compulsive, nonstop creator. He'd drive everybody nuts. He even created homosexuality, which was a bit much for people, apparently. Although I wouldn't say that's the case for the Greeks. But Saturn, who has the scythe, the Grim Reaper, you know, that thing that you harvest the wheat with. It comes to take you at the end of your life. That's Saturn. That was used by Saturn to castrate Uranus, to stop his compulsive creativity. It's too much. It's like if you had Robin Williams following you around every minute of your life, he'd drive you nuts, because he's constantly talking, constantly creating. Too much. So, go ahead.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah.
No, yes. No. So true. I'm just testing this out because I took the microphone away from near the computer. I believe it was the fan from the computer was giving us that highway open window sound. If you're still hearing ambient noise, let me know.
Not now. Not now.
All right.
So anyway, so what happened when Uranus was castrated? His testicles fell into the ocean, and they became those testicles in the ocean emerged on a clamshell the goddess Venus, who was now we're hearing the noise again.
Oh darn! I'll go mute. There we go.
And so this was, so Uranus is now when after Saturn took over the Titans, as they were called. Chronos is time. Saturn is chronos in Greek, chronology, time. The god of chronological, quantitative time. Uranus was, of course, killed, but Saturn restored Uranus and put him in the heavens because he couldn't not have Uranus. He had a place, even though he was, kind of taken off the organization chart. But when it comes to conflicts astrologically between Saturn and Uranus, which we're going to be having one come early October, it'll be a square in the heavens, a 90-degree angle between Uranus and Saturn, which will bring up some of these old issues that we had after the election when Trump had all these issues. And that stuff's going to come up again. And it's a perfect time for it to come up because it's just before the midterms. So that'll happen. Now, because Uranus is the outer planet, it will always win these conflicts with Saturn. Saturn is authority. So you'll have all of this authority, whichever, it could manifest in either party or both, but you will have the change coming forth. So let's say you have this drive to create electric vehicles, which is very innovative. It's very Uranian. It's very long run. In the short term, it's a disaster because in the short term, it sucks more energy. These Tesla cars are not pragmatic unless you're just traveling short distance. It not only costs money to charge them, the chargers are expensive. And then you have these idiot politicians saying, oh, well, you can deal with high gas prices by buying a Tesla. People can't afford them. I mean, you just have this nuttiness going on. But so this is like innovative Uranus. And then you have the authority backing it up. But in actual fact, what you need is a real invention that's a real car that's more cost effective. So maybe, there's probably some invention. I know there's been inventions. They've just been suppressed. So Uranus is combative. It's not going to take the authority. It's going to fight back on the authority. Just like with this border wall. The border wall is authority. Trump is saying we need to build a border wall. The Democrats used to say we're going to build a border wall. And then because it's politically advantageous, the Democrats say, no, you can't have this wall because you'll get credit for it. And we want to be powerful. So we're going to embrace humanity and let everybody crash the borders and let the cartels take over. It's just all this insanity. In the end, Uranus will overcome the authority. But it doesn't necessarily have to be all bad and crime and dope. It doesn't have to be that way. Certainly, Saturn has its place. But this phenomena also applies to you as an individual. And this is where it becomes very interesting and very transformative. Because, okay, you have a situation. You don't like your boss. You don't like your parents. You don't like your wife. You don't like your husband. You don't like your school. You don't like the way the laws are. Uranus is a rebel. It's going to say to hell with everything. I grew up in the 1960s. They had the sexual revolution, which you had all of these taboos being turned upside down. Of course, they've been, recaptured and thrust back upon the culture. But it's different. So, but you just have this rebellion. But we're talking about you personally and privately. This is your own stuff. You have certain things you want to rebel against because you've had enough. You've had enough of the same old bullshit. Now, on the other side of this Uranus retrograde with this new moon coming up in Scorpio, which is the opposite. Now, Scorpio, traditionally represents sex, death, and taxes. It's ruled by Pluto. Now, Pluto's outer planet. It will always beat Uranus. But Pluto is psychic energy. As I said, sex, death, and taxes. It's the underworld. It's Hades. The name for Pluto was Hades in Greek, which you know is hell. And it's the underworld. So Pluto is about transformation, but you only transform in Pluto by discovering your deepest emotions, which includes your deepest fears. This is, instead of Miguel Andujar and Lena Shea coming into your living room, it's Michael Aquino and his wife. It's
Lilith, yes.
If these are your deepest fears, I'm not suggesting, but these are your deepest fears. And Pluto is wow. Now you have to confront your deepest fears. Now, people out there in the listening audience, I can't tell you what your fears are because I don't know, nor should I. But it might have to do with your own personal dysfunction. Now, it was very heartening to hear our friend, is it Deanna? Is that how you say her name?
Yes, Deanna Fraser, yes.
Yeah, is she saying that she thought she was a good judge of character, but she's not a good judge of character. So by her own words, I don't know what her judgments are. But she's saying, wow, I thought it was this way when it's this way. I've heard all my life of people cheering people on. Oh, that's a good guy. Yeah, I like him. I like him. I've heard this my whole life. And I'm not talking about famous people. Of course, it applies to famous people too. And, I always rejected these things. As my friend had said to me, who Douglas got to meet, his name's Doug too. I think he said to me, I was very good at putting people in their place. Doesn't mean I was going up and telling them, but it means I would, somebody being lauded for, his great accolades for whatever they said he did, and I'd point out that, well, look at this, that, and that. So. People have, judging people's character is an important thing because you see where there is good, there is evil. And where there is evil, there is good. Now, people will often say, well, yeah, he's a Satanist. He must be good. he's got some good qualities. I can see that what he's saying is more true. And then they polarize into Satanism, because even a Satanist like Anton LaVey would say certain things that were more open and they'd be open and honest about his own hypocrisy, which is something the Christian wouldn't do. He'd be hypocritical, but he wouldn't be open and honest about it. So it could attract some people because he's being open and honest about his hypocrisy. Well, he's a hypocrite, but at least he's honest about it. So that can attract people where they can't distinguish, or they can reject the entirety of Christianity because of its, horrendous, infiltration by dark forces. So you have to be able to separate the baby from the bathwater, both on the dark side and on the light side. And of course, all of these assessments or judgments that people make are impeded by their own personal prejudices, orientations, and initiations. So you become prejudiced if, you've hung around with Catholics your whole life, and then you say, oh, well, it's Catholic, it's natural. Or you can hang around with Catholics your whole life and polarize against them. Or it could be any religion, it doesn't have to be Catholic. But people, their prejudices influence them. So when this new moon comes up, and Uranus is a chance to review all these areas. Now you see people getting very, very angry as a result of their identification with these political issues. A lot of it in the past was focused on hating Trump, but now Trump's gone. He's not totally gone, but it's hard to hate him as much when he's not in your face every day, for those who hate him. And some people are completely polarized by Biden or the Democrats, and it really irritates them. The whole COVID situation really deeply irritated people. And it's understandable. All of it's understandable that people can be irritated. But what it's doing is stirring up your own deepest emotions. And in too many cases, these emotions were very counterproductive to the people involved, such as all the people who got, imprisoned or otherwise harshly penalized judicially for their participation in the January 6th affair. They were taking this thing very seriously. They thought they were revolting against the government. This was Uranus. But Saturn, well, it was actually Pluto that imprisoned you, not Saturn. Saturn, puts the screws on you, but it's Pluto that puts you in prison. Because that's the ultimate power to transform. So these people have to look at their own lives and say, why was I so influenced or manipulated by all of this political rhetoric? And to the point where, and who knows else what goes on in their lives. And it can even have a deeper influence that, maybe they end up glad that they went through it for whatever reason. So, and politics is just one part of it. But where this becomes more exciting, because I'm talking sort of the negative, some of the negative things that have been going on in society. And it's very challenging to believe that our society is going to, rise from the ashes in the next couple of years. It's very hard to really visualize that. We know there will be progress. We know there will be improvements in certain things, but there's certainly a lot of dire stuff going on that people can focus and polarize into in a negative way. But with regards to Uranus, and Pluto, opposing Pluto, or Scorpio rather, Taurus opposing Scorpio, the two the rulerships opposing each other. We can take this up a notch, as this astrologer, Molly McCord, was talking about. We're talking about your own personal limitations, your own ability to expand your mind. For a Kundalini yoga practitioner, it would be, rising up through the chakras and, manifesting out the 1,000-petal lotus at the top of the head, the crown chakra, and opening up to, the cosmic consciousness. For a Qigong practitioner, it would be being able to harness your Qi in such a way that your energy could be felt across a room as a energy actually emanating from you to strike somebody or to heal them. And it would be a kind of like a laser light, except that the laser light would have a lot more energy behind it. That might be something for a Qigong practitioner. Qigong practitioners, it's basically breath work. Your breath could influence the person next to you. They would feel it. There are many things it could be. I'm just giving an example. For a Scientologist, as I knew it in 1971, when I got involved, one of the great aspirations that was suggested to you or fed to you was the idea that as a spiritual being, you could be free from the body and you could see, hear, smell, feel independent of the body. Of course, this is the genesis of what became known as remote viewing. There were Scientologists involved in the genesis of remote viewing, Ingo Swann and Pat Price. I forget the other guy's name. He's still alive, Hal Puthoff. And so that was the, human potential that Scientology just really made look like colored candy. Said, you can do this. Further beyond that was the ability to create or control matter, energy, space, and time objectively, so that I could mock up a pink elephant and you could see it. I could make that pink elephant do whatever I want. That would be a sort of exotic human potential that was, sort of suggested by Scientology. Nobody was really, I don't think, seriously thought that they could do that without great. But their human potential was excited. We also had the human potential movement in Big Sur, which was the Esalen Institute. And as much as that got a lot of airplay, it had its own issues. It was the goals of that were very watered down compared to Scientology's, which was just like really, the accelerator was pushed all the way down on what you might be able to accomplish. There are, I guess, in a Christian sense, you could, find Jesus and be saved for eternity and be in divine bliss or nirvana of the Hindu and Buddhist tradition. Shambhala is another one that comes out of the literature that I published with Radu Sinamar, where you go visit the interior of the earth, and by rectification thou shalt find the hidden stone, the philosopher's stone. And that's more in the context of harmony. They're not using the words nirvana. They're not using the words exterior with full perception. They're not using heaven, which has sort of a pull attached to it psychologically for many people. Shambhala is like the inner harmony. It's glorious beyond words. It has an authenticity to it in the very words and vibration of the word. It is the actual name, according to Radu Cinemar's work. The name never shook off. But any of these traditions of mankind are glorious aspirations, which will be seen in various individuals. Now, each one of you has an inner identification with an exotic state of consciousness. If you didn't, you probably wouldn't be listening to this. I can't say what your idea of an idealized exotic state of consciousness for yourself, what's your orientation. It might be humble. Some people might be served by saying, I want to be a master mechanic, because the master mechanic can not only have a good job at a high salary, if you're focused on that, he might be able to save lives with his ability to do the right thing, or even invent a new engine. But so everybody, we can't judge what people have inside of them. And, of course, when I talk about money and things, this reduces things to the lowest common denominator. And this is really not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that which is inside of you. What is it? And, a rather humble goal, which I embrace myself, is how are you going to live longer? How are you going to extend your life? It's fine to embrace these exotic ideals, but in the meantime, it serves you to eat right. It serves you to exercise right. It serves you to breathe right, and a host of other things, to live right. And these are challenges. And the human being is often better served by focusing on the mundane. Well, I better organize my house. I better, get all the stuff out of my kitchen that it's not serving me. I better do that exercise regimen. These simple things will very often better serve a person than by, studying more exotic subjects. I'm not here to tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just saying this is often the case. So it's good to have your bases covered. But I'm also exciting and tantalizing you by saying there are, and this is the astrology, this is really not me, I'm just relaying it, is saying there are, you can reach for the moon right now. And this is what this Uranus retrograde is, because Uranus is creative, it's exotic, it's wild. The moon is the sky is the limit, not the moon, because Uranus goes way beyond the moon. So we're not shooting the moon here. We're shooting out into the end of the solar system. And what's going to rung you back in, what's at the outer edge of the solar system that's going to stop you from getting out, is Pluto. So reason for that. There is such a synergistic or synchronistic relation between all these planets and their archetypal roles that they play. So Pluto's going to say, wait a second, you ain't getting out of this solar system. You're still in this game. But because Uranus is opposing Pluto, or the signs, I should say Taurus is opposing Scorpio, which are ruled by Pluto and Uranus. Well, Taurus is actually ruled by Venus, but Uranus is in Taurus. So what you're going to have is Pluto saying, okay, this is an opportunity to confront your deepest emotions. your deepest hatreds, your deepest unrequited loves, your deepest anger, your deepest grief, your deepest apathy, whatever it is. But Pluto is transformation. By confronting, this is what changes you. This makes the transmutation. Mutation is change. Pluto is transformation, transmutation. So you're going to change. But you're not going to change unless you confront your deepest emotions. And these emotions have to do with the rebellion. Why can't I be more like so-and-so? Why could I never do this? Why could I never do that? What is it? You might still hate your third grade teacher. You still might hate your little league coach. Whoever it is. And what are these, because my little league coach said I couldn't hit. Oh, and you've been holding that on your whole life just because somebody said something and you bought into it. So maybe that means maybe you're an old man now, you go out to a batting cage and find out that you can hit. Now you're not going to become a baseball player, but maybe it means you can be effective in life and you can all of a sudden calculate and do things you couldn't calculate and do before. And what is it? From the context of my own perspective, which might help people get some insight. And I've not even been looking at the more exotic implications of what candy was laid before me that made me seek out my own human potential. Well, back in Scientology, they were telling you that you could, all these things I said, you could go exterior from your body. Well, I did that in a year's time in Scientology. And it was something that I frequented with. However, as time went on, I was more concerned with personal harmony and living my life because it's like, well, I hadn't developed the ability to, go back and, go out of time and pick certain things or, pick the stock market or whatever it is. It's my ability and perhaps you limit your own ability. But I had enough frequency with that experience to where that, the real game is life. The game, what I discovered, was to find the spark of life in yourself and to cultivate and refine that and find the joy in that. Biggest barrier to that is the people you meet and how they do not further your own energy or whatever. And of course, you find if you're in business, you have competitors, you have opponents, or you have comparable situations that outshine what you're doing. And I will give you an example. This didn't happen to me, but it happened to one of my colleagues. When I first came to Long Island and I did a stockbroker's course that we paid for, $300 or something. And there were two of us that actually passed the test. There was, over 20 people in the class, but we were the only two that passed. And the reason we passed, which is just a side note, is because we listened to the instructor tell us how to pass the test. These other people didn't listen. Because you didn't know a lot of these questions, what the hell they're talking about. He said, and I told one of my daughter's friends to take the test this way. She was doing a test. And this is the way you do a test. He taught us. He says, you answer all the easy questions first. You may have 100 questions. 30 of them may be easy. Just answer those questions. If they're hard, or medium hard, don't answer them. Just the ones you absolutely know. Okay, there, you've done 1/3 of the test. You've got 33 answers correct. Now tackle the ones that are medium hard. Well, you find you're sharper with those medium hard questions. You don't spend a lot of time. You haven't spent much time on the test because the first 33 were easy. And you saw that's a little tough. You go back and address them again, and that second 33 are a lot less daunting than they were because you have more time. So they may take, a couple minutes to answer. And you've probably got 75% of them right. So now you've got, what did I say, 33 and what's 75% of 33? I don't know. I can't think that fast. But let's say you've gotten 33. Let's say you've gotten 25 of them right, and you had 33. Now you've got, you're in your 50s. You got 50s. Now you start tackling the hard questions. In actual fact, there's not going to be 33 hard questions. There's going to be less than 20 really hard questions, probably closer to 15 or 10. So your percentages are already up. Then you tackle the hard questions with all the abundant time you have. Now you're relaxed and you have time. You handle the hard questions. Okay, we passed the test. But anyway, this guy, I don't know that we did the test on the same day, but he was going into New York City and was going by all these brokers that were having lunch or something. And some smartass said to him, "Who do you work for?" And he says, "McPeg Ross," company nobody heard of. And the guy just started laughing at him. And he says, "I work for Mother Merrill. I'm set for life." Ha 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 ha. Now, he's referring to Mother Merrill, Merrill Lynch, which was the premier stock brokerage industry of the day. They were eventually bought by Bank of America, and they got there was a lot of scandal that went on there because it was a company that could never have scandal. It would not have scandal, but they finally succumbed to it. They're still around, but they would, if you got hired there, you were set for life. You'd have full health care coverage. You'd have a big salary. They'd feed you clients. Whereas the typical stockbroker would have to go out and get every client he could. You'd have to start from scratch. And but I'm saying here is you have this abusive, ha, 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 look at you, ha, 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 ha. It's like, this is insanity. An environment that is not supportive of you. So I'm saying is you're going out to make it in the world of business, and you have people who, I met so many people who just had 6-figure jobs. This is back in the 80s when 6 figures was a hell of a lot more than it is now. How did they get them? They weren't. It wasn't based on merit. It was based on where they went to school or whatnot. A lot of people like that. And usually they had a certain facility for sounding intelligent and sounding educated and communicating. But whatever it was, it wasn't based on merit. It was based on knowing how to be, act, or look or whatnot. So what I was saying, getting back to the point, is when you go out into the world to execute your intention, you're going to be met by characters like this, or, you want to go into broadcasting. You can't go into broadcasting. You don't look good enough. Well, there are broadcasters who don't look that great. So, it's not, or you might go into radio, whatever it is. Sure, certainly, there's no question that having a pleasing appearance opens doors for people. There's no question of that. But whatever it is, the environment, people will often come out of the woodwork to inhibit you or stop you. But now, what we're talking about now with human potential, we're not really talking so much about your career. That's something that most people have to struggle with at some point. Some people's careers are not a struggle at all. We're talking about more of the exotic human potential. So this is an opportunity to say, well, maybe I can exercise some of that exotic human potential. Maybe I don't have to give up on it. And what is it that's stopping me? Well, I would just say from my own personal experience back in the Scientology days, is I did confront my deepest emotions. I looked at the emotions of other people, and I found the happy medium. I found, in Buddhism, it teaches you not to go to extremes, find the middle way. So I found a place where I could be content and happy and, in the, I guess what you'd say, chaos of life. And I had achieved a point of equilibrium post-Scientology where I thought that I'd just live out my life and, be happy and never have to incarnate again. And then the Montauk stuff came along. And I said, oh, wow, this is a whole new life for me. So I had a whole new life, a whole new career, a whole new adventure. It just was what it was. So I accepted the new reality and, have had my adventures, ups and downs with it. And of course, Montauk Project was all about human potential as well, because they were able to excite the human potential, much like Scientology talked about. Instead of calling it exterior with full perception, they called it a full out. So much of that was induced by torture, not all of it, but was activating people's minds, brains with radio frequencies. It was activating human potential. Of course, the problem with it is certain aspects, it goes sour. The super soldier was more of a super tragedy. So, but whatever it is inside of you, this is a time to say, wow, I can do this. From a Qigong perspective, I could see what my teacher could do. And I say, wow, I'd like to be able to do that. On the other hand, if I could do that, some of those things, how would it serve me? It would certainly make me feel better, but how would it serve me? I'm basically somebody who's a writer and a publisher, and I'm doing my life work here with Sky Books. So if I were to become a Qigong master on the level of what my teacher was, which is not unappealing to me, but it would be a new vocation. And maybe I'm supposed to be doing what I'm doing. I don't judge it. And I also don't cut off my ability. But I'm spending more time right now in my career than I am on the Qigong aspect of it. And it just, which way do I go? Another aspect of my own life is I had vowed when I was told I would meet this incredible alchemist. This was in 2010. You'll meet him when it's you least suspect it. That's Uranus coming. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now, I said, I'm not ready for him until I finish my house. Well, I'm almost done with the house. I'd be very surprised if it's not done by Thanksgiving. Maybe he'll show up. I might go to Romania this winter. I don't know. It's been thrown out there by Paula. We might go together. My biggest hesitancy to go is I want to, you know, I like to monitor the house when it's very cold. Make sure there's oil. Now, I'd say it's easy to arrange that while you're gone. It's possible. But whatever. But so anyway, if I were to, this is one of these exotic human potentials because, okay, suppose, and it was like saying, okay, he will visit you for 15 minutes, but you can extend the meeting, you know, to almost an hour if you want. Of course, if I were to meet this guy, what's the purpose? I'm going to meet this guy towards getting initiated into his alchemical tradition. What I would say, though, about that, that's the positive. The negative is, if it's a negative, it takes a long time. It's not something you learn overnight. Now, perhaps all of my earlier training, whether it be in Qigong or the other things I've done, maybe it would make me a unique adept that I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say, I don't need to start from square one, but maybe I would have a capacity for it that was unique. I don't know. And what is the purpose of the alchemy? It's to achieve the alchemical marriage, which is internal. It's internal balancing. Again, it's balancing. This is a character who's been to Shambhala. It's opening that gateway. It's another gateway that's been presented to me through the work of Radu Sinamar. So, wow, that's a potential. Now, maybe because of the planetary alignments, these doors are indeed opening. But they're also opening for you, because I can't say, when I say you, I'm talking to the audience collectively. I can't evaluate or judge or even say what your experiences have been. It's very common for me to hear things that people say, write to me, and their experiences are very mediocre, or the people they're referring to are very mediocre because they're evaluating mediocre information. Not always the case, but often it is. You know, you need to listen to Dr. Mediocrity. Somebody even posted something funny on Facebook. I think it was Socrates, and it said mediocrities. So that being said, wow. So what are the doors are open. My own hesitancy towards meeting him was a personal conviction to finish my house. I was with a friend last night who was saying, why don't you sell your house? The market's at an all-time high. I said, I don't want to sell my house. I've been working on it, for 25 years, 27 years. When I finish the house, I want to enjoy it. Yeah, but what about a new adventure? Why don't you do something else? Just look at, what do I want a new adventure? Do I want to go to the South or the Midwest where I don't know people? I said, it's taken me 40 years to fit into this community here. I like it. I actually got to the point where I like my living environment. I like it in a way that I never have before in this particular environment. It's not that I didn't like my environments in California. I like them very much, but I don't live there anymore. And if I went there, I would have to start over in a state that is not as nice as it used to be. But so it's like, wow, I don't know what that's about. Maybe it's some sense of completion for me, but when I complete it, I will feel complete, and maybe I'll be ready to go on to the next thing. I'll never forget in the 4th grade, getting my bedroom in order. I felt like I was really happening. I was happening in the 4th grade. I was everything was quote unquote perfect in my living space in my house that I lived in with my parents. Moved away. My father got transferred. Now, I had my own room in the new house, but it wasn't the same because my whole life had changed. I was disoriented. I had to start over. Well, that was okay. Maybe when I finish this house and I have achieved my comfort zone, my goal, I'll be whisked off to something new. Who the hell knows? But whatever it is, it's what I'm talking about here is your potential can be much more exotic. At the same time, as I've already been alluding to, sometimes the greatest wisdom is to ratchet it back into you want to have let's say, this is a very understandable thing for some people. Some people, they wouldn't even care, is to have an exotic relationship with a member of the opposite sex. I think men might think this way more than women, but women think it too. Well, that sounds great, but maybe you should ratchet it back to having a good time with a woman you enjoy or a man you enjoy, rather than, having them look like Barbarella or something, whatever your fantasy is. I never quite understood that. Jane Fonda played an alien in a movie called Barbarella, which was considered either outrageous or groundbreaking for its day. I never really could only watch it. I got very bored. But whatever it is, sometimes you have to ratchet it back. At the same time, you shouldn't, compromise your goals. You shouldn't shorten your goals, because Barbarella would never be interested in an ordinary human like you, whatever it is. You don't want to cut yourself short, but at the same time, you don't want to, you have to be, discerning and prudent, but at the same time, not limiting yourself. And this is an individual decision. So when I talk about all these things, I mean, from one perspective, I could, would, or should have been overjoyed that Michael Aquino passed away. When he passed away a couple years ago, whenever it was. The first thing, Douglas and I were both, I think we were most suspicious. Is this true? Is it true?
Right.
And of course, it was. And it all made sense, but it's like, we absorbed it. So it was a positive step. But sometimes it's best not to get, too excited. So, just report what it is. A lot of good things can happen, and a lot of good things will happen. So, but whatever it is this is an opportunity to face the emotions that are preventing it. So with that, Douglas, I don't know if that inspires you, because you have a lot of human potential.
Thank you.
You must have a lot of deep shit to deal with too.
That goes without saying, yes. And I'm usually pretty open about it, yes. Go on.
Well, I wanted to feed it back to you, because that was kind of the trajectory I wanted to, go with this. There's more I can say, but
well, I certainly want to give you the opportunity to say more, but I'll just take advantage of this moment to see if we're still getting that ambient sound. I've done some things to the microphone, like tweaked a little bit of the dials on the back. Maybe that will help with...
It's fine when you talk. It seems to be worse when you just stop and you're listening.
Okay,
That's to really...
Okay. So what I'll do is whenever I stop talking, I'll just go mute. That's probably the best thing to do until, we figure out what's going on.
It's fine now. I don't hear anything now.
Okay, interesting. So maybe because I tweaked the back dials a little bit, maybe they were picking up just way too much from the fan on the computer or something is the only thing I could think of. But certainly, I always appreciate the fact that people bring this up. I was told by other people besides Peter Moon that it was audible to everyone. So Peter did the right thing by bringing it to our attention. Yes, that's something that is always important, is to maintain quality of sound. Certainly, everything that Peter's been covering, my only regret is that because I was mute, people didn't hear all my laughter while he was going through some of the more entertaining aspects of, say, for instance, the horror of having, oh my God, I'm forgetting his name now, and he's a San Franciscan too, Robin Williams following you around all over the place, and it would just, of course, just drive you nuts. So that sort of thing, of course, it's always good to kind of get my input on that, just to provide Peter a sounding board. But when it comes to where we're at right now, and he's talking about, human potential plus what we deal with in terms of baggage that we all have, one of the differences between myself and the majority of other people on Earth is because one of the things that I realized when I became a public informant in earnest, not just somebody who was I hate to use this term, but it's really the only term that I can think of, leaker. When I was leaking, basically hemorrhaging all of this information from the Department of Defense. So I guess another term that I would actually prefer would be hemorrhager as a human hemorrhage. I wouldn't use the term hemorrhoid, but I certainly was one on the ass of the Department of Defense as far as they were concerned, and that brings us back to Aquino. But I was a monster he created in so many ways, given so much access to things I never should have seen, because he was grooming me to essentially take his place, to be the Antichrist he could not be, because he was born in an incomplete ceremony in which they tried to usher in the Antichrist, but instead could only usher into this world the harbinger thereof. He was certainly happy to be that role, but he was hoping that the Antichrist could be realized in this world. Now, he felt that the failure of Jack Parsons through the Babylon workings was the product of a child that was the child that survived. The twin was too deformed, and certainly I spoke with someone who claimed to be Moonchild, and Michael Aquino insisted that that was so. But people have suggested that could have been a psyop, and I don't argue with that. For one thing, there's no point in arguing with that. There's no way to prove whether it was or not. Such being the case, for what it's worth, he seemed sincere enough about it at the time. But, without pursuing that, because that will take us nowhere in this particular conversation, when it comes to myself, when I went public, at about the time that my mother died, we're talking about just shortly before her death, and almost certainly that's what led to her death, her slaying, which in its own way was, without in any way, shape, or form, undermining the deep, intense, just unlimited love that I feel for my mother, was in so many ways also a favor to myself, because providing care for her was destroying me, and certainly had she lived even a year longer, that would have killed me. But as it was, it happened when it happened, and I barely survived that. And in all the years since her death, combating the potential of homelessness and whatnot, it really was only lately with certain things like, and this sounds silly, but this is part of the baggage I deal with. This is part of where Peter Moon talks about we have our human potential and we have our human shortcomings, and things we've done right, things we've done wrong. Certainly one of the things that I neglected to do after the death of my mother was I neglected to really supplement myself nutritionally. And, honestly, these things are so important, especially for someone like me, who's just a rarefied subspeciation of humanity, which I inherited from my mother. And due to her own genetic traits, her vampirism, and what I inherited therefrom, I had things I was not attending to, and it resulted in things like my nails beginning to split. And it's only just recently, after months and months of supplementing myself, that this has stabilized that situation where my nails are recovering, and these are very important to someone like myself. They're indicative of health in so many ways. And so that being said, that's just a minor little thing that comes to mind. But so many.
Doug, what's very important about that is that you took steps, and it took a long time, but you actually changed it. In other words, change doesn't occur overnight. Evolution can occur over hundreds of thousands of years, So in other words, if you're going to change your bad habits as an individual, it can take a long time, but start changing them, because 10 years later, you'll look back and be very happy with yourself.
It's so true, honestly. And if for one thing, I'll likely be around in 10 years, barring any mitigating circumstances, thanks to taking those steps now, whereas otherwise I might not. Yes, so everyone do bear that in mind. But again, without over dwelling on the subject of Aquino or the gang stalkers, the cultists, that he's kind of left as this chaotic legacy without his, as Peter Moon observed, and that's another thing I would have, put in affirmative grunts on had I been not muted. I would have affirmatively grunted and reinforced what Peter was saying about, Aquino's death prevents him from basically providing cover for these assholes. And they've been used as just expendable hand grenades, where they're thrown at me and they just explode, and they self-implode and self-destruct. Their lives are destroyed because of their attempts to destroy me. As Peter Moon said, it was to no gain to themselves, and that's very true. At the same time, they've certainly done a degree of damage. They had some Facebook timelines taken down. They managed to get both Peter Moon's website and mine declared terrorist sites, so that it becomes very difficult. Well, it's impossible now to link to our websites from Facebook, at least for the time being, unless we are able someday to get some appeal through by conversing with somebody who's a Facebook employee or something. Neither Peter nor I have really even sought to do this.
I did try, but they ignored my request.
Yeah, so what we would have to do is at some point find somebody to talk to who actually works for Facebook, and it's one of those things that may not even be worth the time. As Peter said, he's adapted to a point where he's actually taken advantage of it. It made him aware to promote himself in a way on Facebook he never thought of promoting himself before. So we'll find our way to try and turn these lemons into lemonade. In my case, hopefully I'll find a way to work with my website personally and begin to communicate with the public more and more through the website. But in terms of, shall we say, when I became a public informant, when I went public, I knew I had to be honest and open about everything. And in this sense, somewhat similar to Anton Szandor LaVey, the founder of the First Church of Satan, one of the ways that Peter expressed it was that Anton Szandor LaVey was honest in his hypocrisy. And therefore, he rendered himself charismatic or attractive to people in the sense of being basically an honest predator. Someone who said that essentially went out there and said, I'm here for self-indulgence and I'm not going to lie about it. And basically almost made fun of the people following him, his own followers. He would almost have kind of fun at their expense by publicly exposing them for what they were, which is basically lustful people who were seeking control over others at the petty personal level more than anything else. And therefore, because of his cleverness, his intellectual acumen, and his honesty about essentially being a sleaze bucket, he rendered himself this kind of individual who people are still, after his death, attempting to rehabilitate, attempting to say, he really wasn't that bad a guy. And without, again, delving into that, which we don't need to be going in that direction, but just so that it can be said, he was not a nice guy. Bear in mind, I knew this person peripherally, but I can tell you that everybody thought he loved animals and took care of this lion that was in his home. First off, it was extraordinarily cruel to keep a lion in a urban setting. It's like you wouldn't even keep a goddamn large dog in an urban setting. There are what they call city dogs, which are like small ass dogs that you can carry around with you. These are urban dogs. These are dogs that can fit into an urban setting, but large Dalmatians or Great Danes or various types of big dogs, they're meant to be outside, and they just maintaining them in the city is simply cruel. And then it leads to all kinds of horrible accidents. They're attacking your neighbors, which has happened in San Francisco's past. Well, this was the case with his lion, and ultimately his lion was taken away from him by animal cruelty experts who advocated for it to animal safety control in San Francisco, and they basically reclaimed it from him. That's a story most people don't even know. Not to mention it would roar at night and keep all his neighbors awake. Imagine that. Living right next door to that. So that being said, when it came to myself being open, becoming a public informant, I knew I had to be honest about pretty much everything. There's very little about me that's hidden. And this is what makes the gang stalker attacks so incredibly over the top, is that because I've been so honest about everything that I am, everything that I do, open about it, they still remarkably try to discredit me. And so in the end, they simply say, well, Douglas Dietrich is not Douglas Dietrich. I mean, to the point where someone like Lena Shea says, I'm plagiarizing supermodels in Asia. Which, of course, as anyone knows, my being a graduate from John Robert Powers Modeling and Acting School, I have both a stage name and a runway name. This is what models use, is what they call the runway name, and what actors have is oftentimes a stage name, which Douglas Dwayne Dietrich is not a stage name, though many people think it is because it sounds like one. But I was just fortunate that my parents had a very cinematic sense of aesthetic, thanks to my mother's cinematic background. So when it comes to just my entire background, it is what it is. And what makes it so incredible that they continue to attack me from these angles is, first of all, consider this. Someone like Lena Shea, who's actually the vanguard of that attack, has slept with me. She's physically been intimate with me. She knows that I'm the individual in all of these photographs. And yet she makes the claim that it's not me, I'm plagiarizing someone, then uses my runway name. We even provided a runway name for my dead mother to make certain that she would not be compromised because of all of their attacks on my dead parents. And they've had the hardest time attacking my mother as opposed to my father, because with my father, they just forged documents left and right and claim he wasn't where he was at. I mean, imagine the horror of someone like my dad, who was in service, was on the USS Pittsburgh, a ship whose bow broke off in Typhoon Louise, which was the divine storm, the kamikaze. For those of you who don't know, read the book and you will find out about this. The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. We talk about the Japanese suicide attacks. And these Japanese suicide attacks, which were known as kamikazes, which is an improper word because kamikaze is both a plural and a singular. You don't need to use it by adding an S as they do in the English. But the kamikaze attacks, it being more of a methodology than a noun, the body ramming attacks, as they were known more properly in Japanese, or special attack units, they were called tokotai. They were summoning, ultimately, the kamikaze that sank the Mongol fleet. So the Americans, had they tried to invade Japan, their entire fleet would have been sunk, because that's when the scheduled date for the invasion was when the kamikaze manifested, Typhoon Louise, as the Americans called it. Now, my father was one of those ships that got caught in it, and the bow broke off, the USS Pittsburgh, and they had to sail halfway across the sea without a bow. And finally, another ship rendezvoused with them and helped tow them to where they could put a wooden bow on the ship. And they got this wooden bow to temporarily hold them all the way from Hawaii to the California coast, where they could turn the ship in for major repairs, major hull refitting. Here my father survived that, and you've got these motherfuckers who are just character assassins of the U.S. military And they basically claim he wasn't on that ship. This is the insanity, and the records show he was, of course, and it's just that they just forged documents and claim he wasn't there. This is what we're dealing with, though. There are no limits to these people. They'll attack anybody about anything they can, and they'll attack them and say everything was a lie. I mean, to the point where it doesn't even make any sense. There's no way that even a pathological liar can lie about everything. But they will try and claim that someone like my father or someone like myself talking about my father or someone like myself lies about everything. And in the end, of course, they contradict themselves with every other sentence. But they count on the sheer volume of what they call flooding the zone with shit. They count on the sheer volume of their attack to overwhelm people so that people think, well, this must all be true. In the end, they have succeeded. They've succeeded to the extent that the deep state, the state media, has always been theirs. So understand that these people have an infinite advantage. When it came to Coast to Coast AM, the only reason I got on Coast to Coast AM was because Aquino was still alive, and I passed myself off as an Aquino cultist to George Norrie. And so George Norrie allowed me on Coast to Coast AM because he thought I was a fellow Satanist. Now understand the enormity of what I am saying. George Norrie is a member of the Temple of Set. He is the deepest, darkest Satanist you could ever encounter. He dresses in nothing but black. That is all he has ever worn is pure black. He dyes his hair jet black. He wears pancake makeup, which is bleach white. If you've ever seen the man, he looks completely unnatural. He looks like a dead Charlie McCarthy doll, like a dead ventriloquist dummy. The hair dyed jet black is always completely unnatural. It's a horrible look. That's not the point. His face is bleached white, so it looks completely unnatural. He is emulating Michael Aquino. That's all George Norrie has ever done. That's his entire affect that he is comporting himself in so that he can be identified by fellow cultists immediately as not just an Aquino acolyte, but essentially someone who is personally mimicking the master. So this man is still running Coast to Coast AM. It was only when Aquino found out that all the passwords I had used to get on Coast to Coast and found out I was on Coast to Coast, and really this took months and months before he even found out about it. He was so removed from these people in his own personal life and what he was doing in his retirement. That's when he flipped his lid and chewed George Norrie out, probably stripped him of rank to a degree. And that's when I was never allowed to speak to George Norrie. I was fobbed off on John B. Wells. And John B. Wells, of course, was deeply influenced by these cultists who then approached him, and then he decided he was going to cancel an interview with myself. And then when I made fun of him for it by being an illustrator, I could do this easily. I produced some illustrations of him looking like Lurch and Frankenstein, which is exactly what he looks like, the creature created by the Doctor. He was devastated. As if, like, what did he expect? But these people are so stupid. They just don't expect anyone to respond to what they do with their abuses. So when you're confronted with these people trying to identify anything they can to convince people that I'm not real, including using my own stage names and claiming that that's someone else, or stage names we made up for my mother to protect her in death, or the runway name for my own son, who also is trained in modeling. Then you're talking about people who, like Sammy Romero met me personally. He can tell you that, yes, I'm the person in my photos. And yet you have these other people claiming I'm not. And then they claim, well, you know, the real Douglas Dietrich is rich and doesn't need financial assistance, and he drives a Maserati. And it's like, you have to ask yourself, why do they go to this extent and they create this myth that is so profoundly unbelievable that they sabotage themselves? The effort was a full mobilization, and they felt that this would be like the final effort that would put the nail in the coffin or something. But they failed, and they wound up with several of their members marked for the rest of their lives by legal investigations and rather criminal investigations that will mark them and follow them the rest of their lives, as well as in certain cases shutting down of their venues. So what we're faced with is simply the fact that I revealed enough of my flaws wasn't enough. And so they tried to create more flaws or some kind of, well, it's all a lie and therefore nothing can be believed. But
An important point here, Douglas,
yeah,
is that all they're doing is churning information that nobody cares about. Nobody cares about, and you don't even care about it, except for the fact that you mention it. And it's because I know it doesn't bother you, but it's like, why is this going on? It's like writing a whole secret history of you as a laundromat owner.
Yes.
Like, why? Because they can. It's just like, it's as if the more information they churn out, it's like it's having some sort of magical effect on you.
It does in its own way, in the sense that, let's put it this way. The one thing that needs to be emphasized is that the magical effect that it has up to this point is the fact that I was driven to take steps. So they forced me to invest time and energy into taking steps to make certain that they were no longer a threat.
It didn't help them.
Yes, it didn't help them, because in the end they had to pay for it. They had to pay for it. What they went through is something that, believe me, they're not happy about. In every single case, they are left. Take a look at Lena Shea. She was formerly a prostitute. And I don't say that in any way, shape, or form to degrade her or slander her or defame her or insult her. Quite the opposite. My son originally was purchased off the streets by myself as a child prostitute, who then continued a career of prostitution to ultimately afford his sexual affirmation surgery, his sex change. So we're talking about somebody who did this voluntarily, but in that case, for several years, it's something that it's not the profession at all that is the point here. She moved out of that, however, to do what most prostitutes dream of: interim marriage, have children, and she gave that up to attack myself. And the only thing I could do was ultimately inform her community, inform her husband, what she was doing, which was including predation of children, continuing to prostitute herself. And this, of course, exposed her. And then her husband responded, of course, by kicking her out of the home. And she winds up living with Miguel Andahar, this busboy in New York, who has delusions or aspirations that he will become famous someday simply by continually hanging out with celebrities and acting as an extra in films. And of course, that's not going to cut it, and that's not what does it, because he just doesn't have the appearance of someone that's ever a lead. He looks like a thug, so he's never going to be used as a lead. He's too fucking ugly. So when you are confronted with this level of insanity, where people are willing to do this, where they're willing to give up something that they worked all their lives to have, simply to attack myself, knowing what I could do in response, especially in her case, well, in all their cases, knowing what I had on them. Knowing what I had on them all in terms of the dirt on them, because they're all criminals, they went and did what they did. And I regret the fact that I had to even waste the time that I did, expend all that energy on doing what I had to do to make certain that they faced a certain level of justice, enough to intimidate them into ceasing what they were doing. And who in the end, their great faceless lord, as they call him, Richard K. Cole Jr., just expanded them, and they can't run to him for any help. They became the followers of the Great Forsaker, the Grand Cthulhu, and this was the price they paid. But when it comes to how it reflects on myself, understand that as many flaws as I have, I've been honest about them and open about them. There's no point in trying to add more, because it simply, at that point, borders onto, it crosses into the absurd, the surreal, which is where they took it. And so understand that what I say about myself is simply true. We are definitely in a situation where people have come, as I've explained before, searching for wonder. They're searching for something outside of the normal boundaries of their reality. And in me, you find it. And people hate that, because they really don't want it. They want to seek wonder so they can destroy it. And then they feel that somehow by exposing it as fraud, then they themselves are rendered a hero. And somehow that makes them the grand reporter on the paranormal from this point forward that everyone will turn to.
But it doesn't work.
Thank you. And so understand that this is why Peter continues to work with me. He's obviously had experience. He can tell a fraud from somebody who's the real thing. He worked with Preston Nichols for years, and he saw elements of Preston Nichols that were perhaps questionable, but he understood that definitely the reality was there. Here's the difference now. With Preston Nichols, there was no preset template where they could truly slam down on it. They tried intimidation to a degree. They tried some forewarnings, and they did a little bit of hampering to the point of physical sabotage, blowing things up, certain radio stations and the like. Believe me, they went to that point. But when it comes to Douglas Dietrich, however, the fix is in. The template has been set up. They completely control the media. Everything that people think is alternative media is the very deep state that they are trying to evade. So understand that in this media matrix, there is no escape. What you found is basically the only honest man, essentially, amidst all of that. The one who preceded me, William Cooper, well, they killed him. And he paid the ultimate price for being a man who was going to put it all on the line. And he put it all on the line, and he got his head chopped off. Now, I'm putting it all on the line, and they have tried that a number of times. They failed. So then all they're left with is character assassination. But if you see the enormous amount of energy that's gone into assassinating my character, if anything, that should validate myself to you. There is no one else who has this level of energy invested into assassinating his character. And think of all of the people that they basically assigned to myself so that it would discredit me when they all basically betrayed me, quote unquote, or said, oh, I now expose Douglas Dietrich. I realize him as a fraud. People like Daniel Arola, the biggest losers of all. This is where it's appropriate to use that term that Peter Moon was using. You're talking about these people, and of course, as Brendan Zoget has pretty much observed, they must all have been cultists in the first place, because there's no way anybody can spend years with somebody and then just suddenly, spontaneously say, oh, all his attackers are right. I'm going to take their side. As Peter Moon said, he has considered just as a joke doing that because it's so absurd, it's so ridiculous that it's something that would be in the sense of comedy, that he would turn and just say, yes, all of these people are right. Douglas Dietrich is this tremendous fraud. And of course, they're never attacking the history that we expose. And when they do, it's so crazy that it's even stupider than when they attack myself. One of the attacks they took was the photographs we published in the book of the Japanese man who was tortured by the Americans. And of course, his face is burned off. His fingers are burned off. By the way, anybody who works in the medical trauma industry can identify those kinds of injuries. They say they would know right away, wow, that's a burn victim. And then they claim that this Japanese man is a leper. A leper. By the way, Japan is today at midnight, stroke of midnight. Right now it's the Japan's Respect for the Aged Day, Eve Day. But at the stroke of midnight, it will be Respect for the Aged Day. And of course, the Japanese are a day ahead of us. So effectively, it is today that it's the Respect for the Aged Day in Japan. And so when it comes to this holiday, the Japanese government would honor it by giving every Japanese person over the age of 100 a little silver sake cup. And they have so many people in Japan who live over the age of 100 that they couldn't afford it in the national budget anymore to give out these sake cups. They're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars on giving out because just basically every Japanese lives to be over 100. By the way, that's a statistical fact. So you're talking about the highest quality of living in the world is in Japan. Where on earth would you find a leper in Japan? This is kind of like the level of insanity that we're dealing with these people, and the attacks that they conduct. It's like when they say, oh, I did research and Stephen Outram says there were no incinerators at the Presidio. And there's no military base that can function without incinerators because documents destruction of any secured document is a necessity. Well, when it's not in circulation, you have to destroy it because it's a confidential document. So here we have just every attack is an insanity, but all they're counting on is your ignorance for everything. They're counting on your ignorance. Yeah.
It's harassment, Douglas.
Yes.
It's just a consistent, repetitive harassment that the only thing it serves is to just distract you, and that's what it's doing right now. It's good to let people know.
Yes.
But I mean, how stupid can people be to buy this sort of thing,
Yes, true enough. But, it's at this stable moment now where it subsided because I've basically won the war. They're in retreat. The Russians are in retreat, who they side with and to a great degree are sponsored by. So understand that these people are treasonous as well, basically an insurgency. It does serve a purpose to educate people about this. And I think even though we've done that in the past, re-emphasizing it with some of the main points doesn't hurt. And certainly it is probably, when I think about it, when Peter Moon talks about human potential and human shortcomings, I think that this is the emphasis of the shortcomings that I have to bring out. One of these shortcomings is the fact that when I'm dealing with the show, we are dealing with a show that's under siege. And it's a miracle that we're even still able to produce what we produce. I managed to, for instance, delete all of the stored videos from the past without knocking us off off production. So that was an accomplishment. And so when it comes to these shows, there's like there were people that I tried to work with as producers, and it's rendered me incredibly vulnerable. And so I think that when it comes to shortcomings, one of those shortcomings is there's only so much I can do as a single person. And aside from, of course, counting on all of your support. And again, I thank people who even send care packages that I still use every day, whether Clarice Claudette or Dennis Marshall. All of this in the end means that it's between my listeners, Peter Moon's listeners. We're all in this together and we have to act as a team. So aside from counting on your support to get me through the month financially, I count on Peter's support to get me through psychologically. And of course, his being here provides a great context through his experiences of working through the kind of, harassment and terrorism he suffered when he was, or at least saw people suffer when he was involved with Scientology. And it taught him to deal with a lot of this as well. So through all this, I guess what we can come down to is the fact that what we're going to do now is concentrate on the task at hand. We're going to concentrate on producing a product that will the public will respond to. But in the meantime, understand that we need you to make everyone aware of the product we have out. So Peter's doing his best with the interviews he's conducted with the Roswell deception and the demystification of World War II. Make certain that you do your part in guerrilla marketing to make others aware of it as well. I'll check into live streaming now to see if there's any other responses. Sarah J says, yes, it sounds so much better tonight. Keep this producer. I love the show so much as always. So thank you so much. I appreciate that profoundly. And we'll do our best. And Deanna Fraser is learning as she goes along. And I notice our numbers are very high tonight, and that's thanks to Peter Moon bringing the audience he always does. And with that, we turn it back to Peter. I think that one of the things that I can just say is I'm just relieved we made it this far. And it's hard for me to. It's like Peter. It took him a month to basically get back from Romania, really. It took him a month to really get back. It'll take me till the end of this month to really just kind of get out of that combat antenna space that I was in throughout the period of time that I was dealing with the mass mobilized wave of gang stalkers we were dealing with. The cultists who were always there. And one of the sad lessons I learned is that I think back on people like what Peter said about Deanna Fraser being naive and kind of saying, I really misjudged some people. And I have no doubt Deanna Fraser probably got involved with some real bad marriages. I mean, the story is so universal, it's almost like you can take that to the bank. But when it comes to someone like myself, my version of that would be someone like Lena Shea approaching me with her repressed memories of abuse as a child, which I don't feel were made up at all. I honestly believe that repressed memories she had of sexual exploitation as a child, I would bet the farm that it's all true, which is why she is what she is. That whatever her father did to her, which is, I say that without a moment's hesitation, knowing everything I know about her and knowing it to be true, whatever her father did for her just primed her for the cult, and her seeking help with me, quote unquote. This is always the approach because of what I did with saving so many kids via the Michael Aquino scandal. It led me to involvement with someone who simply was the enemy. And this is the sad part. Understand this, when it comes to baggage or shortcomings. Most people can't use terms like that because most people really don't have enemies like I do. People may have irritating people in their lives. They may have enemies in the sense that you've got people that you hate who are like, ex-spouses or people at work. You may have enemies, but you don't really have an organized network of enemies dedicated day and night to bring you down. That's not what any average person has. So, when I do speak of it, it's one of the reasons I have to continue this program, is because people need to be made aware of it, because that's how I keep myself alive. So this is part of that survival tactic. So that being said, however, on to better things, I would say now taking care of the potential for what we've got going. This is where Peter and I will work on that. We'll work on bringing that potential out, realizing that potential, and I'll leave it back to Peter with that.
Okay, well, thank you, and well said. I suppose it cannot be overstated enough the nature of what we're dealing with. And in this vein, I want to reiterate and advertise for those of you to support Douglas, not only by buying his book, The Roswell Deception, but to donate to him personally, even if it's $5 or $10. More is better, but you can do that to Douglas Dietrich. Go to the donate button on douglasdietrich.com and go to the donate button in the upper right-hand corner. If you go to the one in the middle of the page, it'll take you to a dead end. Go to the one in the upper right-hand corner. It's also in the email that I sent out tonight, if you happen to receive that email. And those of you who friend me on Facebook, I can't really be accepting new friends because of quantity. I highly recommend you sign up at the Time Travel Education Center. Just become a member. You can be a paying member or a non-paying member. Either one is fine. But in any case, we got the ambient noise again.
Oh shit! Let me go mute. Yes.
Pretty aggressive. But in any case, yes, the nature of what we're dealing with here is what L. Ron Hubbard called vital information. And he says this society dramatizes the withholding of vital information. It dramatizes it. Now, he wasn't talking about, the Dietrich stuff, but it's just general. It's like, okay, you need this, you need this, people need things. We saw this at 9/11 when Bill O'Reilly the Fox News guy who, was really off of his rocker in a lot of ways, was a very angry person. He was actually taking the Red Cross to task for all this money that was being donated was not being administered to people. And he took many charities because many of these charities were operating at, like, say, 90% of it was expenses and salaries. 10% would, go to help some poor, unfortunate souls. It's like, vital information. And of course, it trickles out into the media. This guy, although he has a horrible reputation, actually did a little bit of good. So this is the world we live in. When people go to print stuff about me or my work, traditionally they avoid the topic and they tell an acceptable truth that is acceptable to their bosses more than it is their reading audience. And even a friend of mine who's a journalist had the issues. They didn't want him to write pieces exposing corruption in the school boards. And we want to keep everybody happy. Just write fluff pieces. Well, who wants to do that? So, journalism is a very controlled field. And people, they don't talk about the controls on journalism. They talk about what's acceptable to talk about. So Douglas Dietrich is the ultimate paradigm of what's not acceptable to talk about in terms of geopolitical circles. So this is why I work with him. And if there were more and better Douglas Dietrichs around, I'd work with them. But there aren't. They're pretenders or wannabes. And, in the spirit of what we're doing here, I'm going to share something that, and I'm not going to name the person because I believe everything he said is well intended. And Douglas, I want you to take this and treat what this guy says with as much respect as you can, because it will invite you not to.
Right.
I know your perspective, but we'll treat him with respect because he's somebody who listens to the show and he's very sincere.
Yes.
And I've talked to him before. He's a good person.
Okay.
But he says, just came across some material that I believe would be of extreme interest to you and Douglas. This material is from the Billy Meyer site, theyfly.com, run by Michael Horn. The link below discusses the Roswell androids. Now, I have never heard of the Roswell androids. But what I'm going to do, in fact, I'll even send you the link. Hang on here.
Thank you.
If it goes anywhere.
It sounds almost as if my biofac simulacra have been fused into the Roswell story.
Well, we'll see what it says because I haven't read it. So I'm giving due diligence here, or doing due diligence in present time. Why is the oh, here it is. I hit the. This is weird. It's not my command paste is not working.
That's the kind of trouble I was having the other night when I was.
It has to do with Facebook.
Okay.
And it's
okay.
Well, let me see. It might have to do with just your account. Okay.
It could be that too. Yes. Like I said, I was having trouble the other night, and some people asked me.
No, it's Facebook. It's not your account.
Okay.
I'm going to try it well, just hold with me a second here.
Sure, take your time.
Roswell android.
One of the things I'll bring up was that Chris Collins was talking earlier when he was bringing up the samurai swords, or rather I had brought them up, and I had brought up that some poor unfortunate woman recently had been beheaded on an open street by her ex-boyfriend using a samurai sword. And I was talking about how samurai sword crimes, attacks with samurai swords, are actually quite common in the United States, much more so than people would believe. Anyhow, I think Peter succeeded because I heard the ding. There we are.
I did succeed.
Yes, there we are.
And this is the Roswell androids from the 215th contact, Saturday, February 28th, 1987. This is a time when Aquino was on steroids.
Yes.
I say that metaphorically.
Understood.
Thank you for this is Billy Meyer talking. Now, Billy Meyer is a famous contactee from one-armed man from Switzerland. Billy is saying, thank you for your remarks. Then now, a question about the so-called Roswell case. Did a UFO really crash there? Even though you have already confirmed this once, there are still some things that remain unclear, even with regard to the UFO crew, concerning which you said that they were androids. So what were the occupants really? And from where did the aliens come? Quetzal. I guess Quetzal is the contactee that Billy Meyer is talking to, the contact entity. Quetzal says, it sounds so much like Quetzalcoatl, it makes you cringe. The Roswell case is a reality because the UFO crash took place there. But this is denied up to the present day and will continue to be denied in the distant future by the American military and secret services, as well as by all government agencies, namely with flimsy, changing, stupid, and ridiculous excuses that will only surely testify to the fact that everything actually happened. With the crashed object, it concerned a beam ship from the reticulum systems. Now, this is referring to the Zeta Reticuli, the Greys. The crew did not consist of natural human life forms, but of human androids of a bioorganic nature, which means that they were artificial human androids, which the U.S. Army also got a hold of, some living and some dead, and these were secretly kept in secret stations. With the bioorganic androids, it concerned effective artificial life forms. So not robots or the like, but independently thinking beings in every way self-capable of making decisions, made out of living material and living organs, bred in accordance with the human beings who are located in the reticulum systems. Now, of course, the implication here would be that it wasn't really Yakuza, it was Biofax Simulacra. But no, this is the standard diatribe. Now, what Preston always explained to me about these channelings, whether it's Billy Meyer or anybody, these channelings were basically satellite-controlled channels. So psychics are picking up satellite transmissions from the government.
Yeah.
Which could, would, should, or probably more than likely did include Aquino.
Yes.
So this is what Preston always said. Now, I want to take this back.
By the way, this is fascinating, and I want people to understand that what this shows us, oh my God, I can't even remember the individual's name now because I think it was something Suzuki. Pete Suzuki was the individual's name. This was an individual who was a one-time friend of Peter Moon's on Facebook. A better word for it would just be a follower. He was just following Peter Moon's Facebook page, but he was someone who was harassing all of the super soldiers, which in itself was just absolutely bizarre. He was this quote-unquote Japanese American who was who could have been doing, who was supposed to be a DJ, supposedly had a girlfriend, supposedly lived in New York City. I mean, just think of that combination of three factors right there. You're a DJ, a disc jockey in New York City, you've got a girlfriend, you've got better things to be doing with your life any minute of a 24-hour day other than stalking super soldiers on Facebook and harassing them. There's got to be better things to do with your time. But no, this was a person who was trolling and constantly harassing people on Facebook. And he basically was attacking myself a number of times. And Peter Moon handled it very well at one point when I was just extraordinarily, how would I say that? I would hate to use the term triggered, but it was something that Peter Moon had said that was somewhat, I thought, reflective of what this individual had said. And I was angry enough with him about that to let him know it. But Peter Moon handled it, as he did a number of times in the past, very well. And but Pete Suzuki, the reason that this is important is that this was an individual whose family were Barukamen, which means that they were of no class in Japan, meaning that they were a classless people, like the untouchables in Asian India, a casteless and people who were not counted even as ethnically Japanese by the rest of Japan. And so they will often, of course, understandably, relocate outside of Japan. And in his case, he relocated to America, and his family was responsible for trading in the biofax simulacra to the United States, because this is something even the Yakuza wouldn't engage in. It was like, this would be like trading in children, where you would take an entity that has an innocence and sell it to a predator for abuse. So this is what his family specialized in doing. And of course, it was why he was attacking myself. He had that trade connection with Aquino. His family had basically a Department of Defense contract. So they were Department of Defense contracted. Probably the closest comparison you would have that people would grasp the enormity of what I'm saying would be somewhat similar to Yamasaki, the architect, who was allowed, along with his family, to be free from internment in World War II. And in exchange, he was the architect who designed the National Record Center, where all of the records were kept on the U.S. military with no fire safety accommodation, no fire sprinkler system or alarms, not even any fire alarms, no fire safety installations specifically so that they could burn the whole place down with impunity. And it was built in such a way that it would burn effectively completely. And so the man who designed that was a Japanese architect, Japanese American, named Yamasaki, who didn't have to spend a day in the internment camps during World War II. He also designed the Twin Towers, which collapsed. So just so you know, so it's that level of enormity that we're talking about, of betrayal to their own kind and to everyone else on Earth when it comes to characters like Yamasaki or Pete Suzuki. But I think that what had happened was that Billy Myers, who I'm presuming he said this probably, like Peter said, around the 70s, back when Aquino was quite active, I'm certain that this kind of is a leak from Aquino in the biofax simulacra sense to kind of pollute the waters with that reality. And so what Billy Myers was aware of was so many things. And but in this case, what he's aware of is true to a degree, but it's also muddying the waters per that particular incident. That is how I would view.
Keep in mind, it's what Billy Myers is being told through his 215th contact. Now, there's more here. There's a whole website there if people want to go peruse it. That's at their choice. I'm not sure why they would, but they might have a reason. Theyfly.com/Roswell-androids. Right. Now, I mean, this is stuff we heard back in the Preston Nichols days, not being necessarily furthered by Preston. Preston did have, I think he did, have his own takes on Greys and whatnot, saw Greys, interacted with them. Even to the point where you've got with him, you have a holographic, at the very least, a holographic manifestation where he's interacting with entities on a Cho-Cho level. The Cho-Cho, the, indigenous monsters, for lack of a better word, in Southeast Asia, who were affecting people through their dreams, who were in the employ of Aquino as well as doing their own stuff. So So you have to say when people are getting messages, what realm are they coming from? And one of the delightful things about both Duncan and Preston, I'm more angling towards Duncan at this point, was they talk about the different domains of the divine realm, the satanic realm, the angelic realm, the demon realm, the realm in between the divine and the angelic, the realm in between the demons and the satanic, the human realm, and the realm between the humans and the demonic, and the realm between the humans and the angelic. There's all these different realms, and he could zero in on where certain things were coming from. And here again, it's the good and the evil. Now, he makes a comment here. Aside from that, we've got the ambient noise here.
Okay, I'll go mute.
Aside from that, I have been reading some vampire intel the last couple of months. Hang out at the Godlike Productions Forum, which attracts some interesting participants, some highly placed. Now, that to me is okay, you think highly placed people are hanging out on internet sites?
Well, if they're assigned to, yeah.
If they're assigned to. But it's like...
But by the way, Godlike Productions is where I got my start. That was basically even before Coast to Coast AM, Godlike Productions was one of the first forums that I actually got on. It might have been right after my first Coast to Coast, back in the days when I was still calling into Coast to Coast AM, and I'm sure the woman who was operating with them died, and they must be taken over by a completely different group of people now. But that entire group turned on me at one point when the manageress of that group was too sick to intervene. She was basically down for the count. She was like literally lying down producing the show at that time, and I'd be very surprised if she's still alive. But they set up an ambush ultimately on that forum. But originally I was on there fairly regularly, and they made me basically a monthly guest, so that they were bringing me on once a month. But they ultimately attacked me, particularly on the basis at the behest of the old man among them, who was an old man who just refused to believe that the Americans could lose, in his words, to the goddamn Japs. So, it came down to racism, and that's exactly what it was. Because these are the same people who will argue that the Third Reich won the war and that we're secretly run by Nazis, but, they can't abide by losing to colored peoples, who they consider less than human. So there we have that. So Godlike Productions, if they've taken over by a different crowd, I'm not going to say it's any better or worse. I will say certainly whatever was going on with Billy Meyer, certainly the government took him seriously, whether it was because they might have been feeding him misinformation or because they felt he was receiving some real information. He was definitely monitored all the time. But other than that, I return it to Peter because I do want to hear more about what these so-called vampires. Obviously, you're touching a sensitive spot here because of my own species.
Well, I'm aware of that, and I'm sure he's aware of your status in that regard. So that's why I'm bringing it up, and he wanted you to know it, and so I'm relaying it to you. But with the idea of finding out anything on chat sites, I just the people I've known that have information that I consider worthy, they're not doing chat boards. It's just like it just doesn't if you wanna meet the New York Yankees and find out what they're really about, go in the back of the grocery store. There's some orange crates back there. They hang out with the orange crates, and they get free fruit that they can't sell. It's like it doesn't make sense. It's like they don't understand that there are people seeking information, and they're looking at it none of my information that I've ever found anywhere has come from chat boards. Sometimes I have looked at threads on very esoteric subjects that have pointed me in different directions, but it's sort of a conversational thing. It's not like, Zeta Reticulis or, this sort of, fiction format. It's or where people are just basically sharing rumors.
Yes, that's.
Trying to titillate each other with, gee, look what I know.
Thank you. Thank you.
So anyway, he says, hang out at the Godlike Productions Forum, which attracts some interesting participants. And I can't see that any of these people are interesting. I've looked at the board and it doesn't sound interesting.
I'm so sorry. Yes.
Well,
it's so true.
We all have our different interests.
No. It just so people understand. I mean, oh my God. Actually, to tell you the truth, I think Peter's being a bit harsh, but I believe me, I'm with him on everything he says. It's so true. And here's the tragedy: is that people are hungry for knowledge. People want
that's evident.
Yeah.
And people like look at I'm in the business. It's my business, and it's my profession of processing information and learning information, and whatever I do, I'm processing information. Now, the information I process is not necessarily endorsed by me. Radu Sinamar, these are his viewpoints, his stories, and I think it's like with anything. Like you read a newspaper, you ride with some of the information, you may or may not endorse it. Some of it you may not ride with at all. So it's like, it's information. What I believe, what I know is what I know and what I believe. When I write something myself, I put a certain amount of conviction into what I write. Sometimes I write facts that are reported as facts to the best of my ability. And, conclusions, well, they're just conclusions. So, but this, if I were to be a writer and do this stuff and go to chat boards, I wouldn't make any money. I wouldn't have a professional reputation. I'd be a chat board guy. And it's not what I am. So, the chat board I probably looked at most is the ex-Scientology chat board. And these people are very opinionated, and they're not very smart. Some of them are funny. And they're trying to work out an emotional issue about Scientology and L. Ron Hubbard. Sometimes I will find information there that is of, interest to me, but it's not of great interest. And yeah, so it's like, okay, it's just a chat board site. It's like hanging out in a bar. Okay, bar, you might find some interesting information because you might find somebody with real experiences that's talking. And if they're drunk, they're going to talk more than they might normally. But anyway, okay, so he's saying about the Godlike Productions Forum. A certain vampire faction seems to have it out for Britain and wants to see it subjugated. There also appear to be some toxic vampire clans in Taiwan. It is apparent to me that both the Queen and Charles have vampiric blood. The real Queen was actually killed years back, but her death suppressed for politically convenient reasons. A double was in place. I mean, this sounds trite. Okay. Oh, it was a double. It really wasn't her. Her death appears to signal that an economic collapse reset will commence. Interestingly, Prince William and Harry, as well as Andrew, don't seem to be vampiric in nature as Charles and Elizabeth. Learned a while back that Juan Carlos is actually William's father. Diane had an affair with him, and a gentleman named Hewitt, James, I believe, a soldier, was the father of Harry. Nostradamus' prediction apparently that Charles won't be on the throne long. Okay, then talks about some personal stuff. Next Saturday, there could be a political announcement in the U.S. that could cause rioting in many U.S. cities. Just wanted to give you a heads up on that. Martial law could be invoked. Of course, to me, this is somebody who's paying too much attention to chat boards. I never forget hearing how vitamins, they're not selling vitamins in Germany anymore. So I write to a friend in Germany. No, yeah, they're selling vitamins. So much of what gets circulated in conspiracy alternative circles is just utter crap. Now, I don't believe that Prince Charles nor the Queen were vampires. I don't believe they were. I believe they were human beings with some real weird energy that came with the monarchy. But do I know whether or not they were vampires? No. Do I care? No. I believe, I'm not a fan of the monarchy. Do I believe they were doubles? In the case of Queen Elizabeth, no. I don't believe she was a double. But do I believe an economic collapse, reset will commence? Well, they talk about the reset all the time. It sounds just like more bullshit. I'm not afraid of a big reset. I don't know, but maybe there will be. So anyway, I don't know if you have any comment on the certain vampire faction in Taiwan.
Oh, of course I do. I think that, by the way, and I appreciate everything you say, and again, let me know if there's any of that ambient background sound. Hopefully, at least it stays.
You talk, it's not. It's
okay.
Only when you go silent and.
Sounds good. Yeah. So I'll keep talking, and when I go silent, I'll go mute. So when it comes to this, I do want to respond to this. I think Peter's handled it extraordinarily well already, but nevertheless, I do want to emphasize something, re-emphasize something, and just briefly, again, to remind people that the royalty or nobility of Europe became affiliated with vampirism during the Black Plague, when they had access to a lot of silver that, of course, the peasantry would never have, and they were using it as colloidal silver, basically as an antibiotic, and they were putting silver coins in their drinks. As in water, it's a tara, so that they could make certain to protect themselves from the plague. And as a result, many of them turned a shade of blue and began to be thought of as the undead by the peasantry. And colloidal silver will do that. It will turn you blue when you use massive enough amounts of it. And they were using unfiltered silver. So they survived the plague, but at the cost of being identified as undead by the peasantry, who thought that they were feasting off of the life energy of the peasantry, which is why so many of them were dying, and this led to many peasant revolts that had to be put down. So understand that ever since that time, vampirism became misidentified with nobility, and this is something that then later on took on a mystique and then became romanticized, bizarrely enough, as opposed to in its original form, a detriment. So when it comes to this toxic vampirism in Taiwan, I think that this has got to be the 21st century version of that, to deal specifically with me. This is in no way, shape, or form, I think, an indulgence or any kind of megalomania on my part whatsoever. Understand that until I became a public informant, the overwhelming majority of Americans had never heard of Taiwan. They certainly knew so little about it that they wouldn't care. But because I came out, and because I've been open about my mother's background and my attempt to educate people, then it's inevitable that this would come up. I mean, it makes perfect sense that this would be basically a personal attack against me by whatever misinformants haunt such forums, which, of course, these forums are created specifically to generate misinformation, to disseminate misinformation. This is what these forums are created for. I mean, come on, let's be serious. Do you honestly think that if this were a real situation where somebody's leaking or trying to get information out there, you basically are faced with one person who has done that, myself, very few others. Another person who's done it would be, of course, Daniel Ellsberg. Understand that I don't consider people like Snowden or Assange to be in that category at all, because these people had agendas and were obviously sponsored, in Snowden's case by Michael Aquino, and in Assange's case by the Russians. You know, in the end, it's the same thing, because Aquino was working with the Russians. One of the men he worked through was Lyndon LaRouche. I almost forgot his name. It's been so long, and that guy died too. So in the end, what I would just say is, when it comes to the nobility, they don't need to be vampires. When it comes to the English nobility of the House of Windsor, they're just predatory humans. To call them vampires would be to dignify them. It adds a mystique to them they don't deserve. So just say, hey, I don't like what they're doing. They've been very abusive, parasitic. There's other things you can say to argue about the state of the monarchy. And when it comes to the Taiwan situation, I think I've articulated that to the need that it needs to be even addressed. But it does need to be addressed because, obviously this is a new line of attack. We're probably going to hear more of this. And there's probably going to be more about, hey, beware those toxic vampires from Taiwan. I mean, just wait. This is going to be like the next line of attack against myself. So at least this person has provided us a forewarning. So with that, I'll go mute and let Peter take it from there.
Well, I don't know what to say in response, except it's a clear example of, I fit into this category of, I guess, what you would call alternative non-mainstream information. I didn't listen to mainstream information before Scientology. I mean, before Montauk. That goes back to high school. Mainstream information was suspect. Alternative information, I wasn't overly a big fan of, because although you'll listen to it, but people are genuinely interested in alternative information, and because it fills a vacuum. But I tend to get categorized, people will just think that, I will like this, that, or the other. It's almost as if, stuff that's not mainstream is acceptable because it's not mainstream. And I guess what I would say is that it's information is not intelligent. The information is not intelligent information. Now, see, this is like, how many times have we heard, I have intel, I have, reliable sources.
That's what Salman was saying when he said he had information that Douglas Dietrich's not Douglas Dietrich and that he really drives a Maserati.
Well, I don't even think he said he had reliable information, did he? He just said it. But whatever, it's like, what is information and how do you process it? Information is information. And of course, it's been pointed out that information means information. And it even can relate to the frequency of the form of the information, because different frequencies will convey different words over, the frequency to say hello is different than the frequency to say goodbye. So when you have the information, it's, what is it conveying to you? It's conveying, I identifiable data. And what does somebody, when they say that the Queen is a vampire, you know, it sounds like they've read David Icke's book and have gone into agreement with it. That's what I conclude. You know, because there's been, and then there's trauma-based mind control victims who have stated, you know, that I think this is where David Icke got it from, is trauma-based mind control victims. It said, you know, the Queen's a shape-shifting reptilian and all this sort of thing. And this is, of course, introducing to your mind an absurdity. And it's a form of neuro-linguistic programming. They get you to accept something, but it's all coming from trauma-based mind control victim. So why, this was one of the biggest crimes, if it can be called that, of David Icke, is going in there and quoting mind control victims and proliferating it as if it is, and then backing it up with corroborative truth, which is of highly questionable content. Now, Preston Nichols was a trauma-based mind control victim. I let him tell his story. Did he go too far? He went too far on the air when he talked to people. He would talk too much and discredit himself to any rational human being, even if what he said was the absolute truth, because he believed it. So, you know, this is like, okay, it's information. Because he says something doesn't mean it's true. The fact is, he did say so many things about Montauk that, yeah, we proved there was secret activity going on there. That was not that hard because it was pretty aggressive. And we got the place converted into a state park. But you know, we do have a reasonable cause to believe that the Crown of England was involved with child abuse. And of course, because of that Jimmy Savile guy. Now, you have to wonder, what was the complicity or knowledge of the Queen? Of course, you can see Charles was probably subject to all sorts of weird stuff from the day he was young that the Queen may or may not have known about. And then you have Prince Andrew, you know, who's just a, you know, mockery of a human being, let alone a royal person. So you see that there's something very sour with the Crown of England, and it would ostensibly be tied to Satanism, probably the case. Ritual Satanism. We do know King Charles is fascinated with the occult. But, and of course, if you want to talk real interesting stuff about the crown, you go down the Enochian rabbit hole, not the shape-shifting reptilian rabbit hole or the vampire rabbit hole. There is occult stuff there, but this is people's problem with knowing how to understand and evaluate data. And when it comes to the occult, it even gets to the absurdity of when Preston Nichols told me, when, you know, after his mother died, he says, you know, my mom has some books on the occult. You know, you can come over, you can have them if you want. And I go over there, and it's like Time Life stuff on the occult, you know, that you buy. You know, this is not anything I'd be interested in. But see, Preston, for all of his brilliance, you know, he wasn't a book researcher. It's not what he was. I mean, to me, this is garden variety, you know, popular occultism. It's not even interesting to me. It's of no interest to me whatsoever. He didn't even understand what I was doing in that context, or he didn't understand it appropriately.
I mean, this gives me a whole new perspective on him, on just how truly earnest and naive he was in so many ways. It's really tragic.
I know he invited my wife over with me, or no, she went by herself with my daughter to get art supplies. His mother had art supplies. She was an artist. So she took what she wanted, and he was very nice. And my daughter got to go to Preston's house. I guess I should ask her if she remembers. She was pretty young. But probably 3. But yeah, so and it's like, he's okay, would you like this stuff? It's like, okay. And maybe I would like them, but it's so information. And there are some people that process information that is, I really have admired and respected, but it's more in the occult genre, and it's not the type of occult information you'll ever read about in books. So, I understand what I do very well. I know what I do, and I know that a lot of people appreciate it, but it's not their job or their profession. So they will, try and fit me in with their idea of where I fit in. And certainly where I do fit in is with Douglas Dietrich and what he's doing, because this is not canned information. It's not information you find on chat boards. On the day you find it on chat boards, it'll be because it's been edited and processed and packaged and put into consumable form to where people digest it.
Yes.
Matter of fact, just as our friend was suggesting to us at the beginning of the show, yes. It should be professionally, presented, et cetera, et cetera. You're making a lot of noise.
I'm sorry.
And yeah, so it's like, okay, the real game here is accessibility is a big issue. I've said that I didn't really go down into this aspect of what we call, I was talking earlier about human potential. Well, one of those threads in my life has been the time reactor technology. Even to the point where David had said, well, I didn't know if I was going to survive in Israel, so I was pointing this postcard to, because I knew that, maybe you could find I felt maybe you were the only person that could do something with this technology, which I found astounding because, I'm not a technologist. But he felt because of my interest in acumen, I might be, so this says there's a lot of psychological acumen here. And that has to do with what he does. But in any case, that thread of Dr. David Anderson and his research and his time reactor is a challenge of access. We don't have access to it. There's censorship surrounding it. So what is access? Access is being able to access something. And to access something, you have to have knowledge. And people talking on forums are basically scavengers of information. It's kind of like a buzzard who eats the entrails of an animal after he dies. He's eating what do they call them? Carrion. They're kind of picking at the bones. Or that which has been digested and processed and presented as information. So, this is what we're dealing with here when we're talking about information. Information is, where do you get access to information? How do you get access for information? And a lot of what goes on in Intel worlds is people process all sorts of information. Some of it's just might as well be written in a carnival by a clown. And I think that's by design, to a certain extent. We've got people writing all sorts of information at different levels. And then what, you know, and then it all comes down to, what are you studying this information for, and what are you doing with it in your own life? This is very important, because, you know, are you going to go out and be Von Helsing and get rid of vampires from the world, or expose vampires, or be a especially knowledgeable if it's vampires you're hunting? Like they have that TV show, Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Hunter. I can hear Douglas laughing now. He's laughing if you want to know.
That's true. You know me too well. Yes.
I think producers of that show are at a key role. She sought me out.
Oh, you're kidding.
No. I didn't say anything about that. I mean, I think this is an absurdity, you know. Well, if Abraham Lincoln, vampire hunters will fly, anything will fly. It's like, you know, this is a serious subject. What I do is a serious subject. It's not,
thank you.
You know, it's not, let's, you know, see how many eyeballs we can get. So, information, yeah, people, what is the information in your own life? All of my Qigong training puts a completely different spin on everything. Like, you want to know some good information? Conspire means to breathe with. To breathe with. Well, the first thing you need to start breathing with is your human body, which people don't do. So if you start breathing with conspire, con is with, spire is as in, what is the word? Spire. What is the word? What's the word that has spire in it for breathing? I can't even remember.
Respire. Respire. Aspire.
Yeah, respiratory.
Yes.
Respiratory. Yeah, you know, you want to breathe with. So, but first you want to breathe with your own body, your own mind and soul. And most people are breathing with like 5% capacity of their lungs. They're shallow breathers. When you're breathing with that amount of your lungs, don't count on your brain working at a higher capacity. We already know, if we accept what many people have said from brain science, is that, you know, we're only using a limited capacity of our brain. When we want to go to full human potential, that would include breathing with all of our lungs. That means practicing deep breathing. This is where you want to start. Of course, people don't necessarily want to go in that direction because they're lazy or not excited by that proposition, or they don't really believe it because they're just going to go on with what they're doing. They have a habit. Now, Bruce Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton, the epigeneticist or scientist, has stated that the subconscious mind is challenging to influence because if you talk to it and give it directions, there's nobody there. He says the way the subconscious mind works is by habit. So he says, you know, you can program the mind. So if you want to learn a foreign language, you start saying languages, phrases in that sentence that you're going to hear every day, and you tell your mind what it means. And you hear them so many times as you go into your hypnagogic state, as you go to sleep, it starts to sink in. And pretty soon you can say, hello, how are you? What are you having for dinner? All these like phrases in a different language. Well, you could program yourself to access, but it's the whole idea of being a habit. So like in Qigong, you want to acquire habits. You want to have a habit that you're breathing all the time, that you're breathing 100% of the time. If you're breathing 50% of the time, I mean, long, slow, you're doing really good. If you're breathing intensely for an hour a day, you're doing really good. So and of course, when you start breathing, a lot of this extraneous information and desire to pursue it falls away. Like, do you really need to know what Hillary Clinton is thinking about the election? Is she going to jump in? Do you need to read that article? The stuff that comes up on the Yahoo News feed, the majority of it is just there to get your attention and to get you to read the article. It's trying to interest in you in saying such and such and such and such. Its content is questionable. And what do you need to know it for? You need to know about vampires in Taiwan? Do you need to know about, and then by the same token, do you need to know about vampires vis-a-vis what Douglas Dietrich says? Well, if you do, and you buy his book on vampirology, which is available on Amazon, you'll begin to get a clue of what they actually are.
Thank you.
What they aren't, versus all the legends and stories that have been told. So you can get a clue. It's interesting. I'm not horribly passionate about the subject, personally. I have some interest in it, aside from a professional interest, because we could possibly do a book on it and go deeper into it. But also what he says in the context of the Magi and the origins of Christianity, and how Christianity was a whole religion that was kept, the vampires in Asia were the custodians of, and further brought it into the light, which is a fascinating aspect, because here the divinity of humankind, we've had many stories of the divinity. People, Christ is the most famous one in the Western world, of the transfiguration, where he becomes the Christ. He transcends the human condition. This is all before he has his 3 years, his ministry, but where he becomes the Christ. But we've got many stories of other characters and whatnot. The problem is that these characters, or the states that they're in or ascend to or arrive at, are all antithetical to the normal human condition. So the normal human condition is antithetical to the divinity in terms of the person being a whole transcendent being. He's going to have certainly a lot of bits and pieces of divinity, or he couldn't even survive the way he does. Not to say that there's not glory and joy in the ordinary lives of people, because there is. People didn't have happiness, they couldn't go on. But when you look at the overall condition, you have institutionalized religion, which is, again, antithetical to the divinity. It will, be infiltrated by negative forces. So all you have left is yourself to negotiate this happy pathway to the divinity. So in an environment like that, in a context like that, human beings are antithetical to the divinity. They're not particularly long livers. They don't live a long time. The better part of 100 years if they're lucky. So it would, from that perspective, it would be logical that the divine aspects of the Christ would be harbored, protected, and taught by agents that were non-human. Well, the vampires served the role, they could serve the role.
Yes.
And I would tell you, in the same token, from what I've learned in Romania and I've never seen anybody emphasize this or even comment on it the way I do, is the historical Dracula or Vlad Tepes did one hell of a job of keeping invaders out of Transylvania. He kept them out. Yes. He protected that area, and he was doing the agent. He was an agent in that respect for the Solomonar. He's even been called a Solomonar, which is really not what he was. But because they try and, give their own interpretation. These are things that these people outside of Romania don't understand. But the thing is he did a hell of a job, and he was an agent of great destruction and killing people and terrifying them. And I think that's why his legacy is so powerful, because he was such a ferocious killer, and he was serving an agenda that was beyond even his own knowledge. I mean, he had his own agenda, but so whatever. The overall thing I'm saying here is that the divinity is, you have to be discerning on where you see it, where it is, and where it isn't. And of course, somebody could polarize into, thinking only vampires told the truth. And you have to go to vampires, and they start going to vampire clubs, and they end up in a negative spiral. I mean, that's the absurdity of what people will do. But anyway, over to you.
Thank you. No, I mean, yes, you don't want to fall into that trap, because there is unfortunately just many people who want to be vampires. And I hope I've certainly done my best to show people it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a thing. And that it requires, certain adjustments. It's not because it's a condition, but rather because you're just a different species and you have different needs. But that doesn't necessarily mean that you're intrinsically or inherently wiser. The Magi of China were, because they had an environment that was conducive to respecting them. And therefore, of course, because of their past background, their original conversion to Christianity before it was recognized as such, we owe them so much, aside from humans owing just a lot of the evolutionary drive towards vampires, because Homo nocturnus has haunted them in their caves at night and forced them to go out and establish themselves in other environments. So aside from that, however, Peter's been wonderful. Honestly, Peter, you were beautiful tonight. You were great. There was really no need for me to participate too much, because you got it all out there, and you did so in such a manner that you've articulated what needed to be said, and gives people more to look forward to. I mean, it'll only be a matter of practically tomorrow, when we're back here again on Wednesday night. It'll feel like tomorrow. And as our young lady in the chat room said, you've added such an air of professionalism that she's certainly satisfied with how we were transmitting tonight. So to her, Sarah J., and to CK, who gives us a red and purple heart, and Alex Herrera was very active in the chat room, talking about the retrogrades that you were bringing up, and he was talking a bit about the UN was supposed to be the first step into exopolitics and interplanetary peace. Emphasis on a quote-unquote supposed cause that never happened. We are barely coming together with the eco-disasters, but it's a start. We all got to care about each other, and some of us have dated upper class accidentally and gotten mixed up for a higher calling. Let's say hence life or death info. Let's be inclusive, baby. So, okay, that's appreciated. And certainly Mr. Sala, I believe, would have quite a bit to say about that. And Peter Moon will be dealing with him more in the near future. And that will, and if, as a matter of fact, at some point in the relatively near future, Mr. Sala will be reading our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And we're all very anxious to see how he responds to that. And we'll find out. and Peter will be part of that whole phenomenon. Certainly, what this person is expressing about the United Nations, again, think of the echo here, the echo or the resonance with our book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And understand that that book is rock solid foundation. That is reality. And so much of the echoes of that are beginning to seep out there. We speak of the United Nations as an organization of war created in World War II, as a united front for the Allies. The term was used during World War II. And then, of course, while that was an organization of war, certainly the Americans were negotiating with the Japanese, and they were declaring that they were an enemy alien, and that was how information was deranged. That was the term that was actually used, so that people would not get the real information. They would just think, oh, the Americans, first Truman and then Ike, were dealing with these extraterrestrials from space, rather than finding out that they had lost to a supposedly inferior subspecies of humanity that was barely human by Western standards, as it was propagandized throughout the war and dehumanized the Japanese culture. So when it comes to this kind of warping of reality, it's no wonder that Americans now, waking up from the World War II generation, which began during the 60s, when I was born into this world and Peter Moon was coming of age and into real political cognizance, it's no wonder that at that time the disillusion began to infect everybody to the point where they want truth. They're ravenous for truth, and they'll go anywhere. And the end result is they're running across all kinds of echoes of the reality that I've emerged over the years. And it comes across as basically the United States was dealing with biofacsimilacra, or the United Nations was meant to have peace with the aliens. These are all echoes of what you'll find in our book. So read the book, and that's something that, of course, most people haven't done. Even all of Peter Moon's normal readers haven't done that, because they have been they've acquired a taste for what Peter Moon translates from the Romanian, and they've acquired a taste for the Montauk work. And of course, it took years. It was a big hit from the beginning, and I would flatter myself. And here, in my insecurity, I'll turn towards Peter for this, and he could talk to me privately as well about what he feels. But I would flatter myself that when I'm interviewed, I don't go into this zone that Preston Nichols went into, where he discredited himself by relaying stuff that he knew for a fact happened to him, but something that I would likely have interpreted as a cascade memory, as I would call it. And I'd like to think that when I'm being interviewed, I don't fall into that kind of range where I would discredit myself by what I'm saying. But Peter,
no, you're very articulate and pointed. It's can't really compare the two of you. What all this comes down to, and I want to say something, is there is a sensibility to an audience. It's the role of a communicator is to understand what the audience, aside from what the audience wants to hear.
Yes.
The audience has to be respected as an audience, and which means you've got to inform it of what your so you don't want to be using terms and words that they don't understand.
Yes.
That's a big point. And then further, you're making noise.
Okay. Go.
And so, furthermore, that you're going to respect the audience and talk to them intelligently so that they can understand what you're saying. And that what you're saying has a degree of either credibility or acceptability to them. They don't have to necessarily accept it whole hog, but they have to accept it. So if you start talking about the blue dinosaurs came in, you're disrespecting the audience and their sensibility. Now, there is a certain amount of people that you start talking about the blue dinosaurs, and they'll be, oh, right on, because it's just nutty, and they accept which is nutty. Meanwhile, they're disrespecting the 80% of the people in the audience that are not going to take the blue dinosaurs. So it's like what happens is it's a form of autism, where you don't really understand what the audience, what's acceptable to the audience, and not only acceptable, but respectful. So what is respectful? And what is respectable to all the realities out there? And this was not something that Preston fully understood, because he was more concerned about his own experiences and figuring them out himself. As he said, people study psychology so they can figure out themselves. And he was no exception, because he was trying to figure out himself. And I can't say that all of it had to do, but some of it had to do with the fact that he was, molested when he was young. But he was also a damn genius. So there's a lot of complicated factors there. And his parents, who loved him very dearly and were very nice people, didn't see 10 steps ahead. They weren't able to protect him from this molestation. Ultimately, they did, but it was too late. So that really affects a person's psyche. And who the hell was he in the first place to be put in a position of all this complexity? But no, you're very articulate when you talk and when you pin the tail on the donkey. But of course, you're talking in a vein, in a reference form that is completely outside the paradigm of what people are used to hearing. And many people do listen to you, and they appreciate it and they understand it at the level they can understand it. So, but where you're coming out of is an origin point of data, which was the restricted zone, which was the cosmic crypto top secret in the Presidio. And on top of stuff that was supposed to be burned. So this is that supposed to be flushed down the proverbial toilet. And here it is, you're coming out with information. I have always kind of noticed I really don't have competitors. The only real first time I felt I had a competitor in my career was the Roswell book by Philip Corso, The Day After Roswell. That competed. That took so much of my audience away because now they were getting the inside dope from Philip Corso.
Oh, God.
And then at the end, he talks about time travel, which was just bullshit.
Right.
I knew it was bullshit. I didn't know the whole story behind it. But so you don't have competitors. There is nobody out there who was ever a documents destruction specialist
True.
that has come forward
Thank you.
and said anything like that, let alone the satanic influence that was associated with your job. There's, I don't know which movie it is, if it was The Recruit or some movie. It might have been one of those John Voight movies.
Mm-hmm.
What are they called? It was a movie like the National Treasure movie,
Right.
where they go into this guy. They go into the archives of the CIA and they see this old archivist, and it's Ernest Borgnine, who plays you know, a really good. He plays the guy perfect.
Yes.
He's, you know, he's this kindly old guy who's seen so much, and he's, you know, kind of saying something. He's in this vault of vaults. They portray the, you know, the secret guy as Ernest Borgnine, you know, from McHale's Navy, the kind of friendly character. He's a real character.
Right.
But no, that's not what one of those archivists would be like.
No.
They would not be so full of life and cinematic.
Oh God, no.
What did you say?
Oh God, no is what I said. They would not be so
cinematic charisma.
Thank you.
Cinematic, charisma. So no, it doesn't work that way. So understand, we're learning here a censorship that this is not what you're going to hear. It's not suitable. The only reason it's not suitable for a public audience is because the public, you're loud here.
Okay.
The public is basically, what's the word? The public is supposed to hear what they're supposed to hear. And it's just supposed to be, you know, sanitized information that's going to maintain the status quo. And there's a certain point, sure, people will debate about politics. That's part of the game. You're supposed to debate about it in America. But there's a certain range where the human condition is not conditioned or expected to respond to. So that's, in fact, what was it? Joe Matheny said to me when I wrote the Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which included my adventures with him, which the book would never have been written if it was not for my adventures with him. There were other things that, well, there were other factors that went into it too. But that book was intended, designed, and effective as a tool of exorcism for what was going on in my whole world. But he said when he read that book, and it was a book he appreciated, enjoyed, because it, you know, reflected well on what he had accomplished, which was amazing. But he said, this is going to throw your audience for a loop. I didn't really care. I wasn't trying to throw my audience for a loop. This is who I was. It was what I experienced. And it's, you know, that book has been so much of an example of the path I have been on. And I'm writing now, and I mentioned it before in the last two transmissions, about what I felt was equivalent to a Masonic initiation I was undergoing in Romania that was being overseen by, in some respects, by my friend who's the lodge master of Romania. And, you know, I'm not a Freemason, but that book was a Freemason initiation. Anybody who reads it, and you don't have to be a Freemason, because it tells you the secret of Freemasonry, which has everything to do with just not the temple of Solomon, but the energy that's behind the temple of Solomon. And that energy is the ability to change matter, energy, fire, air, earth, water. That's what your unlimited potential. And when we talk about unlimited potential, and we think of the analogy of the Ark of the Covenant, as it has been shown in that Indiana Jones movie, where it has this incredible power. Well, that's a power that can melt Nazis, to be funny. But it's a power that is out of this world. So when I go to Romania, into this region which is evocative of that power by reason of its superconductivity, by reason of the gold in the ground, the huge deposits of gold, it's like, okay, now it's not just access, it's a question of how close can you get to the radiation chamber, so to speak. And I'm saying that metaphorically. Nuclear power is very powerful, but how close can you get to it, without being damaged? It's just like a flame. If you put your finger through the flame real fast, it's not going to hurt you if it sits there. And this is, so when you're dealing with energy that's more powerful or can completely consume a human being or a human body. So when you have somebody sitting in an armchair, watching a television show, or reading a newspaper or a book, there are certain things that can be put into that newspaper that are going to literally electrify or upset people. I experienced that when people were very upset when I sent out a dummy review for the Montauk Project, which is what you do with a book. You send out a dummy review so people can copy it, use it, or emulate it when they review the book. That's what you're supposed to do. And the New York Times got so upset because my dummy review looked like their review. They said, "You're emulating our typeface." What is emulating? It wasn't their typeface. It was emulating it. It was a typeface. It was a typeface. And they're saying you're emulating the typeface, and we're going to sue you if you don't do X, Y, Z. I don't know, but I mean, I wrote them a letter and absolved myself of any responsibility because it didn't say New York Times book review. I think it said Sunday book review or Saturday book review, whereas theirs said Saturday or Sunday. I did the opposite, so it wouldn't emulate. And they got upset. And in other words, why they get upset? Because people might think it came from the New York Times.
They just don't want any competition out there. They're monopolists, and
it's not they didn't want any competition. Yeah. This is not. It's like it's saying this data is not acceptable. You're using the New York Times, and I'm not using the New York Times because nothing said New York Times.
They must have been just out to censor you. It had to be that.
Well, yeah. But no, what happened was, this is really what happened. I must have sent this thing out to 36 or so news outlets. People who were legitimate news outlets back in the way they had news back in that day. And one of them complained to the New York Times. How could you be reviewing this? How could the New York Times review such a book?
Got it. Yeah.
Like that. And so that alerted them to the fact that, it was somebody complaining, we can't talk about this. And it's the same sort of trolling that you get.
Yes.
It's like, why was this person upset? He wasn't a Michael Aquino person. He was, without even trying.
Yes.
Because he was tricked.
Oh gosh. You just flipped in and out with your glitching. The technology just glitched when you started talking about that.
Well, you're in the wind tunnel.
Oh, okay.
But the Montauk wind tunnel, we could maybe go down that rabbit hole. But yeah. So it's like people get triggered by hearing things that do not fit in their reality. And I had even said, when I was talking about my attorney friend, and I mentioned, this guy he had recommended this book or told me about was a Satanist, and he says, "Yeah, don't write that that's my work email. I don't want my secretary reading that. I don't even talk to her about this stuff." I said, "Yeah, okay, fine." In other words, this stuff is not not suitable for the dinner table. And I'll never forget this guy. I don't know whatever happened to him, but he had a big Kundalini experience. And he said, we're now at a time where this Kundalini experience should be discussed at the dinner table. Now, of course, Kundalini experience, for those who don't know, is when you have energy shooting up your spine and resulting in a enlightenment. It can also be shocking. It can also be disturbing, because you might have a psychological experience that is energetic that discombobulates somebody. So they call it premature Kundalini activation. They even recognize it in psychology now. But he was saying we've reached a point where this is now fodder for the dinner table. In other words, it's now in the common vernacular. And that was sort of the harbinger of times to come, because now it is a psychological condition that is referred to, which is progressive of the case. Hubbard in Scientology in the early 50s had a word they called going up the pole. It was going into an exalted state of consciousness. And of course, one of the problems was getting the person back down the pole, because they would often be discombobulated. So Scientology was way ahead of the field of psychology in that respect. I could even give a detailed discussion of how they deal with it, but we're not going to do that now. But so whatever, going up the pole, people are, we're living in a world where the world is based on censorship. People have their own censors. They're going to censor you if they hear something does not fit in with their world paradigm. And certainly the things that we discuss here with Douglas are not per the world paradigm, because everybody knows that the U.S. won the war. Everybody knows that Roswell was a bunch of aliens. And everyone knows that, the entities that Billy Meyer has talked to have enlightened the world, and there's those who don't. It's kind of like there's so much everybody knows, and it's astonishing to see how few people know.
Yes.
And I've moved in a much more, what's the word? I guess what you'd say secular reference frame in the last couple of years, because when I was into my Qigong, you're completely, not completely, but you're compartmentalized from the way human beings think, because it's so damn wrong. It's so fundamentally flawed in the way they think, do, and act. When I get back into my writing and stuff and into interacting with the world, which I was always doing during that time, I'm not as much in that mode. I'm still in that mode to some degree. I don't lose it. But it's like, you don't even take human beings seriously, because you expect them to say the wrong thing. But then again, you have to take them seriously. Say, if you've got to start seeing a doctor for some reason, and you've got to start interfacing with people, you got to negotiate with people to live, to eat, to whatever, then you have to deal with them. And that can be challenging as well. But you don't abandon your knowledge. So with that being said, unless you have any questions, I'll depart for the evening and see you on Wednesday.
Yes, you've earned your rest. We love you dearly, and you finished it off perfectly. We can't do better than that. You have a blessed night, and share our love with Paula.
Okay, good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night. And that was Peter Moon. Make certain to visit skybooks.usa.com, and I'm going to bring our lovely Deanna. Help me here, Deanna. What's your last name again? It'd take me a while to get used to it. Oh, dear.
Fraser.
Fraser. Fraser.
The easiest way to remember it is eraser.
Yes. Okay.
Because when I was teaching my eldest to spell it, I started laughing. She goes, "What's so funny?" And I took the writing utensil and with one short horizontal line at the bottom of the F, I converted it to E. And I started laughing harder. She goes, "Mom, what's so funny?" I said, "With one stroke of the utensil, you get eraser from Fraser."
Yes. There we are.
That might be complicating it, and I appreciate the fact that Peter was asking how to pronounce it.
Yes.
Deanna is fine. Deanna is my preference. That gets 100%, 100 points. To say Deanna gets 98 points. To say Diana gets 99 points. But to say Diane, but when it comes to winning a guitar at a concert, I ran forward and said, "Yes, I'm Diane."
There we are.
You know, periodically you make exceptions for one's quirks.
Yes. By the way,
Audio is my quirk. A visual cacophony does not bother me, but audio is my quirk.
Yeah. And so, honey, by the way, do you want me to bring some other people on right now, or do you want to make your piece first? You want to say what you were going to say? You stayed awake to do it, but I do want to assure you, all you need to do is whenever you fall asleep, I don't mind. I can handle the show for long periods of time, but were you?
I realize.
Did you set the alarm to wake up, or did you just happen to be up and stayed up, or did you get any sleep at all?
I attempted, but it's fine. If I really needed to go to sleep, I most certainly wouldn't be shy about telling you.
Okay, good. That's important, and always do that, because then, of course, I can prepare for it, and that way I can have you hold for a moment while I refresh myself, and then come back and hold the rest of the show. But aside from that, we're all here now, and you were mentioning something about you wanted to bring up about laughter or something. Yeah.
Oh, at some point you had laughed. A bit of a nervous laugh, but for listeners who are new to you, might not know that the laughter is not based on finding it funny. It's more of a nervous or how did I put it in the chat?
It is what it is. Let's take a look at the private messenger. Would a consideration, if deemed timely or desired, speak on laughter as a coping mechanism? There we are. Yes.
Right, coping mechanism.
There we are.
Yeah, because I've asked people, I said, I know many people laugh because something is humorous, but also people laugh because it's a coping mechanism. And I also spoke with an on-air call-in show about diabolical laughter. Because, we've heard stories where a malevolent spirit would laugh. Like, okay, what's so funny? It's not funny what you're proposing to do. Or, somebody will take a fall and an observer will laugh. And the inter-party will say, "That's not funny." It's like, well, I didn't say it was funny, but I laughed anyway. So I was just wondering if we could, gosh, I'm doing what I loathe hearing on air. Is the
no worries.
We could get entice Peter to talk about it, but perhaps another time. But it's just strange what causes laughter.
Oh yeah, yes, honey. Thank you for sharing that. And so let's bring on some other people that can see if they can help us just abide a little bit of time before I take over completely. I've managed to save the show by getting all of the storage space, the stuff that was taking up so much storage space, deleted. And so that
excellent.
Yes, that is a relief.
I want to say on the air, you're too modest about your skills of being able to read in various chats, respond, pay attention to what the guest and or guests are talking about, hold it in your mind and do it all seamlessly, flawlessly. And I was like, good golly, if I could have half that skill.
Oh, you're so wonderful. And by the way, we just had a missed call from the man I believe to be Frank Black or Ian West. Let's bring him on since he's anxious to come on, and that'll probably wake you up, I'm sure. So yes, so let's see what we can.
I need to apologize to you because we had a video chat and I got mildly snarky about you. I was like, he should this and he shouldn't that, and so. You might have felt that vibe somewhere.
Oh, maybe. I don't think my ears were burning, really. Whatever you said, you got away with it, yes.
All right.
And so let me just copy this guy's, when you guys come up with these nameless number accounts, then I have to basically type the entire word. I can't cut and paste it because it's impossible to cut and paste that header on Skype for whatever reason, technically. And so this is another multitask little job I have here that I'm doing right now. And I should actually be doing this on screen share so you can see what I'm doing. Well, let's see if this works. And we're going to go down to the... First I get back on the call. Then we go down to the add participants. And then we basically enter this. How do we do that? By pressing the add participants button. Then entering that. Okay, this guy's in my favorite, so then I click him and then press add. Okay, and this should bring him on. And let's see if this works. He said he said something to me in private chat. I don't know if he's willing to share that out loud. We'll find out. Okay. Ooh, let me get
I would attribute that snarkiness to displaced aggression because I shared with you, maybe even on air, that periodically when a certain characteristic comes up, I get so annoyed and so agitated that I don't properly handle it. Mm-hmm. So I get all snippety. It's like, so-and-so and this and that and blah, blah, blah. Indignant.
Okay. Yeah, that's cute. I mean, I shouldn't see it as such, but I don't know how else to respond to that. I mean, other than accept it for what it is. There's really nothing more I could say. Like, oh my God! How does one respond to that, right? It looks like we were unable to. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, I used to pretend to be a different being, but now I'm becoming more aware of my quirks, and certain quirks I'm not going to work on dismissing. Okay. Because they're mine and it's part of my characteristics. But certain qualities I really want to work on dismissing or shoring up, things of that nature, building better character rather than just place a blame on somebody else where the actual responsibility is mine. Mm-hmm. And that's difficult to accept and acknowledge and work on.
Yeah. Forgive me. Oh, by the way. Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
No, by the way, what?
No, I was just going to let people know I'm not yawning because of our lovely Diana. I just want people to understand that I go through this phase now, and then he's giving me an incoming call again. So let me tell him, first off, I've got to decline his call or, just ignore it. But let me inform him. Okay, I cannot take incoming calls. Calls. Jesus, because they knock me off bandwidth, off the call we are on. the call we are on. Okay, there we are. Okay, so let me try and call him again. But he just should be able to just jump on the call. Okay, just jump on the call. Jump on our call. Fuck. I'll just try and call him again. See if this.
Well, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing at you.
No. Because. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it.
It's so frustrating sometimes to
To talk to people, yes, to get them to understand.
Right.
So let's see if he's on the, what is this stupid call sign again? .cid. Okay, oops, not that, isn't it? .cid, and then come on, he's not showing up. That's really weird. Okay, so how is this working or not working? I mean, we'll .cid.8f7, 8f7. Okay, there we are. Where's the one that's in my favorites? Okay, 5. No decaf. Geez, he's not in here. He's on my stupid favorites. Why is he not showing up? Did they scrub him already? It's .cid.8f7 decaf 22. He's not coming up. That's probably because he's already on the call. So that way I have to tell him again. Dude, if you're listening, just jump on the goddamn call. So, I don't know if he gets it. Just jump on the call. Let me see if I can switch to it here. Jump on the call. Just jump on the call. Okay, so that being said, I'll reach out to some other people because he might not understand. Check the live stream for a minute, see if there's anyone else that has anything to say that I feel needs to be responded to. And T-Tank Barry was talking about public domain. Jeanette Devlin was saying deep urban decay in a nice way. Okay, there we are with that. And okay, all of that being said, I'll start monologuing soon enough if I'm unable to get people on. But of course, I'm looking for a break. And so let's see if we can reach out to people who can effectively answer. Sammy Romero, you're on the call. Jump on. Joe Tai, anybody, jump on the call. You can all, respond. Jump on. Oh, George Knight, we can add him, And let's try some of the others in terms of, our man Maggot. I don't know what his schedule is exactly. Tricia Whitmer, Amanda Ute.
Did you say maggot?
Yes, that's John Warrington. Maggot is a term, they use in certain cultures, the Celtic cultures, as attention seeker. That's all it means. Yeah. And, okay, so I'll add, ooh, fuck. Did that work or what? Did that didn't work. Okay. So it looked like George, I wasn't able to add him on, but everybody else is on this goddamn call. They can all jump on whenever they want, and that includes Joe Tai and Sammy Romero. So let me send him a private message. And T-Tank Barry says, support Douglas doing Dietrich. That's very cute. So, honey, go on a little bit about something. You can hold the stage while I break myself, and I have every confidence you can do that. So how do you feel?
I feel with my skin. Ha ha ha.
Delightful. Yes. And
tying into maggot, I was watching a channel that is completely about affluence, and this woman was talking about how she was mining and searching for red plume maggot. I'm like, I know she's not saying maggot. What the heck is she saying? Because she kept saying red plume maggot, red plume maggot. I harvested some in this site that had a lot of red plume maggot. So at one point she finally said it slowly enough where I discerned and learned she was saying red plume agate. Mm-hmm. I was like, oh, the way she was saying it, it sounded like red plume maggot, red plume maggot. I'm like, oh, look at my ring. It's red plume maggot. Like, ew.
That's cute. All right, so this is somebody else with a new account. I have no idea who this person is. L.I. Do we know somebody who's got that kind of call sign or something? Skype missed call. Hopefully that goes on record. I don't know how to deal with these people who are calling in right now. I have no idea. He must have set up a new account, and now that means that I have to. He doesn't get it. You got to send me a Skype contact request. That's how it works. Okay, I'm not going to answer this anymore because it's just people are leaving at this point. Nobody wants to hear this shit. So, honey, we'll wait till Sammy comes on, and then we'll have you two just hold a round table so I can refresh myself then. Hopefully he'll come any moment, and, we'll take it from there. But as for right now, what else comes to your mind? There are other things I'm sure that do.
Well, I started talking about how I made my way on the inside, because you were talking about the cautions of not being foolish to get one roped in. Well, I tell you, I pulled a duh. So I was associated with this individual who, I tried all manner of relationships. I tried the 60s, 70s revolution, because in college, I was in college in the mid to latter 70s, and everybody did everybody. So I was like, okay, well, that wasn't satisfying. I mean, initially the physical satisfaction was pleasing, but then the one night stands just got to be so cold, so unrewarding. So then at some point in the later years, when I didn't complete college, because I call it the slingshot effect, you get, with all good intention from the parents, very good intentions, I saw in retrospect, but at the time you don't see it that way because you're a child, even though you're up in years, but you're still psychologically a child at that age, at college age. So I call it the slingshot effect, where you're held back, and then you get on campus and there is no adult supervision. The only supervision is your own. And so I tried that, and then I left school, and it was supposed to be a year just to get myself together, to get my wits about me, to enter the world a little bit, and I had every intention of going back to school. That didn't happen. It's been a long year. It's been decades of a year. So whenever I hear anyone wanting to leave school, I said, if you say that again, I'm going to grab you by the shirt collars, lift you up even though you're 2.5 feet taller than I am, and I'm going to shake you and say, you have plenty of time to take a year off after you graduate. Because if you take off now, the chances of you returning to school and completing it are very slim, because you get seduced by different circumstances. Your motivation might change, your momentum might fall to the wayside, whatever. So I didn't have the acumen or what to become the stereotypical secretary. I didn't want to do that. So I just had basic jobs where they were important, because being a cashier is important, being a store clerk cashier is important, but after a while it just gets so boring. I would last a few years here and a year there. So at one point I had worked at a local deli, and this man would come in with as did many people in any eatery, man with a suit and tie would come in and present the print job for the deli, the coupons, the menus, etc. So one day I stopped in to either pick up a rough draft or drop off a sketch out, a layout of artwork for the deli. And we got talking, and he invited me to work there. His conversation led him to learn that I wasn't interested in staying in Delhi forever, and that I had made the error of leaving school because I wanted to have a science degree, a biology degree, because I was I'm still fascinated by life and also the arts. I'm taking a sip now.
I'm sorry, you're taking time to sit down now? That's so cute.
No, a sip.
Oh, okay.
Well, sip, sit sounds similar. And so I began working at the print shop. I learned to run a replicator because I learned, it's like, oh, well, that's
I
not
like that replicator. That sounds like something out of Blade Runner. Tried and message for stuff. Hey, Ian West.
Duplicator.
Yeah, right.
I knew it was replicator.
All right. Let me see who this is. You like somebody left me a message. I should have clicked on it to LI. I guess this is he says I tried and missed this really pisses me off. It just shows a kind of stupidity. Okay, Ian West, are you fucking listening or not? You're on the fucking call. All you need to do is jump on. I cannot take your calls because that knocks me off this call. So if you're not listening, I don't understand how you're trying to get on or why you're even bothering to try to get on. So this is just really frustrating to me. I'm not sure he's even looking at his private messages. Okay, so that being said, I'm not quite sure what's holding up Sammy Romero. Let me tell him if he can get on. Can you come on now, please? Can you come on as soon as possible? So in terms of that young lady who was saying how professional we sounded before, I mean, all that's out the window now in terms of what's happened over the past several minutes. This is like the junction of the show where basically those who aren't going to... What's that? You lose everybody. This is the juncture of the show. This is a juncture of the show where you lose everybody because, I basically need to take a break and nobody I'm with knows how to hold the fucking show. So we've lost everybody effectively, over half the audience. Hopefully they'll come back later when I monologue. But this is the most vulnerable part of the show, is that nobody wants to hear this part. So I need you to just... hold the line. I've got to take my break and start monologuing. And, that's basically it. There's no hope for waiting for any of these clowns. With Frank Black in particular, it's just really annoying because he should know better. He's not looking at his private messages. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. And he's just like, it pisses me off. It really does. It irritates me no end that people just that's stupid, that they're just not paying any attention, that they don't that they never got even the lessons from before. It's not like he hasn't been on the show before and he should pick up how this works. There's things I have no control over. That's just the way the technology works, and they just don't get it. And not only that, there's a kind of real arrogance there. There's a real arrogance there that I'll just call in, just like that, and that the person will pick up or something. So let's see now. B says, sent request, tried to be Gibson. Wish I could get on. Lico, after getting your book, how about reading from a biology textbook? Go watch a movie instead. Night DD, catch you later. Whatever. Who are these people? So with Lico and the rest of them, whoever wants to get on, you have to send me whoever wants to get on has to relay myself a contact request to Douglas Dietrich 1. Okay, it's that simple. Okay, and okay. All right. That being said, honey, it's all yours for the next 10 minutes.
Oh, I see Sammy's icon.
Oh, thank fucking God. Okay, hold, both of you take over. I can't handle anymore. It's just you know, I've done enough for humanity. It's just so Sammy, talk by all means. For God's sake, talk. Okay, this has just been the most frustrating 10 minutes in which we lost everybody. So aside from all of that, the two of you hold the stage so I can.
Hello?
Yes. It's not that difficult. It's not rocket science. You know what's going on with everybody? Why is there so much? I don't get it. What's going? So
Maybe some astrological
You guys hear
retrograde.
me?
yeah, we hear you. Yes, can you hear us?
Okay.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh my God. Oh my God. You have no idea the frustration that I'm dealing with right now. I've got, for some reason, there's a bunch of people. I have no idea who they are. I think Ian West
Right.
was one of them, and they just don't get it. I called them earlier. They like,
Right.
you know, just, you know, you send me a contact request if you want to come on. There's some people in the chat room who, quote unquote, want to come on. Okay, they send me a contact request. It's got to be sent to Douglas Dietrich 1. I cannot take calls, people. And that includes from Ian West, who should know better. Just, you know, get on the show by sending me a contact request. Then I'll put your contact request into... And name your fucking accounts, all you people. Put names on your goddamn accounts. I am not going to answer these bloody accounts that are just number accounts. They're literally something I cannot remember, that series of numbers and letters. So you've got to name your account. And so with this live CIDB, okay, whoever you are, give your account a name and I will consider bringing you on. But you've got to give me a contact request and we take it from there. So aside from that, we have two people on already tonight and they should be able to handle it. They're going to break myself. Before I take a break, is there something you wanted to tell me in particular personally, Sammy?
No, go ahead and take a break. I
Yes.
think, you've
obviously I need
you've
it. My
done
voice is gone. I haven't even started talking. You know,
Yes.
it's oh Jesus. You know, so what happened with Ian West? Just so people know, yeah, I think I can read this out loud. Basically, Frank Black said, "This is Ian West." He said, first he said, "Hey, I'm off work tomorrow, so I can come on tonight. I'll have some things put together." And then he said, okay, he had somewhere, and I guess he retracted it. But basically, I swear to God, he said basically he was hit by a lawsuit concerning the tunnels. So it's like, you know, okay, I have no idea what's going on with that. But that sounds like it's serious in his life. So maybe he's willing to talk about that. But other than that, it's just both yourself and Deanna Fraser, and I'll leave you two to handle it. And thank God you're here. Okay, I'll go mute.
Yes. Take a break. Hey, Deanna, how you doing?
Oh, I like to be a ball buster and say, when somebody asks how are you doing, I like to say, how am I doing what? To me, it sounds like incomplete, but I know what you mean. I'm doing fine. I chatted to Douglas. I was like, bring me out soon, because if I don't, I'm going to lay down. If I lay down, I'm going to close my eyes. If I close my eyes, I'm going to fall asleep.
Right.
So I believe he was attempting to indicate to Peter that, you know, how would you, I can't assume that he did or didn't, but you know, I made it clear that if I don't get on soon, I'm going to fall asleep. So, and yourself?
I was doing chores. I just finished mopping. You know, just doing stuff around the house. You know, trying to make this place as comfortable as possible for my girl. You know, just, you know, have the place tidied up.
Well, that's wonderful. That's very masculine, because I've said this before on the show, and I've said it to other people. I said the world is full of adult males and females, but it's very wanting for men and women, because I consider men and women a mythological creature that we are supposed to aspire to.
Right.
Because, you know, a multitude of people can conduct tasks that need to be done, but to do it in a way that is not abusive to other people, it's an entirely different matter. Do you think the listeners would like to hear my retelling? I won't tell the person's full name, I'll just say their first name, but this person was whining about something, and I called them on the carpet, and they haven't responded since. Do you think that would be interesting or not really?
I don't really care for it, and one of the reasons why I don't really care for it, you have to understand, Doug's transmissions are very particular type of audience. He's very prone to having trolls, and they really say nothing. I wouldn't even pay attention to them. Keep in mind, and this is one of the things of Douglas' background, that every transmission I discover something new about Doug. Because he is very privy to who he used to be associated with. You know, you're talking about 30 years ago, but it was probably yesterday, the way he's constantly attacked. But the audience that he has is very particular. So because of that, they're just going to, you know, they're going to criticize as well, you know, as far as, and I understand that people they mean well, at least some of them, as far as, you know, they used to be more professional. You know, Doug talks about some of the quirky things, but in reality, if you're here for his monologues, you're here for him contextualizing what's going on globally, and how he refers it back to history. Other than that, in my opinion, I really can care less about his presentation, because really what you want is to be informed, especially with history and what's going on. Yes, can his transmissions be, you know, be better? Of course. I'm not saying they're not good. It's just, you know, the man is literally working with, you know, two sticks to make fire. And at times, it's probably just one stick.
Say that again. You paid it out.
Oh, the man is literally working with two sticks to make a fire, but really it's more.
Okay. You're making an analogy.
Right. So, I wouldn't worry about anybody making any, you know, snarky remarks, because it's just, I'll put it this way, okay? If this is a Sunday night, if you're on a Sunday night trolling, you know, a podcast that has to do with history and geopolitics, you live a very sad life. Okay. Like I told you, think of the age range of 18 to 55, quote unquote. But let's narrow it down, 30 to 55. Very few people are going to be listening to geopolitics.
True.
As far as the states, the states we're very dumb. We're very dumbed down in the sense of being cognizant of the world. We don't give a damn about the world. We think we are the world. So because we're very narcissistic in our thinking and very narrow-minded about other cultures, even you being of a Ukrainian descent, even quote-unquote minorities like myself, Ukrainian, most minorities in this country don't. A Ukrainian and a French and a Russian look the same to me. They're just, you know, and this is just
people
me.
Over there.
You guys are just crackers, is what I'm saying. And I hate to put it that way, but because of the trauma of people that look like you, that's what you guys really are. You guys look like the oppressor. Now, it's not your fault, because I mean you're a minority yourself. You're a woman, but at the same time you're a white woman.
Well, so, Peter talked about that, because he said that he would play sports with people in New York City.
Right.
And another individual of Caucasian features would enter the fold, and they would feel the energy of oppression. Like, you know, what are you doing here? You're part of the history that oppressed us and attacked us.
Right. And you know what? They're right. They're not wrong, because at the same time, you know, if you have the attitude, then you're not gonna be friends with nobody. So I'm not trying to say that I'm that particular way, but you get the vibe of certain people, even with Peter. I have nothing against Peter. I don't have nothing disagreements with them, but I don't agree with everything that Peter says and his take on certain things. But I do learn a lot from him. That's the thing about it, is I can learn from Peter. He has great information about Qigong and his other concerning the Montauk, and it's great. Now, do I think because Peter plays football with, you know, a bunch of with young black men in this area, that he still not has his views on certain races? No, I'm sure he still has his views. I have my views, but it's nothing it's nothing normal. It's what it is. Peter is a privileged white man, and to a certain extent, you're a privileged white woman, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's just what it is.
Right.
I'll give you an example. Some things that I don't do, and this is just out of precaution. I don't go in certain areas in Los Angeles. For example, Pacific Palisades or certain areas like El Segundo. These are very they're very how can I say it? I can't say suburb. You can tell that the funding for infrastructure goes there instead of where you see people that look like me. I'm not saying everybody that looks like me lives where I live, but it's naturally segregated like any other city. Okay. And law enforcement, are funded there, unlike here. And it is just what it is, how things are. So, to a certain extent, it's just how things are. You can't be mad at the world. But at the same time, for example, I don't have tattoos. I can't wear tattoos. Why? Because I can get profiled. We talked about this with Doug. Doug's talked about this. There's what you call laser zones in Los Angeles, where law enforcement do that. They racially profile, and it has to do with the algorithms and their software and their computer systems. I can be profiled. I don't have no association to no criminal organization, but just because they entered my name in that system, I'm already profiled as a gang member or an associate. And it takes years, and sometimes you can never get out of that system. But it's a way of how law enforcement keeps tabs on the inner city. And part of it is really what you call, what I would say is really to prevent, in some ways, and I'm not saying it's the ultimate. No, it's not. It's really mostly our fault. When I say our fault, I mean minorities like, blacks and Latinos. Is really to mobilize. What I mean by mobilize is actually have a political footprint, which we don't. What I mean by political footprint is have a political party that looks like us and only like us. Unlike, the Republican Party, which is majority, what in this people call it white, or whatever. We don't have that, and one of the reasons why is they prevented, and we prevent ourselves really from understanding, to agree to disagree. And I didn't mean to get on this tangent, but
well, actually, you're doing a very good. You're shoring up the cause, because here I was ready to express something that I had a personal contact with a friend of mine who was complaining, and I wanted to read my response to his complaint, and you're like, but I'm glad I asked. Because
Yeah, I mean, and I don't mean, and you can, I'm not saying you can't read your complaint. Was this about the transmission, or was it about Doug's show?
oh, it's just about a friend of mine who was complaining about someone he knows, which I happen to know, and I called him out on it. Like, you engaged with this individual deliberately. So what are you complaining about? You knew
Right. Well,
what you were getting
yes.
into.
Yeah. Well, acknowledgement is power. That's one thing that I learned from Doug, and you and my father has talked about that. Is you acknowledge someone, you're empowering them. It's one of the things that Doug instructed me, and really as a friend. I mean, I knew this, but he reassured it. Is any detractor of Doug's you don't acknowledge, because that's what they want. Doug's information is very powerful in a sense of it hurts. It hurts. Really, the majority it hurts the white quote unquote privilege. What in this country is referred as that, which it's just what this matrix is what the matrix of this country promotes. Okay. One of the things that really opened my eyes about this was the land lease program. Not the land lease. What's it called? Oh my God! And they were giving out land. Oh my God! I had it until my time. Land lease is totally different. The home front, the Homestead Act. I'm sorry, the Homestead Act.
Right. I just got back. By the way, Homestead Act, and yes, what
Yes.
did? There was some horrible noise behind you there for a minute. I take it that's the work environment, or what? Or
No, that's the child I'm babysitting.
Oh, holy shit!
I had to give him his baba because he demanded it.
Okay.
The Homestead Act,
Yes.
where United States, pretty much if you could pretty much civilize that land, you got to keep it. Interesting enough, Congress don't talk about this, but then again, the Congress is sending migrants who want quote unquote a piece of the American dream. Well, they're sending them to other states, especially in Texas. But people don't talk about the Homestead Act, that whites were given land.
Yes. Well, they were given the opportunity to steal land, is what.
Well, yes. Well, that's true, Doug. But you know how white people are. No, they're given to us. These savages here, we killed them in the name of God. Manifest destiny. No, I'm sorry. But what I'm trying to say is the Central Valley was taken from the Japanese. This is something that I learned from Doug, and it made a lot of sense because I grew up with a Japanese family down the street that I believe they owned about 10 acres of orange groves.
Yes. Which
was astonishing, but I don't know how they were not interned. I don't know if maybe the granddad was a GI. I never got the hang of it, but I know they owned a lot of orange groves. And one of the reasons why I know it was there is because they actually had German shepherds, like guard dogs, guarding their orange groves. And we used to ride bikes, and those dogs used to chase us. And I knew these German shepherds were very particular because they were all black. They were black German shepherds, and you knew they were the German shepherds, but it made a lot of sense. Those dogs, you can't see those dogs at night, and when you see them, their teeth are on your ass.
Yes.
But that family, I don't know if they still live there, but this is, I'm talking about, the mid to late 90s. They were remnant of those families, the Japanese families that owned land in the Central Valley. But that land was taken away and was given out, and Doug talks about this. But anyways, that's pretty much what the tangent I was talking about with Diana is pretty much your detractors, ignore them, because to acknowledge them is to empower them, and they're powerless, really.
Yes.
Douglas.
Yeah, honey.
The reason we got on this is because I asked if it was okay that I read a response that I gave to a friend of mine. He was complaining about his wife, and I called him out on it. And Sammy was like, and then he gave me structure about what your show is really like, because, like I said, I believe I pay attention. I believe I'm mature. I believe that I'm a good judge of character. But as the further I go along in life, I'm like, yeah, no, not so much. One of the examples I give about emotional and psychological maturity was at an office party, a holiday party. We were gifted office supplies and a little bag of cookies and candies and whatnot for the holiday. So we all needed to present our office ID to make sure people off the street didn't wander in to get office supplies, because you never know, people crash office supply parties all the time, right?
Right. Give me just a second here. So I just brought L.I. on, Brooke. Please maintain your silence for a few minutes while our lady Deanna Fraser finishes her story. So let her relate that, and then we'll introduce you. Okay? So just be patient and maintain me. Excellent, great. So go on, honey. Yeah.
So I had forgotten my ID, my office ID. So I went back to my cubicle to retrieve it. And by the time I got back to the line...
But by the way, I do have to break in here because this is strangely humorous to me. I when she points out, Deanna, that people, they crash office parties. I mean, it's like, I can't think of anything sadder in the fucking world than somebody crashing an office party. I mean, oh my fucking God. It's like these people work. They generally know each other. I mean, it's like, you must be like, who the fuck would do that? But anyhow, so go on, honey. It's like someone from another floor? Someone from another department? Well, I mean, what the fuck?
Because we all looked around like, people seriously crash these type of parties, like at an office, and they know there's a holiday party and they just wander in. It's like, oh yeah, I work here. I work in the mailroom, or I work in this department. It's like, well, where's your ID? It's like, oh, I forgot it. Oh, sure, go on in.
Oh my God.
So I get back to the line and I noticed that the thicker, larger legal pads were out of stock. So only the thinner.
What a thing to notice. Anyhow, go on. You've got a sharp eye for details.
So inwardly, I was pouting, thinking to myself, I do a lot of writing. I wanted a large, thick legal pad with 100 sheets, not 50. That's not fair. So my other boy said, how old are you? I'm like, shut up. So that's when I realized I'm really not that emotionally and psychologically mature as I want to believe.
I wouldn't even give that a second thought. I mean, why?
I realize you wouldn't, but there's been times where I would mentally pout, only to realize, how old are you? It's like chronologically, psychologically, or emotionally.
I mean, compared to how other people are misfunctioning, it's like nothing to even worry about. I mean, you're not going around committing yourself to mass office shootings. So, it's like... I
know, but I'm a Virgo. I have a lot of Virgo in my chart, and that's just a characteristic of a Virgo. Yes. Just being particular about something.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. That's cute. That's and so with that, we will introduce a new person who we've never spoken to before, and so I'm willing to take risks here. And before I introduce you, Sammy, can you hear me? Sammy, or the child ate him. He's babysitting a child that's really a cannibal. It devoured him. He tried to give him some pacifier and it ate his finger instead. Right now he's rolling on the floor in agony. He's too far away from the to call 911. He's dropped his cell phone. He's bleeding out and he's dying. Okay, so all that being said,
sounds like closer to a Scorpio.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said that might be closer to a Scorpio since she was talking about her Virgo.
Okay.
In her astrology, so I think if that's a baby doing that, it must be a Scorpio baby.
That's right. Yes, that's right. I mean, the man who raised and guided me, he was a Scorpio, so that definitely I'm very familiar with those. So Sammy, could you hear us?
No, I had to tend to child.
Understood. Before I forget it, I just wanted to tell you something before I introduce this other lovely lady who has joined us, and I want you to know that the samurai swords that you brought up, the cursed samurai swords, those are Muramasa blades. That's spelled M-U-R-A, Muramasa, M-A-S-A, Muramasa blades. So those are known as the Muramasa demon swords. And those are the man who made those blades. He poured the blood of himself and sacrifices into those blades when he molded the steel. And of course, that those are the ones that drive the samurai who were wearing them towards constant blooding. And so there we have that. And if people want to look up the Muramasa blades, they'll find out. They'll find out about them. And of course, there's people who try to argue against this and say there's no such thing. But of course, that's, I will argue that, and we can do that at a different time. So with that, now let me see this fascinating lady who has joined us. Tell us about a bit why your initials LI are different from your actual name.
Why it's Spain LI. It literally, if I screenshot my profile, it says my name, Brooke Gibson. Okay. And then it has, it assigns you an automated Skype name.
Right. Do you know how to change that? Do you know how to change that to a name?
We may have to do that because I tried to hit edit, but when I would click in that, I'm on my phone. Maybe I need to be on the computer, but I'm on my phone, and it would not let me change it.
Okay, so do that in the future when you're on a computer, just because the problem is I had to literally, just so people understand this. And by the way, if you can hear us, Sammy, do us a favor, Sammy, if you could go mute now. Thank you so much.
Yes, I will.
Yeah, thank you. And to V Sexton, I want to thank you. She says, hey, I would love to come on your live, but I don't have an account yet, so... we look forward to having you with us, honey. And so I believe B is Brooke, who sent us. Okay, so that's good. And so that's your dog.
That is one of my dogs. I had to do animal rescue. I only have 4 now. I've been up to 8, or I've had 9 foster failures in the past.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh,
that one you see in the picture is 19 years old.
Uh-huh. Oh my God!
Wow.
So yes, but I have had up to 9, and so I'm down to 4. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but everybody always has a fit when I say that he's 19. He's on about 10 medications a day for his heart. But
holy shit,
he's a minimum of 19. When I got him, they said he was a senior in 2012. He was a rescue, and they were going to send him to New York. And he had heartworms, and they said they thought he was about 12 or 13 then in 2012. And when found out because every dog that I foster for heartworms before they can go out of state, I have to know where they're going because they have to spend 3 months with me. So these are dogs that have been through the ringer, and I'm not going to send a dog that's been through the ringer that's been with me for 3 months to somewhere that they don't need to go. And so it was happened to just be a home that was going to leave a Chihuahua outside who is here. And I was like, no, he's going to stay. And I usually don't ever keep little dogs just because they're the easiest to adopt out. Yeah. But I kept him, and he's still here. So that's my picture.
Oh my God! Well, that's very touching. That's incredible, and what you do is very heartwarming as well. That's incredible. So we're honored to have you with us. I certainly am. I'm just incredibly impressed by what you do, just as I'm impressed, of course, by our lovely Deanna Fraser with everything she's been through, and she's only sharing with us a little bit so far. So tell us more about yourself, more of an introduction of how you got acquainted with even listening to this bizarre format. And,
I wanted to say I tried to get on the other week and I couldn't because obviously I didn't put Dietrich one, and obviously you. Because of whatever setup, I don't think.
Yeah. Just understand again, so I can explain it to everybody else because there's other people who've said they want to come on. Understand, if at all possible, when you create the new account, see if you can do it on a PC or something where you can do a name account, because when people send me the contact requests, even when it's these numbers and letters that you know what's assigned to you by Skype essentially. The problem is I cannot at all cut and paste those. So I literally have to. The technology of Skype is such that you can't cut and paste those things at all, no matter where they present themselves. So I have to literally type them out.
So we're getting frustrated today. And knew me, I was part of it. So maybe like even put something at the top of the YouTube page for when you have more new people, so they don't do what I did.
Oh, no worries. I actually haven't gotten that often. Tonight was just a bizarre night because it would have been better. Honestly, it wouldn't have been so hard to take, except that I was dealing with the same thing from Ian West. And what happened was like his account got shut down and he was making a new account and it was all this number stuff and he didn't seem to be getting it, which is like unusual because he's been on this format before. And so it was truly much of the frustration was from him. And but that being said, you know, he's certainly welcome to come back on in the future when he's a little less high or something. And as for you yourself, you sound perfectly grounded. So yeah, by all means, go on, and I'll start announcing this more at the beginning of every show or something. So yeah, by all means.
Douglas, what is the name of our canine champion?
Our canine champion. I'm sorry, honey.
Oh, my dog. His name is
you.
Oh, I thought you meant my dog.
Oh, you're the champion of the canines. So she means Brooke. Brooke. What?
Brooke Gibson.
Brooke Gibson. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I should probably just go and put it on YouTube too, but you know, I mean, you never know when you're on so many YouTube videos and commenting occasionally into all the different things politically that are going on. You don't always want everyone to have your name to come back on. Yeah. So that's why my full name is not on there, but I did not know it wasn't on Skype. I thought because I can see it on Skype, but apparently you can't. So I'll have to change that. I can see my picture right now. Can you not see my picture on Skype?
Yes, it's a beautiful picture. You're a very lovely woman. So very glad you showed it.
It hides the lines on the face. That's what it does.
And so at any rate, so again, this lovely lady's name is Brooke, and it took. I still didn't get the last name. I'm sorry. It takes me 20 times with names. Then I finally.
Too, so we have that in common. Gibson, Gibson, like Gibson.
Gibson. Okay, a Gibson girl. It reminds me of William Gibson, the science fiction writer. Are you familiar with him?
I am. I have not read. I don't think I've read any of his stuff, but I do know who he is. I do know of him. I'm not a big science fiction reader, to be honest with you. I was big into fiction for a while, and then I got into really more, I guess, what I considered, you know, realism, and you know, even like your book, like it's more it real life. Like I wanted to either history.
Oh, that's what you were saying. You had read my book.
Yeah, well, I ordered it and I haven't quite finished it because I've had a lot going on here with the dog, and I also have 2 children. I have one that just graduated college. I had her when I was 21, and she just graduated from Furman. And then I had
congratulations. May I ask what her major was?
Political science at Furman University.
Even better. Oh, wonderful. Go on. And the other child?
The other one is a 17-year-old. He's at Eastside High School. He's just he's 11th grader. So he's a good kid. He's a good kid. So he helps me with the dogs a good bit. But
that's wonderful. Did you say something about he was on the football team or something? What did you?
Well, he was, and I stopped that. So we had to pull him off football. He's played the last few years, actually, since 8th grade. Uh-huh. But I have high blood pressure. Even I'm 44. I have high blood pressure. My father got high blood pressure at 16.
Oh my God.
Blood pressure medications through 16. And actually from both sides, my ex-husband's mother died at 52 of high blood pressure, but she wouldn't take her medication, and that was partly why she never took it. And so he had it from both sides, and he has high blood pressure, and we've had to pull him from football.
I'm so sorry to hear that. He must have been disappointed, but I'm sure he got over it. I'm sure, has he found other pursuits?
He is, and he's like, it's so hard and it's so tough, and I felt bad because he went he's in shape, and he went all summer and got up every morning and when he could have slept in, and went to all the summer stuff because we thought we had gotten the blood pressure under control last year, but it started going back up again. And so, we had to pull him. The only great thing about him having blood pressure, I will tell you, as a mother, which I actually do this too. If I smoke pot, I get paranoid. Well, apparently he smoked it one time, had to come admit it to me last year, and was like, I thought I was dying. I thought my heart was coming through my chest. I knew I was going to have a heart attack. And I mean, he's a cool kid. Like, this is not like, he's not like a nerd, like, we can all be nerds, but he wasn't like paranoid with that. He just literally, his blood pressure goes so high. Right. So I'm like, you can't smoke pot, okay, buddy?
Right. But by the way, so there were times when my father's blood pressure would go very high, other times when it would go very low. This was for various reasons, but when it went high, and I remember when we saw a MD who was a senior specialist, which, believe it or not, these are extraordinarily rare in the United States. And many doctors who say they're senior specialists just means they see a lot of older patients, but there's very few geriatricians in the United States. I'm certain there's more that are being trained now, but my father's blood pressure at times would go well over 200, like 200 something. And so, okay.
Ambulance for mine, it was 220, and they had to give me nitroglycerin.
Yeah.
A few months ago. So yeah, crazy high.
Okay.
So I relate to that. That's dangerously high.
Yes. Yeah.
What did they do for him?
Oh, well, eventually it was balanced out mainly through diuretics, believe it or not. It was, which is hell on the kidneys. And what ultimately killed him, of course, was there's so many comorbidity factors here. The missed, how would I call it? Missed diagnoses, the misprescription of medicines, it's just sheer malpractice in many cases. It was just a whole convergence and combination of things that ultimately killed him. But one of the factors definitely was the diuretics, in the sense that they ring the kidneys, and he was born with only one kidney. He was born with a vestigial kidney, meaning he had only one. It was very small. Yeah.
Father that we discussed before, that's how I originally met you, with the vampire stories on the other channel.
Okay. All right.
So that's not that.
Yeah, so go on talking. By the way, every once in a while you're glitching the technology or whatever medium you're using. Are you doing this?
Is it better now?
You might be. We'll find out in a few moments. So just keep talking. Yeah. So basically, you were interested in the vampirism, and that's how you originally came across me. Was that the first you heard of me?
Yeah, that was how I originally first heard of you. It was on I can't remember what's his name's channel, because I don't really go on his channel much either, but you had popped up on there.
Oh, was it Sean Bond?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. By the way, his father just died.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes. So everyone, do maintain Sean Bond in your thoughts and prayers. He put that out publicly. He told me privately first. It was like very recently. I regret not mentioning it, but it's one of those things that it didn't seem appropriate to bring it up until now. So I'm glad that you ran across me. So you ran across me fairly recently. So you must have just ordered the Roswell, the Roswell deception.
Well, it was, I guess it's been at least a month or two that I ran across you, because then I was very interested in, what you said to come to your channel. Yeah. To be honest, you were freaking me out with your eyes that day, because you can look at the camera and it'll look like you're looking into my soul. And I'm like, I swear to God, he's looking through my soul right now.
Thank you. I mean, I'll take that as a compliment in the sense that
I was like, I feel like I'm having a spiritual thing with him. But then your eyes, especially when you cut the light on and off and your eyes show, it was very cool. So then I came to your channel and I just slowly started picking it up here and there. And I listened to, actually, what's his name that actually published or helped you publish the book that sometimes is great. Sometimes, I mean, he's always very intelligent. I guess that's one of my questions. It seems like I don't really know what to talk about. I have a million things I could talk about, whether it's politically or anything like,
sure.
But I don't know. It seems like it's such an open forum. And I'm not really sure where the line is with that. Like, is there a typical, because every time I pick it up, it's always something completely different. And your stuff at the end, you always have your own, whatever you decided to talk about, but everything else is completely just hit or miss.
Right. As a matter of fact, perhaps Deanna Fraser, you could help us a little bit here. I'm not quite sure I understood exactly what you said when I was talking with Sammy, and then you said this was how we got onto this topic was because I brought something up about someone, but Sammy brought it to your attention that somehow that did.
Yes, I know what she said, and you know what? Is Sammy still on the line? Because that he was one of the people that he was someone I wanted to mention that to what he was discussing. Is Sammy? Are you there?
Yeah, Sammy, you there? Let's see if he responds.
He's got the baby, the Scorpio baby.
Yeah, the Scorpio baby has is basically drags him into
Hello.
Yeah, there he is.
Hello. Hey, how you doing?
Yes. Hey, so Brooke would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, so you were. I just
Yeah, no
called
problem.
to the end of it, and we were talking about racism and race, which in different that I'm not sure exactly how it started. I know she said kind of how she had started it, but and then the things you've experienced, which I guess if I was I maybe shouldn't say politically, but if I was a Trumpy or maybe like Ted Cruz, I would say I don't know what you're talking about. Racism doesn't exist. But that's obviously not how I feel. And I was curious, like, have you ever read like Chris Hedges?
The baby killed him. It's like this is what babies do. This is why I will never have a child, is because they.
You have a child. You have a son.
Oh, yeah, stop it, Doug. Stop it, Doug. Stop it, Doug. You got 3 or 4 running around.
Yeah, that's true too. Yes. But I'm not responsible.
No, I've never read.
Yes, go on.
Hello.
Yeah,
I'm Doug. I'm just,
Yeah, I understand. No, it's true. It's true. What he says is true. It's just I'm not responsible like our man Sammy is. So Sammy, go on. Yes, this Chris Hedges. You never read him?
No, I've never read Chris Hedges.
Yeah. Okay.
I've only run into him briefly, but I love a lot of what he says because he recently, especially because he talks about both
Let me go on mute.
Can you hear me? Am I okay?
He can hear you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, so politically, he will talk about both sides and what they've done. So it's not, we'll talk about what Clinton has done, what Bush did, not what Bush did, actually more what Reagan did. Really, a lot of it talking about the prison systems. And I was wondering, because the only thing I heard you say that I didn't quite like was you said, there's not a party that just represents us, like that looks like me, which I agree with you on the fact that, that should have been maybe the way it should have been. But right now, I feel like we should be headed to a party. Like, I don't feel like either one of these parties really represent us in America and as a whole, but I feel like that we shouldn't have parties that are just one color, or we should be working toward more of that and acknowledging the things like the prison systems, acknowledging what corporate America is doing to both, especially poor people and especially people of color and minorities. And he just gives a great, obviously much better than I could on that. But that was one thing that I just wanted to mention to you and see your thoughts on that.
Well, before. Go on, Sammy, if you want to respond to that. But I was going to ask Brooke to tell us. Brooke, I was going to ask her to tell us a bit more about what this Chris Hedges says about the prison system specifically.
Yeah, if she wants to elaborate, I can wait.
Yeah.
Either way, if you want to go ahead and get into the first part.
Well, I think this is important because Sammy would find that interesting. Yeah. So
yes, go ahead, Brooke. Please.
Yeah, so basically, I mean, looking at what the prison system basically was set up to, and obviously, this isn't just from him. I mean, I think the prison system was originally set up. My daughter, like I just told, I don't know if you heard, but was telling Doug that she graduated from Furman political science degree this year, and she was one of the first people that came home and told me that I really didn't even know. She said, you realize the prison system was set up just to take in poor and black people, like that's what it was set up for, to make them work. Like that, it was for no other reason. She's gone through classes through that, and this is a Christian college, but it's a liberal Christian college, so they're pretty good with that. But what he went on to say, he goes into prisons and he teaches in them. He's, you'd have to look him up to see exactly what all he's done. He's been to Syria, Libya, he's been a reporter. But he was just talking about the fact that, and like I said, I'm having to remember some of this now, but basically, that what the prison they do is the states, in the name of an austerity, they've stopped providing, they don't provide prisoners with essential anything. They have started, right now, it's roughly 1 million prisoners who work for corporations and government industries in American prison systems. Most of those are all minorities, for what the corporate state expects us all to become. And then it ties back in, then you can tie that back in to then where we are with corporations, because corporations have no intention of permitting prison reforms that would reduce the size of the bonded workforce, things like that. So it's just one big, huge circle that was started in a really sick time, but not getting any better, and nobody's talking about it or doing anything about it. And the people have no intention to. Again, he writes it wonderfully and actually can explain that in detail. So I would suggest reading his, or he has a great interview on YouTube. I can link it on the notes tonight. I think
sure. That's fine. And
that's great.
So combining that with what you said about a political party that represents us all, so now we turn that over to Sammy to respond to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Brooke, that's that way I'll look up that Chris Hedges gentleman. It's like I'm putting it this way, okay? Replace all non-minority senators in Congress and put blacks, Latinos, and Asians on there, and replace the numbers that are minorities. In other words, this is what we see as colored people, okay? As quote unquote colored people. People that are controlling legislation don't look like me, okay? Mitch McConnell doesn't look like me.
McConnell does not either.
No, they don't. Yes, but they don't represent me as far as what looks like me.
He doesn't represent my children. My children are half from Cuba. Their father is Cuban, so
right.
I have a hold in them.
Well, what I'm trying to say is this, okay? Because people like us are not represented as far as numbers and legislation, that has a lot to do with why things are the way they are. But really, it's because the United States is really naturally segregated. And unfortunately, this idea of equality, it's not really equality. It's just we have to come to the realization that, to a certain extent, I respect the South, how they are as far as their legacy they try to preserve. But at the same time, I more respect the fact that they really are who they are as far as their views on certain races. What I mean by, or ethnicities, really.
Well, I'm Southern, and so I will say I'm Southern, and I've seen a lot of racism in my life. I've seen more racism. I've had many friends that were different races other than the people that told me they would see more racism outside of the South, because what happened in the South is you've got racism hidden, but people get along. And then you've got racism outside, but they're not talking. But the problem is what's exactly right. The fact of the matter is, it's our U.S. Constitution. Like, for instance, slavery is legal in prisons under the 13th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. As long as that is still, it reads, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as punishment for crime, whereof the party shall have duly convicted, shall exist in the United States. So slavery is legal within the prison system and who's the majority.
Right, but here's just so we can how would I say to express this in a way that rounds everything up, not that I'm trying to close it, but just to kind of round it up to progress the communication. What basically Sammy was saying was that if we were to reverse the color ratio of Congress, it would become immediately apparent visually. Basically, if you had all of the whites replaced by colored people and all of the colored people replaced by whites, the whites would stand out like a flare. And so what he's pointing out is that obviously he and many people like himself and myself don't feel represented. And you point out, of course, that you also comprehend this feeling, and you point out, of course, that Mitch McConnell doesn't look like you either. And of course, I could make the argument that Mitch McConnell doesn't look like any human being, period. But that being said, Mitch McConnell's barely. I don't even think he registers as part of the human species, to tell you the truth. He's some kind of ghoul.
I love turtles, and I take it as an insult when they call him a turtleneck, because I'm like, no, that is insulting turtles.
Yes, it does. yes. But again, just to point out what came up about the South, and then what came up about your Cuban heritage. Okay, this brings up two interesting things. What Sammy did was he was qualifying what he said about the South, I think, quite admirably. And this is what I've pointed out before, is that I have a deep affinity for the South in the sense that, of course, they were a heavily Celtic culture, and my father's background was Celtic, the man who raised and guided me, albeit he was not a Southerner, but in terms of the Southerners, they definitely had a far more established culture than the North did, which was just far more blasé and bleached out. But when it comes to the Cuban aspect that you're speaking of, and your husband being Cuban, and here I'm reminded, of course, what Peter Moon, if Peter Moon were here, by the way, he would start reminiscing a bit about Lucille Ball and Ricky Ricardo, is what he would.
Oh, that's my favorite show. We're divorced now, but I have every tape because my mom was determined to buy them all for me because that's what we were off.
Yeah.
Hilariously funny. Well, he was funny. I divorced him, but he was hilariously funny anyway.
Okay. No, that makes perfect sense. But this is something that's fascinating. Okay, so understand this. Puerto Rico just had all of the electricity go off. The entire island. I'm sure you're aware of this. And this was just because and this is the hurricane is just approaching. The weather front is just approaching them, and it hasn't even hit the island yet, and all their electricity's gone off. And I've brought up before, and we'll bring up again, certainly won't get the chance tonight, but sometime in the near future I'll bring up again the territorial similarities between Puerto Rico and Taiwan, where I was born, because the Americans, unknown to most people, make a claim on Taiwan as a renegade territory, just as China claims it to be a renegade province. And so I brought up this legal fact before that most people are completely unaware of. And I was bringing up how fortunate that we were not under America's umbrella because of what happens to Puerto Rico on a regular basis. It's basically because they're under this American infrastructure that tends to ignore them after having made things as worse as possible for them. And if you were to, as I brought up before, if you were to, say, eliminate, we don't really have English required as a language. In other words, English is not really officially recognized as the national language.
No, but so many people are racist, and I hate this. I have to say this because I will hear people say, I can't stand it. I've heard this before, especially from Republicans. They need to learn to speak English. I'm in the South, so I do majority Republican, and they need to speak English. And I'm like, you know what? I went to Cancun. I went to Mexico. They were trying to speak English. Obviously, part of it was bringing in money to certain resort areas when I went. But at the same time, there was never a put down for like, how dare you not be able to speak the language that I'm in. We do that because we have a better, it's our country, which we stole the country. First of all, we stole the country. Okay, people seem to forget that. And then on top of that, I guess my only point to everything would be, yes, I do believe like you said that And like he said, God, I'm so horrible with names. It's Douglas, and I only know your name, honestly, because I read it on the thing. I'm horrible with names. I forgot the
No
girl's
worries.
name.
Yeah.
I forever.
Deanna,
but
go on.
I agree with you that yes, it doesn't represent we know that, like, it doesn't represent the country as far as the way people look. Like, we need to change that. My point is instead of having but if we go down that rabbit hole of saying let's have a party that's 2/3 black, 2/3 black, or 2/3 this, I think it needs to be a whole of, hey, let's go have a party that represents the people. And all the people aren't there yet. I do get that, but it's not. But the part is they're being torn apart by the media, because you've got poor white people in the South that are voting Republican, and it is literally hurting them. Like, hurting their own pocketbooks.
Yes.
And they don't get it.
Yeah.
They don't understand that corporate America doesn't give a shit about you. The top 2 or 3% are killing all of us. And, just like, what is that company? I'm sure the billionaire company that he just gave his company basically away this week.
Are you talking about Musk or Bezos or one of those clowns? Or
No, not one of those bad ones. It's one of those companies that you get all the outdoor gear, all the cool, expensive outdoor gear from.
Oh God, I would know nothing about that.
Bass Pro Shop.
Have you?
Bass Pro Shop.
What was it?
Is it Bass Pro Shop?
No. I'm going to Google it.
That's his brother Isaac talking, the fisherman. Oh my God. We just heard Isaac.
By the way, Bass Pro Shop is actually owned by the Chinese. I don't know.
Okay,
no,
wow.
I hate Bass Pro Shop. I happen to be a vegetarian, to be honest, so I won't even go in Bass Pro Shop. I'm not saying everybody has to be vegetarian, but they have too many dead hanging on the walls for me. Patagonia.
Patagonia. Okay, go on. Yes. So Patagonia did this, and
just did it this week. He basically says Patagonia founder gives away the company. Billionaire no more. A half century after founding the outdoor apparel maker Patagonia, Yvon Chouinard, the eccentric rock climber who became a reluctant billionaire, tried to shorten it up. Rather than selling the company off, he said, and with his unconventional spin on capitalism, has given the company away. Rather than spinning the company off or taking it public, he and his wife and 2 adult children have transferred their ownership of the entire company, valued at $3 billion, to a specially designed trust and organization created to preserve the company's independence. Any money that doesn't go back to keep the company up goes to combat climate change around the globe. And then what the news and basically has been saying this is here's this guy who's nowhere near as rich as Jeff Bezos or so many others. He can still stay rich, still run a company. Guess what? Also give away tons of money. So that's where we have to start looking at. It's not, yes, race is a huge issue, but it's an issue now inside another issue, which is capitalism, which wants to keep race. They want to keep us divided in any way they can now. It's not even about slavery. They want to enslave anybody they can. But if they can do it through racism, they're going to do it through racism. They're going to do it through making you believe in this or that. We are in a capitalist society, I believe, that truly only cares about themselves. And the rest of us are just like sitting ducks, and half of the sitting ducks are sitting there believing that this capitalist society is there to save them.
Yeah, no, that's completely ironic, and of course it's one of these things that I was going to bring something else up as well, but you seem to have answered that to a degree. But what I was going to bring up when I brought up Puerto Rico is, and I brought up the English language issue, was because I remember when the George W. Bush Jr., of all people, one of the factors in his winning, ultimately, of course, he did not win. He was basically a Republican judge in Florida that was installed by his brother, made him president. That being said, however, one of the factors.
night watching that. Like, Gore's gonna win. Gore's gonna win. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Gore did win. Gore did win, and then he just.
I couldn't believe it. Like, you could, like, I guess I should have believed it, but I was young enough then that I was like, I just had my daughter, I think. And I was like, there's no way. I'm watching the counting of the stupid little tabs.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no
the
way.
Chads. It was the Chads.
The Chads.
And which at any rate, the point was that when it came to that entire affair, one factor that did give George W. Bush a great deal of votes was he spoke better Espanol than Al Gore. And this is when I brought up what would happen if we eliminated the Electoral College. Because at that time, when the election was literally stolen by an installed judge, installed by Bush's brother, no less, people were saying, why don't we eliminate the Electoral College? Now, back in those days, I was in a completely different headspace. And I was just explaining to people that if you eliminate the Electoral College, then basically you're going to have your first Spanish-speaking president immediately. And the reason why is because there's only 3 cities where the votes count. It's New York City, Los Angeles, and basically Miami.
Say it again.
I'm sorry, honey?
Say it again one more time.
Sure. Oh, no worries. So I was explaining to people.
No, the way you say Los Angeles.
I'm sorry? What? Why?
No, I just like to hear the way you say it. Los Angeles.
Oh, Los Angeles. Yeah. yes, we are. Yes, it would be. Yeah, so New York City, Los Angeles, and Miami. And the point is that all of those are really Spanish-speaking cities. And basically, you would have your first Spanish-speaking president because there's only 3 cities he would need to visit. Those 3 cities. And basically, in New York, he would be talking to Puerto Rican Espanol-speaking voter base. He would be in Miami speaking to a Cuban-based, Espanol-speaking voter base. And in Los Angeles, it would be to Mexicano or Mexican-speaking, Espanol-speaking base. And this is all a president would need to address, and he would win. I mean, no place else in the United States would be visited at all because it would be unnecessary. The Electoral College is what forces the presidents to stump. In other words, go from every single state and stump because they have to. But without the Electoral College, it's just those 3 cities are basically the concentration of population, and it's basically Hispanic dominated. By the way,
shouldn't be there. Like you said, there should not be an Electoral College.
Right,
at least my daughter who came home again from Thurman telling me about it, because I would always say we need a third party, which is like what I said now, and I still believe it. But she has told me, because she's very liberal, and she said the problem is, she said the way it's set up, the way we have it set up, even though you could have, we have an independent party or whatever, the way it's set up because of the Electoral College and the money coming in, she said you will never have a third party candidate win until that changes. And she has the details on that because, again, she spent 4 years studying it. But in these last 4 years,
she's welcome to come on the program anytime you can convince her to do so. And
Megan, have to bring her next time and say you're gonna have to stay up or come on a little earlier. Yeah.
Yes.
May I?
Of course. And
I
so,
agree with Brooke, and I agree with everyone, but it's never going to happen because there's a difference between America and the United States Corporation. There's 2 different constitutions because the initial constitution was abolished by the Vatican. The Vatican runs the world, and there will never, until such time that the Vatican is taken down. And that's the reason division is orchestrated and sleight of hand is created so that we're all distracted by these side stories and these side situations so that we can't come together and take the small demons down.
Right, and I agree with exactly what you said. Like, I've studied more and more about the Vatican, and I'm sure you guys know more of it than me. But, recently just learning more about what the Vatican really does and controls. I mean, I was raised Southern Baptist, so I'm going to be honest. As a little girl, we were taught not like Catholics anyway because we weren't Southern Baptist. Whatever, I don't know what that meant. But but at the same time, I don't think the Southern Baptists or I don't believe in any religion. I'm spiritual now. I think religion is man-made, and religion itself is always going to be corrupted. Or have corruption. I believe it was set up to be corrupted and set up just to control us. But the Vatican seems to have the most power of that, going back to Roman times, which I'm sure you know much more about than me, Doug, than you guys know. But at the end of the day, I do believe. Only thing I would say on this, last thing I will say, is I don't believe that we're there. I think we are raising our vibration. I want to believe that more and more people, I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. But I think that more and more people are starting to see through the lines. Just even seeing Kansas, this Republican state, and then Roe v. Wade, like they thought they had it in the bag with them, right? Mm-hmm. So more and more people coming together, just saying, hey, I mean, like, how can you not look at tech? At some point, number one, either you have to look at someone like Ted Cruz or Donald Trump and be like, you're a liar, douchebag, or you are really old and you're going to die off soon. And I don't have to worry about you anyway. I'm sorry to put it that way. But like, I just feel like as our society comes up younger and younger, I do believe it will change and like I said, like Patagonia is making an investment in world, theirs is toward, global stability as far as, or global warming is what the word I was looking for, and global cooling. But at the end of the day, he's only one man and one company, so that was his passion. Just like my passion's animals, right? So if I'm a billionaire, I'm going to give some here and some there, but like that would maybe where I would put it. Like I want to stop seeing pit bulls chained up and animals being put to sleep and murdered every day. Like, not saying people shouldn't eat meat, but we shouldn't have it on these farms where pigs literally will eat their own babies. Yes. To keep them from I think you actually said that. I think I heard that on your show. Yes. Yes,
that's true. What will happen is they don't want their piglets to grow up in that environment, so they'll eat them. So just to clarify something here, Deanna Fraser, never be afraid to express this sort of concept that you have. It's something that Viviana Sanchez would often express, the same kind of concept. I do want people to understand that. By the way, what was it that you said, Brooke, when you were raised as a Southern Baptist? What did they say about Catholics? They said the church was what?
Well, what was funny is that my grandmother is who I went to church with, because my mom didn't go. She said, I gained too much weight to go to church. I'm waiting to lose it. She only had me. So my grandmother would take me to church, and she was Southern Baptist every Sunday. And Catholics, we talked about Catholics, like it was a known thing. My mom, like, well, no, they're not the same. They believe other things. No. And it wasn't like a put down, like we hate them, but just, they believe other stuff. But then my grandmother's best friend who lived up the street was Catholic. So that's what was so weird about it. Like, you could be like, no, they believe the wrong thing. Like, we don't associate with Catholics. But wait a minute, my best friend can be Catholic. Mm-hmm. You see, like, so that was a backwards thing too. I never got. But so again, I'm not putting down any religion in general. I just, and I don't know what your opinion on it is, Doug. I just believe religion general is not a great thing. I believe if you're gonna have spirituality, like I have spirituality in a creator, and if you want to believe in Jesus or certain things, like, but do your homework. Number one, don't just believe everything you're told. If I believed everything I was told from my parents and my grandparents, then I would have never learned anything else, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Blind faith.
Right.
They did.
Okay. Right. No. Thank you for sharing that. So just so people understand, obviously, as a historian, I take a much longer view of what of certain institutions, and I simply look at the Roman Catholic Church as very much a historical institution. I can certainly appreciate that and respect that, and obviously in the Deep South there's been quite a tradition that was, it's basically, for lack of a better word, Anglo-American. It's an Anglo-American cultural trait that is overwhelmingly Protestant. that there is this papophobia, meaning
were you aware about abortion? That Protestants, Southern Baptist Christians, none of it. There wasn't anything against abortion. There was no big. We don't want abortion. We agreed with abortion, and then it was because the Catholics came out. It was such a huge thing, and then they went to the president at the time, which was President Ford. His son has already come on and done the documentary. Went to, I think it was President Ford, and so this is a great voting strategy. That's what they used it at, and then they used it to then get the entire base because they didn't have enough Catholics to get the vote. But if they got all of the Christians on board for abortion, and let me just put it this way: personally, I don't want abortion or necessarily agree with abortion, but at the same time, I believe you should have that right. I don't believe you have the right to tell some, because if you're going to say that's murder, I mean, that, like, at what point do we stop putting religion on someone else?
Yeah, yes. I mean, I have gone in depth into these aspects of abortion and how it became an ideology in America. So, I could give you the link in just a matter of moments to that particular episode, as a matter of fact, and tell you where to go in terms of the timestamp. So I'll put that right here into your messenger box. Give me a second here, and I can see if whether or not you can see this. So give me just a second, because I do want to do this, and I'm sorry.
Okay. While you're doing that, since I talk over you, I know I'm a talker, so you're probably not going to want me back on. But
no, that's fine. You're fine. No, believe me, I need people who can burn bandwidth. Yes.
And I've worked at home for the last year, so I don't have a lot of people to talk to. It's like working out of your house. It's not fun.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, go on.
But anyway, I was just going to say that what I don't know about the Catholic Church, everything, it's just like anything. I heard, what's his name before he left tonight, mentioning Roswell and how that was aliens, which I took that as a diatribe that it wasn't aliens.
Right. He was being sarcastic, right. Yes, facetious.
So obviously sarcastic. But I do believe that there are aliens. I just believe that the government but maybe some people don't. But I do believe that we have other life forms. But I do believe the government is using that against us in many ways, and pretending to be that. So I don't even know enough about what he meant on Roswell to know if Roswell was like what he meant on that, because I haven't studied that enough to know. I guess apparently Roswell was supposed to be just a government cover up, like our government. But anyway, my point being is, let's get off that. Just back to the Catholic Church. If the Catholic Church, I've heard two different stories, heard a lot of them recently. And this has nothing to do with my Southern belief. This is a lot on YouTube and some stuff in the books, just where the Catholic Church basically goes back to Rome and the Papal Inquisition. Christians killed more than any people in the world. Like the Papal Inquisitions. Now, was the Papal Inquisitions was that Christians, or was that Rome? Was that Catholics?
That was Catholic, very Catholic. Yeah. By the way, what I just entered in the chat room was the. This is the episode, and its timestamp as basically an oidar. An oed means like a song to Moloch. So that basically is just an attention grabber. So the first timestamp on that episode is where I go in depth about abortion. That's probably what I think is probably one of the most important monologues I've delivered on abortion, but I've gone deeper into the history of it, the political history of it, in other episodes.
And I've heard you Moloch, but Moloch, I grew up and Moloch was obviously just a demon, right. The worst ever. And I don't know what your belief is on him now. I've heard so many different things now, just going back on the different aliens, or what we would be an alien on a different planet, right? So what I mean by that is, if our DNA was tampered with, if those things happen, you hear about, what are the names, not Abel, but not Cain and Abel.
Other names that might be relevant might be, we can think of them up. I mean, plenty. Lilith, perhaps, shall we say, or if you're thinking of demonic names, or
no, names. It was actually, well, what do we call the
Anunnaki?
The Anunnaki, yes. So then they had Anu and his brother.
Enki.
Yeah.
Okay. Sammy. Notice something here. Now, the two ladies are speaking here, and this is where I'll pull something that's despicable. Go into some guy talk with the other guy in the room. Now, isn't it the most frightening thing in the world that these two ladies are speaking about Anunnaki, and they both immediately keyed into, they both got it. Like, they both had a concept that they both got.
Got it. She helped me out.
Can I say something?
Please do.
Brooke and Deanna, you guys are about 11 years too late. What I mean by that is this, okay? Zachariah Sitchin, by the way, if you guys hear nursery jingles in the back, I apologize.
Yes, that's the Scorpio baby has taken over the home. Yes, he's playing the records. He's doing DJ now. He's got them on the turntable right now, and he's turning them while he sings. Yes, go on.
Yes. That tangent with Anunnaki and everything is one of the reasons why I actually kind of stumbled into Doug through Coast to Coast. But really, what that is in my opinion, what Doug's talked about it is really the whole anti-culture, in the sense of, there were, a group of extraterrestrials that civilized man and gave it technology. And really, to me, it's all that is pretty much anti-culture, in the sense of.
What do you mean by anti? Can you explain?
What I mean by is denying the creators. What I'm saying.
I don't know if you've listened to some of the I'll put a link on there, and that's fine. I agree with you. I believe in a creator, but I don't believe it denies a creator. I that's just the opposite. I believe that all these stories from all these different cultures can't be so similar and written in stone. I mean, we barely take the time to take our notes down.
Wait, just to put it this way,
I'm not saying.
Yeah, right.
Go ahead.
Just to put it this way, what Sammy is expressing is the way I would express it.
I interrupt every time and I talk, so I want Sammy to be able to talk. I feel bad now.
No worries. It's just let's put it this way. Just to express it in such a way that I feel would be deliver the message more effectively or just succinctly, is that. When it comes to the Anunnaki and Zachariah Sitchin, many of these concepts were popularized and they became very much part of the accepted alternative kind of orthodoxy. So there's now a kind of new orthodoxy out there that's within a kind of alternative culture where they've got this kind of alternative narrative. And where the Anunnaki come in is they're kind of this expression of a modern heresy, where they've kind of taken this idea about the ancient intervention, and they've made it almost part of an accepted contra-narrative, so that many people find this. Believe me, both of you ladies are not alone. When I was pointing out to Sammy the fact that both of you clicked on that's simply frightening to me, because it's like that's how pervasive that contra-narrative is. So,
are you familiar with Billy Carson? I assume you are. Billy Carson?
Billy Carson. I've never heard of him.
Okay, so Billy Carson is on YouTube. That is who I have actually started watching. He's a gentleman on YouTube, actually a black gentleman, so race is definitely an issue there with him. He does talk about Enlil and these things, but he travels to these worlds. Travels to the different areas of Egypt and goes through the actual science of it. He graduated from MIT.
Okay.
And when you're talk, he will sit there and say, it sounds like when I tell you, was Jesus, he has one title on his that says, I'm looking at now, could the God of the Bible really be Satan? The second one is, another one, this is not the second one, but I'm just looking at recent ones. Did Jesus kill his brother and have sex with his sister? Horrible titles if you're obviously even a Christian and even think about, I still believe Jesus was a good person, believe in Jesus. What I'm trying to say, though, is actually if you listen to that actual podcast, says is that he says Anunnaki is nothing but, because the actual term Anunnaki is not like a certain being from a certain, and that's where the high rise, like the other higher spiritual, are people trying to say, oh, and I believe in Pleiadians, and I believe in, okay, maybe there's other races, maybe there aren't, but Anunnaki, the term, when you go back to where it originally started, all that was from gods from the sky.
Okay, so all that being said, it reminds me of another parallel where Sammy Romero and I were both on when Viviana Sanchez and Noreen Halpand were basically talking, and then they both vibed and jibed on a number of subjects that have been very much pervasive throughout the internet. And so there's this kind of internet autodidact self-education in these subjects that is just pervading a lot of the minds of everybody. And so when these are brought up on this program, it's not necessary that we call them out in the sense of challenging them, in a sense of convincing you to believe otherwise. But just be aware that you basically are expressing a paradigm that is pervasive. It's yeah.
And I'm open. I'm truly, obviously, I can't tell you how many times I've changed mine. Let me tell you something. I was raised Republican, and my father and my mother are both very liberal now because of me. But I won't say just because of me, they changed their own views. But I was the only child. I had a picture of George W. Bush, and my sister-in-law came over to stay, and I put signed for my father, and I put that picture because they were liberal back during that time, like just to piss her off, just to piss her off.
I mean, that's awful. So Sammy has to go, but you know what, Sammy? Say goodnight to our listeners. And give a little final kind of summation, and I'll take over from there. Okay.
No, but pretty much. Hold on.
Sure. Yeah, but you remember when Viviana and Noreen were jiving, and vibing together on the same subjects, and it kind of reminded me of this. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I really have to go.
Yeah.
And how you guys know that it's not true? Like, how do you know?
Before that, Sammy just has to say his piece first, Sonny, and then.
Yes, I have to go. By the way, Brooke, it was very nice talking to you. Sorry, Joe Ty, but Brooke is a better co-host. She has a nicer voice. And as much as I love the Real Tech Geek, Deanna's better too. But both you ladies are very lovely.
I would love to talk to you again in really detail on this, because I am open-minded, and this would be a subject that I would like to get more into, because I do believe it's pervasive on the internet. But I also want to know where.
By the way, he just hung up like that, don't take that personally. I honestly think that child has tendrils around his neck, and
as I was talking, because I couldn't see.
Yeah, and so he dropped off just as we were speaking. It was like he was pulled away, like he was like sucked up in a UFO or something like that.
That is a Scorpio, baby. I'm gonna tell you what. I have a Scorpio rising. I have an Aries moon. That's what you're talking. I'm a Capricorn sun. But yes, my Aries moon will take over. Otherwise, Otherwise, the Scorpio part of you shuts up, keeps it secretive, and then just pulls the fucker away.
All right. By the way, so just so you know, that link I put in the text box. Can you see that? Can you see that link?
No. Did you put it on YouTube or in the?
It's in the chat room of the Skype. Can you see that in the chat room of the Skype?
Yeah, I'm trying to right now, and I'm seeing if I don't. Are
you new with Skype? Are you new with Skype?
Yeah, yes, because I didn't.
Okay, I'm going to do something here. Are you on a computer? You're on a personal computer, right?
I can get on a computer, but then I would have to log off this. But
okay, so you're on a cell phone.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sharing screen. Can you see this cursor moving?
I saw. Yeah. Oh, yes. I see your screen. Yes.
Okay, so it's right here. So what you have to do is you have to open up the chat. In other words, the chat on your Skype would be kind of like on the side, and you'd have to like open it. And if I close it, maybe it would be like that. And let me see. Go back to
All I
call.
see is okay. Just to let you know, what I see is a black screen, and it has a U and my picture, and then DD because you're talking.
Okay.
Brooke, go towards the bottom right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see a heart. You'll see a raised hand. You'll see a box with an up arrow, and then you'll see a blue balloon bubble. Like cartoon, comic style.
Yeah.
Click on.
She might not be able to see all that on her cell phone. I don't know if their screens are capable
yeah.
of showing that. Okay, so
but I'll get the computer next time, and
right.
I'll just log on.
Okay, no, that'll be too hard to find. So what I'll do is I'll put this into the chat room on the live stream so that other people can see that as a reference. So what I'm going to do is shrink this screen and then go.
Wait a minute. I'm my screen so y'all can see what my screen looks like. So if you
and this
Brooke, do you have a Facebook?
Do you see it? Yes, I do have a Facebook. Yes.
Okay. So
I want to drop something there as well. If you can't see it.
I was just gonna let you two guys see. What my screen
obviously you can't see anything on your screen. I've got this, the heart, obviously. Call. And that, and there's just like start recording, take snapshot, stop sharing, raise hand. Okay.
So I'll go on the computer next time.
You don't need to do that right now. So I put it into the live stream where you were speaking before, the live stream chat. So that's where the link is. You can find it there. And so hopefully that publishes shortly after. Now, one of the things that I do want to remind people of is that obviously this has been useful because this is kind of like an introductory roundtable, and we've kind of leapt all over the place because, like Brooke said, she hasn't had much chance to talk, and so this is an opportunity to talk, and so this is to be expected. But I do want to emphasize the importance of kind of staying on track with a thought process, and when we bring up a certain thought process, what Brooke is reminded of brings us into many other tangents, and so that's fine. But one of the things I was going to say, while Sammy was here, he's gone now, but hopefully he'll hear this when he replays it. I do want people to understand we can speak about this again in the near future. What makes the Cubans interesting as opposed to the Puerto Ricans or the Mexicans is that their political orientation tends to be pretty much unlike any other Hispanic group. It's almost 100% solid conservative. And this is because, of course, of the experience with communism in Cuba. And so the Cubans in America tend to be industrial strength Republicans. And so love that pose, by the way. Yeah, I see.
Since you're letting me interrupt all night, next time you let me on, I'm going to be so much better because I'm just going to be like, you let me interrupt all night. So I'm going to try to keep.
No, that's fine. It's.
But I have the reason I'm saying this is because we couldn't believe it. My daughter, when she was in high school, before she went to college, her best friend was a gay guy. His mother was from Venezuela. And she hated the liberals. Yeah. And we could not understand it for multiple reasons. Obviously, number one, she knew her son was gay. Number two, she's from Venezuela. Yeah. So apparently it's not just Cubans. Like, I don't know what other, because I don't know enough about that to know, what countries are. But we did ask the reasoning to her son, because her son, who was gay, would specifically say, which I'm gay, to be honest. So I can't say you should vote one way or the other because of a certain what your sexuality. But at the same time, when one party's putting your sexuality completely down morally, then I do have a problem with that. And I couldn't understand why he then also he was completely Republican, completely conservative. Mm-hmm. And because of his mother, and he said the reason that they were like that, and the reason his mother was like that, and so that's why I think that's more than just, I think you're right about Cubans because of exactly that reason. But the reasoning that she had was because they get into the country, and it's just like rich people getting rich. Her words were, we got here, we came legal, we are sick of these people coming illegally. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there's this sense of how would I say it? It's a class consciousness or some other kind of elitism in a sense.
Right.
Right. But okay. So that being said, thank you. What I do want to express is that obviously Venezuela being a communist country, I would expect Venezuelan emigres to be just like Cubans. In other words, to be highly conservative and reactionary because of that horrific experience. And therefore, that's not surprising. I think I communicated correctly that you said this woman. Yeah.
Was Venezuelan. I'm pretty sure she was Venezuelan. I would have to recheck that with my daughter. I think she was. You're right. Venezuela did go where you would have that reason to do it, but that was not her reasoning, and so she may not have been Venezuelan. I picked that, but that's what I thought.
And that would make sense if she were. But I see now that you've got this Emanuel Velikovsky, Eric von Däniken, and Zachariah Sitkin, various ideas and works coming up.
I forgot. I didn't mean to. Y'all were talking about stitching, and I wanted to be sure I knew exactly what you meant who you were talking about when he said stitching.
Right.
Right.
The way I pronounce the name would be Sitkin, which I understand I think is correct. But
I'm sure everything you say is correct because I love hearing you say it. I don't know.
So cute. That's so delightful. So let's take advantage of Diana Fraser's company. And honey, if the two of you young ladies could speak, I'm going to take a short break again. I just finished this Coca-Cola, the 16-ounce can, and as always, whenever I finish these things, they taste great while you're drinking them, but the aftertaste is horrible. It's just, I've got to get the taste of the malted battery acid off my teeth because it feels like it's melting the enamel.
Yes, go break. Because they will also eat.
Yes, let me do that. Are we there, Deanna?
We are.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
Well, go ahead, because we're going to take our tangent and then find out.
I'm sure you. Okay. Now I know I'm going to regret this, but I am going to let these two young ladies take the stage. When I come back, I'll pick up the pieces in terms of wherever they've taken us. I'm sure they'll take us on an adventure.
You're an artist, so you'll be able to rearrange the pieces and put it back together your way.
Yes. I'm sure there'll be no argument per se. I'm just, they'll be fine.
So many times, literally, that's why I would listen to you and cut off, and sometimes I would not be in the conversation, and I would listen to you and be like, he is not agreeing with this person at all, but he's so like, yes. But yes,
You're very sensitive. Yes, you're very sensitive. Yes, it's understand that my agreeing with people is not necessarily an agreement. It's diplomatic.
You're being diplomatic.
Yes. So I'm sure these two ladies are going to just have fun. But, when I come back, God knows that if it's whatever they say is probably something that I'll find totally disagreeable and abhorrent. But, such is life. And, that's, we do what we do. All right. Love you both. The stage is yours. I'll be back in about 7 minutes or so, and both of you can talk about whatever you wish.
Doing your show for 30 minutes if you need us to.
I'm sure both of you could keep it going for that long at least. Yes. Okay, it's yours.
Hey, Brooke.
Hey, baby girl. Hey, tell me your name again because I'm so bad with names.
Well, my given is Diana, which is the same as Diana. But I went back to saying it the European way, which is the way my family would say Diana, which is the way an Italian would say Diana, which is the way a Czechoslovakian or Spain would say Diana. And I say it that way because in school, I would say it the way the common American would say, not that any American is common, not that any individual is common, but I would pronounce it Diana. I would spell it Diana, and too often I would hear Diane, and there's nothing wrong with the name Diane, but Diane is 2 syllables and has 1 A and 1 E and 1 letter I as far as vowels go, but Diana has 3 vowels, 3 syllables, 2 A's and 1 letter I. So I went back to...
You went the right way. I agree that Deanna, first of all, Deanna just sounds better. I have an aunt. She's a married aunt, so she's like not blood related, but divorced actually now, but she was Diane, and she was so mean. So I always look at Diane as being mean. And then I had an ex that his mother was Diana, and she also just didn't like me. So I'll take Deanna any day. That's how I'll remember. I'll be like, it's the one Diana I like. It's the Deanna.
and then people would say, well, but we're not in Europe, and I would point to the wooden piece of furniture with keys on it, the white keys and the black keys. I said, what is that? Piano. Okay, well then, since it's in America, how come we don't pronounce it piano?
Or like French fries, which actually are not French. I don't know. So can we just shut up about things like that? Like, who cares?
Thank you. I got reprimanded because on emails or text, I would write flavor or color or whatever other words has that. I would write it with a U, and spell check would always put that red line. But I was like, I like writing it with the U because that's the way it was originally. Maybe somebody got lazy and stopped writing the U. I don't care. But that's the way I prefer to spell it. And somebody's like, you're not British. I'm like, so I can't spell it the way I want to? People know what I mean.
I can tattoo it on my forehead, and you can get over it. This is the world we live in. The people are weird. But that's my point, is that there needs to be, I think our world's headed towards that, as far as more, like, my daughter would never think that, she's 22. And she would never be like, why did you spell it that way? And you're not British. Like, she would never even think, that would never cross her brain. It wouldn't have actually crossed my brain. I don't know your age, but I can see how certain, and it's not always age. Sometimes it's just where people come, the way they were raised. But just I can't imagine looking at you and being like, your name should be this, and you should spell it this way because I know better.
I befriended a British couple because I told Cosmo, which is my nickname for God, the creator, whatever we want to call source.
Yeah, that's what I say, source and God. I mean, I say God, but I say source and the creator a lot. Exactly.
So people would get upset, like, oh, how can you go Cosmo? I'm like, do you really believe that the primary creator of the universe is going to cower in a corner? I can't believe she's calling me Cosmo. I'm going to smite her.
And that's my thing. I guess that would be a conversation I would love to get into on here. But I mean, from what I got from what Jesus said, so if you I believe a lot of the Bible was obviously a lot of it wasn't written when they people don't even realize when the Bible was actually written. It was written so long after Jesus. Even the apostles, they many of them were not even literary, from what I understand, or cannot write. But my point to that is, it doesn't matter. Let's just say, go to the point of Jesus and say, I do believe he was a real person. He plainly said, look inside you. Heaven is in you.
Mm-hmm.
Quit looking to me. Heaven is in you. You have a piece of God in you. We are all divine creations with a piece of God inside of each of us, right? All we are is God wanted to experience himself in every experience. And so he made multiple versions of us. And maybe people that believe past lives, there's some people that don't. I do believe in them, but I get people don't. But whether you come back over and over and redo different things in your own because you want to get it different or you want to experience more, we think we hate this world when we're here, but they say the third dimension is also the dimension of experiencing the most. It's completely you can't experience such diversity as far as, think about it. Could you appreciate love without hate? Could you appreciate knowing I love my name Deanna? If you haven't said that, could you appreciate the fact that life without having known death is possibility? And so all the bad things that we hate in this world are truly what also makes the great things in this world, because we wouldn't know they were great if it's like a billionaire. It's like let's say Donald Trump. I hope you're not a fan, but I mean, he has no appreciation for knowing what it's like to be a billionaire. He doesn't get the fact that how much money he has, or princess or prince, because at the end of the day, if you've always had it, you will never appreciate it and know what it means. And so that's part, I think, of where we are in this world and what we're meant to to have. That's why there are demons and devils. They have to be here to be able to experience
Provide the contrast canvas.
Yes, you have to have it. If there's no contrast, what's the point? And that's what I believe God, our creator, who is we're little, he's so huge. We're little fragments of him, in my belief. But we all have him inside us. And he just wanted to experience everything so that by the end of it, we all can go back and say, I choose love and I do choose this, and this is important and this isn't important. But you can't know that if you're just a billionaire God all day. Like, he wanted to experience it, and he experiences it every day through every one of us. So he doesn't give a crap if you call him the creator or God, because he's also Brooke, and he's Gianna, and he's everyone, he's Dietrich. Like, he's a piece of all of us, right? And what we choose to do with that, I don't even know if he judges the way I don't believe the same in judgment the way the Bible does either. So I believe that was a fear tactic. And I guess that would be where, maybe I would get into it with the Catholic Church, because I believe Catholic and Christianity have used it just like the government to make it fear tactics, right? Like, if you don't do this, you'll go to hell. If you don't do this, you go to prison. Like, I was just reading about that. Like, okay, think about when it started. Like, suddenly we come to this world, like we come into America, let's say we take it over. And then suddenly it's all of a sudden, you're ticketed if you walk the wrong way across the street, we get money for that. You're ticketed if you do this. And I mean, I get that you have to have certain things. Like, yeah, you don't want somebody doing 90 miles an hour and killing kids or driving drunk. But like all the million things that we have, that there were just rules set up that we have never even questioned. Like, does this even really need to be a rule? Like, like they're coming out with marijuana now. Like, really, you're going to let everybody get drunk, but you want them not to smoke pot? Like, shouldn't you probably take those taxes instead of putting them into prison and get them off drugs? Like, why are we doing that? Think about it.
Well, I found out, I don't know if you were through. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No, I'm through. I can talk all day, so keep going.
I just want to be courteous, but
just say
I found out that it's a system, because I used to believe growing up, that everything was rainbows and butterflies, and the government was pure and had our best interest at heart. And as I age, I find out quite the contrary. So, like I said on air, I was stupid enough to buy some beer for two 16-year-olds to be able to use the garage that these two sisters had to be with a friend with benefit. And yeah, so God, Cosmo, grabbed my choke chain collar and, it's like, excuse me, do I have your attention now? Because a lot of people said, oh, well, that's not fair. They're grown up. I'm like, no, there's a reason that there's laws, because 16-year-olds don't have the wherewithal to do what's right or wrong. And just because they look adult and just because they believe they can be adult doesn't give me the right to do what I did. So I even wrote a poem, and perhaps one day I'll read it on there. But the poem is titled "Once Upon a Stupid." Once upon a stupid, when logic did not prevail, not only did I get busted, but I got my arse in jail. So I read the handbook, and it says, "Society has deemed you be our guest for a while," and I gasped out loud, like, "Oh my gosh!" It's not tongue in cheek, but a little bit. And at one point, I was looking through the magazines that were laying around, and one of them was a brochure about jails and prisons. And I thought they were one and the same. They're not. A jail is just a holding cell until you either
till you get sentenced. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had quite the learning experience, and it was not something anyone wanted. But, God, it was God's way of saying, look, you don't belong being a criminal. You don't belong violating these 16-year-olds' way. And the parents justifiably had the investigation because there was other factors involved. And then the newspaper said that I was a madam. I laughed at that. I'm like, I can't even organize my own life. There's no way I'm going to organize these two children as madams, because the guy I was with was a sleaze. I didn't know to what degree of a sleaze he was. I just wanted to use him, and he just wanted to use me. But when he saw the 16-year-olds, I was just cast aside. But I said, I said, you can't prey on them. Leave them alone. And he's like, no, I want to get with them. I'm like, don't you dare.
How old was he?
Oh, he was dick years old.
Okay, came back just in time to hear that.
I just saw that late. He was like 40, or like he was a teenager?
Oh no, he was definitely not a teenager. He was in his late 30s or early 40s.
Oh my God.
So when he realized he couldn't get with them, he finally returned to me. And then I said to him, I was like, look, I realize how stupid I'm being. So find a couch, pass out, close your eyes and pass out, because he was really, really drunk. I didn't, like I was saying throughout the entire show, how naive and poor character, judgment character I am. So the parents found out, and they had an investigation. There were other factors involved because somebody else wanted to get with the girls. And so, oh no, they were drinkers. So somebody else provided them alcohol. And they pulled into my parents' driveway, and I'm like, get back in the car, go home, get out of here. But it was too late. Some cop car rolled by, and I was like, oh crap. But like I said, God grabbed my choke. God grabbed my choke chain and was like, look, no, you're not doing this. Because if you do, you could wind up dead or injured.
So
your lesson. So life is full of lessons, and that's what we all have our own lessons to learn, and that's the point, is learning them, right? Like I have my own. I'm not sharing those tonight for sure because I've talked enough, but like we've all had lessons in our life, I know. And so you just have to, if you learn it, then you have to feel good about yourself. You've learned it, and that's all that matters. That's what we're here for.
Right. Right. And as a matter of fact, that reminds me. So let me, now that we are familiar with Brooke, okay, so let me see if I can find this horrible number and letter combination that they assigned you via Skype, and see if I can put you in my favorites here. So that will help a lot. Okay, there we are. So I am putting you in my favorites, and let's see. Here we are. Going to scroll back down. Here we are. Click that. And okay, you are now in my favorites, and hopefully at some point when you're on the correct tool, you can change that to your name. And
I'll try the computer. Probably actually have to go on tomorrow to work, so I'll try it while I'm on there. We just used Zoom and stuff.
Oh God, yes, Zoom is communist Chinese controlled, and they take all of your information for God knows what, but they just hose it up for some kind of exploitation later, demographic intelligence, intelligence on the statistics of the Western world. I've had nothing but horrible experiences with them, but that's for a reason. I'm sorry, go on, darling.
I wouldn't doubt you on that, because I've had nothing but horrible experience. I've worked for this company for a year and a half, and actually they're part Ukrainian. Well, they're not. They're all American. That our data comes out of Ukraine because it's all different. I love Ukraine, but I think Ukraine's a good country. At least I'm pro Ukraine over Russia, but maybe there's something, I mean, I know everybody's got these side stories.
Go on.
Hey, Brooke, did you know that Ukraine means off to the side? Because when the invaders came, if I could do a visual, I would be holding some sort of a sword to the people there and said, we take any questions, like, with a sword to the throat, like, no, go right ahead. Take our fields of grain, take our whatever.
She's Ukrainian. In case you didn't know, Deanna Fraser is Ukrainian herself. But go on.
Okay, well then I'm very pro-Ukrainian, and so our company had a lot of Ukrainian employees, and still does. Obviously, not as many, and they've relocated like to Poland and things. But our data research was in Ukraine, and that was because I used to think our company was Ukrainian, but long story short.
Basically, because it was cheap. They had the data cloud there because it was fucking cheap. They paid almost nothing for it. But go on.
Yes, it was twofold. It was cheaper labor because we also have our people in Mexico and our people in the Philippines. But Ukraine was our researchers, and that's who got all our data. So I call like Fortune 500 companies, Fortune 1000 companies, and like I'll end up being on the phone with a CEO of Fortune 1000 companies. Like, how'd you get my cell phone number? The laws there are different on how they can research.
Yes.
So.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's basically, they're outside the law in many ways. They're basically a frontier. So, thank you for sharing that. I think that's fascinating. And that makes sense. You see, Communist China had a lot of business in Ukraine. And obviously, the Russian invasion has thrown a lot of that into doubt and into question. So I'll go a bit into that in monologue basically right now, but I want to take a few minutes to thank both you lovely ladies. I'm going to beg Our Lady Deanna Fraser to, of course, as my hopefully executrix producer from this point forward, to stay on the call, but she can go to sleep anytime she wants. I should be okay the rest of the night. With yourself, dear Brooke, with your permission, of course, if you're in for it, on Wednesday, I will call you at the opening hour of the show and bring you on to help us hold the opening hour, because this is our biggest challenge, is basically that opening hour. And bringing somebody on like yourself, then I know that you can burn bandwidth. Now, Deanna has kind of a passive personality, and I noticed this about her. She's not the kind of person to jumpstart conversation, but if I can bring someone like yourself on, then she has someone to bounce off of. So then it works so much better.
I know when to back off. If someone starts to get upset, I do know when to back off. And I think it's good to have a good debate as far as, hey, what do you think? That's what if you have time for it. Hey, well, I'm interested in that. Like, this is what I've heard. What have you heard? But yes, I also won't be the person that I'll call them in. I can cover an hour for you whenever you need me, or help Deanna to. Just give me a good title, like junior dog executive or something.
That's delightful. Oh, honestly,
I noticed that I'm a conversation fire starter. I'll state a sentence hoping to flesh it out, but I'll make one sentence and then it just gets, I'm not blaming anyone, but it's just something I've noticed where I'll make a comment and then my jaw's left open, like, it's like, go right ahead. I'm like, yeah, so you're correct, Doug.
Thank you. There we are. Yes.
Do you know Brooks' Facebook account? Maybe you could connect this.
That makes sense. Yes. Brooks, could you send me? Okay. So what happened was that I was basically banned off Facebook because I had a relationship with this chick who basically was part of this anti-culture that our man Sammy Romero was alluding to.
You were gay.
I'm sorry?
And your son. I don't know why I thought you were gay too. I swear, the very first time I met you and I saw those eyes coming through, I'm like, and I didn't even know your son was gay then, because you were talking about your son and doesn't he have his husband's got like a library and all that?
Yeah.
But this was before I even knew that, and I was like,
do understand my son is adoptive, and there's a whole story behind that, and basically he wasn't always my son. Basically, He was a young girl who I purchased off the streets back when she was being exploited as a child prostitute, back when I was in my gangster days, when I was truly active in the underworld. And I basically was raised in a ghetto situation where I got involved with the Chinese gang in order to survive. But I, of course, was always treated very differentially and very differently from the other gangsters. I wasn't expected to do some of the things they were. I was much more effete, and I was raised by my mother to be able to present myself as a female. But this is a very ancient Japanese tradition for assassins. So so basically she taught me what Americans know as ninjutsu, which of course people think ninja and they think of these men dressed up in these terrorist-like garbs where they go around blowing things up and throwing these miniature throwing stars. And there's an element of that, but people don't understand the complexity of the ninja clans. That's one element of them, but it's not all of them. And basically they evolved as the years went on, where they were streamlined into society, and it became more and more where you had young boys who were presenting themselves ambisexually or basically androgynously. And so for many hundreds of years during the period of time that Japan was truly isolated and known as the floating world within their own culture, was when these young boys came to their height in terms of a kind of influence on society. They were the young male prostitutes that also served as assassins because they could get people in vulnerable positions and positions where they could be easily killed or blackmailed. And so it was this art that my mother taught myself. And so that's what I was used for by the gang. But I myself am straight, cisgendered, heterosexual male. I identify as a male. Cisgendered means I'm satisfied with that identification. Heterosexual, and I usually can present myself as such, but often...
The first time I met you, I mean, like, you got to remember, I'm Southern, right? Yeah. So, and I actually had to come out, and that's why I divorced my husband several years ago. But I'm gay.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's impressive to me. That's, by the way, are you sure you're not bisexual? You are.
I know I'm gay. Like, I can sleep with a man, and I just have no attract. And there's the thing, I learned this on the subject. I did it very early on. My very first kiss at 11 was with a girl. Like, I was 10 or 11. Very first, girl I was attracted to, my best friend. But then I came home and knew I was going to hell. Like, I was going to hell. And so I wouldn't even speak to her again. And we were best friends for years, and I wouldn't speak to her.
Oh, that's so sad. That's so tragic.
We lived side by side. Like, we were neighbors. I wouldn't speak to her again. And I just knew I was going to hell. So I put that out of my head for a long time. And, then, going through puberty, got, looks enough to get attention from men, guys. And I learned it was basically, for me, it was a control thing. Mm-hmm. So as soon as I could, let's say, come on, I don't know if he's listening. Like, I could get on top of him. Come on, I've heard us say stuff. Like, get on top of them, in the car, not even like, clothes on or off. It doesn't matter. Like, they're just like dying, right? Like, oh my God. And I was like, and then once, like, I had them wrapped, because I never had a boyfriend that I slept with that was not completely in love. And I paid for karma since then after coming out, because karma has gotten me now. But I didn't know I was doing it then. I had no idea that's why I was doing it. It's only been hindsight. But at that time, it was because as soon as they were in love, like, oh, I want to date you, I was like, yeah, no more sex. Mm-hmm. Like, I had no sexual attraction to them. It was sexual attraction in the beginning. I could kiss you and make out with you, but it was fuck you. But it was to get you. It was a game for me. And, I was 16. You're talking, I started 16 to, and then I got pregnant at 20 and 21. And so then I just focused on raising kids. And my poor ex-husband would go buy toys to try to get me to have sex with him, and I would throw them away before he'd come home, and he would say, why are they thrown away? and I was throwing them away because I still was in this denial because the toy, or he was gone, I would use it, and I would think about women, and then I was going to hell still, even at 30, 25, 30.
Okay.
And so that is what I say that religion does to you. I don't know that everyone, and this is just the last thing I'll say, I guess, on this, which is something that you can either maybe speak on another broadcast on. I don't know that everyone believes in past lives or that you believe in past lives. I do believe in past lives. And I believe we all, either way, have a masculine side and a feminine side to us, like every person. And I believe that that's what we're supposed to bring out. And I think that if you believe in past lives, then you have to say, okay, well, then that's why you would see more homosexuality at this point, because it's not that the world's going to hell. It's because you've lived past lives, you've been with men, you've been with women, and it's no longer about that. It's about who you're attracted to or who you like embraced in your last life, like where you were, like, you know, like I've had my past life regression. So for me, that's what I feel like it is, but I don't know for sure. Nobody can know for sure, right? But that's my 2 cents.
No, that's wonderful. I think that you're courageous to share that, and I want you to know how proud I am of you for being that brave and courageous, and thank you for being honest about it, so I realize I'm out of the running in terms of any potential sex with you. But that being said...
I don't know. You wear eyeliner and stuff, so I could totally make out
That's a
with
good
you.
point. I could present myself as female, so we could go through that role-playing, and there we have it. Yes, there's a solution to everything.
Always a solution.
Yes, but that being said, though, okay, and just again to kind of put this into perspective for you, basically, at the time that I was involved with the underworld much more heavily, and purchased this young girl off the street, she ultimately was prostituting herself voluntarily with our organization so she could save up for a sex change. She suffered from gender dysphoria. During that period of time, of course, I fell madly in love with her. The love was reciprocated, but it wasn't strong enough to overcome her gender dysphoria. So it was when she saved up enough money for sex affirmation surgery or a sex change. She had that. And at that point, I kind of adapted her, now a he, as a son. And so when I refer to my son, this is originally this young lady that I'm speaking about. And he married a individual.
You basically fucked your son, who used to be your daughter. Let's just come on and say it out straight.
Yeah. I'm sorry, just to make certain I heard that right. Yeah, basically I adopted my son who used to be my daughter, kind of. Yeah, adoptive daughter. I mean, is that what you said?
Relationship with her, because that time she wasn't really your daughter.
No, not really. No. Yeah, just kind of like this. Yeah. I'm sorry, say that again. You kind of glimpsed.
You had a sexual relationship with her. That's what you said.
Yes, originally. Yes, for many years. Yeah.
Judging you at all, that's what I'm saying. No, I'm actually impressed that you're being honest too. Like, that's an awesome thing.
Yeah, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. And so it's obviously a complicated situation, but Ji, to use the gender-neutral pronoun, Ji, she ultimately married someone who truly could take care of her and provide for her. Well, he now. So I try to use the gender-neutral pronouns. Fortunately, he's not that hung up on that. So yeah, he now, and married someone who could take care of him. But now he returns the favor by, on holidays, he brings me to the estates, where, of course, I can take advantage of basically access to blood, to blood drinking, because of my vampirism, which I inherited from my mother. You do know, of course, I have the book out there that explains vampirology, and that's available on Amazon. So, by the way, that's only half the book. We'll publish the rest. We didn't intend this to be some kind of gimmick. Honestly, Peter Moon accidentally published half the book. So it's the physiology of vampirism is in that book without the history. He's toying with the idea of publishing the rest of the book if we get enough sales for this book or interest. But we had to get it out there immediately, which is why the mistake was made, because someone was going to basically publish it themselves and thereby essentially plagiarize. Even though I hate to use that term because it implies that there's a trademark or some kind of copyright to the subject, when in reality it's history. It's kind of like ridiculous, like when Graham Hancock exposes himself as a fraud because he's sued people for quote unquote plagiarizing his work. And that I find offensive because he claims it's history. And if it's really history, then it's public property. You can't plagiarize it. It's history. So anyone can say anything about it. But that's why I hated to do what we did, but we had to, because somebody was going to publish it and say it was fiction, that we were dealing with that. And this was the person I had hired to originally try and co-author it into legibility for the audience, for the common reading public. But David John West was the idiot involved. He was trying to turn it into a story, which is not, it's like, taking notes from a medical textbook and trying to convert that into a drama. It just can't be done. So he was fired from the project and got all butthurt and salty, and ultimately came back years after, when his wife died. When his ex-wife died was when he tried to plagiarize it, because he knew that if he had done it while she was alive, she would have stood as witness in court by my side to testify against him. So he waited until she died at a very young age, mysteriously. Probably he murdered her. And then, when he was signing this like notary claiming that I had never had the book published, which I had, but it never made it to the distributors.
Was this the guy that you talked about on there, the guy that you talked about? This is the book, because I actually had to mute you for 1 second. Is this the book that you talked about that was... that you talked about on What's the Name podcast? Like it's the book you wrote, or he wrote, you helped him write?
It's basically a book that nobody wrote it other than myself, really, to tell you the truth, other than, but I never,
it's like a sci-fi book or something.
No, it's not a sci-fi book. It's called Vampirology. It's available on Amazon. If you look up
Vampirology, I already knew about that one. Okay. I muted you. My daughter came downstairs really fast.
No worries. There was a book called The Red Undead. And the Red Undead...
That's what I heard about.
Yes, that was the original publication that is not science fiction, but it was combining two subjects that really don't combine as a sales gimmick, that was promoted originally by, of all people, Jeremiah Greer, a Southerner.
Yes, that's what I heard you talk about the very first time I heard you.
Yes, of Shadows in the Dark Radio, who basically had purchased Mysteries magazine from a woman, ran it to the ground in 2 issues.
The ground, I remember you saying that.
So he came up with this.
Tried to tell him not to do something. I think I remember you tried to tell him something.
I was trying to tell him, look, if you want to publish, an extended, comprehensive article on vampirism and the condition of zombism, the original voodoo zombies of Haiti. Just have an extended issue where it's 100 pages long. You can do that. You're the publisher. You could do this. They have special issues like this for magazines. And no, I won't do that. I want to stay into format. And he wasn't even talking about extending this over several issues, like multiple parts, which could also be
That's
done.
what I didn't get. To me, it would have been smarter, because to me, special publications sell even better. Yeah. So what did he do? Did he just write the whole thing on
I wrote it, but he
all together. Or he had to do it all together.
Yeah, but he didn't publish it. So we expanded it even further and published it as a book. But, it never made it to the distributors. But we have an ISBN number, so you can find it on Amazon. So I've told people this is a true conspiracy, because the person I was working with at the time, Lori and Ann Fenton, was actually affiliated with Michael Aquino, which I always really knew. But
he's the one they sent back to watch you. See, I heard this whole story. That's why I got so into it. It's like, oh my God, he's either a really good liar, but those eyes looking through the glass, I really don't think he's lying.
Thank you. I mean, so the ISBN number is out there, and you don't get that unless the book is published. It's just like you don't get a social security number unless you survive the birth process. Yeah. So it's like that. So, but this guy was like writing notary sheets, claiming it was never published and shit. And I realized immediately what he was doing was he was setting up for just basically publishing what notes he had. And then he would say, oh, this is a work of fiction, and then sell it, right? So, and he probably would have made a bundle, but if it had been presented as fiction. So, at any rate, we had to get the book out immediately, and that's when Peter wound up publishing half the book. So, but...
Is that do you know Peter before that? I mean, how did you meet Peter?
Yeah.
A private conversation.
That's a long story. Yeah, I mean, Peter, it's like he came.
I don't want you to talk about Peter. I'm just wondering, like, I don't know.
No, I mean, I don't mind talking about Peter. He came looking for me, and it was like, and really, it just wound up with us working together. It's one of those stories that there's nothing to really hide. It's just that it's one of those things where it's convoluted. It's convoluted enough where it's like, in a sense, it's not that convoluted, but it's, I could have too much fun with it. Let's just put it that way. I could start like presenting humorous aspects of it, and probably people wouldn't understand. So, but yeah, basically he came looking for me, and then he found he couldn't work with me because every woman who I had as a manageress kept chasing him off. It was very bizarre. And so, finally, we decided we would work together, and we finally got the book out. It's a long story, and,
your eyes that chase women off. It's that makeup you're putting on, and you seem kind of feminine, I swear. Because I'm gay, and I was looking at him like, he's gay. I'm like, I don't know. I might could fuck him.
Well,
I'm telling you.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm in South Carolina. I'm never going to meet you. You're in San Francisco. Because if I came to San Francisco, there'd be way too many women for me to fuck. But, yeah.
Yeah. And by the way, our lady Deanna Fraser says, Douglas, you much earlier you spoke of an appetite for appetite for it. I was surprised you didn't say appetite for blood. Suggestion only. Yes. So.
Well, that's the other turn on for me. So, let me tell you what's so funny about like seeing you. So I was raised. I just hated reading as a child. Hated it reading. Like reading sucked, and I just didn't want to do it. So I read what I had to. And I went on vacation with my daughter when she was born. She was born in 2020. And I went on vacation with her. And my ex-husband actually had bought a book because he was like, I remember by this book, I hear he was into stuff that anything that was popular. He's a popular person. He's a populist. Mm-hmm. And do you remember that vampire, whatever it was, not Vampire Diaries, but the Edward Cullen and the Edward Cullen, yeah, whatever the name was, the four, and Bella Swan. They made the 4 movies of them too.
Okay.
And so they were vampires. And I literally sat at the pool and I'm like, just give me this book. So I was looking at my magazine. I was like, just give it to me. I started reading that book. I couldn't put it down. Oh my God. And then I went and bought, before he'd ever finished it, I finished that one. I went to Barnes & Noble while we're at the beach and bought the second one. Stayed up all night reading it. So my first 4 books that I got into were those, like I waited for the 4th one to come out, which obviously aren't great real vampire books. They're completely fake. But at the same time, it was weird that vampirism is what got me into reading, and I just never could stop. Like I went into mysteries for a while, and then from there. So, yeah.
That's amazing.
But
yeah, thank you for sharing that.
I would love to know if you could, blood literally keep me young, because it would totally drink somebody's if it's going to.
And I wouldn't recommend it. It's not. Yeah, it's not healthy for you because you're physically built differently. By the way, Deanna is saying, I attempted to ask the 3D that you connect myself and Brooke on Facebook or perhaps chat, yet most likely...
Deanna, tell Deanna to put her first and last name, her Facebook on, Deanna, if you can hear me, on the on the YouTube page where I can see it if you don't mind.
Well, I mean, let me see if I can find you on Facebook and let's see if we can take care of this.
You also know I just set my Facebook. I'm anti-Facebook.
Okay.
And I only set it back up that's what's so weird actually too. I set my Facebook back up this week. Uh-huh. I think I have 2 because I can't get into my other one. I have 2, but I set it back up because my best friend, I'm very I'm a person that doesn't have tons of friends because I'm very picky. But my very best friend, she's like, I'm so sick of you not being on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
I can't even share my kids' pictures. And I'm like, oh my God, you just want me to like your children's pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I will go on there.
Yeah.
So I set one up. So there is one now, is what I will say. But I haven't. But if you'd asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have said, no, there's not a Brooke page.
Well, I mean, like Simon Romero says, he just maintains the Facebook page for myself. So let's see if we can do this. I was given a Facebook page because I've been banned because I was involved with a young lady who got me banned off Facebook. So this is Mirth Ling's Facebook page, and I will send this to you. And you may not want people looking you up on Facebook. So can you enter your Facebook
She can
name?
look me up. She can look me up. It's just Brooke Gibson.
Okay,
But
Brooke Gibson.
it's the same picture with the sunglasses. You'll see with that.
Okay. Brooke Gibson with an E at the end. Let me look this up right now.
Yes, but it's the E. And thank you for not saying Brooks, because I get that a lot.
Okay. So give me a second here, and what I'm going to do is basically look you up, and then I will send you a friend request. Now, unfortunately, of course, there are 200 fucking Brooke Gibsons, and the name is common enough to fill a telephone book with. There you are. Okay, found you. All right. So pressing add friend right now, then going over there to message you, sending you a message here, which is you've got my Facebook friend request from Sora Aoi, just so you recognize that, and I will send you a message so that you know who I am. I am Douglas Dietrich. Okay, so that way you will get that from Sora Aoi. I am Douglas Dietrich. And Sora Aoi was gifted to me by a Japanese pornographic actress. So this is her timeline. It was actually one of hundreds of timelines which many of her Filipino employees were making money off of for her. And so she gave this to me. So since I was banned off Facebook. And so there, I entered this for you. I don't know if you can see that now. I am Douglas Dietrich, and then I will provide you with the link to Mirth Ling as well. This is Mirth Ling's timeline, so that is Deanna Fraser. So there we go. So those are the two things I sent to you in your message box, and you now have a friend request from me. And what I will do is I will take your own Facebook timeline, and I will provide that link to Mirth Ling. And I know the entire world will regret this because we're bringing two people together who will bring an end to the universe as we know it. So all of that being said,
we'll create a vortex black hole. And
yes, there we are. So with that,
we'll make sure there's enough tea for you there.
yes, thank you. That would be appreciated. So here we are, and that is the link to Brooke Gibson. Okay, life has just been made easier for all of us. Now, just so you know, Brooke, the majority of communications that are easiest for me to pick up are basically via the private messages, the DM, the direct message on Facebook. So those are the easiest form of communication to really reach myself by. And so other than that, of course, there's also the phone, but we can swing phone numbers later. In the interim, I do want people to understand people have been active in the chat room. Let's take a look through chat room.
Doug,
yeah?
Speaking of tea, I have to go release some. I'm going to mute, and good night. I'll stay on.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, honey. Just leave the call on. No, you've got this on the computer, right? So you don't need to recharge it?
Right. Yeah, I'll leave it on, but I'm just going to leave the show.
Yeah.
And nice meeting you, Brooke. I'll have my people call your people, and we'll talk.
Yes.
Yes.
We'll talk, definitely. There's some either curiosity. I'm so glad to meet you.
Wonderful.
Likewise.
And there.
Here goes mute.
And good night, honey. Good night to Deanna. And so what they're saying in the chat room, Liko was saying, I mean, well, I get him, DDD, and come for the monologue. He has excellent presentations. I will come back later or another night. No disrespect to anyone. T-Tank Barry was saying, no watered down bullshit, because people have been offended. Say it like it is. Reparations are necessary. We were speaking earlier about that's when Samuel Romero was speaking with our lady Brooke Gibson, and they were talking about
reparations. You think how many people in the South I know believe in reparations? No, that I have to argue with, but they're never going to happen. I just don't believe but I believe in them. I truly believe in them. I had no idea how much I believed in reparations until I truly studied it. So whoever said that, I completely agree with them.
Okay, great. And thank you. And Lori Sugai said, did he say heartwarming? That was cute. That was your heartworms that you spoke of earlier. V. Sexton said, I'm still listening. Thank you, honey. And thank you to Lori Sugai. And Joe Ty was with us, and he said, Chris Hedges teaches in Princeton and is a good author, even though he speaks on RT, which, by the way, is pretty ominous. That's a pretty sinister sign. As you may or may not know, Russia Today is it's the state media propaganda channel for Russia. As a matter of fact, unfortunately, that's pretty much all Russia's got these days are state media propaganda.
Talking about the guy that I was talking about earlier?
Yeah, Chris Hedges. Yeah, apparently he speaks on RT. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll have to kind of look that up because I didn't know that.
Yeah, and then he points out he taught in prison in New Jersey and is a real journalist. And so Lee Ko said,
he's almost been killed. He's had his journalist friends killed. I think it was in Syria or one of the countries. Like, I mean, he's a legit journalist that goes over, and that's why I respected him as well. So, you know, nobody's perfect, but I'll definitely look up the Russia thing. But other than that.
Yeah.
I was amazed. I haven't known him that. Like, he's not someone I researched a long time. I bought one of his books because I saw him on YouTube, and I was like, dude's got it where he's not just like, I'm so Republican, I'm so Democrat, everything's so this way. He was just like, the world's fucked. You think I don't want my kids to be happy? I do. But if people don't realize this shit, the world's fucked. That's basically what he was saying. Like, people gotta wake up. And he, you know, that's what I respected about him, is that he was literally trying to give both sides of an equation. But obviously, I'm not a Russian fan, and I know that there's weird sides to that, like we talked about earlier. But
right, I've gone into that in much depth. As a matter of fact, most of the research for vaporology was originally conducted in the Soviet Union, and that was done in a horrific way. That was very exploitive. So, honey, do me a favor, if you will. I'm going to come back and start a monologue, but let me take one more break. I have every confidence you can do this. You can hold the stage with your own monologue for about 6-7 minutes.
All right, we can do this. You know why? Let me tell you why I'm going to be able to do this. Because I'm like, I've been up this late. I'm going to buy a bottle of wine. So that's why you've been hearing me weird, because I just drove to the store to buy a bottle of wine. I'm like, I deserve a glass of wine if I am going to be talking.
Yeah.
So, yes.
Cool.
Talking. And for anyone that knows me, like, I can talk like this without any alcohol that gets me. I'm a talker. But, yeah. But it might be scarier if I get to. Luckily, by the time you get back, there's no way I could have finished a bottle of wine, so you'll be fine.
Yes. That should be fine. So I'll go mute now. Is that okay? I can go mute now. You can.
Go for it. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. I mean, I guess I'm just going to talk. How many people are on here, by the way?
Well, by the way, it's always an understatement. I can share the screen with you. As a matter of fact, I don't know if it's safe to do that. You said you're driving? You're driving?
Well, I live 3 minutes from the gas station. That's the only reason I decided to go for it, because I was like, well, it's only 3 minutes away.
Okay.
But yeah, no, don't scare the screen. I'll just talk. People, it's recorded.
Okay. Yeah. No, believe me, we've got a large number of people listening, comparatively speaking. So understand that it says right now concurrent viewers about 22, but that's just orders of magnitude below the number. It's literally going to be about 222 because it's about 10 times the number that they show as concurrent viewers, because they're counting people who are checking in and checking out, and they just average it out, and in a way that prevents people from becoming megalomaniacs. It's important that they do that. As soon as the video uploads, as soon as it publishes, you see that there's about 6,000 usually that immediately show up.
I Yeah. So go ahead, take a break. I'm gonna talk. I'm gonna take a swig of wine as soon as I get in the driveway and tell them all about it. Go on.
Sounds good. Okay, I'll be back in just a few minutes, and I know you've got this. Okay, honey, it's yours.
All right. Okay. All right. So I am literally, let's see, I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, for those of you that would give a shit. And about 45 seconds from the house with the bottle of wine, I've decided to buy tonight since I am up too late and talking and giving my opinion on everything that we do or don't care about. But I don't know. I haven't got the wine yet, so let's see. What should we talk about? I mean, if I was gonna go on my soapbox, we've already done the religion. We've already done, I'm sure you've heard this, you've already heard reparations. I believe our whole government system, we've got to come together as people. Yeah, all that. Like, we know it. We got to quit letting the media come between us. But can I just say, I do dog rescue. Like, I just think animals are like the key to everything. Like, to me, God and dog, not like an accident that's spelled backwards, which is why I accidentally ended up with 9. And that wasn't 9 that I rescued. That was just 9 foster failures. I rescued several, I don't know, 50 or 60 when I was doing it. But so I do love animals, and I have 4 now of those fosters left. But chaining dogs, if there's anybody out there that hears this, you know somebody with a chain dog, and you're thinking, can you go break that chain? Like, can you just cut it? Like, even if you can't take the dog, cut the dog free. Like, chaining a dog is horrible. I mean, we are social creatures, and dogs are social creatures, and it makes them completely unavailable to socialize, which that's why then the dog is completely crazy and mean when you go up to it, because if you were chained all day, every day to a chain in a mental institution, you'd probably be a little crazy. All right, so I'm going to get off of that. That's my little soapbox, because now I'm in the driveway and I can take a swig of my wine, and I'm hoping he comes back soon, because I'm going to run out of shit to talk about. God, is there no one here to talk to? I do much better when I talk to someone, even if I don't let them talk, which I don't think I do much. I think I just talk over them.
I could come back on, which I am.
Yes, I'll come back. I need someone back. Even if I don't the person.
I had to let some tea go. It's like, I gotta go.
I just had my first swig of wine. Oh my God, it's so good. And it's cheap wine.
I can't do wine. I can't do alcohol because it does me.
Yeah, well, I went through a bad breakup. Like, I didn't drink for several years. Honestly, actually like 10 years, but they're a bad breakup. 2019, like, who starts a breakup like the month before COVID starts?
Oh gosh.
But yeah, alcohol's been doing me okay by then. But it's actually wine I can do fine. Now, what I can't do is liquor. If I drink vodka, and I was on this podcast, I will already cuss. Y'all will hear me occasionally say the F-bomb. It's my favorite word. So it's not, I apologize if it comes out, or any other one. But when I drink liquor, I just want to fight. Like, it would just be a fight. Like, it would just be, I just am looking to argue, period. Or fight, period. So my mother's always said, since I was like 20 years old, she's like, you cannot drink liquor. She's like, your dad, you cannot drink liquor. I'm like, okay. So I did vodka again in 2019 or 2020, right when it started, like the first 2 months of 2020. And the cops came out to my house, literally. And I live in I'm not going to say I live in a fancy place, but like I live in a nice neighborhood. And they came and they were like, what's going on? And I was like, I don't know. I'm drunk as shit. And I want this person out of my house. And then they were like, yeah, we're having a lot of these calls right now. They have increased by 4 times since the lockdown, because it was when the lockdown started. And they said like the first month of lockdown, they had like a triple increase of people at home, and like, get this other person away from me. And I'm drunk. So I was like, yeah, get him out. Get him out. So that was the last time I drank liquor. But every night I will usually, not every night, every Friday and Saturday night, I'll usually get a bottle of wine because I don't have to work. But tonight I was like, I work at home, and I'm like, I'm up this late. I can have at least half a bottle or half a glass. So I'll drink half the bottle. Who's kidding here? I'll drink half the bottle.
Oh my God. So that's...
I can't handle alcohol. I mean, I did it for a phase. I did it in college because, like I explained, the slingshot effect. I made up for lost time. But at some point, I realized it's just not right for my body. I've read in some spiritual situations that if you can't handle drugs and alcohol, it's because you were designed from the not afterlife but pre-life to focus on learning the proper spiritual behavior. Because like Cosmo grabbing my choke chain, like that's not why you're here, to do stupid things.
And I believe that. Like, so I had my father had alcohol problem. My great grandfather, I think it skips a generation, so I didn't really have it. They were worried about that with me when I was younger. I will say this though, like I said, my mom was worried with the vodka when I tried that when I was 18, 19, 20, which is probably why I ended up pregnant too. Also, let's be honest. But yes. I didn't. The second I had my baby girl, like I was just all about being a mama, and it was great. It was like a life journey, and I had a husband by the way, we weren't married when I got pregnant, and I looked at him. This is how Southern Baptist I was. He was like, I was like, I'm gonna have to. I don't know. He's like, what are you gonna do? I'm like, I don't know. He's like, what do you mean you don't know? I'm like, well, I mean, I'm considering, like, there's options. There's abortion. Like, I mean. He just walked out. He said, if you're considering having an abortion, don't call me. Call me when you decided not to. If you ever decided to. If you don't ever call me again. He was also 7 years older than me. I was 20. He was 27. And so I was so, like, fucked by that. I looked at him. Like, I didn't have anybody to talk to. And I went to a friend of mine one friend that was pro, like, just he was a guy. And he was, you just need to go have an abortion. Like, just get rid of it. He was an older guy. And then I knew him, and I knew that, I could trust his opinion because of things he had been through. And then I went to my other best friend that I just knew would give me the truth. But the thing was, is she was super Christian. And when I say super, she went to, like, she came here to go to Bob Jones, but she was from Florida. She was not allowed to say the word tampon in front of her father.
Oh my God.
Or even period. And there were 5 girls, and this is like, I met her in 2000. She had never been allowed to say, like, she was 20. She was older than me. She was 26. She had never had sex, and she had never been allowed to say that. She was super Christian. And I looked at her and I said, what do I do? And she went to lunch, and she told me, and she's the reason I didn't have an abortion. But here's the kicker. Had she told me not to, probably would have. What she told me was that she said, Brooke, you need to do what you feel is right for you. And here I had this man telling me, like, don't ever call him again. I didn't want to be with him anyway. I was probably drunk when I got pregnant. So, but then, like, this other person who I didn't really trust, like, okay, you just want me to have an abortion probably because you want to fuck me because you're another guy. Mm-hmm. And then she just said, do what you feel in your heart. And I didn't have the abortion, and my life changed forever. And I never wanted to be a mother. And I never drank liquor again. Or drank again. He was an alcoholic, is what the point I was trying to get to. And so he didn't ever stop drinking throughout the marriage, which was part of the problem. But let's leave here. But what I will say at the very end of it was, by the time I finally got out of that marriage, and it's like I got out of it in 2015. 2019, like, I literally met somebody, and they were an alcoholic, and their drink of choice was vodka. And I started like 2 or 3 shots of it, and that's where I ended up with the 2020 thing. Like, when you say there's certain people that shouldn't, I'm like, I know I can't smoke pot because it makes me paranoid, and I can't drink liquor because it's just bad. You don't want to see me there. But I have determined, like, I can have a glass of wine. Like, forever I was like, I can't drink that. I was like, I have a glass of wine in the evening. It relaxes me. Y'all hear how hyper I am. Like, I need 4 glasses of wine. I probably, that's why I was like tonight, I'm like, normally I would have already relaxed, but I've been talking, so I'm like, I've got to go get some wine because otherwise I'm going to be up all night after I hang up.
Did you hear me talk to Sammy, and he said I didn't take you for someone who listens to hip hop, because I was talking about how I was on other call-in shows, and I said, it's not that I dislike hip hop, I just need music that's frenetically high paced, because I'm a slow, mellow person. So I need the contrast. So somebody would say, let's go to reggae. I'm like, why? And they say, to relax. I'm like, from what?
No. I'm kind of it depends on the mood. I bet 9 times out of 10, I prefer it a little faster than slower. Too depressing. I mean, to me, if you're craving really slow music, you're craving it because you're sad. If you're craving it because you're sad, you need something pepped up. And the only time I can really listen to it is when I'm really happy. I'm like, oh, this is just a good song. It's good. It's slow. Or slow dancing with the right person. You know, like that is a good slow thing.
I, on the other hand, I can. Like
I'm sure y'all have done that plenty of times, by the way.
I'm sorry, what?
Slow dancing just use slow music the right way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Huh. Yeah, like I think I might have Hashimoto's because one of my daughters told me that I might have Hashimoto's. Because I'll take a sip of something and I'm good. I'll feel.
Explain to our listeners a little bit about the condition of Hashimoto's, please.
Well, I feel like I'm on fire all over, like internally, like my skin all over feels like I'm having a fever, and I feel like lead rubber.
Okay. I take it all of this is unpleasant. In other words, this is
deeply unpleasant. I mean, periodically, if I go to a concert...
I'm sorry, but I just had to laugh at that because I got that.
Like, if I go to a concert, I can't just go to a bar by myself. There has to be a reason I go to listen to the music of my choice. But to go to be social there, I'd rather grab a book and have a cough a little bit, and then read the book and fall asleep. And wake up and see smeared chocolate all over my clothes. Like, oh, man. And it's like, oh no, not again. When am I going to learn not to do that? Like never. So, what was my point? Jeez.
But there doesn't always need to be a point, honey.
I know.
I mean,
I started with a point though. But
I'll tell you the best point of it is
here it goes.
Cold coffee, and I thought you said cold.
What?
You said when I would go out, and you said, I think you just said, and I would go out, and did you say cold? I finally figured out you said cold coffee maybe, or cold something. I just heard you say pole, and I'm like, apparently she doesn't need a drink. She's on a pole.
I don't recall.
That's what I thought I heard, but I tried to play it in my end. Like, I'm sure she didn't say pole.
Well, ladies, I mean, you both handled this so well, and I'm so pleased, Deanna Fraser, that you came. I'm sorry?
I just want to wrap up the
sure.
runway part. I didn't think I was going to jump back on the call, but I released a lot of the tea, and I came back, and I heard her say, I need somebody to talk to. I was like, okay, well, I'll jump back on.
Thank you so much for coming back.
I typed in the chat for Douglas. I said, actually, a correction. Mirthling is not a alias. It'll be my runway name, not alias. And speaking of runway, when I got to the halfway house after being paroled, because people would ask me, like, is this your first time? I'm like, no, this is not my first time. This is a tour. Because first leads to second, leads to third. So there was a fashion show hosted by the gals, and I came up with Dangerwear in honor of Rodney Dangerfield, and I did my best mimic. I found Hawaiian-looking shirt and whatever baggy pants. I was like, I come down the runway, and everybody would run away, no respect.
Yes, that's cute. That's so cute. That's adorable. And it makes so much more sense when you say it.
I said runway, and I thought pole dancing, and then you say my runway name. So now I'm doubly thinking you're a stripper.
What did she say?
I use the term.
I will tell her. She won't get mad. She knows me.
Yeah.
She doesn't really know me, but
I can't comprehend your accent sometimes.
I know. I talk. Okay, I will tell you this. I talk fast for a Southerner, which is very hard for most people. My mom, even my Southern mother's friends when I was a kid, they were like, what did your daughter just say? When I was little. They didn't understand it. Because I'm Southern, but I talk fast, and I've always done that. So I'll try to slow down. What I said was, I originally thought that you said pole earlier when you said cold coffee or whatever. Remember, I thought you said pole. So I'm like, you you got drunk and you were out pole dancing.
Pole dancing, yes.
Yes. And
Yeah.
so then I refrained, and that's when I said, I was pretty sure you didn't say that. You said like cold coffee or whatever you said. It sounded like pole. But then right after that, you just said, well, let me finish. And you were like, my runway name, was it runway name? And I was
Yes.
like, well, now after I thought she said pole dancing, and now she says her runway name, I'm pretty sure she is a stripper.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I get it. I totally get it.
I strip paint. I strip paint raw. Yeah, I'm.
Come to my house. I will pay you. I'll pay the
Oh, that's adorable. That's yeah. So, by the way, and you're honoring Rodney Dangerfield was adorable, and I just had a moment of incredible deja vu because when our dear lady Brooke Gibson brought up the I thought she said Pole. Originally, I had brought up the nickname for our friend John Warrington, who's our archivist, who, if anyone wants to see much of the past materials of Douglas Dietrich, you can go to odyssey.com, I believe it is, and they look up John Warrington, Douglas Dietrich, and you'll find all kinds of back materials that he's archived. And he uses the name Maggot, and he's got his own Maggot channel on YouTube, and this is because the Celtic peoples use that term as attention seeker. It really is like an, how would you call it? Like a pet name, or kind of like an affectionate nickname for a person.
I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
This is why he can use that. He's not Southern, or Celtic people can, because I am in the South, and I opened my trash can yesterday that gets picked up once a week. And not only inside, but on top, before I even opened it, were 5,000 maggots.
Yes.
Because the
Yeah.
in the heat, and they lay stuff. So yeah, Celtic, I think y'all are cooler. Maggot's not a cool thing in the South.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre. I don't appreciate it myself. They even have maggot toys, believe it or not, stuffed fucking maggot toys that are on springs.
Are you serious?
I'm sorry?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm serious. Yeah, it's disgusting. I mean, they have stuffed maggot toys that are big. They're big. They're like, like the size of, take a bunch of dildos and string them together as if they were dynamite, and then you've got them put inside of something so they vibrate, and then it's they put some furry
First
cover.
of all, I don't like the maggot term, but if you want to send me, if they look like dildos and they vibrate, if you want to send them to me.
Yeah, there we are. Yes. And so it's just they were selling this shit in England. I mean, it's like they're.
That's what I was gonna ask you. Where were they selling this? Because I've never seen.
British people are fucked. These are the people who brought you Punch and Judy, which is a couple of children's puppets that beat each other to death with sticks. It's like was their idea of.
I never got. I hate I interrupt you. I hate it every time. I'm going to get better. I don't talk a lot to people, but I'm going to next week talk all day. Well, actually, my best friend has been out of town for 3 days. At actually, the concert for Elton John was his last concert, or his engine tour, and he was in Charlotte, which is 2 hours away. So she's been gone for 3 days. So I haven't had anybody to talk to. So I'm extra talkative, which is why I'm on tonight. And I had to wait for her to get back because she was driving back with her husband, who, by the way, they had a huge fight in the middle of the Elton John concert. And after 3 days of being there in a hotel waiting on it, she had to leave because he said, "You wouldn't hold my hand during the love song." And he walked out.
Oh, wow. Ooh, ow.
Yeah. So she had to drive back. So I said, call me when you get back. That's why I was actually up tonight and then just clicked on yours late. But yeah. So anyway, I haven't talked to many people. But so I interrupted you. But yes, England, like, I never got English. Does anybody get English comedy? Because I just don't get English comedy.
No, nobody gets English.
I love it.
Yeah, nobody gets English comedy. Well, except for, Deanna. Deanna Fraser.
Deanna now gets English comedy. I'm sorry, Deanna. I'm sorry.
Why? Everybody's different. I've learned to no longer hold back my opinion.
Oh, actually, oh my God, that is so awesome of you. That is what I want to hear about everyone. Like, be like, hey, I like me. If somebody was making fun of me, you've got 4 dogs, you got 10, or whatever. Be like, I deal with it. It's what I want to do. So
right.
Yeah, that's awesome.
A lot of people enjoy the singing voice of Stevie Nicks. That's the quickest way to get me to run at top speed from anywhere is play anything Fleetwood Mac with her so-called singing. I will just like flee at top speed because to me she sounds like post-op stupid. I'm like, ew.
Oh, I love her. But you know what? If you come down here and you want to do some painting for me and I'll pay you for it, I will cut on all the British comedy you want.
So V Sexton in the chat room says, Brooke, you deserve a bottle of wine with a wine glass that's half full and red wine, of course.
I'm actually going to get the glass and quit drinking out of the bottle since I just walked in the house and took such a thing.
So you're safe at home. Oh, good. So we've
in the house. That's why I muted it for 1 second because the dogs always bark when I walk in. But yeah.
Oh no, that's fine. And so, ladies, I love you both. I'm going to.
Shut up. We're going to let you do your rant because everyone wants to hear you. You're the star here, and I love you, and I'm so glad that you let me come on. Thank you so much.
Well, hopefully you'll be on much more often, along with Deanna Fraser, and she'll be the executrix producer that we ride the call on, and you'll be the co-producer.
Huh? She's going to be here painting. We'll be on together because she's going to be here helping me do some painting.
Oh, delightful. I mean, you're both like in driving distance. Has this been ascertained? Or
I don't even know. Where is Deanna? Where do you live?
In my body.
I'm not going to ask you, obviously, statewide.
Somebody said that, and it's like, where do you live? It's like, you live in your body, but your belongings are. So my belongings are in Boone, North Carolina. I'm presently in.
You aren't far. I totally can have you. Can you really paint? Because I've got some housework to do. I'm wanting to sell this thing. It's too big. It's 3,000 square feet.
My mind does not listen to your speed of speech.
Okay. My house is too big. I need to sell it. It's 3,000 square feet. My daughter's moving out. I would need some housework done, mainly painting and patching. So if you're in North Carolina and you know how to do that, I will pay you to come.
Well, I could give it a shot, and if you say, "Oh, that's lovely," then I'll continue. And if you say, "Who are you and why are you here? Get out." then I'll
just say, "Here's some British comedy. Sit down, shut up, and enjoy."
Yes.
All right, Douglas. I love you dearly. I love Brooke dearly, and the audience as well. And I'll leave the call on, and I will lay down and say I can't fall asleep because my mind's full of grubs and maggots and dildos. I'll start falling asleep and I'll start having a nightmare. I'll think of dildos as wine stir sticks because nobody stirs wine. But what the heck?
Exactly. Think a dildo's better than that. I thought that was a better analogy. And I am going to promise next week I'll have the glass of wine or so before, which usually slows my talking down a little bit. So maybe you'll be able to hear me more.
Oh, fine. Here's my Lieutenant Columbo moment. One more thing. So far, 2 people in North Carolina has confounded me because when you give somebody's conversation a moment, you figure out what they said rather than saying what. The 2 people, I gave them a few moments in my mind, and I was like, I cannot figure out what they said. So I turned to their companion. I'm like, what did they say? I know they spoke English, but I could not decipher it.
Well, we gotta let Douglas talk, but where are you from? You're not from the South. That's what I want to say.
No.
For decades. Do you know what? I just want to ask you and Doug this last question. We're going to end it here. Do you know what it means to say bless your heart?
Yeah. It's like you're confused.
Let's see if Doug knows it. Don't tell him. Let's see if Douglas knows it.
Yes, yeah, of course I know it. Yes, it's very Southern, and it means, of course, just bless your heart. I mean, it's just, it's one of those things that's sad.
No, it does not. It does not mean bless your heart at all. Do you know what you want to tell him what it means?
Well, it's kind of sarcastic. It's kind of facetious. It's kind of like a backhanded compliment where it's really kind of like you son of a bitch, right?
or you're confused, aren't you?
Yeah. There we are. Naive. Yes. It's like, yes, my Virginia. Yes, my naive one then. It's kind of like that. Yeah. There we are.
And I have very few friends growing up here because I'm so real that there's so much fakeness in the South that I don't like that part of it. And that is why I picked friends, which I think we all should, very carefully. But yeah, I don't like fake people. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of fakeness down here. I will say that. So now, Doug, I'm going to shut the fuck up, and let you talk, listen to you.
Wonderful.
And
love you dearly. Yes. Have a lovely evening. And so that was Brooks Gibbons. Brooke Gibbons. I think I got that right. Gibson. Thank you. Brooke Gibson. Thank you, honey. See, you're so much better at this than
Yes, thank you. There's not only one of me, so don't do the Brooks. And thank you for the Gibson.
Yes. Brooke Gibson. And I'll repeat that. Right. Think of the science fiction author, William Gibson. Yes. Okay. And with that, love you dearly as well, Deanna Fraser. And so I'll remember both names to the point where I get them right as time progresses. In the meantime, so I'll take over at this point, and I want everyone to understand we'll cover what we can in the time remaining, and that was fun, of course, and of course we'll get this into more of a kind of professional groove as time progresses, or at least,
In Ukrainian, Dubranich.
Yes, Dubranich. Dubranich meaning, explain the term. Yes, honey?
Dubranich is like a quick slur of dobre means good.
Yeah.
Nich means night. Dubranich.
Right. There we are. Yes, Dubranich. Got it. Yes. Thank you, honey. Thank you. That's adorable. Bless you. So
I'm not unmuting anymore. Yeah.
Right. Okay, that's fine. So shout outs to David Fitzsimons. Money received was $9.70. He sent $10, but a fee was extracted, the blood money, by PayPal. Understand, we're trying to encourage people to use what's on the screen, which is my personal PayPal account, which I established. I need to know if people are having problems with that. Let me know if you can get anything. I'm sorry?
I am. This is my last time interrupting.
Sure.
I decided that every time that you remembered my name or anybody's name correctly, that I double what I was giving you. I think that's what you should do.
Wonderful. Oh, thank you, honey. That's adorable.
Oh, no, you're going to be working on everyone's name. You're going to be like, I know everyone. I know.
Bless you. Yeah. So I do need to know if people are having problems with that account and not being able to put money in it at all, which is what Peter was claiming. And so he had to ultimately use the business account, which everybody seems to be familiar with, and that's fine. But then they removed this stupid fee. So in order to evade they're taking their pound of flesh and extracting their blood money, try and use the account that's on the screen, which is Douglas D. Dietrich. And like I said, I don't really like that. I'm going to call them, see if I can change that name and make it more euphonic. Something like the Douglas Dietrich account, which I'm convinced most people are using because it's simply easier to remember paypal.me/Douglas Dietrich than it is to remember that stupid D in the middle, Douglas D. Dietrich, which is on the screen, which should help you. In the meantime, T. Tank Berry dropped by and delivered $116, and that helped me with a supply run to basically get my week's supply of bottled mineral water and Coke and everything else. So Clarice Claudette and Dennis Marshall must always be thanked for their care provision packages, which have carried me through till now in many ways, providing succor many months after their delivery. Bridging both that gap between financial donations and contributions and care packaging is Samuel Romero. So Samuel Romero out there, hugs and kisses to Maria. And on to as much as I can cover tonight. And as everyone knows, my true love and passion, aside obviously from woman, is geopolitics. Matter of fact, my friend, my gang brother Beaver, it's something more and less than a friend. It's something that, basically a person you're stuck with based on the situation of crime that you grew up in the ghetto, and the kind of people you involved yourself with and became inextricably linked with through basically criminal activity. He would say I should combine my two passions into map dancing instead of lap dancing. Imagine some stripper and, of course, performing on some stage that's has a big map on it or something. Yeah,
With a pole.
Yes, there we are. Yes, with a pole. Yes. That would represent, no doubt, Mount Meru, that mountain in the center of the earth that connects to the heavens in the ancient Vedic mythology. Okay, back on to relevant news for as much as I can cover tonight with what time we have remaining, which, of course, these lovely ladies did something wonderful. They carried us into new territories that we normally wouldn't go in, and that's always appreciated. And so back onto territories that we're more familiar with, the territories that I cover with geopolitics. Just as an opener, I do want people to know that Communist China's Type 055 destroyer is the largest in Asia for now. But the Empire of Japan is outfoxing the Communist Chinese Empire. Giant missile defense warships, Tokyo's largest surface combatants since World War II, are under construction. Japan is building the largest warships in Asia, 20,000-ton super destroyers. Now, the Twa ships will protect Japan from ballistic missile attacks from both Red China and North Korea. These ships will join a reinvigorated Japanese fleet that includes some of the best submarines in the world and a new pair of aircraft carriers. Now, back to the Atlantic, I do want to remind people, of course, that we discussed the Queen in great depth already, but I do want to add that the Queen hoped the Commonwealth would be her legacy, and yet, of course, predictably, within days of her death, it is in doubt. The Prime Minister of the Bahamas has just signed the condolence book for Queen Elizabeth II, or had just done so when he made an announcement that would not have been music to the dead monarch's ears at all. Prime Minister Philip Davis said he intended to hold a referendum to remove Elizabeth's son and successor, King Charles III, as the official head of state in the Bahamas, and turn his country, which has been politically independent since 1973, into a full republic. So that was Tuesday when Davis told reporters, "The only challenge with us moving to a republic is that I cannot, as much as I would wish to do it, I cannot do it without your consent. I will have to have a referendum, and the Bahamian people will have to say to me, yes." So Davis's decision and the Bahamas itself are a product of the empire, which at its height saw Britain's monarch rule over a full 25% of all the world's population. It was the largest empire in history, with colonies and protectorates around the world that included what's now Australia, Canada, South Africa, Pakistan, and India. Now, Elizabeth, who died last week at the age of 96, devoted much of her reign to preserving and reinforcing ties with what's called the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of 54 states. That includes many former British colonies. As the monarch, she was the symbolic head of the association. Her Majesty was also the queen of 14 of those countries, including the Bahamas. But in recent years, former British colonies, especially countries where black residents were enslaved by their colonial masters, have been demanding accountability from the royal family, which becamest fabulously rich on the backs of slaves. So while there have been tributes to the Queen throughout the Commonwealth, on Thursday, hundreds gathered in an Anglican cathedral in the Ugandan capital of Kampala for a service honoring Elizabeth. There has been simmering discontent as well. In March, the now...
She never gave it, and I'm going to interrupt you, Doug, and nobody interrupts you, but I would love it if at some point, like, you got this whole Dietrich thing going, and then, like, just a question like this, where I didn't talk and have to explain myself. Just this. Mm-hmm. They never gave it, right? She's never given it.
You mean any reparations or even an apology? No, neither.
Yeah. I would just like to have, like, be able to have that conversation where we don't interrupt too much, but be able to just say, like, is that what I'm understanding? Because that's what I've heard. She's never given it.
That's correct. That's correct. Yes. Thank you. Yeah. And so that point is now made. Yeah. So I appreciate that. And so in March, the now heir to the throne, Prince William, his wife Kate, Prince Edward, and the Countess of Wessex were met with demonstrations and demands for reparations for slavery, while on a royal tour of the Caribbean that took them to former colonies, Jamaica, Belize, as well as the Bahamas. Many residents were especially incensed that their countries were helping pay for the royal tour. In an open letter, the Bahamas National Reparations Committee declared, "Why are we footing the bill for the benefit of a regime whose rise to greatness was fueled by the extinction, enslavement, colonization, and degradation of the people of this land? Why are we being made to pay again?" And in Australia, a Commonwealth country itself, where many revered Queen Elizabeth, newly elected Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's government has already raised the possibility of holding a referendum to jettison Charles and the monarchy and becomest a true republic. The same goest for Canada, where the support for having a foreigner as head of state has also been eroding. After Elizabeth died, Flavio Volpe, president of Canada's Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, told Reuters, in his own words, "I prefer someone from Windsor than the House of Windsor to be head of state," Windsor being a Canadian city just across the Detroit River from Motown. The sun was already setting on the British Empire when Elizabeth took the throne in 1953. And during her 70-year reign, 17 countries discarded the monarchy and became republics, the latest being the tiny island nation of Barbados earlier this year, although it continues to be part of the Commonwealth. After World War II, with many of these countries opting for independence from a ravaged and bankrupted Britannia, the empire evolved into a Commonwealth, united by a common allegiance to the crown, that allowed member states the autonomy to run their own affairs. It also attracted countries that had never been British colonies, like Mozambique, which joined in 1995, and Rwanda, which joined in 2009. But those were the exceptions, not the rule, as noted by Christopher Pryor, an associate professor of colonial and post-colonial history at the University of Southampton in the United Kingdom, who himself has gone on record to say that with Charles now king, that trend is likely to continue, and there's not much he can do about it, even as Pryor concludes that it's too soon to write the obituary for the Commonwealth, emphasizing as he does that the British had hoped it would enable it to maintain its position in a world increasingly dominated by the United States of America and the then Soviet Union. That didn't happen. Still, to quote his Pryor, at length and verbatim, "The Commonwealth has not been without purpose or use. Just because it is a relatively weak organization in terms of its formal place in the world and in terms of the impact that it has on the lives of its members, it hasn't stopped being a useful forum for conversation." Think about that. That's pretty fucking empty. Returning to what he actually said, "I would expect that it will continue to function into the future. I don't think we'll see a sudden death of the Commonwealth. If there is any diminishing thereof, I would expect it would continue to be gradual. The death of the Commonwealth has been proclaimed at various points over the years. I don't think that these conversations taking place across the world are conversations that the new king would have a great deal of control over. Whatever you think of the Commonwealth, colonial-era relic or modernizing institution, I don't think the Queen's commitment to the organization can really be doubted. The Commonwealth has accommodated republics within its ranks from the very earliest stages. India became a republic way back in 1950, yet remained within the Commonwealth, so this is something that the organization is very used to. If we do have Commonwealth nations becoming republics, then that obviously further takes away some of the old imperial-era ties that originally bound the Commonwealth together in the first. So, that happening in the Atlantic, we go into the continent where Germany is taking control of 3 Russian-owned refineries to secure oil. The United German government has declared it is taking control of Russian oil giant Rosneft's subsidiary in the Neue Deutschland, the new United Germany, citing the need to ensure continued operations at 3 oil refineries in das Vaterland, the fatherland. Now, Germany is taking control of 3 Russian-owned refineries in the country to ensure energy security before an embargo on oil from Russia takes effect next year. 3 subsidiaries of the Russian oil giant Rosneft. That's Rosneft Deutschland GmbH and RN Refining and Marketing GmbH, the RN standing for Rosneft, will be put under the administration of the United Germany's Federal Network Agency. As a result, the agency will also control the company's shares in the refineries PCK Schwedt, Miro, M-I-R-O, and Bayern Oil, located in the east and south of United Germany. United German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has said, and here I quote his T, "This is a far-reaching energy policy decision to protect our country. We've long known that Russia isn't a reliable supplier of energy anymore. With today's decision, we're ensuring that Germany is supplied with oil in the medium and long term as well. That is particularly true for the Schwedt refinery." So this is a big deal. This is like nationalizing an enemy nation's companies in your nation's, behind your nation's borders during wartime. So this facility also provides petroleum products to much of northeastern Germany, including Berlin. And the economic ministry has stated that Rosneft accounts for about 12% of Germany's oil refining capacity, importing oil worth over several hundred million euros or dollars every month. This move in question helping to ensure continued energy supplies, and it was initially due to last for 6 months. Rosneft has previously made clear it had no intention to stop imports of oil via the Druzhba pipeline, which runs from Russia through Ukraine to refineries in Central Europa, despite a looming EU embargo coming into force on the 1st of January in 2023. But basically, this is all part of a transition to clean energy. Chancellor Scholz said a €1 billion, that's about equivalent to $1 billion aid package, would secure jobs for about 1,200 people currently working at the PCK factory, the refinery, I mean to say, in Schwedt, and help with its long-term transformation as part of the transition toward a green economy. Economy Minister Robert Habeck said the refinery would in the future receive oil through a pipeline from the port city of Rostock and via neighboring Poland, which had refused to provide supplies as long as there was a risk that Rosneft might profit from them. Russia, on the 31st of August, stopped delivering gas to Europe through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline that supplies much of Western Europe, claiming a 48-hour shutoff was necessary for maintenance work. The pipeline, which runs directly to United Germany and supplies much of Western Europe with natural gas, remains shut. The move has increased pressure on the continent's largest economy as it prepares for a winter of energy rationing that could squeeze households and United German industry itself. Now, in the case of the villains, the enemy of us all, China and Russia presented a united front at their summit as the Ukrainian war risks exposing regional divisions and Xi Jinping's coming checkmate of Vladimir Putin, even as the Communist Chinese and Russian military share a potential weakness. When Chinese Communist dictator Xi Jinping and the Russian dictator Vladimir Putin sat down with other Asian leaders at a summit in Central Asia this Friday into this weekend. They sought to present a united front to counterbalance the American empire and our allies. But within their no-limits relationship, potential differences over Russia's faltering invasion of Ukraine are beginning to emerge. The brutal war has also created friction within the SCO, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, a regional security grouping led by Beijing and Moscow. Meeting dictator Vladimir Putin at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan, Xi Jinping struggled not to squirm in discomfort on Thursday. The stagecraft of the Xi-Putin meeting further evinced the former's PR, or public relations concerns. Beginning Thursday, leaders from the grouping, including the Asian Indian Empire, Pakistan, Iran, and 4 Central Asiatic countries, have convened in the city of Samarkand, the ancient capital in Uzbekistan, which has seen a flurry of high-level talks, including the first face-to-face meeting between Xi and Putin since the invasion. During their talks, Putin conceded that Communist Chinese officials had questions and concerns. This forces him to discuss his protracted military assault. And these questions and concerns were expressed in what appeared to be the first, although somewhat veiled, admission of their differences on this conflict. Putin's appearance alongside Xi himself at the high-profile summit comes just days after Russian forces suffered a series of major defeats on the Ukrainian battlefield. Moscow's invasion has left it diplomatically isolated and its economy severely weakened by a raft of punishing Western sanctions. In recent months, the Communist Chinese Empire has offered Russia tacit support and stepped up economic assistance to its neighbor, boosting bilateral trade to a record high. But as the conflict drags on into winter, analysts question how far Xi will be prepared to go in continuing to back Vlad Putin, and at what cost. Alexander Gablev, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, so observest that, in his words, the economic situation in Russia is deteriorating, and that gives China an upper hand in the relationship. Ties between Moscow and Beijing have been asymmetric before in the relationship, and before Russia became a needier partner. But now this is an asymmetry on steroids, where Red China has the commanding position and definitely will be not shy to use it going forward. In public,
I'm going to have to interrupt.
Sure.
Everybody's going to need this interruption. Mm-hmm. How do you do all these voices? Like, we're all wondering. If no one's interrupted you before to say that, and I'll be the first, it's just like, you're amazing. I love hearing it, and just want to say it. How do you do them all?
Well, you're very gracious. Half the time I do it terribly. It just comes from learning a lot of different languages. My mother was a linguist, and so I learned from her a way to kind of...
And it's like Uzbekistan, Russian, Judisa. I'm like, oh my God, if I could talk like that, I'd be a millionaire right now.
Oh, honey, you're delightful.
Back up. I'm shutting up to let you talk. I just wanted to say it was awesome. I love it.
Thank you. Love you too. Okay. In public, Communist China has pledged to deepen ties with Russia. An official Communist Chinese readout of the Xi-Putin meeting on Thursday made no mention of the Ukraine. Instead, it quoted Xi as saying that Red China would work with Russia to extend strong mutual support on issues concerning each other's core interests and play a leading role in injecting stability and positive energy into a world of change and disorder. For his part, Putin highlighted Moscow's value to Beijing, namely to join hands in counterbalancing the West and creating what he calls a just, democratic, and multipolar world order. Oh my God, the platitudinal bullshit You'd think people would just die as it piled up. In a thinly veiled snub at the American empire, the Russian dictator noted that the attempts to create a unipolar world have recently acquired an absolutely ugly shape and are absolutely unacceptable for the vast majority of states on the planet. Yes, Putin pals. I said Putin pals. Putin vows. That's what I meant to say. To press this attack on Ukraine. And he's courting.
See, you had to call yourself out. Because
Yes.
here's the thing. Your shit's so good, we might not have ever noticed had you not called yourself out.
Oh, you're so cute. Oh, yes. And thank you. So he's courting not just the communist Chinese empire, but the Asian Indian empire as well. The Russian dictator Vladimir Putin vowed on Friday into this weekend to press his attack on the Ukraine, despite Ukraine's latest counteroffensive, and warned that Moscow could ramp up its strikes on the country's vital infrastructure if Ukrainian forces target facilities in Russia itself. Speaking to reporters Friday after attending this summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan, Putin said the liberation of Ukraine's entire eastern Donbas region remained Russia's main military goal and that he sees no need to revise it. Russia, rather the Russian Empire, was forced to pull back its forces from large swaths of northeastern Ukraine last week after a swift Ukrainian counteroffensive. Ukraine's move to reclaim control of several Russian-occupied cities and villages marked the largest military setback for Moscow since its forces had to retreat from areas near the capital early in the war. In his first comment on the Ukrainian counteroffensive, the Russian dictator Putin has said, "We aren't in a rush. Let's see how it develops and how it ends," adding that Moscow has only deployed volunteer soldiers to fight in Ukraine. Some hardline politicians and military bloggers have urged the Kremlin to follow Ukraine's own example and order a broad mobilization to beef up the ranks, lamenting Russia's manpower shortage. In an apparent reference to Russian attacks earlier this week on power plants in northern Ukraine and a dam in the south, Putin alleged, without offering any specifics whatsoever, that Ukraine has attempted to launch attacks near our nuclear facilities, nuclear power plants, adding that we will retaliate if they fail to understand that such methods are unacceptable. Himself so noting that Ukraine has tried to strike civilian infrastructure in Russia itself, and, in his words, we so far have responded with restraint, but just yet, if the situation develops this way, our response will be more serious. Just recently, the Russian armed forces...
Why are you doing Trump in Russian voice?
Oh, that's because Trump and Putin sound so much alike. Basically, Trump and
What
Putin.
everything you just said could have been Trump.
So true. Yes. Oh, yeah, there we are. Well, just recently, to go back to Putin, or my Trump Putin, yes, they're kind of like the same person in a different body. Just recently, the Russian armed forces have delivered a couple of impactful strikes. Let's consider those as warning strikes. So, Russia has reported numerous explosions and fires at civilian infrastructure in areas near Ukraine, as well as munitions depots and other facilities. Ukraine has claimed responsibility for some of the attacks and refrained from commenting on others. Now, Putin also sought Friday to assuage the Asian Indian Empire's concern about the conflict in Ukraine, telling the Asian Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi that Moscow wants to see a quick end to the fighting and alleging that Ukrainian officials won't negotiate. The Russian dictator told Modi, and here I'll try and make it sound like Putin instead of Trump, but, you know, it's kind of like, well, heads or tails. I know your stand on the conflict in Ukraine and the concerns that you have repeatedly voiced. We will do all we can to end that as quickly as possible. Regrettably, the other side, the leadership of Ukraine has rejected the negotiations process and stated that it wants to achieve its goals by military means on the battlefield. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky proved that it's Russia that doesn't want to negotiate in earnest. He has also insisted on the withdrawal of Russian troops from occupied areas of Ukraine as a precondition for talks.
Vladimir, I'm pretty sure on the, what is that, the little conspiracy theory, Vladimir, he's been dead for 4 years.
Oh, well, certainly that's a theory, but I doubt that.
The white hat, the white hats, Trump's the white hat. He's got him.
Oh my God. That's like QAnon talk. Oh my God.
I know, that's why I had to do it, because I can't believe people believe this shit. I don't know. And I was really scared to come on here because I thought maybe y'all were some QAnon people. I didn't know.
Oh, no. Thank you. But of course, thank you for bringing that up. It's a point that does need to be made.
Well, we do make it because I do, and again, I don't interrupt you, but I do think people are, everybody that's listening is going to be like, shut her up, but I can come on earlier and talk, and then maybe you and I can talk a little, but I think that we should have some conversations on it, for instance, I do energy healing, that's what I'm actually in outside sales and pharmaceutical sales, but I started doing energy healing and getting into that and tarot cards and doing things like that, and I was on YouTube. What surprised me is that these people that are supposedly open-minded, and that you have tarot card readers, there were only a few, that were the white hats. Completely, I was thrown away. These are people that are supposed to be spiritual, what you would say, they're just so spiritual. They're Trump is Jesus. He's the and I was just blown away. So then I didn't know who to trust, even on YouTube. So that was my only concern with this. So that is actually, when I came on tonight and wanted to talk, I was like, I don't know what you guys all talk about, but I really want to know, where does this draw the line? Because if it's going to go to white hats, I can't go there.
No, thank you. No, I appreciate that. No, it doesn't. But okay, I'll go on.
I want to shut up again. I know y'all all want to hear him, and I'm gonna shut up eventually.
Honestly,
I'll never shut up. Honestly, I'll never shut up, but I will shut up tonight. Okay.
Oh, I don't mind your interruptions every once in a while. Really, it's kind of different. It's kind of new. I mean, we can experiment with it for a little while. Just we'll just do it organically. And at any rate, Putin's remarks during the talks with Narendra Modi echoed the comments the Russian dictator made during Thursday's meeting with the communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping, when Putin thanked him for his government's balanced position on the Ukraine war, while adding that he was ready to discuss Red China's unspecified concerns about the Ukraine. Speaking to reporters Friday, Putin said he and Xi discussed what we should do in current conditions to efficiently counter unlawful restrictions imposed by the West. The European Union, the United States, and other Western nations have put sanctions on Russian energy due to the war in Ukraine. Xi, in a statement released by his government, expressed support for Russia's core interests, but also interest in working together to inject stability into world affairs. The Communist Chinese Empire's relations with Washington, Europa, the Empire of Japan, and the Asian Indian Empire have been strained by disputes about technology, security, human rights, and territory. Zhang Liwa, an international relations expert at Tsinghua University, said the reference to stability is mainly related to Sino-American relations, adding that the United States has been using all means to suppress Red China, which forced the Communist Chinese to seek cooperation with the Russian Empire. Now, the Communist Chinese and Asian Indian empires have refused to join Western sanctions against the Russian Empire over its war in Ukraine, while increasing their purchases of Russian oil and gas, helping Moscow offset the financial restrictions imposed by the American empire and our allies. And Putin also met Friday with the Turkish dictator Recep Tayyip Erdogan to discuss bolstering economic cooperation and regional issues, including a July deal brokered by Turkey and the United Nations that allowed Ukrainian grain exports to resume from the country's Black Sea ports. And speaking at Uzbekistan summit on Friday, Xi warned his Central Asian neighbors not to allow outsiders to destabilize them. That warning reflects Beijing's anxiety that Western support for democracy and human rights activists is a plot to undermine Xi's ruling Communist Party and other authoritarian governments. Referring to protests that toppled unpopular regimes in the former Soviet Union and the Middle East, Xi said in a speech to the leaders of Shanghai Cooperation Organization member nations that, in his words, we should prevent external forces from instigating a color revolution. Now, sans, meaning without, any elaboration, Xi offered to train 2,000 police officers to set up a regional counterterrorism training center and to strengthen law enforcement capacity building. Now, his comments echoed longtime Russian grievances about the color-coded democratic uprisings in several ex-Soviet nations that the Kremlin viewed as instigated by the American empire and our allies. Xi is promoting a GSI, a global security initiative, and I swear he got that from the General's video game or some shit, announcing in April, following the formation of the Quad, the Quadrilateral Security Compact by the United States, the Empire of Japan, and Australia, along with Asian India, in response to Beijing's more assertive foreign policy. U.S. officials complain it echoes Russian arguments in support of Moscow's actions in Ukraine. This global security initiative bullshit. Now, Central Asia is part of the Communist Chinese Empire's multi-billion-dollar Belt and Road Initiative to expand trade by building ports, railways, and other infrastructure across an arc of dozens of countries from the South Pacific through Asia to the Middle East, Europe, and Africa. The Shanghai Cooperation Organization was formed by the Russian and Chinese empires as a counterweight to American influence. The group also includes the Asian Indian Empire, Pakistan, and the 4 ex-Soviet Central Asiatic nations of Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan. And Iran is on track to receive full membership. But there be division within the SCO, the SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization. The SCO or SCO summit could have provided a chance for Beijing and Moscow to make a case for that multipolar world order, but Russia's invasion of Ukraine may have sowed divisions within the group and alienated some countries. Having watched Russian tanks roll into the Ukraine, a former Soviet republic, former Soviet Central Asiatic leaders of the former Soviet territories are worried that the Russian Empire could encroach on their land as well. Kazakhstan, in particular, has refused to toe Moscow's line. It has sent humanitarian aid to Ukraine, and its president, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, has publicly refused to recognize Russia-backed separatist regions in eastern Ukraine, enraging some Kremlin officials. The Communist Chinese Empire's refusal to condemn the Russian Empire has also caused unease among Central Asian countries. Experts concur that risks hampering Red China's efforts to build stronger ties with its Central Asian neighbors, an endeavor Red China has invested heavily in for 2 decades. During Xi's state visit to Kazakhstan on Wednesday, midweek last, his first foreign trip in nearly 1,000 days, the Communist-Chinese leader sought to allay such concerns. Xi told Tokayev, the Kazakh president, according to Communist Chinese state media, which I'm translating from, China will always support Kazakhstan in maintaining national independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. Also complicating the picture is Asian India, which occupies a unique role in the SCO, Delhi, capital of India, which, like Beijing, has not condemned Russia's invasion, has strong ties with Moscow dating back to the Cold War. According to some estimates, Asian India gets more than 50% of its military equipment from the Russian Empire. In recent months, Asian India has significantly increased its purchase of Russian oil, coal, and fertilizer, despite Western pressure to cut economic ties with the Kremlin following its aggression in the Ukraine. But Delhi, the capital of Asian India, has also seen relations with Beijing nosedive due to conflicts along their border and has moved closer to Washington and our allies in the Indo-Pacific. India is a member of the Quadrilateral Security Dialogue alongside these United States, the Empire of Japan, Australia, and, well, it's all a grouping driven closer together by the Communist Chinese Empire's incessant threats. Narendra Modi, who arrived in Samarkand after midnight on Friday, is expected to have one-on-one meetings with his Russian, Uzbekistani, and Iranian counterparts. That's what a source from the Indian Ministry of External Affairs told Western journalists. But based on his tentative schedule, Narendra Modi did not have a meeting scheduled with Xi Jinping. The two dictators have not met since the start of the China-India border war, the Sino-Indian conflict, more than 12 years ago. A week before last, Delhi, the capital of Asian India, and Beijing began disengaging from the Gongra Hot Springs border area in the western Himalayas. In addition to their territorial disputes, Delhi, capital of Asian India, is also wary of Beijing's growing economic influence over its smaller neighbors. Manoy Kewalramani, a fellow of China Studies at the Takshashila Institute in India, has asserted that the SCO could provide, in his words, a space for India to engage with China and Russia. Ever since Modi came to power, we have seen relations between India and China steadily deteriorate, particularly being on the table while China and Russia are together, because the closer that relationship gets, the trickier it gets for India. So is all this really about an anti-Western world order? I mean, founded in 2001 by the Communist Chinese Empire, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Russia, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan to combat terrorism and promote border security, the SCO was initially shrouded in relative obscurity for years. Under Xi Jinping, it expanded in size and profile, granting membership to India and Pakistan in 2017. After years on the waiting list as an observer, Iran will become a full member at this summit, if it hasn't already. Afghanistan is also an observer, and the Taliban, having taken over Kabul following a chaotic American withdrawal, but yesteryear, is sending a delegation to Samarkand. But it is Iran that has set off most alarm bells in the West. Since 2019, Iran, Russia, and the Communist Chinese Empire have held 3 joint naval drills amid deepening ties. Now, Iran's inclusion in the SCO, or the SCO, is stoking fears, long held by some observers, that the grouping is emerging as an anti-West bloc. But some experts say that in its current state, the SCO is not really the ideal platform for the Communist Chinese and Russian empires to push that anti-West world order. As a multilateral organization, the SCO is a much weaker regional bloc compared to the European Union or even the ASEAN, ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations. Per Brian Hart, a fellow with the China Power Project at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, there has actually been some tension at times within the SCO. Russia has tried to advance some of its interests, which aren't always aligned with China's in the region. I don't think it's perfectly set up to be this kind of platform for shaping a new world order. But I do think it's an important organization, one that Beijing hopes to continue to support and lead, and one that does appreciate Russian buy-in on. Now, Xi doesn't dislike the Russian dictator. Rather, the Communist Chinese leader's concern is to avoid being associated with Putin's war on the Ukraine, especially now that Ukrainian counteroffensives portend Russia's longer-term defeat. Xi knows that Red China's oft-stated claim of sovereign independence, its fundamental excuse for why other nations should ignore its human rights policies and claims over my Taiwan, are not terribly credible when Xi retains such a close relationship with the leader now shredding that very principle in Ukraine. Such hypocrisy could undermine Red China's strategy for global hegemony, its degrading of the Western alliance structure by fraying European Union and American foreign policy cooperation. Now, the dictators' meeting reflected this dynamic. How do I express this? When it comes to well, let's just say this. Very likely responding to an explicit Communist Chinese request that he do so, Putin gave us a nod to Xi Jinping's concerns over the Ukraine. Offering his appreciation for Red China's balanced position on the Ukraine, Putin added, "We understand your questions and concerns in this regard." But few Western media outlets appear to have noticed what Putin said next. The Russian dictator commented, or at least committed, that "we will explain in detail our position on this issue." And then Putin added, with a touch of snark, "although we have spoken about this before." Putin enjoys invalidating and humiliating his foreign counterparts, much like the instances when he will make them wait. However, here, he wants to show he's equal with the Communist Chinese dictator and not entirely grateful at having to offer a Ukraine-related hat tip to his concerns. Putin would much prefer the buddy-buddy rhetoric employed by one of Xi's deputies in a separate meeting yesterday, or last week. Sitting across from one another at a significant distance, as everyone does with Putin, only a vast floral declaration was left to add warmth to the Sino-Russian interchange. This social distanced setting was in stark contrast with the leaders' other meetings at the SEO summit. As Moscow's Moskovsky Komsomolets newspaper observed, both leaders gave far closer and more affectionate audiences in their other meetings. Putin sat side by side with the leaders of Pakistan, Iran, and Kyrgyzstan, even hugging the latter. And although Xi's meetings with other leaders involved mask wearing and greater separation, Xi did not, well, he actually did. Xi stood closer to other leaders and offered more smiles than he did with Putin. This cuts to a basic truth. The Sino-Slavic relationship is not an alliance nearly so much as it is a collaboration between two dictators who want to weaken the West in order to extend their independent imperial interests. Xi's rhetoric underlines this point, emphasizing the catch-22 that Putin's Russia now poses for communist China. Xi telling Putin that, forgive me. In his words, he said, I think, if I remember correctly, that their two nations should inject stability into a turbulent world, safeguard the security interests of the region, and safeguard the common interests of developing countries and emerging market countries, or emergent market economies is what should have been said. But some might say that stability and efforts to safeguard the common interests of developing countries and emerging market countries are not terribly well served by Russia's rather turbulent invasion of Ukraine. Xi's fear is that the European leaders, like Deutschen or German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and French President Emmanuel Macron, might finally have to admit as much, and thus take a harsher stance toward Russia's most important partner. Now, Ukraine has Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's armed forces on the run and has recaptured a land area the size of the state of Maine in a matter of days. But a more serious setback is the public distancing of Russia by his so-called no-limits partner, Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping. It seems there are limits, and Xi articulated these before and after that meeting with Putin in Uzbekistan. Beijing is distancing itself from Moscow as the war against Ukraine falters. Putin acknowledged that Xi raised concerns about his war in Ukraine. He added that the Kremlin would clarify its position on Ukraine without explaining further. In remarks broadcast on Russian state television from the meeting, which took place at a summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan, he said, "We understand your questions and your concerns." Now, the day before the Trois met, Xi warned Putin against meddling in Kazakhstan. This was significant because the Kazakhs have been in Putin's crosshairs since their leader openly criticized the war in Ukraine, and then announced that Kazakh oil exports would be diverted to help Europa. Russians blocked the exports. Then some hinted Kazakhstan might be invaded too. Xi pledged to protect the country in a private meeting with leaders that was leaked, in which he said, "We, China, will resolutely support Kazakhstan in the defense of its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity. This was clearly a preemptive rebuke aimed at Putin's imperialism, designed to distance Red China from revanchist, revisionist Russia as its invasion of Ukraine falters. The Communist Chinese Empire has never endorsed the war against Ukraine. The 5,300 word Putin-Xi No Limits Partnership Agreement, made public on February 4th, made no mention of an invasion. Since then, Red China has kept its distance and stick-handled through the fallout without becoming a pariah state like Russia. Now, Xi is telling Putin that Red China is willing to work with Russia as great powers. This has been accompanied, well, I would use the term accomplished, really, with duplicitous diplomacy. Beijing refuses to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine or to call it a war, but it also has not abrogated Western sanctions against the Russian Empire or provided any military aid. Red China's agenda aims to keep its trading relationships intact with its biggest customers, Europa and America, but also to cop cheap energy from its authoritarian pal, the Russian Empire. The partnership has been uneasy for years. Red China vies with the Russians for hegemony over Central Asia, with its vast resources and growing markets, serving a population of 72 million. Beijing has already outsmarted Moscow by spending billions to build railways, highways, and pipelines through Kazakhstan and other Central Asian nations to bypass Russia completely. Called the Middle Corridor, these infrastructure projects now link China directly to Europe and North Africa, the Middle East, as well as to the resources and economies of the Turkic world. Besides being a sugar daddy for the region, China benefits from the residual hatred in Central Asia for its former masters in Moscow. The Europeans' decoupling and Communist China's dissociation from Russia began even before Xi's no-nonsense Kazakh comment. For starters, the Communist Chinese leader landed another symbolic blow against the Russian Empire, Yester Septimania, by refusing to attend Putin's recent conference in Vladivostok and suggesting they meet instead in Uzbekistan, on the sidelines. One RAI observer has commented that it indicates that Beijing is carefully calibrating its level of public support for Moscow. So, these two incredibly dangerous men, two of the most dangerous men on earth, met as expected, posed for photos, and made a predictable announcement about energy trade and economic cooperation. The reality is that massive energy trade projects were ballyhooed years ago and back in February, but won't come to fruition for years, even if ever, given sanctions. There are no oil or gas pipelines linking the Russian and communized Chinese empires, a lapse that should have prevented Putin from invading Ukraine and blackmailing Europe. but he simply couldn't help himself. Now Europa decouples from its dependency on Russian oil and gas and signs up other sources, including Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, thanks to communist Chinese pipelines and infrastructure improvements. As Russia's war continues to fail, Xi will step back further. Then, if Russia falls into a heap, Red China will gradually take us over Siberia and whatever other regions want to build railways, highways, or pipelines to Europa and Western prosperity. Checkmate for Xi. Because as Putin struggles in Ukraine, the conflict in the former Union of Soviet Socialistic Republics has exploded. While Russian dictator Vladimir Putin's army loses ground, troops and equipment in the Ukraine war, 4 other former members of the Soviet Union are locked in conflicts of their own, which could eventually lead to issues for both Putin and his Russian Empire. Azerbaijan and Armenia, 2 former Soviet nations, began fighting at their shared border on Tuesday, and both sides say the other is to blame for the fighting. Meanwhile, Kyrgyzstan accused Tajikistan on Friday of new shelling after the 2 ex-Soviet states reached a ceasefire deal in another dispute. The breakout of conflict among the ex-USSR members could be a new headache for Putin as he continues to fight a war in Ukraine that has dealt several blows to Russia in recent days in particular. Now, with the Ukrainian counteroffensives taking place in the southern Kherson region and eastern Kharkiv region, General Valery Zaluzhny, the commander of Ukraine's military, said Sunday that his forces had regained 3,000 square miles, or rather kilometers, I mean to say, of territory from Russia since the start of September. Now, Ukraine's forces captured 388 pieces of Russian equipment between September 7th and 11th alone. That's according to the open source tracker Oryx. Additionally, the Ukrainian government has estimated that Russia has lost more than 54,000 of its personnel since the start of the war on February 24th, though this has never been confirmed by Russia. While Russia faces these reported losses in Ukraine, it is also likely contending with a scaled-down Russian presence, I mean to say, in the Soviet states where conflict has recently exploded. The ISW, the Institute for the Study of War, said in its Ides of September, or September 15th, campaign assessment that the Kremlin has most certainly drained a large proportion of the forces originally stationed in Russian bases in former Soviet states since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine began in February, likely weakening Russian influence in those states. Now, it mentioned a Radio Free Europe / Radio Liberty investigation published this week, which, citing local sources, reported that hundreds of troops from a Ukrainian oil base, where was that located exactly? Well, it was a Russian base, I mean to say, In Tajikistan, you had 1,500 Russian personnel redeployed to Ukraine from there, while an additional 600 were expected to be redeployed from other facilities in the future. And in mid-March, the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine wrote in a Facebook update that Russia was planning to transfer some units from another Russian base in Armenia to Ukraine. After that spurt of fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia saw more than 200 troops killed on both sides, a ceasefire that took effect late Wednesday, midweek last, appears to have held, or so it's been reported in the Associated Press. But if fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia resumes, as well as the alleged continued shelling by Tajikistan against Kyrgyzstan following their own ceasefire, Putin could be put in an awkward position since Russia, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan are all members of the NATO-style CSTO, Collective Security Treaty Organization. That would be kind of like the first three letters in The Man from U.N.C.L.E., UNC, United Nations Collective, then the Security Treaty Organization for the STO. Now, according to globalsecurity.org, under Article 4 of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, aggression against CSTO member states is considered by other participants as aggression against everyone. Okay, Brooke is saying it's hi. Okay, understand that this is me, honey. It's not Brooke. I'm sorry, oi. So, that's so cute. Hopefully she gets in contact with Mirth, who might be asleep soon. Now,
okay, no, we're not talking about me. I'm still on here. I was trying to do two things at once, and I was making sure that was you. Also, since we're going to interrupt with the Brooke, I'm going to let you know you were even. I've interrupted you enough tonight, and you're probably pissy with that, or you should be. I mean, you should be. Well, kind of. I mean, you kind of should be, but you're still awesome. You're such a great person. So what I'm saying is we're even, because I didn't know what your name was, and you didn't hear me asking for it, because it's not your name, obviously, on Facebook. I had to accept 25 friend requests.
Oh, God! Oh, my God!
Yes, 25 of people I do not want to accept, and I found you just now. That is why I said hi.
Oh my God! Well, you can refuse all the others now. You can.
Well, I may have to go back and find those people, but I don't even know what their names were, because you know how people do that shit and send it out, and they're like, I just want to send something out from wherever. Anyway, I'm not interrupting you again, but I mean I am.
Oh my God!
You said my name. You said my name, so I get the chance to.
But honey, when I wrote "I am Douglas" in the private message, that should have left the direct link to my Facebook timeline.
No, it didn't, because you don't have your name in your Facebook. That's the problem. It's not your Facebook name, and I couldn't find Douglas. You know that. You told me.
But when I said I am Douglas Dietrich, didn't have this little Sora Aoi like icon next to it?
It did. Okay, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna love to talk to you later, because what's so weird is I have not been on Facebook for a few days, again, for the last week or so.
Right.
There were 3 similar photos.
You're kidding.
3 similar. That's why I just started accepting. I was like, I don't know which one. I'm just going to accept them all. What the fuck? I just don't respond anyway. But there were 3 similar Chinese or Asian looking, like your photos. When I...
Okay,
yeah.
Okay. But when I sent you that message, because of the link, it should have had at the top of if you notice the top of the private messages where I say, hey, it's Douglas, or I am Douglas Dietrich. At the top, you should have seen that.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, but
I
if you
didn't
click
see
on that,
I just saw I had all these requests.
Okay.
Like,
well, what I mean to say.
Request. I'm just like, accept them all. Because
okay.
I don't do fake. I'm on my phone. I'm not on my computer.
But what I mean is, okay. I don't know if it does this on the phone, but it should. At the top, it should have, my name and symbol there, and you just click on that, it would have taken you directly to my page.
Well, here's the thing. I don't care anymore because I just accepted them all. And if I get murdered, I just want everybody to get this recorded. It's Douglas's fault. Like, if I'm murdered, I was trying to be friends with him, okay? That's all I wanted.
God. That's what got her killed.
On my body.
That's what got her killed.
Okay, that's it. I'm going to mute again.
Okay. Yes.
But you were worth it. I mean, and you did let me, I talked over you, so maybe my murder is worth it. But I really don't think that, I really don't think you would murder me.
No.
So I feel like that it would be one of these other 3 or 4 others. But there were 3 others, literally, I swear to God. But anyway, nobody will believe that. I would have to show you that later on pictures. But yeah. Okay. Y'all talk. I'm getting back off of it. But yeah. Yes, that's why I interrupted, because I heard you say my name, that I had friended you, and I did. I also friended about 25 or 27 other people.
Oh my God. Go down the list and see if you can unfriend them all and relieve yourself.
I don't know how to. I don't know what their names are. I just went yes.
Well, you'll know who they are if they all start asking you out. Then you can just eliminate them at that point. You just block them as they.
Yes. But if I get murdered, let's just have this on record, okay? It's not Douglas's fault. Don't sue him, but also make sure he takes care of my children and my dogs.
That would kill me. That would kill me. That would be life and hell for me. Oh my God.
Well, my children are older, so you don't take care of them. They're 17 and 23. But the dogs, you're gonna have to deal with, brother.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, that's what I was thinking of. That would kill me. I mean, even more than the kids.
The kids?
Yeah, those are like children that never grow up. Oh my God. Yes.
Oh my God, where they cuddle you and they love you unconditionally.
Oh my God, I'm not quite sure I'm into that. But as for your son,
I'm gonna bring your son,
he's 17.
He's South Carolina. I'm gonna talk to you about that another time.
Yes. I mean, your son, he's 17. He's going through the worst part of his life, for God's sake.
I'm not talking about my son. I'm talking about my dog. I need you to get familiar with dogs.
Oh my God.
You can drink my son's blood all you want, but don't fucking touch my dog's blood.
Oh, but he's got high blood pressure. Oh my God, that would, yeah.
He does have high blood pressure. I'm saying he could have a little, maybe you could take some out, it might help. But other than that, and this is going to help him, don't touch my dog's blood. Okay?
Oh my God. No, I wouldn't.
You take care of my little doggy. They're sweet.
Oh my God. Well, hopefully you survive this. We'll all pray. We'll all unite.
I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking it might be more fun for me to die and just watch it all go down. I mean, if I could die and watch it all go down with you, I would play.
Oh my God. Well, honey.
Okay, I'm gonna get off. I'm not closing out, but I'm gonna shut the fuck up. Okay.
Thank you. That's delightful. Okay, so yeah. So just so people understand, according to globalsecurity.org, under Article 4 of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, and understand that there was this fighting, the spurt of fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia. More than 200 troops died. That's a lot in modern day conflict to happen in a few minutes. And this was on both sides. The ceasefire took effect late Wednesday, midweek last. It appears to have held, as reported by the Associated Press. But if the fighting between Azerbaijan and Armenia resumes, as well as the alleged continued shelling by Tajikistan against Kyrgyzstan following their own ceasefire, Putin could be put in an awkward position since Russia, Armenia, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan are all members of this NATO-styled CSTO, this Collective Security Treaty Organization. And under Article 4 of the CSTO, the Collective Security Treaty Organization, I bring up globalsecurity.org only because they're the only place where I could find it easily accessible for the public, where you could take a look at their treaty. Basically, it says that aggression against CSTO member states is considered by other participants as aggression against everyone. So he would be in the position that NATO was in when Greece and Turkey went to war over Cyprus, and that was a civil war between in Europe between, or you might consider it a European-Asian war between two member states of NATO. And, you know, an attack on one is considered an attack on them all. So NATO chose to do nothing. But Putin, who is reportedly facing manpower shortages and morale issues among the troops he does have in place in Ukraine, may not be in a position to contribute soldiers or attention to continued disputes among the former members of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So according to a new report from the United States National Defense University, the Communist Chinese Empire's military leaders share a potential weakness that has undermined their Russian counterparts in Ukraine and could hamper their ability to wage a similar war, potentially against my home island, China, on the islands of Taiwan. Okay, different incoming message here. Okay, there we are. She was saying, my son is only moderately hoodie. She meant to say hi, not hoodie. She did specify that. She says, I have very high blood pressure with 2 meds at 44. Want to try to help? Well, yeah, we'll talk about that, but understand I don't drink woman's blood because, you know, I consider, you may not have heard me say this, but just so you know, for future reference, basically, yeah, she says, meh. Honestly, you know, my son's blood is the only actually former female blood that I drink because it reaffirms his identity as a man, and so I do him that favor. But really, I don't take the blood of woman because, you know, I think of women sexually, and I don't like to play with my food. So does that make sense? You know, it's like people have really twisted this vampirism into something sensual, or even like Twilight, the ultimate form of romanticization. They've turned it into like a blessing from a fairy or something. But honestly, would you ever have sex with something that you eat? Different from eating someone out. Play with food if you make it good. I have, and not vampire. That's cute. Okay, we'll talk about that another time. All right. Okay, enough of that for now. And let me put a ha-ha on that and return to what I was... by the way, some people have asked what my son was doing sleep testing the bed in the detention room is because he's essentially the headmaster of all of the other lads, right? As the wife of the man who runs the affair, he's the headmaster of all the other lads on estate, on property. So he's testing that out to make certain it was humanitarian, that the room is warm enough. That's why he was sleeping naked. He wanted to make certain the room was warm enough to actually sleep nude in. And so it's warm enough. Trust me on that. It looks cold, but it's not. Okay, so that having been said, one more check into Messenger to see if she's assailing me. But if you can help and I enjoy... Yes, we'll see. I don't think that helps high blood pressure. I really don't. But it's, you know, the offer is appreciated. Otherwise, I should doubt your vampiric abilities. Oh my God! That's... what a thing to say. But such being said, let me put a little facial response to that. Have some fun with this. So she gives a heart there. I'll put a little. I guess what would be appropriate to that would be like a melty face or something. Here we are. There we go. All right, there we are. So response enough, and heart to heart there. With that, trying to return to a train of thought. So this is like Wrong face, she says. I'm not quite sure what would be the right face for that. But there we go. At any rate, so such having been said, and that exchange being made as publicly as it was. Now, the report that I'm citing identifies a lack of cross-training as the possible Achilles' heel within the PLA, the People's Liberation Army of Communist China. But analysts remain wary of underestimating Red China's capabilities and warn against comparisons with the Russian Empire and all its obvious incompetence and corruption that has just rendered it a laughingstock to the world. So this report delves into the backgrounds of more than 300 of the People's Liberation Army's top officers across its 5 services, all of which are essentially part of the same army, because it's all People's Liberation Army, and therefore that acronym PLA precedes all of their other branches of service. All of their services are really subsidiary to their army. It's the most centralized war machine in the world. And of course, perhaps that's advantageous in some cases, but it remains to be seen as to whether or not that will be advantageous in a future war. She asks if I'm not familiar with the tongue face. Of course I'm familiar with the tongue face. I use it myself. So there we go. We can speak of that another time, honey. At any rate, now I'm tempted to send her pornographic pictures. Okay, don't get me started doing that while we're on air. Such being said, okay, let me try and remember where I was at with this, recall in my mind of these other branches of service. Yeah, its other 5 services of the People's Liberation Army are, of course, its Army, the Corps Service, the People's Liberation Army Navy, People's Liberation Army Air Force. The People's Liberation Army Navy's acronym is literally PLN, or Plan, People's Liberation Army Navy. The PLAF, or People's Liberation Army Air Force, PLAAF, that's, that's self-explanatory as well. Then the People's Liberation Army Rocket Force, and the People's Liberation Army Strategic Support Force. Now that's a totally different branch of service than anything in the West. And in the 6 years leading up to 2021 was the time period which they were analyzing the backgrounds of these 300 PLA commanding officers. And this report has found that in each service, leaders were unlikely to have operational experience in any branch other than the one they began their careers in. So, aside from that 5 services, she says, sorry, I know a minimum of 4 or more. I know which direction she's going in with that. All of that being said, oh my God. Okay. In other words, PLA soldiers stay soldiers. Sailors stay sailors. Airmen stay airmen. Rarely do they venture outside those silos. And this report concludes that this is a sharp contrast to the American military, where cross-training has been a legal requirement since 1986. So this 73-page report has gone on to say that this rigidity could reduce Red China's effectiveness in future conflicts, particularly in conflicts requiring high levels of joint service action, and suggests that PLA forces would become bogged down by the same sort of problems that have bedeviled their Russian counterparts in Ukraine, where the overall cohesion of forces was low. And, she says the wine relaxed her. Oh, but of course, that's understood, honey. No worries there. I mean, I get it. And I promise myself not to send her any porno pics. She says, I think you can only talk like that if you have a talk longer than needed. Yes. I can't remember which member of the Kiss band had the tongue lengthened by surgical procedure. I mean, that was the famous one, right? The Kardashian dude. Yes. Yeah, I've got a fairly long tongue. Let's see what else she's saying here. Aerosmith. Okay. All of that. Back to some business. Trying to maintain a business-like air here. Yes. Now, since the beginning of Russia's invasion of its neighbor 7 months ago, deficiencies in the Russian military structure have become as plain as day to outside observers. In the recent rout of Russian forces by the Ukrainian counteroffensive, Moscow's ground forces lacked air cover, while earlier in the war, logistical problems played havoc with Russia's ability to resupply its forces. Its trucks lacked suitable tires for the terrain and kept breaking down from a lack of maintenance. According to the report's author, Joel Wuthnow, a senior research fellow at the university's Center for the Study of Chinese Military Affairs, the PLA's senior leaders could face similar problems due to their lack of cross-training. The report that's authored by Wuthnow stating that, and here I read therefrom, operational commanders, for instance, rarely have a career-broadening experience in logistics and vice versa. Operational commanders who never needed to gain a high level of understanding of logistics or maintenance might fail to use those forces optimally, paralleling another Russian failure in 2022. And so, in a comparison of 4-star rank commanders in 2021, such as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs or the head of Indo-Pacific Command in these United States, or leaders of the Central Military Commission or theater commands in mainland China, all of the 40 United States officers had joint service experience compared to 77% of their 31 communist Chinese equivalents. This is found in the report that I'm sourcing. Now, by the way here, just distracted a little bit. Stop it. PLA, I quit. Okay, so that deserves a face in response. Okay, so let's send her that. That's appropriate. Okay, then. At any rate, it's this report that I'm sourcing. It also noted another key difference. In these United States, almost all the 4-star commanders had operational experience. In the Communist Chinese Empire, almost half were professional political commissars. Nevertheless, don't underestimate the PLA. I mean, that's always a good precaution. Carl Schuster, a former director of operations at the U.S. Pacific Command's Joint Intelligence Center in Hawaii, who now teaches at Hawaii Pacific University, said the new report is the best assessment of where China is at and going that I have seen. Now, citing recent Commu-Chinese operations like those around my Taiwan after U.S. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited my island, China, in early August, as demonstrating this, Schuster estimates that the Communist Chinese Empire is about 4 or 5 years behind the American Empire in terms of joint operational abilities, but warned that recent exercises suggest they are catching up. The study's unstated implication that the PLA may be unable to do effective joint ops is misplaced. So he cautions against using it as a predicator of how the PLA might fare in a Ukraine-like war, as it had numerous other advantages over the Russian military, himself so noting that Red China gives better training to new recruits and no longer relies on conscripts, whereas the Russian army relies on 7-month conscripts.
Numerous? I think we should go with more than numerous. We're gonna go with PLA.
I'm sorry, honey. What was the word? Go instead of numerous.
We're gonna go with this. Like you're talking about the PLA, and I think we should go back to the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I think you should go back to that. Like go back there. Can you back up a paragraph?
Oh my God. Oh, I'd have to remember what I said.
Get that good.
Yeah,
you got it. It's the Joint Chiefs of Staff. You should go back up a paragraph.
Well, the Joint Chiefs of Staff. It was like it's not like I can recall what I said exactly at this point. I'm pretty much thinking in terms of trending. If you have to understand that this is all like a free association.
Oh, I thought you had it written out. So you're just totally so good that you're just throwing this out like PLA.
Yeah. Yeah, honey, I used to do this professionally. I used to present. I mean, for the Department of Defense. My dream was to become a think tanker. But of course, there was all kinds of reasons why I didn't. I explained them in the past, but this is mainly because the think tankers were pushing shit, and they just said I was given too much information that was antithetical to their careers, which were pushing shit, that the Soviet Union was this great threat and was undefeatable.
Okay, well, I'm keeping myself off mute for the rest of the night, and then if I have something to say, and then everybody can vote it down to never hear it again, and then me and you can get together and decide if we're going to have a little cast where I can talk, and we can do this, where then you talk all your shit, but I can actually talk in some of it. So I think I shouldn't during this kind, but I'm going to right now.
But by the way, V Sexton says, I'm interested in Douglas's blood drinking. So look what you started. I am interested. Are you not? See, I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to help your casting here. It's more interesting. You go on and on and on. And that's what they want. They need another person to come in like me. And this is, okay, Douglas, it's been going on. You're so intelligent. We already know it. You got all this shit down and we need to know it. We got it. But we got to take a break from that every few minutes. So really what we need is Dee to do his shit like every, like you really need to do your thing, like 10, 20 minutes. I don't know. Me and you will discuss this later. Okay, let's look at it this way.
I think we should break it up.
I'll go for it. Okay, basically, right.
Yeah, I think we should break it up.
Okay, let's do that now. So just so people understand, when it comes to the blood drinking,
he drinks my blood every other couple of weeks. I have an iron anemia problem, but I'm dealing with it. It's okay.
I'm sorry, what? You say you drink blood?
No, you did. You drink my blood every few weeks, but I haven't got anemia.
Yes. But you also said that you have an iron and anemia problem, yes?
I actually do have an anemia problem, and nobody drinks my blood. So I was kidding about he doesn't drink my blood.
Yeah.
Although it sounds very sexy if I could get him to. I do have anemia.
Oh, okay. So just so we go into this a little bit, so people understand. All right. Just okay. In the book Vampirology, which I always refer people to, do buy it, do read it, but understand this much. I'll just briefly explain it here. Obviously that does a lot to dispel vampire romanticism. It's not, not that. I mean,
you're not gonna live forever. Nobody's gonna bite you. You're turning into a vampire and you're living forever.
Well, I mean, you do live longer than an average human being, maybe 2 to 3 times longer. But
okay, well, how old are you, Deej?
Well, I'm 56.
Okay, well, you're not 3. I'm 44, so okay, we're still on the same page here.
Right. By the way, I'm 56 in Asia, which you're considered a year old when you're born. But
okay, shut the fuck up. That he's like, I was born an hour ahead in Lithuania, so it makes me 2 years. And I was born on. Oh no, I was born on what was that? February 28th, 29th. Mm-hmm. So I only age every 4 years.
Yeah, on a leap day. You mean on a leap day? Yes, but I'm 55 years old in the West. But honestly, anybody who's met me and anybody who sees my photographs, obviously I don't look anywhere near 55. So I obviously do age slower than most people. Now, right after my mother's death, which is the worst photograph, one of the very bad photographs.
And here's the thing: if anybody wants to really know, he does look about 55. Is like I look 44 because we all look younger now with our ages. We all know that. But if you go back and so he's not really like he's no.
Well,
He looks 55.
no, I
for
looked
what we
much
all look
older
now.
after my mother's death because.
But before you are right. Like when I see your pre-pictures,
Yeah.
yeah,
I looked.
those look older.
Yeah, I looked really much older after my mother's death. So if anybody
Yeah.
has any wonder about that, why I looked so much older before and younger now, well, a lot of it's stress. When also I wasn't drinking blood hardly at all during the 11 years that I was taking care of my parents. There was very little time for sex or blood drinking, either one of those activities.
I'm pretty sure it was the sex that fucked you up.
At any rate, but I could get along for about 11 years because I was heavily supplementing myself with a whole host of
With
vitamins.
what? Gay sex and fucking cow blood?
No, a lot of vitamin supplements, and that
That
really
worked out
helped.
well. I could tell. The pictures look great. I could tell.
The pictures look
I
like
would show
shit.
everyone.
Oh my
See,
god!
this is what I'm saying. We could be a team. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, we can be a team. And we're just like, I don't pull them.
So, so the picture on the back of the Vampirology book, which Peter Moon chose, that's like literally one of the worst photos ever taken of me, and I truly look aged, and it really goes to show how stressed I was and just how malnourished.
Peter Moon also is really old, and he really wants somebody to look younger, like younger than him. Like, he needed that picture no matter what.
Yeah. I'll go for
I'm
that.
sorry, Peter, when you hear this, like, but come on, you're a very smart man. But we already know, like,
Okay.
you're older,
Yes.
and
Yes.
you needed the picture.
Yeah, so but the point is, people have also, if you ever take a look, this has got to still be out there. There is in a sense an original video of me, in the sense that this was my first coming out as a public informant, and it
Coming out. See, he's coming out finally now.
as a
I
public.
told y'all he was gay. Y'all, most of y'all probably weren't on here when I originally said, when I first met you, I knew you were gay. And then he's like, I'm not gay. I'm totally heterosexual, and I fuck all the women, and I can fuck you too, even if you are gay. And I'm like, And I am gay, to be honest.
God.
Like, I mean, and I'm like, but you're the only man that I've ever seen that I might fuck because you kind of look like a woman.
Thank you, honey. I appreciate that.
I know. I'm telling you, there's something about him. But
Yeah.
he's coming out of the closet now, as we can all hear.
So
So we
as-
need to all document this tonight.
so when
Or
it
what
came-
day did you say you came out?
Yeah, this was as a public informant, and this was back in 2011. It was before my mother's death. It was before my mother's death. So So this was around, it had to be before March of 2011. I was at some, it was I think one of those it was the Conspiracy Con that was organized by,
Oh, is that
Brian.
like the furry bear? It's where you dress up like a furry thing?
This was Brian William Hall, who trademarked his own name, and who, by the way, is so gay. I mean, this is a man, you look at him and you say, this guy's gay. And, of course, he's never copped to it that I know of. Never came out.
Oh,
And-
you mean like Lindsey Graham? I'm in South Carolina. You mean my senator?
Yeah, something like that. And with Brian William Hall, he lives with a roommate, like basically his gay lover. So here's these two guys that live, and that guy's just a flamer as well.
In the South, we have a thing called, and so Lindsey Graham, if y'all ever hear him on TV, because I just want you to, anybody ever listening to this, like now or in the future, Lindsey Graham is my senator. He is gay as a $2 bill. I know it for a fact. But in the South, we have a thing called, and I grew up Southern Baptist, and my mom would say, he is a confirmed, I don't know, maybe y'all already know this. It's called a confirmed bachelor. So on the news, you will hear them say, if you ever hear the media, because they don't want to call anybody out, because think about it. The right-wing media is not going to call them out. The left-wing media has respect because they know you don't call somebody out. You have to let them do their own thing. So I respect the left-wing media for that. They have not, I mean, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe they have, but I haven't seen it. Because I'm wondering why. I'm like, I'm living with this guy and I hate him. He's like bullshitted for the last like he said, oh, we will never confirm a judge ever in the last 3 months of a thing when Obama was going to do it.
Right.
But then, or like last 6 months, but then Trump had the last 2 months. Oh, we got him through. We're going to get him through.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
He has no backbone at all. He's a complete liar, and he's a confirmed, what we call in the South, a confirmed
bachelor. That's right. I like that term. Not that I want that pinned on myself, mind you, but in terms
I'll
of...
make you not a confirmed bachelor.
Honey, yes, that's yeah. We'll go for it. Yes, we'll try some.
I'm saying, and I'm gay, and I'm literally like, I still want to fuck you.
Thank you, honey. And we'll see if we can arrange for that. At any rate,
I hope this totally gets deleted off there because I have had almost half a bottle of wine. Oh my god.
That's fine. It adds to tonight's spice. So, as I was saying, this was the conspiracy con. It wasn't a furry con, mind you. That would have been much more entertaining.
Are you sure you weren't dressed up like a little rabbit? Come on.
You know, if you want me to go there, I can put that on Wednesday's promotional banner.
I enjoy more of the image. If you could just be like, I had the little ears and tail on, and when I was talking to so and so,
I'll do that for Wednesday's promotional banner. How's that? For Wednesday's promotional banner on Facebook, I'll tag you. I will tag you. Yeah. Did you set my friend?
I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be part of it because I'm gonna talk to you tomorrow and be like, okay, we can make this freaking better. Come on, whatever.
By the way, you accepted my friend request, right? Let me take a look.
I think I did because that's the one I accepted.
45
other people, and 3 of them
that's
had.
Right. That's right. Okay. Yes. So you've got so many friends now, and they're all weird Asian-looking.
Well, no, not all of them, but there were 3. That's why I couldn't tell because I tried to go through, and then I realized I had 3 Asian-looking women things, and I was like, okay, well, I can't tell. I'm just gonna accept them all.
Oh my god! So at any rate, when it comes to I'll do a furry for you. Just I'll do the ears and tail for you. We'll put that on the promotional banner for Wednesday.
Are you actually gonna be a furry?
I won't go all the way furry. There's no point because then I'd be in a costume, right? I mean, you wouldn't see me. I just do the ears and the tail for you. How's that?
That's what I'm saying. What is this that we need to pay extra for where we can see each other on video? Because that's what I want to do.
Well, yeah, it'll be like my interview with Sean Bond. I'll just have to prepare for it first. Don't forget, you have to slap some makeup on, get the camera.
That's what you did. That's what made me think you were gay as fuck because you had that makeup on and then you made those eye contacts with me and I'm like, I'm telling y'all, I thought this man was seen through the TV. If you ever watch him on the Sean Bond, I don't care. I thought it was just me, but now I realize it doesn't matter. Go to the Sean Bond interview with him. You will feel like he is looking through your soul.
You're so wonderful. So, honey, at any rate, when it comes to what we were discussing, so it was Conspiracy Con with Brian William Hall. Now he's like I said, really gay. He's obviously partnered, and so my term for it was that he's in a display case because he never came out of the closet. He doesn't come out of the closet because he's dealing with a bunch of right-wing militia conspiracy theorists.
Who are you? Wait a minute. Who did you say again?
This was Brian William Hall. He was the man who organized the conference in which I was really the first time captured on video as a public informant talking about subjects like Roswell. So it's in that video. I look completely consumed by consumption. I look like a puppetoon marionette. I look like I do not look human in any way, shape, or form. I look like a stick figure, an animated stick figure. It is.
Is there a copy of that?
It's got to be out on the internet somewhere. I mean, that shit was out like by now. I mean, we're talking 2011, right? We're talking about like it's got to be out there. I mean, if you just keep cruising Douglas Dietrich, you should find it somewhere. It may even be.
We're not gonna fucking do so. We're gonna fucking pull it up for everybody for fucking Wednesday.
John Henry what's the hell, whatever the fuck his other name is, Warrington. John Henry Warrington. Probably has it on Odyssey.com. If he can pull it up, or if people can find it on Odyssey, whoever can find it, go ahead and send me a link. But you'll know it when you see it because I'm wearing a jade necklace. I'm wearing a red shirt with a dragon on it. However, nobody can notice that. Everything looks like it's garbled. The camera is just completely unprofessional. What happened was the man was so overwhelmed by what I was saying that he didn't focus the camera in and out, and he just left it running while he just gaped with his jaw hanging because everything else he had heard was just drunken shit. And in my case, I truly impressed him, and he just he just dropped all pretense of professionalism, and so he just was listening to me agape while not doing his job. And so the camera is not focusing in and out, and it's just, it's out of focus. So the camera's literally out of focus. People can't make out even what my golden dragon on my red shirt.
So basically, like if I was so turned on by you and I had a vibrator and I'd be out of focus.
Yeah, something like that. Yes, and so, but I look horrible. I mean, literally, I look like some puppet. But this is, I was extraordinarily.
Well, no, I know your picture. I'm going to be honest with you. That picture on the back of that other picture, I would be like, "Mwah."
Yeah, well, I look definitely like I'm suffering consumption. I look completely malnourished, which I was.
Yes,
I was malnourished.
You look very sick. You look cancerous.
Yes. Oh my God. Which I don't know which photograph you're talking about specifically. Are you talking about the one on the back of the Vampirology book?
Yes, the one you showed on the first time I saw you. I told you on what's his name show. Yes, that one.
Oh,
I was like, that's not the same person I'm talking to that's there.
Was that the Sean Bond show? Or no, the first one
I
saw
was Sean Bond show.
It was the Sean Bond show. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But I'm telling you, if y'all see him y'all should see him on the Sean Bond show. Like his eyes when he looks through that camera, and what happens. I'm telling you, here's this. Because you have to go back and look at this. We should put that link because I'm telling you, you need to go back and look at it. I went to go to the store. I had to go take my son somewhere. I went to the store and I stopped and I looked at you because I kept it playing, and I'm like, this motherfucker really is like demonic or something. He must really be fucking damn. Like, what is this? Because I didn't believe in any of that bullshit. Like, I read it all. And I thought it was sexy. It was like, no. Okay, I mean, I believe in a lot of stuff, but I was like, there's no way. And then you can look through the fucking camera, and I'm telling you, you make eye contact with people. And I don't know if you know how you're doing it or not. That's what I'm curious. That is what I will ask you later. But you fucking do it on there, and then you cut the light on and off, and it'll show your eyes lighter and brighter, and you will just look. And the problem was I would be thinking something like, I'd be looking directly at you, eye contact, and I'd be like, well, look at me, motherfucker, and you look fucking up. And I'd be like,
Yeah.
Be like, are you evil? You evil motherfucker?
Well, honey, you'll find out, right?
Right, and that's what I was going. I was like, are you evil? Are you evil where I can handle it? Or what are you? Come on.
Oh, I'm sure you can handle it.
I can handle you.
Yes.
I can handle you. I can handle any fucking thing, motherfucker. And you would continue to eye glaze. And I was like, this is just for me. But I know it wasn't just for me. But I swear to God, y'all go watch him. It'll feel like it's just for you.
Well, darling, I do know one thing. I'm very cognizant of the fact that very few people ever remember to look at the camera when they're conducting interviews, and it does take a level.
Yes, but you have that. You have those eyes, and you know that with that, like, and you put the eyeliner on, obviously, but which makes it more. But he's. I can't describe it. Only people that have seen the interview can get what I'm saying. Like that's the only way to get it, and I don't even think you know. I don't even think you, like, I think you know what you can do, obviously. I think you know more than you can do than I know, probably. But the eye thing threw me.
Well, honey, I'll tell you something. I'm cognizant to a degree, but I appreciate your feedback, most definitely. And I do want people to understand that, oh my God, I had it on the tip of my tongue and I lost it. And it was somewhat profound.
Well, I'm an empath, so I'm an empath. So I'm very much into reading people and reading into what they're feeling and things like that. So I've always been empath. So I've always been empath, but I've most certainly realized where I finally should have realized it, because it cost me a lot. But it was very easy to see your eyes. I was like, oh, good.
Thank you. And so, as V. Sexton says, the sexual tension tonight is high. Yes, it certainly is. Well, we don't want this to degenerate too much into.
I'll shut up. I'm going on mute. I'm muting
Oh, no,
myself.
no! I wanted to pursue this a little bit since you started me on it.
Okay.
You know, of course, we don't want this to turn into just a session of phone sex, a public phone sex. Though I'm sure that would be entertaining to a degree.
No, but you don't have the video chat on, so if there's not going to be a video chat, that would be pointless.
So when it comes to oh shit, so I was talking about the malnourishment and you know what it was like, how I could get away with that for such a long period of time.
Do you think though, like I had to have, and I will say this, like I've told you, just Gail, I've told you, I didn't tell you this. I had to have my not my ovaries, as a woman, my uterus. They basically went in and microwaved it, kind of, because I bled so heavy for my periods. I was trying to baby. I was like, I think I could have fed you, baby boy.
Yeah. So definitely, I appreciate that. Of course, we're getting mixed reviews
I
here.
know, and then you say I can only eat off my son's brother's.
Yeah, no. By the way, no. I don't mind you talking about that.
Okay, make me puke. Whatever.
No. I don't mind you talking about that at all. It's not the. I mean, honey, with what I've dealt with all my life, that doesn't even bother me. Though I am getting some mixed reviews. So we have some people who are saying Christopher Keaton
Shut the fuck up. Okay, yes,
he
then
does
I'll
ask
get
me to
off.
continue with
Sorry,
geopolitics.
guys. I'm sorry. I had a whole I'm at a half a bottle of wine now, so I will quiet down.
So, honey, I guess I should continue with the geopolitics. So,
yes, you should go with geopolitics. That's what they want to hear. I'm going to mute myself, and I'm sorry for anybody that I offended.
Oh, no, that's fine. It was fun. Like you said, a little break is always important. So, there we are, darling. So, in the time we have remaining, and let me take a look at the live stream here. So got it from our friend Chris. So there we are, responding to him. With let me see now, we have about 10 to 11, 11 to 12. I guess we got 2.5 hours. Okay, I'll try and get back on a train of thought here. Again, with the People's Liberation Army. Let's just put it this way. When it comes to the report that was authored by Wuthno that I've been citing and sourcing, certainly one of the things that I was mentioning was that when it came to the individual I was cross-referencing, Carl Schuster, now teaching at the University of Hawaii, which must be a real cushion job if ever there was one. He was basically noting that Red China gives better training to new recruits. He feels it's advantageous that they no longer rely on conscripts, when I myself think that this is insanity when armies basically quote-unquote go professional. I've noted in the past that when armies quote-unquote go professional, that's essentially the end of the army as a effective force in the field. The so-called professionalism is just a load of shit. I mean, the Russians themselves are using nothing but volunteers, so technically they are a professional force. But, you know, he's thinking in this indoctrinated sense that professionalism is where it's at. Again, just so people understand, compare all of the draft A's of World War II, and the combat effectiveness of the American World War II military was just light years ahead of the combat effectiveness of the U.S. military when it went professional after Vietnam. Hell, the draft military in Vietnam had a degree of professionalism and combat effectiveness that was orders of magnitude light years ahead of the so-called professionalism of the forces in the field today that serve the American empire. I mean, everything's gone to shit since they eliminated the draft. The draft is really what makes a military. It doesn't matter that they're drafted and serving involuntarily. Just the threat of force that they face if they don't do their job is what propels many a man to do what he otherwise would be incapable of, whether it's something atrocious or courageous. So understand that that's really what makes a military in the field. But according to this modern kind of analysis, which I do not agree with, but I present to you so you understand what the professional analysts are thinking, they basically feel that because the communist Chinese no longer rely on conscripts, the Russian army relies on these 7 months conscripts for 80 to 85% of their enlisted personnel. And also, unlike Russia, communist China has a distinct a distinct advantage in the sense that it has a professional non-commissioner officers corps. Now that's important. So this report by Wuthnow, who is also, by the way, I found out, an adjunct professor at the Georgetown University in Washington, has also found demographic differences between the communist Chinese and American leaders. This report stating that senior communist Chinese officers are homogeneous in terms of age, education, gender, and ethnicity. Well, bigger and whale shit, right? They're all fucking Chinese. Now, among the 4-star ranks, communist Chinese officers were older on average than their American counterparts, about 64 years of age versus the age of 60 in America. And they had more years in the military, about 46 years versus 40 in the American situation. Now, per the same report, the United States leadership is more diverse, with 2 women and 3 African Americans, compared to a homogeneous PLA, or People's Liberation Army leadership, which is entirely male, and 99% ethnic Chinese. In other words, Han. Just so people understand this is true racism in China, because a lot of people would find this hard to understand. China is a multicultural, multi-ethnic empire. When I use the term empire, it's for a reason. There are many, many ethnicities and minorities in China, but obviously none of them are put in charge effectively of their military. So there's a point to be made here, but some would argue that women in the military are a negative. Some would argue that a heterogeneous or mixed race military is a negative. There are, of course, arguments to be made for racially segregated units being more effective. We saw this actually in World War II, where the American military had all black units.
But isn't that where this should become a conversation? So then that's where you should stop it. Like, that's where I want a conversation going. And maybe people don't, like, they want to hear a whole Dietrich at the end, and that's fine too. But, like, why would a woman, like, we all know what it thinks, but I want to know what you have researched. Why do they think a woman would be bad in the military?
Well, I'll put it this way myself, because it's a question that I've covered, and it's a legitimate question for you to bring up. Let's put it this way. I've argued before that we should have fairly gender-specific, if not, I would just argue, overwhelmingly majority-specific services. And I would say that, I've argued before that military men, especially veterans, especially combat veterans, should not be allowed to serve as police officers, because they basically have a completely different form of training. And one of the examples that I give as the most blatant example was during the Rodney King riots, when they called in the National Guard. During the Rodney King riots, when they called in the National Guard into Los Angeles, a lot of people are unaware of just how deadly those riots were. They have some idea, but far deadlier than many people know. There was a massive cover-up. One of the things they covered up was these national...
And let's first put the clear thing that the police may have been killed, but Rodney King was innocent, and that did not happen. Let's make sure we're clear of that.
Well, I think everyone's aware of that. That's that's a general part of history.
I know, but it's just such a then you talk about police officers getting killed. Well, they shouldn't have gotten killed. You're right too. It's a second thing, but
well, that being said, thank you for that. But the point to be made is that the military training had the National Guard responding to police orders because they were there to basically back up the police. Now, when you're a policeman and you use the term "cover me," that means that by police training, you are asking your fellow officer to basically hold his gun at the ready, and then while you approach the situation and investigate, if you
yes, I know what cover me.
Yeah,
I know what cover
if
me
you
was.
suddenly
yes,
come,
I actually went to 1 year of. I was going to be. I was a private investigator, and I went to 1 year. That's of police school. So I.
Oh,
I
great,
do know
great. No, it's good to know that. It's good. Thank you for sharing that. I do want people who may not know that to be aware of this. Then the police officer investigating the situation, if he comes under fire or suddenly somebody attempts something, then the officer at the ready then cuts loose.
Yes.
But in the military, when you say "cover me," that's a direct order to open fire. So what happened at one moment in the Rodney King riots was a police officer asked the National Guard unit, "Cover me!"
and you know what? Even me taking those classes, taking the year of doing I did the year, like I said, of private investigating, then the year of police training, and I never knew that the military's orders were different.
Okay, well now you know. See, so the military opened fire and they killed a bunch of people. So this is.
I knew a bunch of people were killed, but I didn't know the orders. The words were completely the same but different.
Yeah,
meaning.
Completely different meaning. Yes. So this is these are completely different jobs. Basically, the primary duty of a police officer is to keep the peace. That's why they're called peace officers. So,
I think there was a guy named hit his neck, and there was a knee on it. Mm-hmm. There was total peace there too.
Mm-hmm.
What was it?
I'm sorry. So that being said, that being said, one of the things I've emphasized is that I've always advocated for
let me finish before you do. Let me stop because everybody's gonna hate me. I love good police officers. There are great police officers. We can't live without them. There are just as many or more good police officers than there are bad. I believe that. We see the bad. It's like everything. That's what they want us to see. I see the police officers I'm an animal person, and I see them that will walk up, and before the fucking dog even fucking gets a chance to bark, they're like it's a pit bull, and they shoot in the fucking head. Yeah. And then I see the police officers that are and again, the same thing we do with people. If they're not animal, it's all the same. It's just their fear and them having no control over their fucking trigger happy. Fucking want to shoot somebody. Doesn't matter if it's a fucking person, animal, what the fuck ever. They're trigger happy. I don't trust pit bulls. I don't trust black people. What the fuck ever they think they don't trust, and they're trigger happy. And it's a wrong thing. But there are so many good police officers, I do believe.
Well, since that's been qualified, I mean, that's appreciated. But, what I've advocated, and then I might go back to monologue shortly after this, is that I've advocated for an all-male military because...
So that's bullshit. So let me ask you this, because then you're going back to Trump. That's why I wanted to ask it to you. Because you realize that Trump supporters, their female supporters are saying the same thing that you are?
And I also advocate an all-female United States police force, a national police force that would be all-female. Now, this could be disambiguated.
Are you saying a police force, the entire police force is going to be all-female? Or are you saying just a certain type of police force that can only do certain crimes?
The national police force would be something like exists in certain other countries, a United States police force, where the woman would be involved in tactical operations and everything else, and basically it would be a draft force that these women would be drafted, that every woman would be required to serve unless there were
every woman gets served in the police force. And okay, that, I get that. I mean, I can see a point with that. You're not saying, well, the women can go to the parts where the chihuahuas are barking.
No. This would be basically, unless they had some excuse that was, of course, a rational excuse, like something that we could go into the details of that some other time. But basically, otherwise it would be a draft for every girl who was. It was funny to me, and this is where I'll shut up. But it was just like listening to Trump supporters going, it was a female, it was another woman, and he was asking her like, do you not believe that another woman should be that was it? Well, the reason that woman should not be in the military is because it's the reason woman shouldn't be in the military is because it's like a woman turning herself into an all-male prison. It's basically they're rape food. I mean, they're just this is what's happened to them. So why put them there? It's like
that's what happened in Ukraine. But this was a question by what's his name on and he said, do you not believe a woman should be president? And this was another woman at one of the Trump rallies, and she was like, there were two of them, and they were like, no, women shouldn't be president ever.
Okay, well that's wrong. Okay, that's absurd.
This is another woman saying it wasn't a man.
Self-loathing woman.
Said.
Yeah, self-loathing woman. So
and you know what she said? Because they get PMS and they're liable to put their hand on the nuclear trigger.
You know what? That's the most ridiculous.
For Trump.
Yeah, that's of course she would. Of course she would. But just so people understand this much about the use of force by women, understand that women are not physically normally able to take on a man, but 5 of them trained as a team can easily take down a man. So I would imagine women working as maniples, that means groups of 5, or womaniples as, a gynecological version of the maniple. Gyneples are womaniples if we want to make it sex specific. But basically they would be squads of 5, and they would be trained to take down men as a unit when they needed to arrest someone.
So, and I do believe that. What I'm saying is that when you're talking about one-on-one tactical, and this is where I realized I got off track, and I'm going to shut up so you can get your finish again. But this was talking about politics. So, like a president of the United States, why a woman should not be president of the United States.
Oh yeah, that's just absurd. I mean, obviously, women can be effective leaders.
Well, no, and there were several women that said no, that she shouldn't. And
the self-loathing woman, like you said, they vote for Trump. They vote for somebody who says grab him by the crotch. I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah, grab him by the pussy.
You grab him by the pussy.
I got it.
Even worse. Yes. So, love you dearly, and I'll get back into speaking.
Okay, I'll shut up. Everybody hates me now. I know y'all hate me. Please don't hate me. I'll be quiet. Okay.
I mean, believe me, you've got your fans. You've got your fans, and so that being said, when it comes to the military as it stands in communist China and in the United States, of course, there is the argument that in World War II there were plenty of examples of race-specific units that performed much better as segregated units. So when you're operating with men who are all like you tend to operate better. So I would make an argument for racially segregated units in combat, racially segregated deployable units, because, all black combat squads work a lot better than when they're integrated. All white combat squads work a lot better than when they're integrated. It's a simple fact. It's like prison. You get racially specific gangs. That's how we identify. We will all die for people who look like us. We will fight for people who look like us. Now, as the United States becomes much more cosmogenate, where people are becoming much more mixed race heritage, hybridized, as myself, then there should be separate units for them. Just checking the messages. Her phone actually disconnected. Okay, let me press a love you to her. There we are. That should kind of, I don't know if that actually disconnected. Got to check for the Skype here. It did! They're all disconnected. Okay, that should make some people happy. So we should proceed the rest of the night without interruption. So let me give her an XO. I did not do that, honey, just so you know. And let me throw some flowers her way and proceed. I know at this point pornographic pictures being sent her way would be far more appropriate, but let me toss some flowers her way and proceed for the night. Okay, so when it comes to this report, and we take a look at the differences in these, well, militaries, there's one final stark difference that stands out to me. 58% of the United States officers have served in a foreign country, while none of the Communist Chinese officers had any overseas experience. So that is, of course, a factor when it comes to the Xi factor. We have the most important factor, the factor of the dictator of Communist China himself. I did not do that. I did not do the. I did not disconnect you. Just want you to just go and. I swear. There we are. Okay, just she understands that. Now, this report also notes how Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping has tightened his grip on the PLA, the People's Liberation Army's leadership, since taking control of the Chinese Communist Party in 2013. So the sourced report emphasizes that through his role as chairman of China's Central Military Commission, Xi has been personally involved in the selection of senior officers. But it has also noted that Xi has been careful to reward loyalty and patience in the senior officer corps. Noting that Xi rotates top officers geographically within Communist China to prevent them from developing patronage networks that might one day threaten his leadership. Same report reads, all PLA officers are members of the Chinese Communist Party and must have enough political acumen to demonstrate loyalty to Xi and his agenda. Xi Jinping has not skipped over a generation of people who had waited their turn to promote young Turks more familiar with modern conflict. So as those older officers reach retirement ages for their grade, as old as 68 for those on the Central Military Commission, their successors will bring more experience of the modern battlefield, including the newest technologies. But the report concludes, the silos, that means these single service only experiences, reinforced by tradition and organizational culture, are expected to remain. So, by the way, an incoming report that the funeral is underway. It says we have an excellent connection. It says we're still streaming. Everybody do report to me about the quality of sound. Let me know if I'm still audible. So let's go forth in these remaining 2 hours to the root of the problem I would like to cover tonight. Germany. Because Germany promised Ukraine weapons, but hasn't delivered. And now anger toward Berlin is rising. The Ukraine's relations with the United Germany have soured this week, with Kiev, the capital of Ukraine, asking Berlin why it had reversed a decision to provide heavy weaponry to Ukraine as it had earlier promised. Tensions over Die Neue Verhint Deutschlands, the new United Germany's provision of promised Leopard tanks, some of the best in the world, and infantry fighting vehicles to Ukraine, or more precisely, the lack thereof, came as to a head this week. Ukraine's foreign minister, Dmytro Kuleba, publicly asked why Berlin was backtracking on a pledge made to send these weapons to the Ukraine. Now, Ukraine's relationship, its relations with the United Germany, how do I express this? Basically, on Twitter, Dmytro Kuleba, Ukraine's foreign minister, said, "Disappointing signals from Germany while Ukraine needs leopards and martyrs now to liberate people and save them from genocide," adding that there was not a single rational argument on why these weapons cannot be supplied, only abstract fears and excuses. What is Berlin afraid of that Kiev is not? This is a vital question, and I'll do my best to explain it within the time we have remaining to the best of my ability. So understand that the Marder, M-A-R-D-E-R, is a German infantry fighting vehicle designed to be used alongside the Leopard battle tanks in combat. Kuleba's comments came as the Ukraine launched counterattacks against Russian forces in both the south and northeast of the country. Ukraine's counterattack in the northeast Kharkiv region was hailed as a particular success, with Russian forces withdrawing from towns and villages across the region, almost completely deoccupying it. Ukraine is largely reliant on Western weapon systems to fight these Russian forces, and its allies in the West, NATO members essentially, have individually sent Ukraine a vast range of military hardware. In April, United Germany promised to give Leopard tanks and Marders to Ukraine. Rather than deliver them directly, it proposed a swap scheme. The intention was that NATO members, Poland or Slovakia, for example, could send Ukraine older Soviet-era tanks, such as Leopard 1s, and Germany would then replenish their stocks with its own more modern equivalent weapons, such as Leopard 2s. Germany justified the proposal to send older weapons by saying that Ukraine's forces were used to Soviet-era weapons, and that it should only supply weapons they know how to use. The only problem with the plan is that this exchange of weapons has largely failed to materialize, and United Germany is now facing a backlash from critics, both within Germany itself and externally, and not least of all, from a most disappointed Ukraine. Yuri Sak, an advisor to Ukraine's defense minister, Oleksiy Reznikov, told CNBC on Wednesday that Kiev doesn't understand Berlin's reluctance to send it weapons that could prove decisive on the battlefield, himself observing that, to quote his T, at length and verbatim, "It's difficult to read their minds, but Germany's words during the last 7 months on a number of occasions have not matched by their actions. And this is disappointing because there was a moment in time when they made this commitment that they would provide Ukraine with these tanks. It was a moment of hope and promise that we looked forward to. If they're afraid of some nuclear strikes or some other attacks on the nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia, which could result in major tragedy, it's another story. But as far as the situation on the battlefield is concerned, we don't understand the logic behind it. It could be some internal political games as well. Kiev wants weapons. United Germany has them. Ukraine's need for more weapons comes as the war enters what could be a definitive phase in which the balance shifts in Kiev's favor. So, when it comes to the reasons behind all of this, it's all based on German history and German guilt, German war guilt, which must, perforce of the present situation, be overcome. Russia was seen to have been taken by surprise by the Ukraine's latest counterattacks, having redeployed some of its most effective fighting units to southern Ukraine after Kiev signaled over the summer that it would launch a counteroffensive to retake Kherson. After what seemed like a brief period of stunned silence as it took in Ukraine's rapid victories and advances in the northeast, Russian forces have begun their response to those wins, launching an intense series of attacks on energy infrastructure in the northeast, as well as missile strikes on the south. All the while, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has called on Ukraine's international allies to continue sending weapons, saying this is when it needs the most to maintain the momentum. And it's weapons like United Germany's Leopard tanks and Marder infantry fighting vehicles that Ukraine knows could change the balance of the war definitively. Among the Ukraine's NATO allies, United Germany, the self-professed leader of Europe, has attracted criticism and even ridicule for its military assistance to Ukraine. Just before Russia launched its invasion on February 24th, United Germany's offer to send thousands of helmets to Ukraine was met with derision, and rightly so. And that being said, analysts concur that criticism is not entirely deserved, however, noting that after the United States and United Kingdom, United Germany has been one of the biggest donors of weapons to Ukraine. Sndy and Joost Ulimans run a Dutch open source intelligence defense analysis website that I've sourced, and maintain a tally of weapons United Germany has delivered to Ukraine. And they note on their site that, to date, these deliveries include a number of Gepard SPAGs, SPAAG. That's an acronym. These SPAGs are an acronym for self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. And MANPADs, which are, believe it or not man caves or some kind of inflatable tent that men go into forget the world about them and retreat from existence by blotting themselves out with narcotization of various sorts, but rather MANPADs are an acronym, MANPAD, for Man-Portable Aero Defense Systems. And these are portable surface-to-air missiles, or what we used to call SAMs, surface-to-air missiles. The MANPADs are different from SAMs in that, you carry them yourself. They don't need to be on a flatbed. And howitzers, anti-tank weapons, all from Germany, as well as hundreds of vehicles and literally millions of rounds of ammunition. The United German government has also published a list of the military equipment it has sent to Ukraine, right down to 125 pairs of binoculars it donated. And of course, believe me, that means something, because people kill for those binoculars. German binoculars are the finest in the world. So, that being said, with messages still incoming that I find hard to ignore, when it comes to German tanks, however, and infantry fighting vehicles, the most important weapon systems of all, United Germany has ostensibly dragged its feet, with no decision on the supply of such hardware, let alone deliveries, made despite Ukraine's specific requests from Kuleba and other officials since March. Analysts conclude United Germany's good intentions have just not comest to fruition. In an article published in early September, Mitzer and Ulimans co-noted that, in their words, I'm reading therefrom, Germany has attempted to entice other countries to send their heavy weaponry to Ukraine in a program known as Ringtausch, or exchange. Under this policy, countries can receive German armament free of charge in exchange for delivering tanks and infantry fighting vehicles from their own stocks to Ukraine. Although a promising scheme at first, Ringtausch program has largely failed to live up to expectations, as most countries expect to have their Soviet-era systems replaced by larger numbers of modern weapon systems than what Berlin is currently able, or rather willing to offer. Now, all of this is, of course, because the Germans are doing this chicken shit bullshit game of hide it under the cup, where they're hoping that by giving modern weapons to the Czechs and Slovakia, and then them giving the old Soviet era shit to the Ukrainians, then they don't get directly involved in, German mobile heavy weapons. The weapons of the dreaded Panzerwaffe coming into direct conflict with the Ruskies. What does Germany say? Pressure has been mounting on the Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, to make his decision on sending such weapons to Ukraine, but there appears to be reluctance at the top to take that decision. On Monday, opening last work week, Deutsche Welle, or German World, reported that United Germany's defense minister, Christine Lambrecht, said sending more heavy weaponry to Ukraine was, in his words, not so simple. It's not so simple just to say, I'll just risk that we won't be able to act, the defense of the country, by giving everything away. No, I won't do that. But we have other possibilities. From industry, with our partners. CNBC contacted the German Defense Ministry for more comment and a response to Kuleba's comments, and they never received a response. When I was told the time I tried to contact them, they thought I was CNBC, as a matter of fact. When I contacted them myself, they told me, well, we already informed you. And I said, inform me about what? And they said, you're CNBC, right? We said we have no response forthcoming. And I said, no, I hope I didn't ruin it for any follow-up with CNBC. But here we have the situation in which Scholz himself defended United Germany's record over weapons deliveries on Wednesday midweek last by telling reporters that it can be said that the very weapons that Germany has now provided to Ukraine are decisive to the development of the conflict in eastern Ukraine, and they have also made the difference in battle. Now, Germany's reticence over certain arms deliveries has prompted some critics to look for ulterior motives for its reluctance, with some even suggesting that Germany does not like the idea of German tanks facing Russian tanks on the battlefield as they did in World War II. And this is just the right analysis. That's the very reason. Raphael Loos, a defense expert at the European Council on Foreign Relations, basically stated on Wednesday that the United German government has put forward various explanations for not sending these weapons, himself characterizing Germany's stance toward Ukraine as one of immense resistance to sending weapons unilaterally, and that it would prefer some kind of European coalition that jointly sends arms and assistance, while adding that United Germany appears to want the American empire to take the lead and for Berlin to follow. Again, this chicken shit need to lead from behind, and that they simply want to never look like they're really participating in a goddamn war as the leader of the European front. It's too chicken shit for me. These are not the Germans of my father's age, most certainly, but everybody knows that. But when it comes to, say for instance, what Raphael Loos, the defense expert at the European Council on Foreign Relations, actually said, to quote his T at length and verbatim, over the past 6 or 4 months, we've seen an immense reluctance of both from the Kanzlerin and from the Defense Ministry to be proactive, to take the initiative, and they've always referred to not going it alone. The German government itself has put forward explanations for why not to do so, especially since the beginning of Russia's war against Ukraine and even before that. We've heard concerns about the potential for escalation, that Russia might see the transfer of such weapons as some kind of red line. We see concerns, mostly from the SPD, Scholz's Social Democratic Party, about the images that German Leopard tanks might produce going toe-to-toe with Russian tanks in Ukraine. And we've also heard in the past arguments about the tight timeline as a reason for sending the Soviets-produced material first. I think that is a legitimate argument, but it only holds up so long. At some point, Ukraine and the countries that will be able to support Ukraine with these types of systems will run out of them, and you cannot replace them as easily. So at some point, you need to start thinking about Western supply chains that are based on Western systems. But Ukraine has been left waiting. While the pressure is mounting on Berlin to act, United Germany's stance is unlikely to change anytime soon, or potentially at all. And according to Anna Karina Hamke, a Europe researcher at Political Risk Analysis from the Eurasia Group, who in a note on Wednesday basically stated that Scholz's government, a coalition of his Social Democratic Party, Greens, and pro-business Free Democrats, uncomfortable bedfellows at the best of times, would likely continue to struggle over any Ukraine policy, any coherent policy on the Ukraine. In that note, she said, major adjustments to the government's Ukraine policy are unlikely, and the coalition will not significantly step up arms deliveries despite Ukraine's territorial gains over the last few days. As such, Ukraine has been left fuming and disappointed by United Germany's stance, leaving Kiev to question Berlin's commitment to supporting it as the war continues to fall and likely the winter. Well, this is where the war will continue into. We know that this is going to last through the fall. Unless decisive victory is secured, it will go into the winter and into a blitzfreeze. Unless there is a dramatic change of course from the Kremlin or from Berlin. Thus, the Ukrainian Defense Ministry official Yuri Sak summed up Kiev's frustrations toward United Germany, noting that one of the arguments is that they are afraid of further escalation, but that's an invalid argument because it's like an escalation to what? It's bad enough as it is. It is in this context that das neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, must forever abandon Ostpolitik. For over 500 years, Germany hoped that a conciliatory approach predicated on close economic ties and diplomatic and cultural rapprochement in its Russia policy, commonly known as Ostpolitik, would warm Russia to the West. But in the aftermath of all that we have seen, in fact, as a historian, to put it in context, 12 Russian invasions of Ukraine and many sanctions later, it has become abundantly clear that Berlin's orthodox policy towards Moscow has failed to produce any results it expected. United Germany's Russia problem runs deeper than superficial debates regarding Berlin's strategic autonomy, defense spending, or its approach to diplomatic and economic relations with its eastern frenemy. Its political elite has willfully walked into the Ostpolitik cul-de-sac with Russia over the ongoing Ukraine conflict due either to belief that such shibboleths are still relevant for our times or as an excuse to hold their hands in a Merkel rout while Berlin's allies solve its security problems for it. Despite United German pride in the never again, never alone pledge, the fatherland's perennial Russia policy paralysis and its tired old debates of acting on new thinking have once again reinforced its reputation as an unreliable ally across both sides of the Atlantic. Invocations of the Zeitenwende on the Bundestag floor defied all expectations of Berlin's foreign, economic, and defense policy responses to the war in Ukraine. However, the United Germany remains unsettled on its place and role within Europe's security architecture, and in regard to the form that any substantive pan-European pact, such as the European Strategic Compass, or the CSDP, the Common Security and Defense Policy, which articulates the European Union's course of action in the fields of defense and crisis management, and a main component of the EU's common foreign and security policy, no less, will take. Given its internecine history with the Russian Empire, the United Germany is naturally best positioned to be the West's bridge to that Eastern power, and this need not change. But unless Berlin rapidly learns to speak the language of power, it can expect its attempts at overture or engagement to be laughed off by Moscow's Silovik establishment. These are harsh lessons, being paid for in Ukrainian blood. While the United States is increasingly busy elsewhere, the new United Germany is running out of time to turn the EU, the European Union, into a bulwark against Russian aggression. The consequences of its failure to deter Russia's imperialist ambitions in tandem with its EU partners are now being acutely felt, and United Germany's decade-spanning complacency holds no small share of the blame. Berlin's new Russia policy must therefore be underpinned by two pillars. First, it must forge a common and binding policy with Paris and Warsaw. This is indispensable if Germany wants the leverage required to bargain with Russia, and a necessary step to further European integration. Second, and more importantly, it must produce a relevant and binding commitment to the CSDP, which incorporates specific force planning along the lines of the European Strategic Compass. This brings us to the structural challenges. Here we are. Daniel Cardenas says, "You sound very good. Thank you." Thank you. Daniel Cardenas says, "I used to believe that Russia was the number one superpower when it came as to military armament because I would hear it from people I considered credible." Thank you, sir. Now you know better. I was the only one, telling everybody their shit on a stick. And everybody laughed and said Dietrich is mad. Anyone who even suggests war with Russia is mad. We had one motherfucker, and he was only echoing the thoughts of literally millions, who wrote on the thread of one of my episodes, "I trust Vladimir Putin over any politician." At any rate, in 2001, it was a youthful Vladimir Putin who made the first and only address of a sitting Russian president in the Bundestag. His speech, pledging solidarity with the West against terrorism, in fluent German, no less. He was trained in Die Deutschensprache, the German speak, as a KGB spy, shocked and mesmerized lawmakers and pundits. These days, most Europeans, even Germans, are under no illusions as to Putin's nefarious agenda. Despite promises that Germany will change with the times, or the consensus among the governing parties that something must be done, the Bundestag remains decisively split on United Germany's approach to Russia policy. While the Greens and the center-right FDP are generally more enthusiastic for a reevaluation of United Germany's conciliatory posture towards the Russian Empire, Chancellor Scholz's center-left SPD has refused to relinquish its signature Ostpolitik tradition. Although SPD leader Lars Klingel commented that change through trade as a concept has failed in the wake of Putin's decision to invade Ukraine, there are still some among Germany's social democrats who hold on to the obsolete belief that sunny ways can eventually bring Russia back to the negotiating table. Unlike the USSR before it, the Russian Empire is no longer bound by the same precarious geopolitical squeeze that its predecessor faced in the 1970s and 1980s. Beijing and Moscow have since aligned their attempts to challenge the rules-based status quo that has long stymied their regional and global ambitions. The American empire finds itself increasingly preoccupied with global responsibilities beyond Europe, notably within the Indo-Pacific theater, at the expense of its continental commitments. Unlike Gorbachev's Soviet Union, Putin's Russia has escaped the security dilemma caused by adversarial encirclement on all sides, and simply has no need to play along with United Germany's Ostpolitik niceties. Prior plans for United Germany to become a NATO anchor nation for smaller European militaries, in addition to a slew of joint procurement projects to modernize the Bundeswehr, the United German military, are now meeting welcome additions such as the latest €100 billion defense funding package and renewed ambitions to advance flagship material acquisitions projects like FCAS, which, if I can remember what that acronym fucking stood for, I would be a happy man. Now, it's the Future Combat Air System. Yes, a key instrument in ensuring future European autonomy and sovereignty in defense and security, where they would build their own superjets. While United Germany's introduction of military reforms demonstrates that intent is stirring in the defense policy realm, it should be but one leg of Berlin's Russia policy reconstitution. So what is to be done? Die Neue Vereinigte Deutschland, the new United Germany, must come to a binding comprehensive agreement with France and Poland on European defense and Russia relations. It would signal to Moscow that the EU possesses the capacity to act as a cohesive body on foreign policy while laying the foundations for further European integration. Berlin must lead on these negotiations with a sense of alacrity and an understanding that it may need to compromise on its conservative political red lines. Any such agreement would invariably encompass spiny, overlapping questions including sanctions, solidarity, I mean to say a united front in their enforcement, energy security, like they're nationalizing these Russian gas facilities and oil installations, and future United German military commitments to protect European interests. Okay, this is going to be a reference for tonight's program. I'm going to publish this on Facebook, and it will be advantageous to you all, if you don't have a Facebook page, to establish one just to assess this. So I'm just going to basically make certain that this is published. It'll take a few minutes for me to get it up there. And, okay, I am going to put this here. And here we are. Let's see. Here is the most basic representation of my objective for tomorrow's Europe. Second war pact centered on Berlin versus a neo-NATO centered on London, with Russia as the new Greater British Raj, with post-Putinist Russia, post-Putinista Russia as the new Greater British Raj, it being by no means the final version of my vision for the new European order in any detail, but instead the simplified schematic for purposes of rendering my war aims accessible to the non-specialized public. So let me see if I can find this, and that would be in my map file. We'll see if that even pops up. And I'm going to get this uploaded and basically put the link into the chat. All right, here we are. And let me get this here. War pack. All right. So this JPEG will go up, and people may damn me for this. Oh shit. I don't have it. Let me restructure that image a little bit. Okay. Working on it. Open this up. File. Oh, here's what we do. We open that file location. Okay, which actually worked. Okay, so how do we do this? Okay, here we are. Flip that. There we go. Okay, that's up right now. Let's get this done. Warpack. Okay. Now this is something that is probably going to upset any number of people, but has to come out at some point. Okay, we are going to take this and put this in the chat room. If you do not have a Facebook page, you will need one to access that. So that is something that is the solution. So, such being expressed, and you can graphically trace it, and you know what my objectives are. Understand that even though finding alternatives to Russian hydrocarbons would have to be a collaborative effort by the Weimar Triangle of Poland, France, and Germany, the ball is decisively in Berlin's court when it comes to defining the Bundeswehr's international responsibilities. To make a common European defense policy work, the Bundestag will have to relent to pressure and make more external military commitments, including those far from European soil. Though the Elysee Palace, if I remember the pronunciation correctly. Now, French is a beautiful language, and yet even that word just always just barks up my ass for some reason. It is the most difficult to say, and I'm, I just hate to mispronounce it. So let's see if we can get this basically up there. Okay. Élysée. Élysée. That is how I remember it now. Okay, the Élysée Palace of France. Now, T-Tank Berry saying clear and crisp. Thank you, sir. All right, when it comes to France, which is governed out of the Élysée Palace, even though it's undoubtedly pleased that United Germany decided to keep its troops in Mali and Niger for another year, the French Republic is unlikely to stomach further United German reluctance about out-of-area operations, as it cannot sustain the tempo of its own presence on Europe's periphery without United Germany's help. Nor would Poland be willing to tolerate Germany's sheepish attitude on backing its Eastern European partners, when the Polish Prime Minister proposed that Europe should lock its shields with Ukraine. Given Berlin's tendency to pull its culture of restraint ripcord whenever its allies urge actions that encroach on its domestic political constraints, or when its economic interests are at stake, there is no guarantee that consensus can be reached between United Germany and its allies. Despite its more recent willingness to step up to its European security commitments, United Germany has a notorious track record of laggard behavior on defense modernization, and has perennially refused to unite its approach with France in order to engage the Russian Empire. This has cost Berlin dearly in political capital, and it is only in these times of crisis that United German policymakers have taken an interest in serious strategic discussions with its allies. Some stirring has occurred at the NATO and EU level, and United Germany has shown an interest in phasing out Russian oil by the end of this year. This shows that incremental progress can be made, and signals some much-needed solidarity with its other European partners. Germany has once again realized that even among trusted partners, foreign relations rely on an interest-based give and take. Now, let me emphasize something else in terms of correcting, basically editing my latest post, centered on a united Berlin under a constitutional Kaiser, constitutional monarchy, under constitutional monarchy of under the constitutional monarchy of a Kaiserreich. There we are. Okay. So, in terms of some response there, nobody's even put a like on it yet, so that means I got there just in time to add in the editing. Okay, getting back to the task at hand. Retooling Russian relations is an expansive effort that will need to be undertaken in phases, especially given the rifts that still exist between Berlin, Paris, and Warsaw. However, so long as a binding agreement on European defense gains traction, in the form of an institutionalized CSDP or otherwise, a common policy on Russia would not be far behind. As any seasoned diplomat knows, the most difficult aspect of formulating any agreement is in first establishing a cooperative and trusting dynamic. Europe's future defense and collective Russia policy framework will not be exempt from this truism. Now, in terms of the time we have remaining, about an hour and a half, and with what we've got going in the chat room, again, everybody, get yourself a Facebook timeline so you can access this post. It's indispensable. So let me go into with some emphatic lead in here, making certain, of course, that my heating pad is on. I'm going to talk about making the sea change real. What United Germany and allies can do. Not only is the United Germany's heralded sea change, or Zeitenwende, on defense policy not the revolution it seemed back in early March. This isn't even the first revolution that wasn't. Despite recent claims to the contrary, it does not seem as though United Germany's security and defense policies are undergoing a revolution, but rather an evolution. At worst, Berlin's words and deeds since Chancellor Olaf Scholz's announcement of a Zeitenwende will turn into a post-Munich consensus déjà vu. That is to say, United Germany has already promised once before to assume a greater responsibility in European, transatlantic, and international security matters in 2014 following the illegal Russian annexation of the Crimea. In the years following this self-proclaimed interest in stepping up burden-sharing efforts, the United German efforts proved lackluster to say the least. If it allows the Zeitenwende to run a similar course as the Munich Consensus, Germany risks missing a rare window of opportunity to set in motion long overdue steps to overhaul the Vaterland's security and defense outlook sustainably and permanently. Most importantly, this requires nurturing a strategic culture in Germany's public discourse, and now is the right moment to do so. The United Germany's allies and partners must persistently pressure Berlin's policymakers to turn Zeitenwende into a lasting change, lest the current momentum wither away. It's all about avoiding this déjà vu. Scholz announced that United Germany, in his words, will now, year after year, invest more than 2% of our gross domestic product in our defense. after years of prodding and inaction. But United Germany intends to reach that goal using the 100 billion euro special fund that was announced by Scholz to be a special fund for the Bundeswehr, for necessary investments and armament projects. Consequently, estimates suggest that the fund will run dry by 2025. There has been no talk about what will happen afterwards. That does not sound like the current coalition government plans to abide by its 2% commitment beyond its period in office. So, why is it important to point out that what the current United German government has decided and announced since the beginning of Russia's renewed war against Ukraine isn't all that new and revolutionary? Because of an episode in very recent history that is quite reminiscent to Berlin's alleged Zeitenwende today, which ought to serve as a cautionary tale lest United Germany does not live up to its self-imposed and self-proclaimed responsibilities again. 3 concerted speeches delivered at the Munich Security Conference in 2014 became as known as the Munich Consensus and were interpreted as a commitment to finally turn the tide in United Germany's security and defense affairs. Ursula von der Leyen, then the defense ministress, Federal President Joachim Gauck, and Foreign Minister Frank-Walter Steinmeier declared that it was high time for United Germany to assume greater responsibility in European, transatlantic, and international security and defense matters. In the following years, the United Germany did deliver indeed. Berlin was, and still is, a shaping force in configuring NATO's short and long-term reassurance and deterrence measures in response to Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014. Other areas of additional activities included, but were not limited to, deploying troops to Mali and providing diplomatic resources for the Normandy format. Thus, for a while it appeared as though United Germany not only talked the talk, but walked the walk. The Munich Consensus seemed alive and kicking. Yet upon closer examination, Berlin did move, but not far enough, most likely because the required political will was lacking. After all, then Chancellor Angela Merkel did not deliver any of the 3 speeches that laid out the Munich Consensus. Germany wasn't ready yet. Why did these nationally and internationally hailed promises fail to meet expectations? The answer is quite simple and straightforward, and so are the remedies. Contrary to common pronouncements from policymakers at the time, United Germany was neither truly ready nor willing to assume more responsibility and offer leadership. The reason for that can be partly attributed to German millennials, who are increasingly assuming political power, not knowing how to think strategically, or even valuing strategic thought itself. I would argue that the problem runs even deeper and is not limited to the generation of millennials. Many of United Germany's 21st century decision makers and parliamentarians, most prominently Scholz himself, belong to a pre-millennial generation born during the Cold War. And yet they have not been particularly suited to thinking about security and defense in strategic terms. Examples undergirding their myopic and oftentimes misleading approaches to United Germany's defense matters are abundant. To name as just a few: approving the construction of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline after the Russian annexation of Crimea and the simmering conflict in eastern Ukraine instigated by Moscow, Germany's reluctance to meet NATO's 2% spending goal after having agreed to it multiple times, and a general and multi-partisan failure to invest sustainably in Germany's armed forces. Though all of those faulty decisions have either been overturned or are supposedly in the process of being corrected, results are either outstanding, in the case of Germany's military investments, or are no safeguard against the fatherland's elites repeating similar mistakes in the future, in the case of Berlin's political overtures toward Moscow, disguised as a private sector project to transport Russian gas to Germany. I will tell you what to do differently this time around. One critical step to ensure United Germany finally walks the talk this time around is for the fatherland, initiated by its political elites to foster a strategic culture. Such a culture can be defined as a number of shared beliefs, norms, and ideas within a given society that generate specific expectations about the respective community's preferences and actions in security and defense policy. I wrote that definition when I worked for the Department of Defense. Sometimes I even impress myself. Chief among the steps to work toward are regular debates about all matters security and defense in the public sphere, instigating and contributing to discussions about which priorities United Germany ought to pursue, and why and with which means, including armed forces as a last resort, should not be limited to politicians. Lawmakers undoubtedly should be front and center in leading the debates, as they are the ones who ultimately bear responsibility for deciding how to spend taxpayer funds, including on defense, as well as sending soldiers into harm's way. Nevertheless, other stakeholders in the realm of security and defense matters, including staffers of think tanks, political foundations, and other members of civil society at large, must dare to converse with the wider population about topics that concern United Germany's national security. Part of the mandate of political foundations is indeed to engage with the public in all parts of Germany. Germania! Not just in the Berlin bubble. Think tankers should be encouraged to not only appear in the media, but also to take part in outreach activities with a broader public to share and discuss their research results. That way, discussions about security and defense will not be limited to the expert community. Though those topics can be complex at times, this is no excuse for shying away from engagement, especially not with interest and advocacy groups that view security and defense issues with a general sense of skepticism. Ergo, members of pacifist groups who have traditionally had a strong and public voice in United Germany, and even the divided Germany beforehand, West Germany at the least, especially those who are uncertain or outright opposed to the necessity of armed forces, and the use of military force as a very last resort ought to be engaged more frequently and vividly by politicians and other stakeholders in Germany's strategic scene. For example, in the framework of cross-community discussions. Such conversations could include bringing together members of church groups and peace activists, on the one hand, and representatives of the defense industry or policymakers, in order to discuss the legitimacy and utility of weapons deliveries, for example. And especially, it's all about ending the taboo of military power as part of United Germany's security and defense toolbox. Admittedly, cultivating regular and open discussions about these topics is a generational and daunting task, so quick changes ought not to be expected, regardless of whether United Germany's Kanzler proclaims a Zeitenwende. While polls in the early days of the war against Ukraine showed that the bulk of Germans supported the government's course of action via Kiev, including weapons deliveries, and even endorsed increased defense spending, it is far too early to assess whether those numbers only captured an atmospheric picture which will fade once the war is out of the headlines, or whether the German mindset has truly changed overnight. A real and lasting change can only come about with a transformation of a people's mindset. And the craftiest strategies and most plausible set of ambitions will not alter how the majority of German society views its country's security and defense policies and Berlin's place in Europe and the world. After all, in a democracy, it is the population's will that must be carried out by its elected lawmakers. A broad dialogue about the end goals of Zeitenwende and how to measure them ought to go hand in hand with a reflection on past errors in Germany's Russia policy, as well as faulty assumptions upheld by the country's security and defense elites. Another more far-reaching step would involve familiarizing society at large, at a relatively young age, with all things security and defense. One group of people who should be charged more frequently with that job, among others, are the so-called Jugendoffizier, the youth officers of the Bundeswehr. While they are trained soldiers, their job is partly to engage with teachers, educating children and teenagers from middle through high school on all matters related to security and defense. Youth officers are specifically tasked to think and talk about the role of the armed forces critically. Recruiting is explicitly not a task of theirs, according to the German armed forces. Essentially, theirs is a job of political education laid down in law. They would be similar to the old cadres of Eastern Germany. So understand this much. While the concept and practice of youth officers go us back to the late 1950s, their presence in schools is constantly criticized by some societal groups such as the German Education Union and groups associated with Germany's peace movement in particular. A recent suggestion by Germany's current Minister of Education to send youth officers to schools to help students, in concert with their teachers, make sense of the war in Ukraine and its repercussions for united Germany and Europe was met with heavy criticism from the Education Union, claiming the proposal to be misplaced. One of their board members argued that especially younger children could be further unsettled by officers in uniform coming to their schools. Oh my, the tears flow! That reaction alone, in combination with a general rejection of those particular members of the armed forces, underpins the need to contemplate inviting citizens in uniform to schools on a more regular basis. Students should be offered the unique opportunity to engage with members of the armed forces critically and learn how to think about security and defense at large. Only by starting to end the taboo on intellectual engagement with the military and its tasks and limitations can united German society begin to foster something akin to a strategic culture. That is by no means to suggest an idealization of the Bundeswehr or uncritical dealing with the political tasks military means can and should achieve. Thus, including other outside actors in educating students, such as political foundations of different political stripes, for example, is also crucial in fostering the discourse. Institutions which place their main focus on peace research can bring valuable insights to the debate table as well. In addition, think tankers should be encouraged and enabled to engage with the wider public, for example, as guest lecturers at universities to share and discuss their research. However, that peace and security must oftentimes be backed up with military means is something the majority of Germans must learn urgently. Hence the need to offer the unique perspective of the youth officers. Okay, in the hour we have remaining. Now, this can only be done with a little help from United Germany's friends. A self-centered dialogue about the necessity of armed force in general and concrete policy failures in relation to the Russian Empire's current aggression in particular, however, risks inviting Germans to do something they are really good at and keen on. And that is navel gazing. I mean, gazing at their fucking belly buttons like a bunch of contemplative yogis in hot tubs. To prevent prolonged inward-looking discussions without considering the outside world, United Germany's allies and partners must step in. As a country deeply embedded in multinational structures and actions, United Germany needs to be reaffirmed by its allies and partners that the country is on the right path to live up to its promise to execute a real sea change in its security and defense approach. Back in 2014, the United Germany needed its allies and partners' reassurance to contribute to NATO's reassurance as well. And it worked, at least for some time and to a certain degree. The United Germany agreed to head one of NATO's multinational battle groups, Kampfgruppen, as the Nazis used to call it, along the eastern flank, for example, regularly pointing out in public and behind closed doors what Germany needs to become better at, surely will be uncomfortable at times, being reprimanded for not delivering as promised isn't enjoyable after all. Yet the alternative, falling back on old habits and routines, as could be witnessed in the past, is simply not a viable option. Thus, Berlin's allies and partners should, if necessary, bring up the painful subject of falling short of expectations and promises. One avenue to ensure close examination of whether or not United Germany delivers what it has pledged is for Berlin's allies to be closely consulted on the formulation of United Germany's first ever national security strategy, set to be published in early 2023. This way, Berlin's partners would be able to observe the implementation of the promised sea change and at the same time ensure the country streamlines its national security and defense goals and priorities with its closest allies. Similarly, allies, represented by members of civil society in addition to defense officials and parliamentarians, should be invited to more closely engage with the German public to raise awareness of Germany's important role in Euro-Atlantic security and defense. To that end, giving lectures and setting up town hall meetings with citizens of United Germany's allies could offer a good starting point. Including representatives of the Baltic states would be especially useful and urgent at the moment, vulnerable as they be to Russian military pressure. For one, Germany has been a leading nation of one of the original 4 multinational battle groups installed in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland in response to Russia's aggression in 2014. Yet, United Germany's engagement in Lithuania is hardly known to the wider German public, despite the Bundeswehr having been stationed there since 2017. What's more, being involved in the process of drawing up United Germany's national security strategy offers the country's closest transatlantic allies and European partners another opportunity, nudging Berlin's policymakers to assume more of a leadership role than they currently do, especially with regard to maintaining unity within NATO on matters concerning the alliance's long-term deterrence and defense posture. Again, 2014 and the ensuing years serve as a positive example of United Germany's allies encouraging das Vaterland, the fatherland, to dare to offer and assume more leadership in contributing more seriously and robustly to transatlantic security. Working towards the establishment of a strategic debate and culture and counting on Berlin's closest allies and partners to measure deeds against the sea change rhetoric offer a way forward. With these safeguards, it is more likely that United Germany will not stumble into a post-2014 scenario in which das Vaterland, the fatherland, misses the opportunity to coherently and sustainably assume more responsibility in the realm of security and defense, for itself as much as for European and transatlantic security. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has undone long-standing efforts of Western European countries to insulate their economic ties with Moscow from dangerous political differences such as assaults on Russian dissidents on European territory, periodic cyber attacks, and overflights of Russian warplanes. That look the other way approach was modeled on Ostpolitik, the pioneering policy of Deutschen Kanzler, the German Chancellor Willy Brandt, in the late 1960s and early 70s. That policy rested on the idea that autocracy would eventually die while diplomatic and economic ties lived on. 30 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed, and Moscow and its former East European satellites embraced democracy. Then came the dictator Vladimir Putin, and a 12-decade return to dictatorship. In response, Ostpolitik was revived, again justified by the notion that trade would outlive tyranny. But not only did Putin's rule tighten, but he revived an old European nightmare: war of conquest. The invasion of Ukraine quickly killed Ostpolitik, even in its home country Germany, and in the mind of Chancellor Olaf Scholz, an avid practitioner. It's also provided a move toward what less than a month ago would have been unthinkable: a German military response. Der Spiegel, the Speaker, the German weekly news magazine, wrote, "Germany is now facing the ruins, politically, economically, and militarily, of its policy of détente toward Russia that dates back to the Cold War era." Italy, Europe's third largest economy, and a practitioner of Ostpolitik alla Italiana, is in a policy bind. It too is militarily shy, preferring peacekeeping to war preparation. After several other European countries decided to beef up their forces in Eastern Europe, Italy did so only over the last few weekends. There are economic risks for both Berlin and Roma, but they are graver for the Italians. Italy, like Germany, buys 60% of its natural gas from the Russian Empire. Germany sells cars to the Russians. Italy, luxury goods, such as handbags and sleek shoes. A big difference is that Italy has a more limited margin for dealing with the likely economic outcomes of inflation, higher interest rates, and deficit spending to cover social costs. Italy's debt is already 160% of gross domestic product. For Europe as a whole, there are also political and economic risks of possible tensions with the Communist Chinese Empire, Russia's quasi-ally. In particular, United Germany and Italy both need to shore up exports with Red China following the slowdown of 12 years of the coronavirus epidemic that sourced therefrom. Scholz has long promoted Ostpolitik toward Red China as a solution to the democracy versus autocracy conundrum. The Communist Chinese Empire has disappointed United Germany by abstaining from United Nations Security Council votes critical of Russia's invasion. This is because the Communist Chinese Empire itself is committing genocide, and the world has no plan to stop it. 5 years ago, human rights groups started sounding the alarm that Red China was building internment camps to hold Uyghurs, a mostly Muslim Caucasian ethnic minority located in the northwestern region of Xinjiang, a Sinified name for what is properly Eastern Turkestan. 4 years ago, brave Uyghurs spoke up to Western media outlets, and journalists, well, like myself, started writing article after article to draw public attention to the crisis. 3 years ago, leaked papers from within the Communist Chinese government proved Uyghur claims about the government system of mass detention. 2 years ago, experts proved that Red China was also subjecting Uyghurs to forced labor and forced mass sterilization. 1 year ago, the United States declared the crisis a genocide, and President Biden signed the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act, which put the onus on importers to demonstrate that a product supply chain is free of forced labor into law. And now, finally, the United Nations has published a report that proves Red China's policies may constitute international crimes, in particular crimes against humanity. A report that adds nothing new to what we already knew about the crisis, that neglects to call the crisis what it is, genocide, and that some experts say was watered down under tremendous pressure from Beijing. There's still a chance for the Human Rights Council to redeem itself. In Geneva, Switzerland, where it is currently meeting for nearly a month of debates, or perhaps that meeting is just recently closed, it could vote on a resolution to formally condemn Beijing's persecution of the Uyghurs. A group of democracies is reportedly aiming to advance such a resolution, but they may not have enough votes to pass it. The Communist Chinese Empire has allies in the Council and is itself a member. The United Nations General Assembly, which opened but yester septimania, week before last in New York, also has an opportunity to establish an accountability mechanism for the persecution of Uyghurs. But there, too, forceful lobbying from Red China could make this difficult to pull off. Difficult or not, unless world powers succeed in taking Beijing to task, the recent UN report may only serve to underscore a horrible fact. The world has no real plan to stop the genocide underway in communist China. Some Uyghurs are at the point where they wish the world would just cop to that harsh fact, rather than paying lip service and raising their hopes over and over. You might think it's impossible for world governments to stop genocide in an empire as powerful as China's, one that possesses a veto on the United Nations Security Council, no less. But that's not necessarily true. Experts and advocates point out that governments have taken extraordinary measures recently when it comes to other powerful empires, like Russia. They could theoretically do the same with Zhongguo, or China. A reputational blow like that, combined with serious sanctions from coalitions of countries and massive boycotts from businesses and consumers, could incentivize Red China to reconsider its Uyghur policies. So, why hasn't the world made a bold, coordinated strategic effort? Because mainland China is an enormous market. Its ability to manufacture products cheaply and its abundance of cheap labor maketh it invaluable to international businesses. Tahir Emin, a US-based Uyghur academic who has many of his own relatives languishing in the camps, has agreed. He says, "The world could stop it, but they are not willing to stop it. They don't have enough guts or political will to do that. We had an illusion that the world would do its best to stop China from this genocide. But the world has no plan to stop this genocide. It's not happening. The governments should clearly say that. Either stop the genocide or admit that you will not." far from being willing to take on economic losses. The West has continued to sell surveillance technology to communist China and import products manufactured by Uyghur forced labor. But the world can still help the Uyghurs. If governments are not willing to pull out all the stops in order to end the genocide, there are still things that they, even we as individuals, can do. One is making it easier for Uyghurs who have already left Red China to gain asylum in countries like these United States. Adding that their applications and interviews should be expedited, Rushan Abbas, a female Uyghur activist in these United States, whose sister has been detained in Xinjiang for 4 years, drew a similar parallel. She wants Western nations to realize that, although they're benefiting economically in the short term, continuing to ignore Beijing's human rights abuses will cost the West in the long term, if its style of authoritarian government spreads like cancer. To quote she, at length and verbatim, "We can't do anything for people back in our homeland, but we can at least provide a somewhat stable life for the Uyghurs who are already here and who have applied for political asylum. The world doesn't seem like they have any plans to stop it, because the world is benefiting therefrom. We are voluntarily giving up the future of the free and democratic world. Freedom is never free. If we want freedom, we need to stop buying made in China. China has no place in the United Nations Human Rights Council. Get rid of them. That is one immediate action we can do. I mean, there was a vote, and they got rid of Russia. The UN suspended Russia from the body in April, after the invasion of Ukraine. Doing a better job of enforcing the Uyghur Forced Labor Prevention Act would also help, even though the United States legislation is supposed to prevent this. Products tainted by Uyghur labor, like red dates, are still ending up in stores. That's according to the Uyghur Human Rights Project. The European Union is also aiming to start banning products made with forced labor, an encouraging sign. Another way for individuals to help is to support efforts to preserve Uyghur culture in the diaspora. As Red China is trying to erase their culture back home, Uyghurs in the United States are trying to make sure their kids will learn the Uyghur language, for example, at the Ana Care and Education School in Fairfax, Virginia. Other organizations, like the Campaign for Uyghurs, are helping Uyghur youth in the major population centers like Turkey, because they're, after all, a Turkic people. Many of these young people were relying on their parents' help to pay for schooling or housing, but with so many parents in internment camps, it's hard to make ends meet. Timothy Gross, a China expert at the Rose-Hulman Institute of Technology, has gone so far as to say, and I conclude this topic by quoting he at length and verbatim. He said, "While we might not be able to change what Beijing does, there's still a way of helping Uyghurs in very meaningful, immediate ways. These are all things that have made governments around the world very rich. Now we're seeing the limits of what liberal democracies are willing to do to stop violence. When the way to stop violence is to have it affect your own pocketbook. I don't think it's that Red China cannot be stopped, but we're not willing to pay the costs of stopping China. I think it's possible to stop China if we had coordinated efforts from governments and multinational corporations and individuals. If the global community really wanted to, they could put in place enough policies, like we saw immediately after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, where basically business with Russia stopped. It's just too little, too late. The real tragedy of all this is that the Human Rights Council of the United Nations has failed to uphold its basic mission, which is to protect human rights. A downside for communist China, if Europe's new defense militancy holds, is that the American military and their desire to pivot to Asia, that is, counter the communist Chinese, becomes easier as Europe begins to take on more aggressive defense responsibilities on its own continent. Even now, the U.S. Army is leaving a stash of weapon systems behind on a Japanese island. The U.S. Army's Pacific Command is leaving a series of forward rocket installations up in the Japanese home island's archipelago for an indefinite period. The reason? Partly for ease, partly for geopolitical strategy in the East China Sea. The ordnance and other military equipment were set up on the Amami Islands in southern Japan for the Orient Shield joint training exercise that wrapped on September 3rd, and it looks like they will remain there for several months. That's according to statements made by the Army Pacific Command head, General Charles Flynn. No relation, hopefully, to Michael Flynn. The decision was first reported by Reuters. By the way, just kind of responding here. Yeah. Yes. And so let me give a nice response to that. All right. Exactly how long is unclear, but it will be for at least several months. There are 12 more joint training operations between the Empire of Japan and these United States on the books for 2022 after Orient Shield. The weapon systems and other equipment are set up on southern Japanese islands, including the Japanese Ground Self-Defense Forces base on Amami Oshima. With that schedule, the hope seems to be that it will be easier and cheaper to simply leave the systems where they are, rather than remove and redeploy them several more times in the coming months. It was Yester Septimania last week that Flynn told Reuters, some of the equipment we are just going to leave here. It's an opportunity for us to keep capabilities forward. Now, the systems include a pair of high mobility artillery rocket systems, also known as HIMARS. Several HIMARS have been sent to the Ukraine, where they've had a devastating impact against invading Russian forces. So much so that Russia is using up munitions trying to target them. The other reason for the decision is Communist China. Although Flynn did not outright state that, specifically with the Ordnance, Orient Shield, an annual training exercise between the U.S. Army and Japanese Ground Defense Forces, is one of several recent training exercises such as Rim of the Pacific, that can sound a bit obscene, and Garuda Shield, Garuda being a mythical monster beast of Thailand, that have been organized to coordinate against a potential Chinese threat. At a press conference on Friday, September 9th, Flynn said the exercise serves as the greatest counterweight that we have against communist Chinese aggression. The Amami base is near the southern end of Japan's territory, the closest to my Taiwan. And tensions between Taiwan and Red China escalated this summer following Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi's visit to my island, China, when Red China on the mainland accelerated its own military exercise nearby, firing missiles over my Taiwan. Speaking to reporters at the press conference on Friday, Flynn called Beijing's actions irresponsible. Now, Orient Shield, which has been running in various forms for 37 years, saw multiple Army units work with Japanese Ground Self-Defense Force troops in live-fire operations, including anti-tank and anti-aero exercises. The base at Amami Oshima opened in 2019, part of an effort by the Empire of Japan to fortify its southern islands around the East China Sea, with anti-aero missiles and other defenses. The third former World War II Axis major, Italy, is still staggering from too shocking a bout of foreign policy whiplash as to even consider mobilization. Like United Germany, it was hesitant to even provide any military aid to Ukraine after Russia's invasion. And unlike EU leaders President Emmanuel Macron of France and eventually Scholz, Italian Prime Minister Mario Draghi did not travel to Moscow to appeal for an end of the invasion. He instead phoned Putin to ask him to put an end to the bloodshed. Putin's response to European actions has been to place his nuclear weapons arsenal on alert. A NATO defense official said the alliance is less worried about missiles launched from underground silos, which the West monitors, than about ones on mobile rocket launchers that NATO cannot monitor. Same official said it's hoped that Putin's order is merely a bargaining tool for use in future talks with the European Union or NATO. This is what brings us to Russia's new nuclear threat: power plants as weapons. Oh, wow. T-Tank Barry is giving the hard eyes to V. Does he mean, like, might be. Okay, that's interesting. And that being said, armed seizure of...
What's the hard eyes?
I'm sorry, honey?
I missed that. What was the hard eyes?
Oh, that was our man T-Tank Barry giving V the hard eyes. And I don't know whether he's talking about the lady I know, a friend of mine, or whether he's talking about you and was trying to say B. But such being said, do let me.
Oh, yes, I think the video is on and I just woke up. So if you got my video, you probably saw very hard eyes.
Oh, okay. Thank you, honey. Okay, so, let me put up pretense of seriousness now. So, basically, armed seizure of Ukraine's plants is a historic global risk. Nuclear power must be demilitarized in war. Russia's invasion of Ukraine and occupation of Europe's largest nuclear power station have triggered the first real-world case of a crisis that security scholars have feared for decades: a threat of radiological disaster from a wartime incursion on an operating nuclear power plant. Russia effectively is abusing the plant at Zaporizhzhia as a prepositioned nuclear weapon to threaten and intimidate not only Ukrainians, but millions of Europeans across a dozen countries. This is undermining global security institutions in which all countries have a stake, and Russia must join the international community in treating nuclear power plants as demilitarized zones. And a threat like this makes them an enemy of all mankind. The Russian regime must be taken down by invasion of Russia itself and the taking of Moscow. But in particular, most immediately, Russia must cease all military operations at or near Ukraine's nuclear facilities and return full control of Zaporizhzhia plant to Ukraine. The requirement that it do so is rooted in international humanitarian law, which prohibits attacks against civilian targets and demands particular care around nuclear power stations. Indeed, Russia's actions around the Zaporizhzhia plant and earlier at the Chernobyl nuclear complex violate Russia's own formally professed standards, which bar military actions that may result in any release of destructive factors and consequent severe losses among the civilian population. So, in terms of explaining the why of what Russia is doing, Russia launched its latest invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, and on March 4th, Russian forces captured the nuclear power plant near Zaporizhzhia. After shelling the facility and causing a fire, Russian troops occupied it and stationed personnel and munitions there, in effect using the nuclear reactors as a shield for their offensive operations. Despite the initial fire, no essential equipment was damaged, and Ukrainian technicians have continued to operate the complex. As the war drags on past its 6th month, however, concern for the safety of the facility has grown. The Ukrainian staff reports harassment and abuse by Russian forces, and the facility has been shelled, damaging electrical lines vital to the reactor's cooling systems. Ukrainians' fierce resistance, bolstered by a stream of modern Western weaponry, has turned Russia's war effort into a slow, bloody slog. Russia's recent advances in the Donbas region are measured in meters. At the same time, Russia has had to divert forces to the south, including the Zaporizhzhia region, where Ukraine was then preparing for its counteroffensive, in a feint, F-E-I-N-T, a diversion. Events on the battlefield have since cast doubt on the Kremlin's ability to hold planned referendums to justify its annexation of occupied territory in Ukraine. This has made undermining Western support for Ukraine even more important to the Kremlin. This brings us to the risks and international response thereunto. Because to that end, the government of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin has underscored the risks of an accident at Zaporizhzhia to European countries helping to ship NATO weapons to Ukraine. The Russian Defense Ministry, week before last, produced a map predicting how radioactive fallout could spread to those countries. The risk is real. Zaporizhzhia, with 6 separate reactors, is the largest nuclear power plant in Europe and the 10th largest in the world. While its containment structures are stronger than those at Chernobyl and built to withstand an aeroplane crashing into them, the power plant needs electricity to cool the reactors and prevent a meltdown, as at the Empire of Japan's Fukushima Daiichi plant in 2011. Ongoing shelling has cut some of the power lines into the reactor. In addition, nuclear fuel and waste containers stored at the site could be damaged, releasing radiation. Finally, the plant's location on the Dnipro River, means that any release of radiation could also spread to the Black Sea. For all these reasons, the international community has called for Russia to allow access to the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency, inspectors, and to create a demilitarized zone around the facility. United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres has called for all military forces to be withdrawn from the plant, a call that the United States, Ukraine, and at least 40 other countries have echoed. But Russia has repeatedly rejected calls for its withdrawal. Foreign Ministry spokesman Ivan Neshayev said the week before last, proposals for a demilitarized zone around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant are unacceptable because their implementation will make the plant more vulnerable. Russia accuses Ukraine of shelling the facility and demands that it stop. IAEA Director General Rafael Mariano Grossi has also stressed the importance of his agency inspecting the facilities. Russia has seemed to be more open to this, but it scuttled an earlier visit by insisting that it was too dangerous for the mission to go to Zaporizhzhia via Kiev. After an August 19th phone call with French President Emmanuel Macron, Putin has said he would help the IAEA assess the plant. Whether this means he would allow them to respect Ukrainian sovereignty and travel through Kiev remained to be seen. Conducting this inspection and demilitarization in a way that ensures continued support for Ukrainian sovereignty is essential. Allowing Putin's Kremlin to abuse nuclear blackmail to accomplish its political goals will only encourage it and other rogue terrorist states, or even any lone bad actors, to do the same in the future. This is Russia's dangerous precedent. Russia's actions in Ukraine risk undermining global nuclear security arrangements. Russia has consistently been a roadblock to international institutions like the IAEA. In contrast, Ukraine has welcomed its participation. Early in the war, Russia moved armored forces through the Chernobyl exclusion zone, stirring up radioactive soil and spiking radiation levels. Russian forces seized control of that plant, which is being decommissioned, and endangered safety by holding a single team of exhausted employees within that plant for more than 3 weeks with no relief. Ukraine welcomed the IAEA in to inspect that facility as soon as the Russians withdrew. A vital concern in Russia's upholding of international law and security around nuclear hazards is its demonstrably poor control over significant numbers of its forces on the ground, who have committed repeated atrocities and attacks on civilian targets protected by humanitarian laws. Amid the unpredictability of war, that concern can only rise as Russia recruits and deploys ill-trained and irregular units that include clan-based militias, mercenaries, and criminal convicts from Russian prisons. While Russia's actions most directly threaten Ukraine and Central Europe from the Baltic to the Black Sea, its military abuse of a nuclear power plant for battlefield advantage is a first, a new low in warfare, and a precedent that weakens principles undermining the security of all 430-plus nuclear power reactors operating in more than 30 countries worldwide. Before the Russian Empire's assault, of all nations that operate nuclear power plants, 4 had at the same time fought wars that included ground combat: Armenia, Asian India, Pakistan, and Slovenia. Only in Slovenia in 1991 did combat approach an operating power plant at Krško. Fortunately, in that conflict, forces did not target the plant itself, though sorties by the Yugoslav Aero Force led its operators to shut it down for safety. So we must respect law and security via the demilitarization of these facilities. Oh, now I get it. V Sexton, who's in the chat. Delightful. Winking at T-Tank and T-Tankberry winking back. So there's other people who are flirting besides myself and dear Brooke. So Russia's misbehavior in Ukraine is a violation of the normal functions of the United Nations and its global agency for the protection of nations and peoples from civilian nuclear disasters that will respect no borders. The Kremlin's actions around the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant represent this new low dimension in warfare, this clear violation of international humanitarian law, abusing a peaceful nuclear facility as a potential dirty bomb with which to terrorize the world and extort military and political concessions. Okay, Brooke's turning on the camera now. Okay, honey, turn that off. You're going to eat up the bandwidth and blow us offline. Because Skype does that, okay? Okay, darling? Plus, you're distracting the hell out of me, all right? Now, in what is...
No,
Yes.
Somebody's gonna make fun of me. I feel like this is a good 5-minute transition from waking up, and I think that they should maybe.
No worries, honey. Look.
You're pretty fucking good.
Yes. Okay. Yes. We'll talk a little bit when I go offline. But until I do that, do turn off the camera. It burns up a lot of bandwidth. It could knock us off the call. Okay.
Well, apparently when everyone was making fun of me, no one told me to cut it off when I was sound fucking asleep waking up.
I didn't even know you were on it.
No. Whoever said that, whoever did that, they knew who they are.
I didn't know.
Cut my camera off now, but I put the makeup on for them. Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Little lipstick, little mascara. That's all it does.
You look great. You look beautiful. Okay. Thank you. Now, to reemphasize, in what is history's first direct collision of armed conflict and civilian nuclear power, the world should demand of the Kremlin that it respect these laws and institutions that protect us all worldwide. Russia must allow unimpeded IAEA access to this endangered nuclear facility and withdraw its forces to permit an internationally monitored demilitarized zone around the plant. Whatever we collectively demand of the Russian Empire now, and whatever response Russia provides, will inevitably establish a precedent for military action anywhere in the world for years to come. And in all the years to come, for that matter. Today, just over 3 decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall, whose anniversary of which was yestermenses, towards the end of last month, the so-called end of history, it seems, has itself come to an end. The Kremlin is threatening Europe with nuclear catastrophe, and Africa and Asia with starvation. Last month at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, the Kremlin propagandist Margarita Simonyan shamelessly announced, "All our hope is in worldwide famine." You see, Ukraine can feed the world, whilst Putin's plan is to starve the world. Putin is starving millions of people around the world by killing farmers and looting their barns. To read a testament. Oh, by the way, Amy Comu says, "Douglas, I love the episode a few weeks ago with the singing. Good morning." Oh my God, that's so cute. You mean the happy birthday to Diana? At any rate, in the old days, we had horses and cows and pigs and chickens. Now we are dying of hunger. In the old days, we fed the world. Now they have taken all we had away from us, and we have nothing. In the old days, I should have bade you welcome and given you as my guest chickens and eggs and milk and fine white bread. Now we have no bread in the house. They are killing us. Those words were spraketh by a Ukrainian peasant to the Welsh journalist Gareth Jones, and duly reported in the Daily Express on the 6th day of April in 1933. Jones was the first person to report the truth of the famine that Joseph Stalin unleashed on Ukraine when he decided its people were hoarding grain that rightly belonged to the state, and duly sent his commissars, backed by troops, to expropriate. Read that as steal it. The Holodomor, also known as the Great Terror Famine, was a man-made famine in Soviet Ukraine from 1932 to 1933 that killed millions of Ukrainians. The Holodomor famine was part of the wider Soviet famine of 1932 through 1933, which affected the major grain-producing areas of the Greater Soviet United Empire. At least 30 million people died from starvation in the USSR between 1931 and 1934, half of them Ukrainians, numbering some 15 million. It was a low point even by the standards of the vertiginously bloody 20th century, in which I was born. Now, almost a century later, soldiers have once more been sent by Moscow to seize Ukrainian grain. Once more, farmers are killed and their barns and stores looted. And once more, the Ukrainian people are being made to pay for the madness of their neighboring Tsar. Ukraine is a country cursed by its good luck. It is well known that it is perennially, and unambiguously, cursed by geography. It sits next to Russia, which has brought it the USSR, Joseph Stalin, the gulags, and an unsuccessful Cold War. There isn't really any upside to all this. Less known is that Ukraine also suffers from its own fecundity. The country is coated in so-called Chernozem, black soil, which contains the humus and variety of microelements that make it the most fertile soil in all the world. In it grows massive amounts of barley, wheat, corn, soy, rapeseed, and sunflowers. Only about 2% of the world's soil is black soil, and about a full quarter of that, 25%, is found only in Ukraine. The country has around 42 million hectares of agricultural land, of which roughly 32 million is cultivated every year, equivalent to roughly 1/3 of the arable land in the entire European Union. It is an agricultural superpower. According to the former Minister of Agriculture, Roman Leshchenko, it is no exaggeration to state that Ukraine can feed the world. And therein lies the problem. Stalin considered Ukraine the breadbasket of the Soviet Union, and when my biological sire Adolf Hitler forged his grandiloquent concept of an empire based upon the principle of Lebensraum, literally living space, it was control of the Ukraine's black soil that he planned would feed the Third Reich. In came the Germans, and Ukrainian blood flowed once more as the Ukrainians joined them to stave off Sovietization. Since the Russians reinvaded on the 24th day in February, they have destroyed civilian districts, smashed all public infrastructure, and tortured and executed prisoners. Since they have also stolen farm equipment, shelled food storage sites, and stolen thousands of tons of grain. It's systemic, and it's planned, and most obvious in the country's south, where Putin has expended considerable resources over the past half year. In both the Kherson and Zaporizhzhia oblasts, farmers have reported multiple thefts. In the Kherson village of Mala Lepetkia, or Lepitika, Russian soldiers reportedly stole 1,500 tons of grain from storage units, which they then drove to the Russian-occupied peninsular Crimea. Then there is the problem that Ukraine cannot export the grain it has. When I myself reviewed footage of Odessa from April, I noticed that the city's most famous site, the Potemkin Steps that connect the harbor to the city, had been rendered inaccessible, surrounded by soldiers who had closed the port for fear of Russian attacks. Russia stole the Crimea in 2014, and with it the Ukraine's most important port. Now it has taken Mariupol, and with it the Ukraine's access to the Azov Sea Now it heads towards Mykolaiv, and then eventually it hopes Odessa itself. In the meantime, it is shelling both cities, rendering their ports unusable. Ukraine cannot get its grain out. This creates a twofold problem. First, Ukraine has 320 million tons of grain stuck in the country from yesteryear's crop, which Stavnitzer calculates is costing Ukraine around 15 billion United States dollars of revenue. To make matters worse, the new crop is ready in late June, which means more will need to be stored if it cannot be sold. But Kiev usually just sells its grain immediately, so it never bothered investing in the appropriate technology for longer-term storage. Now the grain risks going rotten. Together, this creates a second problem that spreads far beyond Ukraine. Several African countries depend on Ukrainian grain to live. Around 40% of Egyptian milling grain, the grain that is used for bread, comes from Ukraine. If this fails to materialize, there won't be famine, but there would likely be widespread hunger. The effect of this on that country, as well as on the region's political stability, would almost certainly be catastrophic. And there are dangers closer to home as well. On the Ides of May, Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, warned the Treasury Select Committee that the Greater British Empire faces an apocalyptic, his words, rise in food prices caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. To quote ST, an inflation risk factor I am going to sound apocalyptic about is food. Ukraine does have food in store, but can't get it out at the moment. In her book entitled Red Famine, the historianess Anne Applebaum writes that long before collectivization began, the phenomenon of the violent expropriator, a man who brandished a gun, spouted slogans, and demanded food, was familiar in the Soviet Ukraine. Now the violent expropriators are back, and almost a century later, not only have their goals, the theft of Ukraine's resources, remained unchanged, but by all evidence also their tactics. The Russian army still fights like the Red Army did during the Second World War. Its tactics remain equally stupid, its brutality equally unchecked. It murders Ukrainian children. It destroys Ukrainian artifacts. It tries to erase all traces of the country's national identity. No surprise, then, that its incompetence means it has only succeeded in galvanizing it. The more Russia stirs memories of the Holodomor, the more national feeling it breeds in Ukrainians. The more it steals and rapes and kills, the more Ukraine becomes determined to resist, until the end if need be. Yes, the new Ukraine is Putin's nightmare. You know, expressing disappointment with herself over never having bothered to visit in peacetime and see the magnificent streets of Lviv and Odessa, a German journalist recently tweeted from Ukraine, "Why didn't I ever visit this country before the war?" Well, many in the West feel similarly. It was only after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February that scores of journalists, politicians, and aid workers traveled to the country for the first time. Never since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 has Ukraine garnered the kind of attention it is receiving today. Travel recommendations have arisen from a war. The aforementioned journalist is right to feel annoyed with herself. She will never know the old Ukraine. And this goes beyond what's been visibly damaged by the conflict. The old post-Soviet Ukraine is disappearing, dying in the Russian onslaught, and taking with it people, homes, factories, and illusions. Never again will Ukraine and Russia share the positive, fraternal connection they did before the war. Russia's 2014 annexation of The Crimea had already driven a wedge between Ukrainians and Russians. Now they couldn't be more estranged. Future generations on both sides will be consumed by mutual hatred and anger. It's the greatest threat to Ukraine in 100 years. August 24th marked Ukraine's Independence Day. This year, celebrations were sad and somber, but also a defiant affair. It being 6 months to the day, that date, that Russia launched its war on Ukraine in a barbaric campaign to destroy its independence. Ukraine has bled, and it has suffered, but it has not fallen. It fights on. This war is the most fundamental threat Ukraine and its people have faced in 100 years. The last time it faced such grave danger was when the Bolsheviks forcefully ended Ukraine's brief spell as an independent state and then embarked on a campaign of forced Russification. Can history repeat itself? There be no doubt that this is exactly what Russian dictator Vladimir Putin wants to achieve. His declared goal of denazification is really an attempt at de-Ukrainification. Reports from Russian-held regions in Ukraine relate how occupying forces are working to suppress and destroy Ukrainian culture, chiefly its language. Putin's insane plan is to annihilate Ukraine in a war of attrition. Yet he will fail. Ukraine's independence generation leads the resistance. The Russian dictator launched his assault on the old Ukraine. To him, it looked like easy prey. Ukraine's economy and military were inferior to Russia's. Its political sphere and society were often polarized, and support from the West was only half-hearted. Much of this was simple fact, and yet it was still a colossal misjudgment. Now, 7 months after Russia first sent troops into Ukraine, Putin is dealing with a new, nascent Ukraine. The transformation began earlier, but Russia's onslaught has accelerated this change. This new Ukraine is rapidly abandoning many of the things that long connected it to Russia. A shared language, shared street names, monuments, and so on. And most importantly, this new Ukraine is learning how to defend itself. And it's learning fast. The country is stronger militarily than ever before, and it is growing stronger still. In part, of course, because of Western assistance, but also because of its own determination. Present-day Ukraine is more resilient than it was 100 years ago, thanks to its independence generation. At the age of 44, President Volodymyr Zelensky, who was born in the former Soviet Union, is on the older end of this generation. But it's 20 to 30-year-old Ukrainians who form the heart of the country's resistance. They are fighting on the front lines and sacrificing their lives, helping support the armed forces in a civilian capacity or tending to internally displaced people. This generation truly feels Ukrainian. It is totally natural to them. And for this, they are willing to fight. And they will succeed. But they need help. While the world buys Russian oil and finances its war thereby, many countries are also buying its grain, all of which is most certainly stolen from the Ukrainian people. Beginning in March, Moscow has struck new deals with the Islamo-terror authoritarian International of Turkey, Syria, Iran, Lebanon, Libya, and Egypt. They are eating that stolen grain. Are we even ready for when these dictatorships implode? over Russia rising food prices? Russia's invasion of Ukraine, impeding access to 12 of the world's most important agricultural nations, has caused food prices to skyrocket across the globe. Even commodities the combatants do not export have become more expensive as people substitute away from the wheat and sunflower oil that is no longer available. Moreover, with energy prices also soaring, many developing countries have even less money available for food at the very time they need more. Rapidly rising food prices historically have spurred numerous popular rebellions against otherwise stable despots. People who otherwise would fear repression if they challenged their corrupt regime become as frightened and desperate when they cannot feed their families. We have every reason to expect such explosions of national anger at any moment now. Unfortunately, our own short-sighted policies have contributed to the persecution and often eradication of pro-democracy movements in many of these countries. Secular democratic opposition figures could assume leadership of possible popular revolts and channel the anger into positive paths. If we do not begin aggressively defending these courageous but embattled figures, any upheavals that occur are likely to be hijacked by intolerant religious extremists or a new generation of corrupt, opportunistic despots. Although the Arab Spring revolutions of a decade ago are widely seen as efforts to democratize and modernize despotic regimes, they were triggered by rapidly rising bread prices. The pivotal Egyptian revolution's leading slogan was bread, freedom, and social justice, in that order. Shortages of state-subsidized bread at a time of rising unemployment and food price inflation of 18.9% helped bring people to the streets. Similar price hikes triggered rebellions throughout the region during the Arab Spring and since then. Affluent Western countries often underestimate the importance of food prices to economically insecure people in the developing world. People struggling to feed their families, particularly under repressive regimes, they may feel that politics is a luxury they cannot afford. When food prices soar, however, they may feel they have no choice but to take to the streets. Few countries have more potential to lead in positive or negative directions than Egypt. Egyptos is home to roughly a quarter, 25% of the world's Arab population, and a key player in military, political, cultural, and religious affairs. It is also a top wheat importer. Decades ago, President Anwar el-Sadat reversed a bread price increase after popular anger risked toppling his government. Since then, successive governments have kept the price of basic bread low to ensure its availability to low-income Egyptians. With the Egyptian economy in tatters because of corruption and the pandemic, General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, the current president, yesteryear suggested raising bread prices. He met a hailstorm of criticism, and his government quickly backpedaled. Now it may have no choice. Other governments in region are in a similar bind. Lebanon is in even worse shape. Although nominally much more democratic than Egypt, its politics remain corrupted by blocs serving as proxies for rival foreign powers. Hungry people filled the streets in Sri Lanka, which can no longer afford food after its economy largely collapsed. Protesters have roiled Guinea's capital. The list goes on. Under these conditions, it is all too easy for a demagogue promising easy solutions or blaming familiar scapegoats to push their way to the front of the mob. Demagogues will not, of course, bring their people any lasting relief, but before that becomes clear, they will have cemented themselves into power. Egypt again provides a classic example. when millions of Egyptians rose up against Mohamed Morsi, the elected but repressive and incompetent Muslim Brotherhood president, General al-Sisi claimed to represent their aspirations and seized power. Only after killing thousands of peaceful Brotherhood and secular protesters and jailing or exiling any opposition figures that could threaten him did General al-Sisi hold tightly controlled sham elections. There is a better way. Rather than having popular uprisings over food prices trigger yet another phase in the endless dichotomy between military despots and Islamist despots, these rebellions could provide the opportunity for meaningful, lasting change. Secular democratic governance could destabilize the corruption that saps economies of their potential to grow. It could also redirect public funds from endless military buildups to meeting the needs of the people. And when, as is inevitable, incompetents manage to enter the presidential palace, democratic transitions can show them the door before they do the kind of lasting damage that Generals Mubarak and al-Sisi have done in Egyptus. Unfortunately, the food rebellions are unlikely to take a positive turn if these countries' secular democratic leaders remain in prison. After belatedly and briefly supporting the Arab Spring protests, the Obama administration largely lost interest. The Trump administration, too, had its moment of sanctioning the repressive al-Sisi regime, but then the 12 presidents bonded. President Biden can do better. Egyptian democratic activist and blogger Ala Abdel Fattah, a key leader in the Arab Spring, has been jailed repeatedly since al-Sisi seized power. He is now on a hunger strike, his health reportedly failing. He may be dead by now for all I know. General al-Sisi claims he wants a broad national dialogue, but imprisons rather than speaking to genuine opposition voices like Abdel Fattah. President Biden can and should send a clear signal to General al-Sisi that progress in bilateral relations will be impossible as long as he imprisons legitimate opposition voices. He should specifically insist that Abdel Fattah be released if he still be alive, and given the medical treatment he needs to recover. Standing up for imprisoned secular Democrats is worth it. Just as a democratic, prosperous Ukraine will inevitably cause Russians and Belarusians to question their dictatorial regimes, a free democratic Egypt would undermine the many despotic regimes in region. An Egypt that allows its people, many highly educated, to realize their potential would rapidly achieve sustainable prosperity in a region known for economic stagnation and dependence on fossil fuels. The next few weeks are likely to prove critical. A Russian ambassador has openly called for genocide as America buys grain to stave off a food crisis. Ukraine's position as one of the largest providers of exported grain has generated fears from the outset that Vladimir Putin's illegal and unprovoked invasion would lead to food shortages in countries around the world. Those fears have not been helped by scenes of fields in the east of Ukraine pitted by thousands of artillery strikes, or news of farmers in the north dying after striking mines left behind by withdrawing Russian forces to prevent them from harvesting their crops. Despite all this, and the distraction of towing away captured Russian military hardware, Ukrainian farmers have continued to bring in a crop, only to have it stolen away in every case by the Russians. Just yesterday, 12 ships full of misappropriated Ukrainian grain went to Russian puppet state Syria. Ukrainian grain continues to flow out of Ukraine both on Russian ships and by rail, as Russia conducts its policies of looting on an industrial scale. However, despite this, and despite attacks by Russia on Ukrainian ports, the Black Sea Grain Initiative that was signed back on July 22nd is having an effect. The first ship left Odessa on August 1st, and as of maybe the last week that I checked, Yester Septimania, the week before last, 27 ships of Ukrainian grain have reached the joint inspection team in Turkic waters. Yester Menses. But last month, the United States announced that it will obtain 150,000 tons of Ukrainian grain in a 68 million United States dollar purchase by USAID, the United States Agency for International Development. The food will go to the United Nations World Food Program, and from there will likely be targeted to countries on the Horn of Africa, where 22 million people are currently experiencing food instability, in part because of drought related to the man-made climate crisis. This is just a portion of the 4.8 billion United States dollars that the American empire has sent to the World Food Program this year, and expectations are that this purchase will not be the last. That 150,000 tons isn't even 1% of the grain that Ukraine exported in the year before the Russian invasion. And with the total grain exported expected to be down by half this year at least, there is still a danger of severe food shortages in areas